Sunday morning. Li Kai was waiting for Tang Qing and Wang Yin in his store early in the morning. They were going to drive the bread to the company. Although it was a bit low, there was nothing they could do. At least it was not a four-wheeler. Tang Qing is planning to make another deal with Lu Gan at the end of the month, and he will have money. Then he'll buy a good car to drive and buy a few better public cars for the company. As for the management's car, Qi Yin and Yang Kai both have cars, and the vice president and the managers will share the company's car when they have something to do. Neither Li Kai nor Wang Yin were worried about Tang Qing's driving skills. Li Kai knew that Tang Qing had used this car many times. He had even ridden in it, so he knew that Tang Qing's skills were good. As for driving without a license, he automatically ignored it. Wang Yin instinctively believed in Tang Qing. In her eyes, Tang Qing was the most perfect. There was nothing surprising about him knowing how to drive. Today is the weekend. Although most of the employees are on holiday, Qi Yin, Yang Kai, and several managers are not idle. They are all workaholics and are very motivated to complete the scheduled plan. In addition, the company has to perform well as a startup. Working 8 hours a day and working 14 hours a day are the fundamental reasons for the salary of $3,000 and $10,000. Mr. Tang, you're here. It's the same guard as before. Now, the company has hired 10 security guards at Tang Qing's request. They are all retired soldiers. After all, their quality and discipline are relatively reliable. The higher the salary, the higher the salary. At least there won't be any messy things, or they can handle it even if something happens. There are 2 people on duty at the door, an uncle and a new recruit. Tang Qing also knows the uncle's situation. His name is Wu Qi. His wife passed away early, and his 2 children are unfilial and ignore him. He has no pension or anything like that, so he found this job to make a living. Although he is old, Tang Qing has not thought about firing him, so he still lets him guard the door. The monitoring room has also moved into the office building. The previous gate was a hand-pushed iron gate, but it was transformed into an electric retractable gate at Tang Qing's request. It was just completed yesterday and looks much more high-end. Well, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Wu. Tang Qing rolled down the window and said with a smile, "It's not hard. I'd be very grateful if you could leave me with this old bone." Wu Qi hurriedly waved his hand and said, although Tang Qing came in a van, but so what? Most people would think that the other party didn't have the money to look down on him if he came on a tricycle. But if Tang Qing came on a tricycle, he could only think that he was low-key, and he had to praise the other party for his self-cultivation. The impression people have on people in modern society is so speechless. No, it should be, as long as you want, you can always work here. Tang Qing said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Chen Han, come and meet Mr. Tang. He is the boss of our company. After thanking Wu Qi, he said to the young security guard, Chen Han, next to him, "Hello, boss." Chen Han stepped forward, took a look at Tang Qing, and said without being humble or overbearing. He had heard Wu Qi say before that the boss was too young, only 17 or 18 years old. But he was tough-minded coming from the army, so he was not surprised at all. He had also played with guns, carried cannons, and chased tanks. He only had a little money, was young, and was shocked. How could he be worthy of the country's training? Well, hello, you are in good spirits, work hard, and the company will not treat you badly. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. A soldier looks like a soldier, and he straightened his back even when talking to his boss. He was very satisfied. What he needed was a security guard, someone who could protect the company's property, not a yes man. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Chen Han was as serious as ever. He couldn't get any excitement out of a brat's praise. He only obeyed the strong. Well, I'll go in first, Tang Qing said with a slight smile. At this time, Qi Yin is not here, but has gone to the provincial capital to recruit people in person. She, a polished commander, has been very busy recently. Only Yang Kai and other managers are here now. They are all busy sorting out information, improving systems, and recruiting personnel. Especially after taking over the factory, Yang Kai went there every day. After all, he had the experience of being the vice president of a large clothing factory, and the company's tight plan. Yang Kai made a lot of suggestions for the factory, which kept Lu Disheng very busy. Although he complained secretly, it was just a complaint. He also hopes that the factory will be bigger and better. Tang Qing took the two of them around the company, especially the computer in his office. Since the computer had been connected to the internet last week, Li Kai had a great time playing and didn't want to leave. Fortunately, the game was not installed. Tang Qing also prevented Li Kai from downloading large-scale online games on the grounds of company network security. Otherwise, this guy would definitely plan to play for one day and then come back often. In the end, Li Kai had no choice but to give up and play web games online. Wang Yin was sitting there reading a book. The previous boss bought a lot of books and put them on the bookcase. Looking at the condition of the books, Tang Qing knew that the previous boss had hardly read them and used them purely for comparison. As for Tang Qing, he ran a chat with Yang Kai for a while and then left. Yang Kai was very busy right now, so he, a layman, shouldn't cause trouble. He didn't go to see the department managers either. He would have sorted things out next week, and it wouldn't be too late to see him again. After playing in Tang Qing's office for more than 2 hours, Li Kai reluctantly left. At this time, Wang Yin couldn't stop admiring Tang Qing's eyes. Even Li Kai noticed something strange and looked at them strangely, which made Tang Qing secretly complain. He regretted getting too close to Wang Yin, but in his heart he didn't want to completely cut off contact with each other. After all, he and Lin Jiaxue had known each other for 17 years since childhood, and Wang Yin, plus 3 years in high school, had been more than 10 years before he was reborn. How could he be so cruel as to break up this friend who had known each other for more than 10 years? Maybe there's a reason why he doesn't know it, but it's just a struggle. In the end, he didn't visit the factory. When Li Kai said he wanted clothes, he was just talking about it. How could he actually carry the clothes home? He wasn't that naive, and it was getting late. After visiting the company, Tang Qing drove back to the store. After having lunch in the store at noon, Tang Qing took a taxi and came to Lin Jiaxue's place, bringing several large boxes of apples and various fruits to the door. Tang, why did you buy so much again? I haven't finished what I bought last time. If you eat too much, it will go bad. Although the content of Lin Jiaxue's words was reproach, her tone was a touch of coquettishness, which made Tang Qing feel extremely comfortable. Not much. You eat more. Uncle and the others can take some with them when they go to the store, Tang Qing said with a smile. He knew that Lin's father and mother usually left good things to Lin Jiaxue for fear that she would not be able to eat them, so they usually bought cheap fruits outside. Because Tang Qing chose the most expensive ones, they were reluctant to eat them. Otherwise, if the 3 of the Lin family ate normally, they would have finished all the fruits last time. Well, Tang, how did you do in this exam? Lin Jiaxue peeled a banana and gave it to Tang Qing and said softly. Tang Qing was satisfied with this small gesture. Very good, I think it will be no problem to get to the top of the grade this time. Tang Qing took a big bite and said vaguely. Haha, just brag. You're still first in grade. How could you progress so fast? If you're really first in grade, your grades there are probably among the top 10 in our school. Lin Jiaxue rolled her eyes at him and said softly. Then let's make a bet. What do you want to bet on? Tang Qing quit immediately after hearing this. He didn't bother to care if others didn't believe him. But Lin Jiaxue was his favorite woman, and her character could not be questioned. No gambling, I don't like gambling, and you are not allowed to gamble in the future, understand? Lin Jiaxue said with a stern tone in her voice. Their family has never had a gambling tradition. During the holidays, Lin's father and Lin's mother only went to have a look and would never serve the food. This is what Grandpa Lin Jiaxue taught me. Her grandfather had a few fingers chopped off when he owed money for gambling. Now he no longer gambles, nor does he allow his children and grandchildren to get involved in this thing. Once he finds out, it will definitely be the family law to serve him, and he will show no mercy. I understand. Then if I get the first place in the exam, you will accompany me to buy clothes. I will buy you many beautiful clothes. You are not allowed to refuse. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said. He also knew about Lin Jiaxue's grandfather and agreed with it. Gambling is still a no-no. Small gambling can make you happy, but big gambling can harm your health. Gambling is just gambling. Once you become addicted, you will never be able to stop. In the end, you will probably end up bankrupt, harm others and yourself, and destroy many families. What if you're not number one? Lin Jiaxue said curiously. Then I'll just buy you a few clothes. Tang Qing said matter-of-factly. Why are you always thinking about buying clothes for me? I have enough clothes. I didn't wear much last time. Lin Jiaxue said softly. To be honest, this is one of the reasons why Tang Qing likes Lin Jiaxue the most. That is, whether it is anger or other emotions, wrapped up by Lin Jiaxue's tenderness. A feeling of a wife arises spontaneously and cannot be stopped. Tang Qing's heart couldn't bear this at all, and it melted step by step. If I don't buy it for you, who will buy it? I just like to buy it for you. Tang Qing stepped forward and hugged her, staring in her eyes, and said affectionately. Anyway, he wanted to buy something for Lin Jiaxue, as long as she liked it. No, if you're the first, you buy it for me. If you're not the first, how about I buy it for you? Lin Jiaxue refused with a rare blush, feeling Ailang's affection, and her heart was full of happiness. Well, okay, it's settled. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, anyway, he was confident this time. The first place would definitely be his, and she had decided to buy this dress. The two of them did not go out all afternoon, but watched TV with Lin Jiaxue. Neither of them had any homework. They spent this rare holiday clinging to each other, holding Lin Jiaxue's soft waist, resting their heads on her shoulders, smelling the body fragrance, and feeling the ups and downs of the heartbeat on their lover's shoulders. Very nice. As for what was shown on TV that afternoon, Tang Qing had no impression at all. Night, Tang Qing bought vegetables, and Lin Jiaxue cooked a big meal. He stayed until very late before returning to his uncle's house. When he heard that he was going to Lin Jiaxue's place, his eldest cousin Qin Shiqi scolded him severely, complaining and asking why she was not asked to go. Finally, Tang Qing used his ultimate move, 100 yuan, which finally calmed down Qin Shiqi's anger. P.S. Chapter 3 is over. Go to bed and continue with Chapter 3 tomorrow. Thanks to reader Bayan Binking for the recommendation vote. Sunday afternoon, what? Tang Qing's total score is first in grade? Leader you, are you kidding me? Shumei said in shock while holding the class's total report card. Although she knew that Tang Qing had a perfect score in mathematics before, she thought that Tang Qing had been studying mathematics during this period. He might have fallen behind a lot in other homework, and even if he stayed the same, he would not make much progress. However, all these speculations were broken by this report card. What did she see? Chinese 128, Mathematics 150, English 149, Physics 112, Chemistry 96, Biology 80. The total score is as high as 715, a full 16 points higher than the second place. The second place is Yi Peng from Class 7, with 699 points. It's incredible. This black horse is too dark. It's so black that it's shiny, and it's so black that it's purple. Of course it's true. It's written in black and white. We re-examined all the first place papers. There will be no mistakes. Team leader, you said with a smile. She was also surprised when she got the transcript. A student rose from more than 100 to first place in 2 times. This is like a fantasy. As for whether the other party cheated, who did Tang Qing cheat and copy? This is incredible. He was ranked 10th last time. Shen Mei has not yet recovered from the shock. Just have fun secretly. Although it's difficult to get from 10th to 1st, it's not impossible. This is a good prospect, and I will focus on it in the future. Team leader, you said with a smile. Okay, team leader, I understand. Shen Mei came back to her senses and said. She didn't need to be reminded by the team leader to know that as long as Tang Qing kept going, there would still be half a year before the college entrance examination, and it would be possible to become the provincial champion by then. Most provinces are still taking national exams. Although it is impossible for Tang Qing to win the national champion, there is still hope for the national exam. As for Yi Peng, although he has been ranked first in the grade for many years, he lacks stamina. Unlike Tang Qing, Fei improved and surpassed Yi Peng. The surpass was not even a little bit. 16 points is simply an insurmountable chasm in this order of magnitude. As long as Tang Qing doesn't mess around, Yi Peng will never have a chance to surpass him. You can imagine Xun Mei's mood when such a genius was born in her class. She was as happy as if she had won the lottery. If Tang Qing became a #1 scholar in the province, it would be a huge honor in her educational career. Well, as usual, there's a bonus of 500 yuan for the first place in the monthly exam. When you get to work tomorrow, you can go to the school finance department to collect it, and you can also collect your bonus. Team leader, you said with a smile. Well, go ahead. Team leader, you smiled. Xun Mei didn't sleep well that night. She wanted to call Tang Qing's home directly to congratulate her, but she suppressed this impulse. She was also a class teacher, so it was really inappropriate to call Tang Qing's house just for this matter. On Monday, study early. When she walked into the class with her report card, Xun Mei felt so happy. She couldn't stop the smile on her face, and she felt a little floaty when she walked. Putting the papers and lesson plans on the desk, she raised her head and glanced around, looking at the expectant faces below, especially when she saw Tang Qing. The smile on Xun Mei's face became even stronger. Although Tang Qing's indifferent expression was in sharp contrast to the other expectant classmates, she didn't know what to ask. That face looked extremely cute to Xun Mei at this time. Seeing that the smile on Xun Mei's face couldn't stop as soon as she entered the class, the students in the class also realized that everyone must be good in this exam, and they were all looking forward to it. Faced with the judgment of the results of their hard work, the students were all very nervous. Students, when I got my report card yesterday afternoon, to be honest, I was very excited. You really gave me a lot of surprises. Your hard work this month has paid off. Many students have made great progress. However, there is one person whose progress has shocked all our school leaders and teachers. I won't tell you who this classmate is. You will know after reading the results. Now let's move on to the part that everyone is most looking forward to. After saying that, Xun Mei took out the total report card and looked at the name and score of the first place. She couldn't help but get excited. She took a deep breath and said, "First place, Tang Qing, with a total score of 715, first in the grade." As soon as they heard the news, most of the students in the class had not yet reacted. The smile on Lu Ming's face, who originally thought he was #1 in the class, froze. He is not the first in the class, but Tang Qing? Are you kidding me? Or first in grade? 715 points? Could this be a dream? Lu Ming couldn't help pinching him, but the pain he felt made him know that this was not a dream. At this time, he couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated. He who had been the first in the class for many years was pulled down. How could he, the proud man of heaven, accept it? The reaction of other students was not much better. #1 in the Tang youth class? Oh no, you're joking. Did you copy it? You can copy the #1 for everyone to see. Who is it? Quickly check if I'm dreaming. 715 points. Is this a score that a person can get? He Peng from class 7 is probably going to cry to death. Haha. Yes, let him be arrogant and rob our court while playing basketball. He must be punished this time. Ba bang bang. Xun Mei patted the table several times to stop the students' discussion. Okay, everyone be quiet. Let's all congratulate Tang Qing with warm applause for getting the first place in the grade. I hope he will continue to do so, and I also hope that the students will learn like Tang Qing. After saying this, Xun Mei was the first to applaud. This time, there was no long speech to distract everyone's attention. Last time, she said a lot and forgot about the applause. She felt embarrassed when she thought about it afterwards. Okay, let's continue reading the results. Second place, Lu Ming, with a total score of 691, third in grade. Third place, Wang Yin, with a total score of 683, fifth in grade. Fourth place, Xiong Jun, with a total score of 671, ninth in grade. Lu Ming was not satisfied when he heard that his score was only 691. This was not a few or 10 points, but a gap of 24 points. This was no longer on the same level as himself. He was also someone who could afford it and let it go. He did not believe that he would be worse than Tang Qing, absolutely not. As for Wang Yin, she didn't even hear her own score. She only had one thought in her mind. Tang Qing scored 715, ranking first in her grade. Li Kai was also frightened by Tang Qing's score and looked at the indifferent Tang Qing as if he had seen a ghost. At last, this morning's self-study ended with everyone having different thoughts, but the impact went far beyond that. Old Tang, are you Old Tang? Li Kai came over to ask with disbelief after studying by himself early. He had not yet reacted to the huge results just now. Nonsense, it's not who I am. Tang Qing scolded with a smile. Although this guy never stops, it's okay. Life also needs such friends to adjust the atmosphere. Then how could you be so high in the exam? I believe you if you advance 1 or 2 places, but you jump to the first place unexpectedly. I can't accept it at all. I don't care. Give me back the old Tang you were before. Li Kai started to talk nonsense again, shaking Tang Qing with his hand. Holy shit. You are a grown man, and you still act like a spoiled brat. Tang Qing pushed him away. You, sister, how can I pay it back? I can't pass the exam again. Tang Qing was speechless. Then I don't care. You have to compensate for my injured soul. Li Kai started to act rogue. Get lost. Tang Qing just lowered his head and read his book and ignored him. This kind of skill that could turn anything into his rationale made Tang Qing really feel like he couldn't fight. This shameless energy made Tang Qing admire him. Tang Qing, you are so awesome. Wang Yin raised her head and looked at Tang Qing Yin and smiled. That smile was really a very happy smile. Tang Qing knew that this little girl liked him even more. The head is big. Well, of course, in order to celebrate my first place in the exam, I decided to go to Li Kai's house for dinner tonight. Tang Qing put aside his distracting thoughts and suggested, why is it a meal instead of a treat? Li Kai immediately pretended to be dissatisfied. I'll give you a chance to curry favor with the top grader. You haven't spent the money you spent on the last treat. Tang Qing looked up at Li Kai with a half smile. That's what I donated to out-of-school children. Li Kai immediately quit as soon as he heard this, holding his pocket. This was his private money. Did you donate? Tang Qing said angrily. I'll remember it first and donate it after I save more. Li Kai said this without blushing at all. I despise you. I've decided on this meal. Tang Qing said. Okay, anyway, I don't have to pay. I'll charge it to your account. Li Kai said with a smile. It's up to you. No kidding, I'll call my uncle's family when the time comes, and you ask Uncle Li to keep the biggest box tonight. Tang Qing said with a straight face. That's no problem. I'll send a text message to my dad later so that I don't have to tell him that I'm booked out at noon. Li Kai said with a smile. Yes. Old Tang, why don't you call your childhood sweetheart? I haven't seen him before. Li Kai said with a wink. He still didn't know about Wang Yan's crush on Tang Qing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such stupid things. No, she is nervous about studying. Tang Qing said, Wang Yin will also go tonight, and it will not be good if Lin Jiaxue has ideas. Oh, Wang Yan's face darkened when she heard that Tang Qing's childhood sweetheart Wang Yin couldn't help but feel proud. Her pride did not allow her to become a third party. She thought that she and Tang Qing were destined to be just friends for the rest of their lives, and she couldn't help but feel sad. Wang Yan's face didn't look good all morning, and Tang Qing didn't notice it. She just thought that the other party might be her aunt. After all, there are many reasons why girls at this age are uncomfortable. Tang Qing heard a joke in his previous life. There was a little girl who cried several times every day. When asked why, the school uniforms were in matching shirts. They had been together for a long time. Don't guess what women are thinking. The next day was Tang Qing's pretense time, and he was called to the blackboard to talk about the day's topic. Tang Qing didn't think anything of it, so he just remembered it more deeply. Of course, except for Chinese, Tang Qing was basically the first in the class in other subjects. As for Chinese, he was not even among the top 5 in the class. The Chinese teacher looked at Tang Qing resentfully throughout the class, which made Tang Qing feel angry. Although Tang Qing's Chinese score was not bad, it was a bit behind compared to being first in other subjects. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. What would the school leaders think? Tang Qing ranks first in all other subjects, but you can't even get into the top 5 in Chinese? Is this a matter of personal teaching ability? As for whether Tang Qing doesn't study Chinese well, put it aside. The only person they can find problems with is the teacher. They can't drag Tang Qing here to ask you why you only have such a small score in Chinese. Unless the school leaders are all crazy, what they can do for Tang Qing who is number one in the grade, is to ask the teacher to teach him better. Other subjects are very good, so obviously the student's learning ability is not a problem, so they can only focus on your teacher. Therefore, the Chinese teacher Alexander at this time, but there is no way to let Tang Qing stick to Chinese. As the number one in the grade, he is no longer the teacher who can casually reprimand him. As the hope of the future school, if it affects Tang Qing's mood or falls in other subjects in the next exam, only as Chinese improves, the head teacher Xin Mei, other substitute teachers and school leaders will have to give him ideological lessons. Tang Qing basically had no homework that day, so he just carried a few textbooks back. In his opinion, textbooks are the most basic. If you understand the basics thoroughly, no matter how the topics change, it will be okay. Since his rebirth, he has not bought even one extracurricular textbook and exercise book. Why would he buy that thing? Do you think you have too much time? It is not difficult to take the exam if you have thoroughly understood what is in the book. Coupled with the amount of practice in daily homework, Tang Qing didn't have to do random questions to feel safe. Tang Qing, who was eating while walking, returned home. It seemed that his two cousins had not come back yet. Otherwise, he would definitely hear the voice of his eldest cousin Qin Shiqi as soon as he returned home. At this time, her aunt had also come back and was sitting on the sofa watching TV, eagerly waiting for Tang Qing's results. As for her daughter's results, she had nothing to worry about. It was probably still the same, with little fluctuation, unlike Tang Qing, who advanced hundreds of places at a time. She wanted to know how Tang Qing did this time. Tang, is this true? Are you really the number one in age? My aunt said in disbelief as she looked at the paper in her hand. 715 points? First in grade? This. Simply, she really couldn't believe that Tang Qing jumped directly to the first place in the grade. But the score of 715 and the confirmation from Tang Qing did not allow her to doubt it. Auntie, it's absolutely true. It's written in black and red with red corrections. What's the point of lying to you? Tang Qing said with a wry smile. He was a little tired after experiencing the surprise of countless people this day, and he didn't feel any sense of superiority at all. But since he was the first, he would definitely not be so surprised next time he met. So he felt relieved. He felt that this day with nothing to do was more tiring than usual classes, and he was tired. Tang, I'm so happy. No, I have to call your mother and tell them to make them happy too. My aunt quickly stood up and said excitedly. Every time Tang Qing finished the exam, she would call Tang Qing's parents. The 10th place last time made Tang's father and Tang's mother very happy. This time she ranked first. If this continues, Tsinghua University and Peking University will not be a problem at all. After saying that, my aunt turned around and walked into the bedroom. My aunt didn't have a mobile phone, and she usually saves money. In addition, she doesn't use it much. There's a phone in the school office, so she hasn't bought one. Qin Yigong bought one because he needed it for work. Anyway, he can reimburse part of it. Seeing his aunt on the phone, Tang Qing went straight back to the bedroom. He estimated that the call would not be over for more than 10 minutes. He had just spoken to his parents on the phone before the exam 2 days ago, so he did not join in the fun. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, her aunt finished the beating and walked to Tang Qing's house and said happily, Tang, your mother just said that she will give you an extra 110 yuan this month to keep up. If you fall off, your father will come and slap you personally, haha. Well, forget about the pocket money. I still have a 500 yuan reward for being the first place, which is enough for me. Tang Qing said with a smile. As for whipping him, Mom can't bear it. When Dad dares to whip her, Mom will definitely whip Dad. I don't know about this. I haven't told your mother yet, but since I gave it to you, take it and save it if you have the money. Next time I go to Joshua's place to buy more things. If it's not enough, ask your aunt for it, but don't tell your mother and the others. The aunt thought for a moment and said she treated Tang Qing as her own son, and the family was not too nervous, so there was no need to settle things with Tang Qing too clearly. Tang Qing didn't refuse after hearing this, but his heart was full of gratitude. His aunt didn't know that he had shares in the hotel. Tang Qing also held back and said, let's make amends during the new year. Faced with a family who loves and cares for her so much, Tang Qing really feels so happy. Mom, what are you and brother talking about? At this time, the door was opened and Qin Shiqi came back, followed by her sister Qin Shiyu, each carrying a lot of food in their hands, two foodies. It seemed that he had done well in the exam. Otherwise, Qin Shiqi would not have dared to commit a crime at this time. Chi-Chi, what did you buy again? It's a waste of money and you only know how to eat. If you fail in the exam this time, I won't take care of you. And he saw Qin Shiqi carrying something and immediately educated her. My biological mother, can you please stop calling me this and that? Cheer, Chi-Chi, Shiqi boss, daughter, Nwatsi Xiaoqi? Can't you give me a fixed name? Qin Shiqi pouted and said, dissatisfied. I gave birth to you, so I'm willing to call you that. Do you have any objections? Don't try to change the subject and say, how did you do in the exam? Annie said angrily and funny. Sometimes she felt that there was something wrong with her brain circuitry, so she just called whatever came to mind. But my daughter complained many times, but sometimes she just blurted it out and couldn't control it at all. Of course it's good. How could your smart daughter be so bad? Qin Shiqi said proudly. Take out the paper and show it to me. If you miss out on nouns, you won't even get pocket money this month if I don't deal with it. Annie threatened directly. Here, luckily I didn't drop it. Otherwise you would have scared me to death. Qin Shiqi opened her school bag and took out the papers and complained. In order to cope with her aunt's inspection, she followed Tang Qing's example and rolled all the papers together. Well, I'm still working. How many are in your grade? My aunt read the paper once, calculated the total score, and nodded. 19. Qin Shiqi sat on the sofa, picked up an apple and gnawed on it, while her second cousin went back to her room, minding her own business. You still have to make do, you have to work hard. My aunt closed the paper and handed it over. Make a living? Mom, is it really okay for you to hit your daughter like this? Qin Shiqi took the paper and said, dissatisfied. How can I hit you? Look at your brother. He is number 1 in grade this time. The aunt directly transferred her hatred to Tang Qing. First, is it fake? Qin Shiqi said in surprise. Even the second cousin stuck her head out of the door and lay on the doorframe to look at her aunt curiously, with an expression that even Qin Shiqi found adorable. Stinky girl, what are you doing to lie to me? You have to learn from your brother. The aunt laughed and scolded. Qin Shiqi didn't believe it at first and immediately ran to Tang Qing's bedroom and stared at Tang Qing for a while and asked curiously, Brother, are you my brother? I'm not. Tang Qing said angrily. Mom, he said he is not my brother. Qin Shiqi ran out and said, It's great to have a sister who can be funny. Aunt, stop cooking. Let's eat out tonight at a restaurant owned by my classmate. Tang Qing, who was watching TV, quickly stopped his aunt who was about to cook. Okay, let's have another big dinner. Qin Shiqi, who was on the side, immediately brightened up and clapped her hands as soon as she heard about the big dinner. My aunt also stopped and pushed Qin Shiqi's head and said, I just know how to eat. Look at you. You only ranked 19th in the monthly exam this time, and you only improved by 1. Mom, that's because there are too many top students in the school. I'm not as perverted as my brother. Qin Shiqi said coquettishly. Anyway, it's a fact that you only advanced by 1 place. Just follow your brother's example. He went from 100 to the first twice. Look at your sister. She is the first in grade every time. Her aunt didn't take this at all and continued to scold her. I don't want to compare with the two of them. Qin Shiqi immediately became discouraged and said, in the past, there was Tang Qing who was at the bottom, and everyone's attention was not on her. Now that there are 2 firsts in the family, she is a bit dazzling as a 19th place. Now the firepower of the whole family must be concentrated on her head. It is conceivable that she will have to live in the shadow of these 2 people for quite some time. She feels that her future life will be gloomy. Then who are you competing with? Said my aunt, hot on my heels. Dad, you see my mother is bullying me again. You have to make the decision for me. I moved forward and my mother still criticized me. Qin Shiqi saw Qin Yugong coming back and immediately found reinforcements. She ran to the door and took her father's bag attentively and said aggrievedly, Honey, forget it. Qiyer's grades are pretty good too. Qin Yugong hurriedly smoothed things over and said that he only had 2 daughters, and the eldest daughter couldn't cling to him. The younger daughter had a weak temper. Usually when Qin Shiqi was short of money, she would come to him to act like a spoiled child. It never worked. He didn't have high requirements for his daughter, as long as she had good grades. He would have a headache if she was a top student like his second daughter. Just spoil her. And he complained. Of course, she didn't really complain, just because this is a family. Of course, you have to get used to a daughter as lively and lovely as mine, right? Brother. Qin Shiqi turned directly to Tang Qing and used her cuteness skills. Tang Qing surrendered immediately and said quickly, "Ah, what's the matter with me? Oh, you should be used to it. That's more or less." Qin Shiqi said with an expression that meant you knew what was going on. At 7:30 in the evening, Tang Qing and his uncle's family arrived at Baiwei. By this time, Li Kai and Wang Yin had already arrived. P.S. Chapter 2. There's another chapter that may be late, around 10 o'clock. Thank you all for your support. Please vote if you have votes. At this time, the waiters in Zhongjing and others in the store were reminded that it was strictly forbidden to call Tang Qing little boss to avoid being discovered by their aunt and others. When Tang Qing and his party arrived at the hotel, the seats were already packed. The largest box would have been booked if he hadn't sent a text message in the morning. In the afternoon, Li Kai said that if he had sent a text message half an hour later, it would have been reserved. At first, Tang Qing was very worried that his aunt and the others would think too much when they looked at Wang Yin. After all, Wang Yin had made no secret of her admiration for him in the past few days. This was nothing in school. It was normal for students to look at good students in a different light. It was okay for everyone to have random thoughts, but the careful women of her aunt and cousin would not think so. Without empathy, their brain circuits are different from those of their classmates. In their eyes, female classmates and beautiful female classmates are definitely two different creatures. However, after Tang Qing nervously introduced Wang Yin, Tang Qing was greatly relieved by Wang Yin's performance. At this time, Wang Yin had returned to her original feeling of being a bit like an iceberg female CEO. She was neither cold nor warm to anyone, and looked like she would not let strangers in. Her aunt and 2 cousins didn't think much about it. They didn't think Tang Qing would like her cold personality towards everyone. Seeing Wang Yin's performance, Tang Qing couldn't help but give a big thumbs up behind her back. She was indeed an actor, and an extremely smart actor. She was much more reliable than her pig teammate Li Kai, who was a little sluggish at the side. During the entire acquaintance, Wang Yin seemed to be a different person. She did not show the slightest feeling of closeness to Tang Qing, and did not even look at Tang Qing, but she did not appear deliberate or artificial. At this time, the eldest cousin saw that Wang Yin was so cold and she was Tang Qing's deskmate, so she wanted to lighten the atmosphere and chatted with Wang Yin next to her. However, Wang Yin's acting skills were too good and she seemed to lack interest. None of the aunts noticed anything strange, but several men discovered the problem. Li Kai was completely confused. Although Wang Yin looked at him at school without any emotion, she had never been so cold. Just now, it was as if she didn't know him at all, and she was just a passerby. "Old Tang, have you noticed that something is wrong with Wang Yin today? Why did she treat us like this?" Before Li Kai could react, he leaned next to Tang Qing and whispered, "But again, if you don't know the inside story, who can imagine it? This is a completely brain-burning drama. I don't know either, but don't worry about it. I guess something happened. Don't ask around, you know." Tang Qing hurriedly warned. He didn't want Li Kai to cause something difficult to deal with. "Oh, okay, it just feels weird." Li Kai said, confused, and agreed. "Just shut up. Today's task is to eat and stop talking." Tang Qing was afraid that Li Kai would ask out the doubts in his heart. When a question is asked, everyone will have to finish the game. If the yellow mud falls off the crotch, it will be shit or shit. That means there is no way to end it. A few women who are as careful as hair will definitely find the problem. After a while, the dishes were all served. "Okay, everyone, let's eat as you like. We are all our own people, and there is no need to act like you respect me or I respect you. The goal is to eat well and be full." Seeing that the food has been served, Qin Yugong said directly with his chopsticks, Others heard the same thing. Students should behave like students and learn to respect people in society. Qin Yugong didn't like it, and neither did others. Now that it was delicious, Qin Shiqi, a foodie, immediately pulled the head of the braised fish in her bowl and ate it with a look of enjoyment. Qin Shiyu still looked unhurried and would pick up vegetables for Qin Shiqi and her aunt from time to time. Qin Yugong was sitting at the main seat, with Tang Qing and Li Kai on the left and his aunt, two sisters, and Wang Yan on the right. After eating a few bites, Qin Yugong couldn't help but leaned into Tang Qing's ear and asked, "Why did you call that girl here today?" "It's like this. We made a bet before that if she did well in the exam, she would treat her. I thought we couldn't let girls treat us, so why not let's go together?" So we invited him to eat together. Tang Qing et lai. He felt a little regretful about joining in this game, as he and the others suffer a lot. "You can't have any ideas," Qin Yugong said with a frown. "Although I believe Tang Qing, I still need to be reminded." And this girl looked weird to him, but he didn't know what the problem was. Although the girl didn't look at Tang Qing at all, his instinct as a policeman for many years told him that Wang Yan's behavior was a bit unreasonable. "Don't worry. How could I let down Jia Xue? I'm just a roommate." "Uncle, don't think too much about it," Tang Qing said with a smile. Although he said it lightly, he was sweating in his heart. As expected of a policeman, this movie queen's acting skills can feel flaws. "Well, I believe that. If you dare to do anything to disgrace Jia Xue, I will break your legs," Qin Yugong said in a stern tone. "No problem. I won't let myself go when the time comes." Tang Qing vomit. "Well, next Saturday your aunt will give birth and invite Jia Xue's family to your home for dinner. Do you understand?" Qin Yugong said again. "I know, it's up to me then," Tang Qing said with a smile. Only then did he remember that his aunt's birthday was coming soon, and he must show off his skills by then. "I almost forgot that you are also a chef." "Now, okay, I'll leave it to you," Qin Yugong said. "Well, no problem," Tang Qing said. Tang Qing's phone rang just after he had eaten a few mouthfuls. When he took it out, he saw that it was Li Jianguo. Tang Qing couldn't help but frown. He was still on the phone upstairs. He obviously had something important to do. "Xiao Tang, it's a bit of an emergency. There are a few people down here who are drunk and making trouble and are beating our guests." Li Jianguo's anxious voice came from the phone. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly stood up and said to the others, "You guys eat first. I'll go out and make a phone call." He didn't want his aunt and others to worry. There were just a few gangsters, so as not to disturb their enjoyment. "Xiao Tang, why are you so urgent?" Qin Yugong asked. "Nothing. It's a small matter. I'll be back in a moment." After Tang Qing finished speaking, he walked out of the box quickly. At this time, Li Jianguo was already waiting for Tang Qing at the stairs. "Uncle Li, have you called the police?" "The police have been called. The police will be here soon," Lin Jianguo said quickly. "Well, that's good. Let's go down and take a look first." After Tang Qing finished speaking, he quickly walked downstairs. The person who was beaten was a couple. They were playing around while eating. The man's chopsticks, which were still a little hot, accidentally threw the hot soup on the face of the leader of the thugs. At this time, the customer who was beaten had been snatched by the waiter to protect him, and Li Jianguo dealt with it without any problem. After all, at this time, no matter what, you can't just watch the customer being beaten, then you really don't want to open a store. Tang Qing heard a burst of curses before going down a few steps. "How dare you drip soup on my face? Damn it, hand him over to me. If you don't act like this today, I will destroy your hotel." Of course, it was impossible for the waiters to get out of the way. The man also drank. Seeing that he was being ignored, he immediately rushed forward and punched the waiter who was standing in front of him, knocking him to the ground and kicking him. The other waiters were timid and did not dare to fight back. After all, they were just waiters. The younger ones also watched the elder brother show his authority as if they were watching a show. Just when the leader was about to catch the person behind him who had just been beaten, a voice sounded in his ear. "Brother, it's not appropriate to beat someone like this with just a little bit of soup." Tang Qing pushed aside the crowd of onlookers and said with a smile, "Who the hell are you, little brat?" The man was so drunk that he didn't care who he was and started scolding him. After hearing this, the smile on Tang Qing's face disappeared and turned cold instantly. Bah! Tang Qing stepped forward and slapped the man to the ground. The slap was so fast that the other person lying on the ground didn't react for a moment. He shook his head hard and realized that he had been beaten. He quickly got up. There was a burning pain on his face. He knew that it must be quite swollen. Several of the younger brothers didn't react for a while and stared at everything in shock. Are you sober? Speak more politely from now on, and don't bring other people's parents with you. Tang Qing said coldly. Fuck it. You three. Just watch me being beaten while you watch the show. But just as he finished speaking, 6 or 7 chefs rushed out of the kitchen, all holding weapons such as rolling pins and spoons. Li Jianguo was not stupid. If he dared to take a knife, it would be difficult. Even if Qin Yugong was on top, he couldn't be so arrogant to make trouble for him. Right? You, what are you going to do? I don't want to open a shabby restaurant. Seeing that there were many people and weapons on the other side, the leader felt a little lack of confidence for a moment. It's not up to you whether to open it or not. What do you do, and where do you work? Tang Qing said with a frown. Fuck you. Pa. Tang Qing slapped him again, flipping the leader to the ground, this time hitting the other face. Seeing the miserable state of the boss, the 3 younger brothers couldn't help but swallowed and didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that they would be slapped too. It was not because they were afraid of Tang Qing, but because they were afraid of those chefs. They beat people all day long, but who knows if they would come out with a knife from the kitchen if they were cornered. That was what they were most afraid of. They were not desperados, and there were many kinds of gangsters. You must be awake now. If you don't obey me, if you say that word again, you will slap me. Tang Qing said fiercely. Are you all dead? Come on. The leader got up again and covered his face, not daring to come forward. He said angrily to several of his subordinates. At this time, he had woken up from the wine, but his brain was indeed confused by the slap. Brother, there are more than a dozen of them with weapons. We will definitely not be able to fight them. Today they don't have any weapons. The police will probably come soon. It's not a good time to make things big today. A younger brother walked over and said with a wry smile. They were also riding a tiger, and they definitely couldn't fight in this situation. In addition, the other party might have called the police, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. You just wait for me. I want a restaurant to fail. Let's leave. The leader was also frightened by the 2 slaps. He thought that if a good man doesn't suffer the immediate consequences, he would call more people and ask the boss here to see how powerful he is. There's also this boy pretending to be a student. Let's see if I don't slap you to death. P.S. The 3rd chapter is finished today. Please recommend it. Just as the leader was about to turn around and leave, Tang Qing's cold voice sounded in his ears. Did I let you go? When the leader heard this, he immediately stopped. His slightly swollen face was distorted with anger, and it looked a bit scary. He said in a deep voice, What, little brat? Do you still want to keep us? I beat your people, and you also beat me. Our debt has been offset first. Do you still want to stir up trouble? No, you are nothing. I just want to ask again, what do you do, and where do you hang out? Tang Qing said with a faint smile. He did not dare to let the other party go without knowing the details of these people. Not to mention that Li Jianguo had already called the police. These people must go in and learn just to avoid being retaliated in the future and looking for someone. What was supposed to be a good dinner celebration was ruined by this man. In addition to the possible impact on the hotel's business, his words were no longer polite at all. Seeing that Tang Qing looked calm, he was not afraid of himself like a student at all, and he was still speaking so arrogantly. What do you mean you're not a problem? These words were completely meant to look down on the others, and they were not afraid of quarreling with each other. The leader couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that the other party knew a big boss on the road, or had a good background? In addition, his face was swollen, and he was a little awkward when speaking. He stuttered and said, We followed Brother Lang. Let me tell you, if you offend me, you will offend our Brother Lang. By then, there will be no place for you in Xinyan City. Your little shabby restaurant will be closed. Who is Brother Lang, and what does he do? Tang Qing asked with a frown. He didn't believe that there was still a large-scale underworld in the country. At most, it was just gangs involved in gangs, controlling some entertainment venues and some gray industries. He had never been around in his previous life, and he didn't know any brothers or bosses at all. Therefore, he was surprised that the opponent was so powerful that even Qingyan City could cover him. Although he was not afraid of offending such a person for nothing, it was still troublesome. Brother Lang doesn't even know him. He covers this whole area in the west of the city, the leader said with some pride. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't even know Brother Lang, he was relieved. According to Brother Lang's relationship network, everyone in the city, black and white, knows about it, but it's pretty much the same. After all, they control the entertainment venues, and the second generation in the city basically all know each other. Since Tang Qing doesn't know him, it can only be said that the other party is just a stupid young man. Tang Qing was speechless when he heard this. How dare a gangster leader from a small place be so arrogant and still protect Qingyan City? I really don't know where he got such confidence. Sooner or later, this kind of pig teammate will harm the so-called wolf brother. In Tang Qing's opinion, the main reason why gangsters do not end well is this group of good and bad young men, not those prohibited transactions. Why? First of all, these people are restless, courageous, and like to cause trouble. Secondly, if you cause trouble, do you, as the eldest brother, need to settle it? If it is not settled, the prestige will be lost, and the eldest brother without support is worthless. Then here comes the problem. You can deal with one thing, 10 things, or 100 things, and these things may be big or small. The small ones are illegal at most, and the big ones are direct crimes. Once you, the eldest brother, get involved, you can't escape unscathed. Then what? This group of gangsters causing trouble everywhere cause great dissatisfaction among the people. And there will come a time when these guys will offend someone they can't afford to offend. What to do then? Of course, I want to make you, the eldest brother, a role model. Who asked you to participate in so many things? So in Tang Qing's opinion, those so-called eldest brothers were basically killed by these younger brothers. But there is no way. Which serious person, talent, elite will follow you to copy society? They could only recruit this group of mobs and then be killed by them together. It was just a simple and crude scheme. In the past, people who entered the mixed society still had some talents. After all, there were few opportunities for advancement in society at that time, and there were many talented elites who had no place to go. But now that society has progressed, as long as you have the ability, this society cannot do without you. Who will live in the days of licking blood from the knife edge? Those who could be a gangster are restless and like to cause trouble. In Tang Qing's view, the history of the decline of gang-related forces is a history of the younger brothers cheating on their brothers. If you really think that the older brothers were killed by those banned transactions, then you are too naive. Oh, it's so boring. I can't make good money, so I have to do this kind of thing. What's your name? Tang Qing said after sighing. Firstly, he regretted that these people had hard work. Why didn't they find a good job and insisted on disturbing social order? Secondly, he also lamented the fate of this group of people in the future. Their families must worry about these careless children and unfilial sons. Everyone calls me Brother Hao. The leader raised his head and said proudly, as if it was such an honor. Brother Hao? Okay, you go and pay for these people's medicine and the damage to the hotel. Tang Qing said coldly. Brother Hao? Brother Alongho Hao? Well, it's really embarrassing for Brother Hao. He doesn't want to say anything to this bastard anymore. When Brother Hao heard that he had to pay, he immediately quit. They had always blackmailed others. How could he have been blackmailed? He was also beaten, and the other party didn't mention a word. It was so deceiving. Brother Hao was so angry that he said, You dare to ask me to pay. Are you sure you want my money? The two people who were beaten just now were so frightened by the ferocious eyes that they did not dare to speak. They looked at Brother Hao in fear. The customer who was beaten did not dare to fart while being supported by his girlfriend. Tang Qing looked at all this and hated it. But he also understood that a gangster was indeed very troublesome to ordinary bosses, but he could not change it. As for persuading them to change their ways, forget it. He had no obligation to do so. Of course I dare to ask for it. I hit someone to pay for medical expenses, and it also affected the business of the store. It's reasonable to ask for money from you. What? Do you want a default on the bill? Tang Qing my politely. At this time, he also saw the police car arriving. It was Officer Wong who took the lead last time. Now, he only needs to follow the normal procedures, and he no longer needs to worry. What's going on, you guys? What are you doing gathering here? Hey, rat, you're causing trouble again. Come back with me. As soon as Officer Wong entered the door, he pushed through the crowd and shouted. He was so angry when he received a report that there was a fight between gangsters. It was so late at night, and he couldn't let anyone stop. Rat? Tang Qing couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It was true. Interesting. Officer Wong, it's not me who caused the trouble. This guy put the soup on my face and burned me to death. I couldn't help it. And this guy hit someone. You see, I was hit on the face, and I'm still a little dizzy. I suspect I have a concussion. Oops, it's gone. I have a headache. I have to go to the hospital. I want to sue him. Brother Hao immediately complained when he saw the police coming. Since Tang Qing wants to play, he is also very angry. In this case, then find something for the other party to do, file a complaint first, discuss the other party, and still want medical expenses? Damn it, I can't trick you to death. When Officer Wong heard this, he became furious. He dared to call his name in public. This was just looking for trouble for himself. Especially when he saw Qin Yugong in the crowd. He almost frightened him out of his wits. The previous director fell into the hands of the gangsters who caused trouble in this restaurant. The new director often came here after taking over. They all knew that no matter what, these people must be taught a lesson, especially if they don't cause trouble for me. Headache? Damn it, I'm going to give you an even bigger headache later. Especially since the one who hit him was still a student, it was even more impossible for him to side with Brother Hao. He didn't want to mess around in front of the director. Xiao Lu, take these people back to me. Officer Wong, I am the victim, Officer Wong. Brother Hao said quickly, be honest, Officer Wong. He committed an offense just a few weeks after the last fight. If you don't give him a good education this time, you're not allowed to come out. Xiao Lu, take him away. Officer Wong said quickly, distancing himself first, lest the group of onlookers think that he is related to this group of gangsters. The people around were suddenly surprised when they heard this. It turned out that the criminals knew each other well and did not collude. Of course, there are many people who want to see the drama of collusion. It is a pity. The policemen didn't care about anything else. They grabbed a few gangsters and loaded them into the car. The sharp-eyed ones also noticed Qin Yugong behind the crowd, so of course they all had to show off. Seeing that there was nothing to watch, people had to eat. The couple and the waiter were also taken to the police station to record statements. As for Tang Qing, Qin Yugong stopped him. Director, I didn't expect you to eat here too. I'm really sorry for disturbing your enjoyment. Officer Wong walked to Qin Yugong and whispered, Xiao Wong, that's not true. I was eating on the second floor. The guy who beat up the gangster just now was my nephew. I saw it. He was the one who insulted people first. You enforce the law impartially. I will make up for the confession tomorrow. Qin Yugong said that he didn't want Tang Qing to record the confession at this time. Otherwise his wife would not blame him to death. Sometimes when facing his own relatives, he would have to treat him differently. This is human nature. Yes, I will educate them well when I go back. If they are not aware of their thoughts, I will not let them come out. Officer Wong quickly promised. It's just that a huge doubt has arisen in his mind at this time. Why does the director's nephew want to stand up for this restaurant? What's their relationship? Could it be? Officer Wong couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he thought of the reasons for the former director's downfall. Isn't it a game? He really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Such a result was too terrible. In order to cover up the shock and panic in his eyes, Officer Wong quickly lowered his head, but the huge waves in his heart could not be calmed down. Well, you can go back. You've worked hard over time, so do your best. Qin Yugong said with a smile. It's not hard work. Serve the people. When the time comes, I will ask them to bring over the damage caused by those gangsters. Oh no, I will bring it over myself. Officer Wong quickly changed his mood and said with a flattered expression. Of course, he was very excited to be recognized by the director. He had never shown it in front of Qin Yugong before. How can you see your ability if you don't hang around the leader? He has decided to go back and teach those gangsters a lesson. Otherwise, Qin Yugong will not be able to explain here. Thinking that the former director's downfall was a result, he didn't dare to play tricks on Qin Yugong. This ability to kill people invisible made him feel chilled from the bottom of his heart. Well, this is a matter between them and the merchant. Let them go and do your work. Qin Yugong waved his hand and said. He didn't know that Officer Wang in front of him had already guessed the outline of the last incident, but it didn't matter even if he knew it. When a matter reached this stage, he was not afraid of people's suspicion at all. Firstly, there was no evidence, and secondly, the facts were there. No one could deny this credit. So what if he did some small tricks? It's just harmless. This is how officialdom is. Everyone is a wolf. Are you accusing the wolf of eating meat? Are you kidding me? Yes, Director. I'll go back first. Officer Wang said. Kindness. P.S. Chapter 1. Thank you for the recommendation votes of Tian Tianlong in winter. I am your Uncle Zhang, and the lonely figure on the street corner. Brother Wang, I won't dare next time. You could just let us go this time. It's not too early now. You should go back and rest early. They have agreed to forgive me. Brother Hao said in the car with a smile on his face. They were sitting together with the couple. When Officer Wang was talking to Qin Yugong inside, he had already done some ideological work for these people. It was really ideological work. The other party didn't even dare to fart, which also increased his confidence. Asshole, I don't know you yet. You're trying to cause trouble for me. The one who beat you is a relative of our director. Our director is also watching on the scene. If I dare to let you go, the director will dare to exile me tomorrow. Please pay attention to me from now on. Don't provoke people from that restaurant. If you're caught by me because of the incident in that restaurant, I can only ask your brother Lang to discipline you. Officer Wang said harshly in Brother Hao's ear, although Qin Yugong didn't say how to deal with it just now, only that he would enforce the law impartially. Since it involves relatives of the director, this matter must be handled beautifully. Now Qin Yugong is a ruthless person in his eyes, the kind who kills without blood, and he no longer dares to disobey Qin Yugong's orders. Brother Hao's expression changed suddenly when he heard this. He didn't expect to hit the iron plate directly this time. It seemed that the beating was in vain. As for revenge? Haha. Once the other party seeks revenge, the other party will first think of themselves. With the other party's ability, he will directly find his eldest brother. No matter whether the other party has evidence or not, his eldest brother will not let him go. If he offends the director of this place, Brother Lang will definitely take care of him. Yes, we don't dare anymore. We must get a good education this time and never go to that store again. We will pay for their medical expenses and losses. He did not dare to talk about going out tonight. Even if Officer Wang let him go now, he would not dare to leave. Well, remember what you said. I'll ask someone to collect the money tomorrow, and I'll apologize properly later. Do you understand? Officer Wang said in a deep voice. Yes. Thank you, Brother Wang, for reminding us. Otherwise we would be in trouble again. Brother Hao quickly thanked him. Of course, both of them spoke very quietly, and there was music playing in the car, so no one else heard their conversation. After several people were taken away by the police, Tang Qing found out that his uncle had just witnessed the whole process, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He used to be a good boy at home, and it was a bit embarrassing to suddenly change into beating and threatening. After all, in his uncle's impression, he had never been in a fight before. Uncle, what just happened made you laugh? Tang Qing walked over and said sheepishly, You have really changed a lot during this period. You even dare to hit people. I won't say anything. That person should be beaten if he has a dirty mouth. However, Tang, don't be so impulsive next time. It's always wrong to hit people. There are many ways to solve the problem. Qin Yugong said seriously. He didn't expect his nephew to be so domineering just now. This really made him look at him differently. Of course, this look at him differently was a compliment. He was happy that Tang Qing had grown up. In his opinion, Tang Qing had no character in the past, but he heard that Tang Qing never fought. When he was bullied when he was a child, Lin Jiaxue went to avenge him. How could this work? A man needs a woman to protect him. So what kind of man is he? Now seeing Tang Qing's behavior just now, Qin Yugong felt very happy. Tang Qing finally had the courage to stand alone and have the backbone. He was also born in the military, and he hated the kind of weak scholar who would hide behind a woman when something happened. Although Qin Yugong was quite satisfied with Tang Qing's behavior just now, he still had to say this in order to prevent Tang Qing from being proud. Uncle, who told him to have a dirty mouth. Tang Qing became angry when he thought about it. If he could bear this, why was he still alive? Well, you hit well this time, but next time you should pay attention to the method. There are many things to pay attention to when hitting someone. If you hit someone in the wrong position on impulse, you will be really troublesome, especially the head. You are very strong. I have seen many strong criminals. In anger, many of them slap the opponent into a vegetative state or even had their necks broken. The head, please be careful, lest you fall behind the truth, as just now, a concussion could disgust someone to death. Qin Yugong warned that you should be careful not to slap people in the face when it comes to real fights. Brain problems are the most difficult to judge and deal with. Whether it is sentencing or evaluation of compensation, many of them are really irritating. Yes, Uncle, I will pay attention. By the way, Uncle, can you find me a policeman to teach me how to fight? Tang Qing really didn't expect that his uncle was not angry and said that he hit someone, but that he hit someone in the wrong position. But thinking about it, he will definitely be strong in the future. Thinking about the long road to Jean Locke, by then, in a fit of anger, he might even blow the opponent's head off if he exerts too much force. This is too bloody. No, you have to learn to control your strength in the future. Otherwise, it is not a good thing to cause a big disaster on impulse, and you will really be on the run. Why are you learning to fight? Qin Yugong asked with a frown. In the future, you won't suffer any loss from hitting or being hit. Even if you hit someone, you will know where to hit without causing trouble for yourself, right? Tang Qing said matter-of-factly. He originally planned to ask his uncle for help after unlocking it, but he never had time, but he can still squeeze in some time this week, so he can learn as much as he can. That's true. When do you want to learn? You are now the first in the grade, but I believe that your character will not be kicked out, and I'm not worried about your studies. I will find a coach for you. You go to him on Sunday. He will know how to do it. Qin Yugong said after thinking for a while. He also agreed with Tang Qing's point of view. If a man doesn't know any fighting skills, is he still a man? How can he protect the people around him if something happens? Do you want to just stare or give someone a head? Definitely not. Well, can you please trouble me on Sunday? Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, You think I will let you learn from an ordinary police officer? I will find you a master who is my comrade. He later became a special forces soldier, but I was screened out at that time. He did not work in the government after he retired, but opened a military supplies store. You go to him on Sunday, and I will make an agreement with him in advance. Qin Yugong smiled, and he admired this comrade when he thought about it. If the other party had not been injured in the mission, he would definitely still be serving, and he would be at least a school-level cadre now. It's just a pity. That's great, Special Forces. You must have been on the battlefield and killed the enemy, right? Tang Qing said with excitement. Special Forces are the weapon of the country. Although he has no idea of becoming a soldier, he respects the group of soldiers who protect their home and country, especially the Special Forces who are the best among them. I don't know about this. This is a state secret. You should be honest when the time comes and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, so as not to get into trouble. Qin Yugong said sternly. Strictly speaking, any enemy-killing mission is a state secret, and everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement. If Tang Qing asked, it would be a lot of trouble. The person he recommended was a staunch patriot who couldn't get rid of the dirt in his eyes. He didn't want Tang Qing to offend the other party by asking random questions. Oh, I know, I'm just talking, Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course he knew that these were secrets, and he was just talking. He had no interest in asking for state secrets, but he still asked a special soldier. Is he looking for trouble? Do you really think that the military's confidentiality regulations are just a decoration? This group of people is definitely strong enough in terms of quality and political awareness to be able to serve as special forces. Well, keep your mouth shut. Just go find him on Sunday. He has special equipment, and is a guy who can't take any time off. Qin Yugong said with a smile. Yes. Tang Qing nodded and said, and the two returned to the box. What's going on outside? Anne asked first when she saw the two of them. Just now Qin Yugong said to go take a look, so they were relieved. With Qin Yugong here, Tang Qing could not suffer any loss. Others also focused their attention on the two of them, especially Wang Yan. The concern in her eyes was undisguised. If Qin Yugong's attention hadn't been attracted by his aunt, Tang Qing would have screamed. It's nothing. A few people fought and were taken away by the police. Qin Yugong said as he walked. Oh, those bad guys should be taken away. Qin Shiqi echoed, and then continued to stuff things into her mouth. In this meal, Li Jiangguo showed his special skills and cooked every dish very seriously. Yes, our righteous comrade Qin Shiqi is right, Tang Qing said with a smile. When Wang Yin saw that everything was okay, she returned to her previous coldness. Seeing this, Tang Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was so dangerous that he almost betrayed the gang. That's right, Qin Shiqi said proudly. The meal took 2 hours to finish. A new week has begun, and a new journey has begun. December 17th, Friday afternoon. Tang Qing took half a day off today due to personal matters. Shamei didn't say anything. Although Tang Qing ranked first in age this week, she never slacked off in her studies and kept working hard. The teachers also noticed it. As for the private matters, she didn't ask much. As the first in grade, she still has this privilege. The conference room on the 3rd floor of Shangtang Clothing has an oblong conference table. Tang Qing is sitting at the main seat. On the left are Yang Kai and another vice president. On the right are Qi Yin, Lu Dasheng, and another deputy manager of the design department, who is also a beauty. The heads of other departments are sitting in sequence. Tang Qing found that Qi Yin's department hired basically all women this time, and the proportion of beauties was quite high. They even hired several studios directly, but there were only a few men, so the entire design department was very eye-catching. Looking at this young chairman, everyone below him felt a sense of disobedience, and Yang Kai was no exception. He always felt strange. After another week of preparations, the company has basically entered operational status. Each management team is familiar with its own business. The company's policies and plans have been prepared. Tang Qing ate lunch in the company. Now, the company also has a cafeteria. After all, for a company with more than 100 numbers, this is not a business district. It is not close to have a meal. A cafeteria must be set up. During the meal, Tang Qing and several people above the vice president carefully discussed the company's articles of association and development plan and revised several details. The purpose of this meeting is firstly to formally meet with everyone, and secondly to determine the company's system and development plan. P.S. Chapter 2. There is another chapter. It will be posted around 10 o'clock. I would like to thank the reader for their recommendation votes, such as Seabiscuit and Binking. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, welcome to the big family of Shangtang. Many of you know me because I have interviewed you with Mr. Yang, and some of you have never met me. That is because I have something to do later, and Mr. Yang and Mr. Qi are in charge of the recruitment. Then let me introduce myself again. My name is Tang Qing. I am 17 years old, and I am still a senior in high school. Many people will definitely think that I'm still young and immature and feel that my future is bleak, but I have to join this big family in order to survive. I can understand this, ha 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 ha. After speaking, Tang Qing paused and glanced around. Some of them lowered their heads. Tang Qing smiled lightly and didn't think anything was wrong. It was normal. Everyone was confident in themselves, which was strange. I'm a straightforward person. I don't like beating around the bush, and I don't like people who procrastinate when doing things. So I hope we can cooperate well in the future, and even if some people don't believe me, they have to believe that our Mr. Yang does not. What everyone has in their hands now is the company's charter and development plan, because everyone will be around these two things for a long time, and many people have even participated in the production of these two materials. Therefore, the first topic today is whether you have any questions or difficulties about these two documents. I don't want anyone to ask me what's wrong here or what's wrong there after this meeting. I just need to know whether you can complete the company's goals as planned and give everyone 20 minutes to take a good look at their respective departments, especially the sales, production, and design departments. After Tang Qing finished speaking, everyone hurriedly looked through the information, except for a few vice presidents who had already understood the content. Qian was still spinning, and Tang Qing didn't say anything about it because he was also spinning, even faster than Qian. Of course, the company's articles of association are not only about the company's daily routines, such as clocking in for work, but also include a lot of systems such as future channels, sales, production, design, personnel, finance, and store management personnel ranks, and task reward and punishment divisions. It's so old. Otherwise, how could a reward and punishment system for clocking in late be proposed at this meeting? It's just a piece of notice. Okay, it's almost time. Do you have any questions? Tang Qing said when he saw that the time was up. No one answered. Although this plan was submitted by Yang Kai, various departments must have participated. Many of them have been discussed internally. There's basically no doubt. As soon as the investment promised by Tang Qing is in place, everyone can get started. Okay, since everyone has no doubts, let's move on to the next topic. This meeting lasted for 3 hours before it ended. Finally, all the work for the year before was arranged. If there is nothing major, Tang Qing only needs to come back to hold a company annual meeting before the Spring Festival holiday and invite all employees to have a meal and meet before the Spring Festival holiday. December 21st, Sunday, 9 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, Tang Qing followed his uncle's instructions and found this military supplies store. The location was very good, just 2 blocks away from Lin Jiaxue's store. Tang Qing really didn't know that his uncle had such a comrade in his previous life. His name was Han Lung. He remembered it well. I guess the boss was too lazy to remember the name, so he simply called the store Han Lung's military supplies store. Tang Qing could only comment on this name in one word: frustrated. Looking at Tang Qing from the outside, he found that the shop was quite small, at least 200 square meters. Since it was morning and had just opened, there was only one young man mopping the floor. Tang Qing walked straight in. "Hello, what do you want to buy?" The cleaning man with glasses came over and said enthusiastically as soon as he entered the door. Looking at the hopeful look in his eyes, Tang Qing could only say sorry. He would not buy these things, and they were of no use. His body did not need exercise, a body modified by origin qi. As long as it eats enough energy, it would be impossible to degrade without exercise, and it would always be in the best condition. This has also led to the fact that 3 hours of sleep a day is enough for Tang Qing now. As for what Tang Qing does with the extra time, of course, he would read and study. When he got tired of studying, he would just sit around and plan for the future. Now he had a lot of things to worry about. "Sorry, I don't want to buy anything. I'm looking for Uncle Han and made an appointment with him." "Oh, that's it. Just wait a moment. The boss is inside. I'll call you." The man with glasses was a little disappointed when he heard that he was looking for the boss. "Okay, I'll excuse you." Tang Qing thanked him. After a while, the man with glasses let a tall and strong man out. Tang Qing couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is not an American blockbuster. Aren't the domestic special forces quite capable? Is there such a sturdy man? However, although I was surprised, I couldn't lose etiquette. Tang Qing hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Are you Uncle Han?" "I am Han Lung, and you are Xiao Tang." "Yes, you are a talented person. I heard your uncle said that you ranked first in grade this time. It's really good. Come on, learn well, and build our country." Han Lung praised. Originally, he had no interest in teaching students, but Qin Yugong said that his nephew was the first in the grade and wanted to learn something for self-defense, so he agreed. Otherwise, if a student didn't study hard and came to learn to fight, wouldn't this be a mistake? It was impossible for him to agree. Not to mention, although Han Lung is a little stronger and standing there expressionless is a bit scary, but when he smiles, it makes people feel like a spring breeze. It is really a huge contrast. "Uncle Han, thank you." As soon as Uncle Han came out, I felt a domineering force rushing towards me. Tang Qing said modestly, "Haha, young man, do you know what domineering means?" Han Lung laughed loudly upon hearing this. "I don't know. Anyway, I just feel something about my uncle. Well, it can't be murderous, right? Tang Qing couldn't help joking, but as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Qing felt that it might be the case. With the origin Qi, his senses were also unusually sensitive. Only then did he realize that there was a faint and dangerous aura hidden under this domineering aura. This should be murderous aura, right? Tang Qing guessed. Ha! The young man has watched too much TV. How could he have murderous intent? Han said with a sneer. He would not admit that it was murderous intent. Besides, how could a student feel murderous intent? He only thought that Tang Qing was saying it to compliment him. Well, that's true. Tang Qing touched his nose and said, but he was even more sure in his heart that this dangerous aura was definitely murderous. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel in danger. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I didn't expect that the other party had actually killed the enemy. I couldn't help but admire him. No matter who the other party was, he must be an enemy of the country, so he killed well. Okay, Xiao Su, you look at the store. Xiao Tang and I will go to the back. Han Lung turned to the man with glasses and said to him. Only then did Tang Qing know that the man with glasses was named Su. Okay, boss. The man with glasses agreed. After saying that, Han Lung took Tang Qing to the back of the shop. This was a house that was not too big, but not too small. It was built behind a shop facing the street. It was about 100 square meters and had a lot of exercise equipment. As soon as he entered the door, Han Lung asked Tang Qing directly, Xiao Tang, what do you want to learn? Capture and fighting. Tang Qing blurted out, do you know what grappling is and want to learn it? Han sneered, I don't know, as long as you can fight and win. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, anyway, he heard this word a lot. As for the content, of course he has to be taught by a teacher, but he doesn't know. Are you learning this to fight? Han Lung said with a cold expression. He didn't want Tang Qing to learn this to bully others. No, you misunderstood. I was just trying to protect myself. I also learned to control my strength, so as not to break someone. Tang Qing waved his hands quickly and said he was not interested in fighting, not in the past life, nor in this life. Why? He's already the boss, so he can fight in person, so what a fool. He was purely trying to learn to control his strength and understand the weak parts of the human body so as not to kill someone. And I can't hope that I won't meet someone who wants to harm me in the future. Haha, broken. You have small arms and legs, so you should practice your strength and physical fitness first, right? Han Lung looked at Tang Qing playfully and said, seeing that Tang Qing had small arms and thin legs, he still wanted to hit the bad guy, unless it was a vital point. However, Tang Qing was wearing clothes at this time. If Tang Qing took off his clothes and exposed his six-pack abs, he would not think so. Those kind of abdominal muscles cannot be skinned, and it is impossible without hard training. Well, I think I can just learn to fight, forget about strength and physical fitness, and I feel like I'm quite strong. Tang Qing said weakly, how can you hit someone if you don't practice your strength? Although it is for self-protection, there is no point in protecting yourself if you can't defeat the enemy. In this way, if you can beat this sandbag to a swing of more than 20 degrees, you don't need to practice physical fitness. Han Lung said sternly. What he said was true. The prerequisite for self-protection is that you can beat the opponent. Isn't it possible to learn beating techniques? He doesn't teach them here. As for this request, it was actually a bit embarrassing for Tang Qing. He could only hit 40 degrees on the sandbag. After all, he was physically strong and had innate advantages. It was a bit difficult for an ordinary soldier who had trained for 2 years to hit 30 degrees. And this sandbag is not a standard sandbag. He made it himself. It is not made of leather, but several layers of dense linen. It is filled with sorghum and weighs hundreds of kilograms. Most people can push it and carry it and run. However, if you want to attack with fist strength alone, it is more difficult to shake. After all, you can carry 100 kilograms of rice, but you could try to kick it with your feet. If you can move 10 centimeters, you are strong. Then let me try. Tang Qing rolled up his sleeves and clothes and looked eager to try. He didn't want to waste precious time on physical training. As for 20 degrees, in his opinion, it was not difficult. You must go all out. Han Lung reminded that only by understanding Tang Qing's qualities in all aspects can he teach him what is wrong. At the same time, he also wanted Tang Qing to know that the sky is high and the sky is high. Really go all out. Tang Qing said suspiciously. He didn't know the limit of his punch power now, but it was definitely terrifying. A few days ago, when he was bored on the way home, he tried hitting the bricks on the roadside. With all his strength, he punched the bricks to pieces. The skin on his hand was not broken, but there was only a slight pain, but the pain disappeared after a while. He was frightened at that time. If he hit someone, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. P.S. Chapter 3 is here. Please recommend it. Dear readers. Also, I just changed the introduction to this book. If you haven't read it, you can check it out, because I feel that the two previous introductions were weak and not attractive at all. I'm also very dissatisfied. And this introduction also represents the main plot and core content of the book. From now on, let us use a whip to whip the whole world into demanding accounts. Han Lung felt a little funny when he heard it. Why don't you use all your strength to test your strength? He only thought that Tang Qing's reading was a bit rigid. Han Lung said matter-of-factly, "Of course, use all your strength." "Okay, let me try. I haven't really used all my strength yet." Tang Qing said with a solemn expression on his face, then moved his right foot back a step, watched what he learned on TV, shifted his weight to the right, clenched his fists, and opened his stance. He planned to use both his waist and leg strength. The last time he hit bricks, he just punched the bricks on the ground. He didn't use much waist and leg strength. This time, he also planned to test how powerful he could hit with all his strength. Without making any shouts, Tang Qing pushed hard with his right foot. The force was transmitted to his waist, then to his arms, and finally to his fists. At this time, Tang Qing felt his whole body heat up, and a feeling of no one else arose in his heart. Bang! A muffled sound echoed throughout the room. After all, it was not made of leather and did not make such a loud sound, but this sound was like thunder to Han Lung's ears, lingering in his ears for a long time. Because he couldn't even produce this voice. Only Tang Qing could vaguely hear the sound of the bag tearing inside. It's really penetrated. It was penetrated, punctured, weared. Han Lung stared at Tang Qing's hand that was still stuck in the sandbag. He couldn't react at the moment. What a joke. Of course he knew how strong the sandbag he made was. It took him a year to wear out 2 layers of linen, and there were still 6 layers inside that had not been replaced. Was he penetrated by Tang Qing like this? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? Tang Qing was also a little frightened. This was a sandbag, specially made for others to hit, but it was punched through by me. I got a big cross. This is unscientific. The limits of the human body are not that high. Tang Qing couldn't help but ask the system, "System, what's going on? How can I break through this? It's unscientific, breaking bricks Thaxin. After all, bricks are relatively brittle, and the material of sintered red bricks is loose, with many pores, and its strength is not too high." He was just surprised at the time. After all, there were many people who could break bricks and iron pieces with bare hands in the news. But this sandbag is not a brittle thing. It is soft and will deform under force to offset your strength. Even if you call the boxing champion over, it is still unclear whether you can break through this kind of sandbag. Host, although source chi is energy, it is energy that can be controlled by the host and can interact with external substances. When the host's thoughts are concentrated, part of the energy will leave the body according to the host's thoughts. The system replied, You mean that origin chi can be emitted outside the body and affect matter? For example, this is equivalent to the function of breaking armor. Tang Qing asked, "Yes, host." The system replied. After hearing this, Tang Qing thought about it. It can strengthen the body, and it can be released from the body without any fuss. Then he asked, "Then can I penetrate this bag without using source energy?" Data collection. Return to the host, no. The system said, "Then how can I control the origin chi without using it?" This is what Tang Qing is most concerned about. Uncontrollable energy is simply a time bomb. You just need to recite it silently in your heart. The control of the source energy value is rooted in the soul. If you don't want to use it, you only need to recite it silently and issue the command. If you want to use it, just recite it silently. The system replied. Tang Qing also understood after hearing this. It was not his own punching power that penetrated the sandbag, but the armor-piercing function of origin qi that had been developed. Tang Qing came to his senses and saw that Han Lung was still in a daze. So he slowly pulled out his arm, but he didn't dare to finish it, lest the sorghum inside would spill on the ground. Uncle Han, this bag of yours is a bit weak and has a hole in it. Why don't you take it off first to avoid getting it everywhere? Tang Qing said. Han Lung came to his senses after hearing this. He also believed Tang Qing's words that there was indeed something wrong with the bag. He did not believe that Tang Qing had such great strength. Even the king of soldiers in the army could not penetrate the bag, let alone him. This was not a novel. He also knew some martial arts masters, but those martial arts masters were only unique in their skills, but they did not have the ability to break mountains and crack rocks. At the beginning, he had always expected to see some martial arts master's internal strength when he joined the army. But after serving for more than 10 years, he had never seen anyone, even the so-called internal strength, and the country did not have any dragon groups. He was disappointed for a long time. After all, as a soldier, he has a pursuit of strength that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Oh, this sandbag may be broken. You can try hitting this one again. Han Lung took off the punched sandbag and pointed at the other sandbag next to him. There are two identical sandbags in this room, mainly because sometimes friends or comrades come to play together. Tang Qing took out his arm, wiped the sorghum on his hand, and came to another sandbag. Still the same posture. Say silently in your mind not to use source energy. Bang! The sound was almost as loud as before, but this time it didn't penetrate the sandbag. But the entire sandbag was beaten to over 50 degrees, which made Han Lung on the side dumbfounded again. This punch was even more shocking than the one that Tang Qing had punched through just now. After all, there might have been a problem with the quality of the bag just now, but this time it was a real punch that almost made it fly. It seems that there was indeed something wrong with the bag just now. After all, he is a person who has received professional training, and his psychological quality is definitely not bad. He must not relax at all when killing enemies on the battlefield. Even if his comrades suddenly die next to him, he must remain calm and composed. Han Lung took a deep breath, and his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Found a treasure. This was the only thought in his mind. It was not easy for such a good seedling to surpass him. Moreover, the opponent was still so young and had huge room for growth. He couldn't help but wonder how there could be so much power hidden in those little arms and legs. You don't need to practice strength. What you really need to practice is to control strength. Otherwise, most people will really be beaten to death. Han Lung said in a slightly strange voice. To be honest, with Tang Qing's strength, Han Lung had only met a few in the army, all of whom were first-level perverts, treasures of the country, myths on the battlefield, and top 3 finishers in various competitions. Yes, I think so too. That's why I want to learn fighting techniques so that I could defeat the opponent in other ways instead of punching to the flesh. That would be too dangerous, Tang Qing said with a look of approval. At this time, he was really a little scared. In the past, he thought that the most he could do was maim or beat someone to death. But now if he used origin qi, he could not only maim or beat him to death, but also penetrate him. It was so bloody that he didn't dare to think about it. But this is only the first level. What kind of being would a pervert at level 90 or above be? He could tear iron and steel apart, right? You are indeed too dangerous. Have you been like this since you were a child? Han Lung asked curiously. Qin Yugong only said that his nephew was good at studying, but he didn't say that he was very strong. And this was not just ordinary. He was almost unbelievable. This, more or less, I haven't shown it yet, and I don't even dare to fight. Otherwise, I won't be able to control myself. Don't tell my uncle, Tang Qing lied. He thought this explanation was perfect. Even if his uncle knew about it in the future, he wouldn't find it unacceptable. After all, he had always been bullied before, and he suddenly became so powerful that he always needed a reasonable explanation. Okay, just follow me and learn to fight. Once you have the strength, the first thing you have to learn is how to hurt less people. How to hit, where to hit, how much force to use. Injure but not maim or kill. The main purpose of our fighting is to subdue the opponent unless it is a life and death fight. We need the opponent to live. So your first lesson is to read a book. Han Long pondered for a while and said, "It is better to study the theory of fighting first. You can't kill a few people before you know where not to fight." After saying that, Han Long took out a book on human anatomy from the cabinet in the room and handed it over and said, "Xiao Tang, here, this is human anatomy. The first thing you have to remember is the position of each organ of a human body, the structure of the human body, and understand some weak parts that can easily lead to death and disability. You must be careful with these parts." Han Long didn't say much. He just told Tang Qing what he needed to pay attention to when reading this book. After all, Tang Qing had read at least 300 pages of this book. It was not easy to finish it. It also covered the principles of various organs of a human body, anatomical diagrams, and the identification methods of some common diseases. It was very complicated. Who knows what the person who published the book thought? It was like a hodgepodge, but I guess a book that even Han Long could collect must be of great value. "Okay, Xiao Tang, take your time and watch. You brat broke my sandbag. I'll replace it with a new one." After saying that, Han Long took a bucket and put the sorghum in the sandbag into it. Looking at the big fist holes, Han Long became more and more satisfied with it. He couldn't help but plan how to trick Tang Qing into going to the military academy. In his opinion, such talents must be recommended to the country. Tang Qing spent the whole morning reading. Thanks to several missions, his energy level increased a lot and his memory became much stronger. Originally, Tang Qing only planned to read the part that Han Long said, but as he watched, he became interested in other content. At this time, he suddenly discovered that knowledge is really a wonderful thing, which makes people want to stop. We had lunch at Han Long's place at noon, which was brought here by Han Long's wife. Han Long's 8-year-old son was also here. Seeing the happy family, Tang Qing was also very happy. "Uncle Han, I'll take this book back and read it. I'll come back next week." After lunch, Tang Qing said to Han Long. Seeing that Han Long couldn't teach him practical skills today, Tang Qing didn't stay much longer. He just read the book. It would be the same when he went home. He also wanted to go to Lin Jiashue's place during the weekend. "Okay, you can take this book back and read it. I will give you a good test next time. If you fail, continue reading. If you pass, I will start teaching you practical skills." Han Long thought about it. It is the same wherever he reads it. It seems that Tang Qing is not a half-hearted person. He is also a top student and will definitely read the book seriously. "Okay, no problem," Tang Qing said excitedly. Tang Qing spent the entire afternoon fulfilling the last agreement, going shopping with Lin Jiashue, and bought a lot of clothes. In the end, he still spent about 5,000 yuan. He had no choice but to see Lin Jiashue's distressed look on his face. Tang Qing couldn't help but compromise. Just be happy. P.S. For the first chapter, thank you to reader Yen Lingfeng for his recommendation votes last time. Winter is really cold. I miss you, Xiaolu. And 1047. The book has nearly 300,000 words in a flash, and it will be on the shelves in a few days. The collection is not very large. Alas, it is so distressing. However, I will continue to keep 3 updates from this week to Saturday. I will never break my promise. Even if I miss a day, I will make up for it the next day. After that, I should resume 2 updates. The 3rd update is a bit too tiring, and I can't bear it. We will see the results then. Maybe the update rules will be different after it is released. As for some recommendation votes. In the next week, in addition to studying for the exam, Tang Qing devoted himself to the book Han Long gave him. This was a no-name book that the publisher didn't even have. Tang Qing didn't want to say anything. But not to mention, it is worthy of being recommended by professionals. The more Tang Qing reads it, the more interesting it becomes. Sometimes he reads some knowledge points that may be used in the future over and over again until he memorizes them. With Tang Qing's efforts and only 3 hours of sleep a day, he finished reading this book in a week. Of course, it is impossible to memorize them backwards and forwards, but most of them are impressive, and his memory curve seems to have changed. Generally speaking, the longer time passes, the less solid the memory will be, and it needs to be strengthened every once in a while. But Tang Qing found that as long as his mind could memorize it before, he would never forget it no matter how long it took. It would still be as clear as ever. The reason why Tang Qing could only attribute it to this was one of the benefits of his body being transformed by origin qi. Just yesterday, on Friday, Shengtang's Taobao online store was also launched. Of course, there wasn't much in it. It was mainly opened first so that the company's e-commerce department could get familiar with the online transaction rules and procedures. In addition, many of the people engaged in clothing design are qualified artists, and the style of the entire website is made somewhat cute by these beauties with obsessive-compulsive disorder. This is definitely unique among all Taobao stores. It's just that there are relatively few products in the store, only a dozen or so, and they're not uniform styles, but freely customized styles. However, Taobao does not yet provide this function, so it mainly relies on customer service. Tang Qing plans to build an official website next year and recruit people to design the customization program. This is Tang Qing's attempt to provide private customization and free matching services, which will also be one of the main businesses of Shengtang Clothing in the future. His goal is not to position Shengtang in low-end clothing manufacturing, but in the mid to high-end. Models like Zara will be one of Shengtang's businesses in the future. There's a term called precision fashion. Well, Tang Qing also remembers this term. After all, he was a layman in his previous life and has not changed after his rebirth. As for whether it will succeed in the end, he thinks it will work. Why? Because we have money. It's like a photo I saw in a previous life. Write these two sentences on a huge billboard next to the highway. The first sentence, why should I advertise this? Second sentence, because I am rich. There's nothing else. No one knows what kind of advertisement. It is just so arrogant. Of course, this is just a joke. Limited edition, customization, high-end, and mid-range are the four directions of Shengtang in the future, and each direction will have its own separate brand name. However, this is a long-term plan. At least in the short term, it will not be involved in the high-end field on a large scale. The Taobao store is just an attempt. Tang Qing had heard a big man's description of the manufacturing industry in his previous life, and he thought it made sense. What is the biggest feature of the handicraft era? Custom-made. What is the biggest feature of the industrial age? Large scale. What is the biggest feature of the post-industrial era? Mass customization. Tang Qing, who was studying management at the time, had only one feeling when he heard this: awesome, insightful, and divine. These few sentences perfectly explained the development direction and solution of the future manufacturing industry. In his opinion, the industrial upgrading of future generations will ultimately serve this goal, and it is also the broadest way out that the combination of the internet and physical industries will create. Therefore, at the beginning of its establishment, he was ready to let Shengtang embark on this path. Mass customization, using capital and strength to carve a bloody path in the Red Sea of clothing. What you have to do is to do your best. People still have to have dreams. So what if that's a little delusional? After all, what if it comes true? You say so. December 25th, Saturday today, was his aunt's birthday, and Lin Jiashue's family was coming in the evening. Tang Qing did not go home directly after school, but went straight to the vegetable market. He had agreed with his aunt at noon that he would cook dinner and told her not to buy anything and that he would take care of it himself. When Tang Qing came to the vegetable market, he naturally bought a lot. Well, there were just some chicken, duck, fish, and crabs that he could cook. If he couldn't cook, he would buy cooked food and cold dishes, as well as the big cake that he had ordered at noon. Tang Qing knew that his two cousins liked cakes very much, and they could eat this kind of sweet food as a meal, so he bought an extra-large one this time. The cake boss delivered it to his door, otherwise Tang Qing wouldn't be able to hold it, and he would be afraid of breaking it. Yeah, brother, this cake is so big. Sister, come and see. Brother bought a big cake, enough for us to eat for a few days. As soon as he entered the door, his cousin was attracted by the 3-layer cake and quickly called his sister out to see it. Qin Shiu also quickly walked out of his room and looked at the cake, his eyes lit up. Two foodies. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. Sweets are really a huge temptation for girls. Even Qin Shiyu, who has always been light-tempered, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Seeing Qin Shiyu's big eyes looking at the cake, Tang Qing felt it was so cute. At this time, my uncle and aunt were also watching TV on the sofa. They turned around and looked at the huge cake. My aunt couldn't help but feel distressed. Tang, what a waste of such a big cake. Can we finish it? It's okay. I've finished eating. I have such a big appetite. If not, I'll give it to my sisters. They also like to eat. Tang Qing smiled. Since he went to college in his previous life, the number of meetings with his aunt and cousins has dropped sharply, and it is rare to see them more than a few times a year. Every time he goes back to his aunt's place, he will buy a big cake for his two sisters. The two of them, who don't have much appetite, have no resistance to cakes and can eat them every meal. But since the two sisters were admitted to college one after another, they met less often. At first, both sisters were there, but gradually only Qin Shiyu was left. Then they both went to school and worked, and only the aunt and uncle were left. Thinking of this, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little sad. This group of his beloved relatives will see each other less and less in the future, and he really can't stand it. But this life is better. Firstly, Lin Jiashua's car accident has not happened, and he will not escape here. Secondly, he has money, so he can go wherever he wants and see whoever he wants. It's great to have money. Qin Shiqi took the cake from the cake shop owner and carefully placed it on the dining table. She couldn't stop looking at it, but she couldn't stop smiling on her pretty face. Seeing their daughter's foodie behavior, their aunt and uncle were also helpless. Chi-Chi, you can eat it later. Just look at it and see if it can make a difference. Just eat it. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiqi felt no embarrassment at all and reluctantly left the table and said, "Oh, by the way, Mom, when will Sister Joshua and the others come?" The phone said it's almost time. There's still half an hour. They've closed the shop and have to go back to tidy up. Tang, do you want to help? Said the aunt. No, you don't have to do anything for this little thing today. Shiqi, come and help. Tang Qing said with a smile. Seeing Qin Shiqi's foodie appearance, Tang Qing couldn't help but grab her for sex. Ah, you still need my help. Qin Shiqi pouted. Seeing her mother looking at her, she didn't dare to refuse, but then she rolled her eyes and said, Sister, come and help my brother. I know you've finished your homework. Ha ha. Seeing the resentment on Qin Shiyu's face, Qin Shiqi didn't care at all and directly pulled her sister out to help her. After a while, Lin Jiashua's family also came, bringing some fruits and some seasonings from the store. Lin's mother also bought a dress for her aunt. Hello, Aunt. Happy birthday. Hello, Uncle. Lin Jiashua said in her usual gentle tone as soon as she entered the door. The names of the two families had already been synchronized, so she didn't find it strange. Jiashua, come and show your aunt. I haven't seen you for a long time. You're still so beautiful. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, come and sit down. Annie was so happy when she saw Lin Jiashua. After receiving the gift, she quickly pulled her to her side and sat down, holding hands. Father Lin chatted with his uncle. No way. Aunt still looks so young. Where's Tang? Lin Jiashua chuckled. He and Shiyu are cooking in the house. They are cooking with the fumes coming out, and the door is closed. He said he won't let me do it until I die, so he wants to show off his skills. Annie said with a smile. Haha, okay, then let me help. Lin Jiashua said quickly when she heard this. In her concept, cooking is a woman's job. When she heard that Tang Qing was cooking, she couldn't help but want to help. You? Okay, you go and have a look. You two chat. Your mother and I chat with them. Annie was originally going to say that you are a guest and should rest, but obviously it is not appropriate to say this. We are a family, and the guests will be ignored regardless of what they say. Since the young couple wants to get tired of being together, she can't stop it. Yes. After Lin Jiashua said this, she stood up, walked to the kitchen, and opened the door. As soon as I opened it, a strong smell of chili rushed out, but Lin Jiashua also cooked a lot, so she didn't feel too uncomfortable. Sister Jiashua, you're here. Qin Shiyu, who was peeling garlic at the door, immediately saw Lin Jiashua, saying happily, but with that light tone, If there was no expression, she would think that the two of them were strangers. Well, two women with gentle temperaments are really interesting. Qin Shiqi was not in the kitchen. She just found that there was almost no salt at home, so she volunteered to go out and buy it. She took Tang Qing 100 yuan. Tang Qing knew that the 100 yuan must be gone forever, but why would he care about this thing? She would definitely use the money to buy snacks for herself and Qin Shiyu. Sister Shiyu, you go and rest. I'll help Tang Tang. Lin Jiaxue smiled softly. Okay, let's talk. After saying this, Qin Shiyu didn't want to be a light bulb and gave Lin Jiaxue the garlic in her hand. P.S. Chapter 2. Sorry for the late posting. Thank you to readers Kong Naik, Wang Wenheoj, and Yindi for their recommendation votes. Thank you. The third chapter should be quite late, probably around 11 o'clock. I can't help it. These two chapters are difficult to write, but I like the content very much, and I hope everyone will like it. You're here. Yes. Lin Jiaxue glanced at Tang Qing with a smile, said softly, then turned around and skillfully peeled the garlic in her hand. Today Lin Jiaxue is wearing the clothes and shoes that Tang Qing bought for her last weekend, as well as some cheap jewelry. There is no way. Girls have no resistance to these shiny and colorful things. Lin Jiaxue is not interested in gold and silver at all, but she has a soft spot for creative trinkets. Thinking about it, gold and silver jewelry is not very beautiful, to be honest. In Tang Qing's opinion, a gold chain is no more beautiful than a $10 glass jewelry. There's really no point in showing off that thing. At that time, I saw Lin Jiaxue like them on the street, so I bought a lot of them for Lin Jiaxue. I couldn't help it. There are many kinds of these things. Lin Jiaxue chose and chose, looked at and looked at them. In the end, Tang Qing just bought everything Lin Jiaxue touched. It cost nearly 500 yuan. With so many trinkets, she could wear them for a month if she changed one every day. Last time, Qin Shiqi was clamoring to go to Lin Jiaxue's place to play, but never took her there, so she bought a lot of gadgets like this for Qin Shiqi last weekend to make her give up. Of course, Qin Shiyu also had share. However, they were not allowed to wear any jewelry in school, so they could only wear it at home for fun. The first thing Qin Shiqi did every time she came home was to put it on and look in the mirror. She couldn't wear enough for herself, so she had to play matching games for her sister to wear it too. She wasn't allowed to take it off before going to bed. Looking at Qin Shiyu's helpless expression, Tang Qing really didn't understand the psychology of her older cousin. Is there a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Although her aunt scolded her every time, Qin Shiqi still went her own way and had fun. However, girls love beauty, so how can they listen to what they say? Seeing that Lin Jiaxue had finished peeling, Tang Qing took another garlic and handed it over without any courtesy. Jiaxue, peel some more and put more in this chicken. Okay. Lin Jiaxue took the garlic and said, all the warmth is in words. There is no need for so many greetings, and there is no need for so many words. As long as you are by my side, the whole kitchen is filled with a light warmth. But at this moment, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open, startling the two of them. Qin Shiqi rushed in and said excitedly, Sister Jiaxue, here you are, brother. Let me give you salt then. Tang Qing immediately took the bag of salt instinctively, as if he had practiced it countless times with smooth movements. Looking at the small bag of salt in his hand, which was only a penny, it should be the smallest bag in the store, Tang Qing was speechless for a while. This sister is also amazing. Well, Tang Qing can even imagine that Qin Shiqi hesitated for a while between that one piece of salt and two pieces of salt, made countless excuses, and finally chose this one piece of salt with peace of mind. Haha, little money fan. Well, Sister Shiqi, you are getting more and more beautiful. Lin Jiaxue chuckled softly. This is not a compliment. Although she is only 15 years old, her height and appearance are already very outstanding. Tang Qing remembers that Qin Shiqi will become more and more beautiful in the future and will never lose to those beautiful celebrities. Of course, those only include so many. From Tang Qing's aesthetic point of view, among the movie stars who were active on the screen in later generations, including Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, there are no more than 2 hands who are really good-looking. Only talents like Jing Tian and Liu Yifei are within the scope recognized by Tang Qing. The others can only be said to be good-looking. As for the second cousin, she has been developing into a cute type, with a face that is a bit baby fat. Later, when the 2 sisters met, Qin Shiqi pinched and played with her in various ways. No way. She is not as beautiful as sister. Joshua. Alas, you're so cheap, brother. It took you several lifetimes to cultivate your luck. Qin Shiqi started teasing Tang Qing again. You. What do you mean you are taking advantage of me? Get out of here. We don't need you here. Tang Qing said angrily, and the good warmth and anger were destroyed. Although he also knew that this kind of struggle was in vain, the eldest cousin seemed to like to suppress all kinds of dissatisfaction, and he had never won. TCH, you think I want to be here? Here, peel it off yourself, Sister Joshua. I'll take you to see the new clothes I bought yesterday. Ignore this bad brother. I asked him to take me to your place several times without taking it with him. And Qin Shiqi took the garlic from Lin Joshua's hand and stuffed it into Tang Qing's hand. She took Lin Joshua's hand and walked out. She kept scolding Tang Qing and couldn't stop at all. Lin Joshua could only give Tang Qing a faint apologetic look and then left. Looking at the garlic in his hand, Tang Qing felt helpless. Of course, he was not dissatisfied. The other party was his wife and sister. There was no dissatisfaction. It was just that the warm atmosphere was ruined and he was a little disappointed. But that was fine. He didn't want Lin Joshua to stay in the kitchen full of oil smoke. Qin Shiyu outside saw that her sister was blatantly giving up her job, and she obediently ran in to help. Woo! This cousin is so considerate. What a pity. Tang Qing really hopes to have a sister, but there is no way. It is not something he can decide. After working for more than 10 minutes, the last dish was finally ready. Start eating. After a few toasts, we got down to business. When Qin Shiqi saw that it was time to eat, she couldn't help but use her chopsticks first and put a chicken leg in her bowl without any courtesy. Well, brother, this is delicious. Come on, Mom, I'll give you this chicken drumstick. Oh, what should I do? If you go to college in the future, it will be hard for me to eat it. Why is it so difficult? You can go to the same place as me when the time comes. Tang Qing said with a smile. In his previous life, he remembered that Qin Shiqi also got into the Magic City, but he forgot which school. That's true. Brother, where are you going to take the exam? Qin Shiqi's eyes lit up, and she said suddenly, I'm going to take the Fudan entrance examination in Shanghai. Tang Qing said after taking a bite of fish. What? What? These two sounds were made by Aunt and Qin Shiqi. As for Lin Jiaxue, she just looked at Tang Qing in surprise. Well, it's hard to surprise her. Brother, why did you remember where to take the exam? Seeing that you studied so hard and got first place in the exam, I thought it was a university in the capital. Qin Shiqi asked, sucking her chopsticks. What's so good about the capital? There are many rules under the emperor's feet, and the Magic City is not bad. Tang, come on. Take the exam well. I believe you. The aunt said she really didn't want Tang Qing to take the exam in the capital. After all, it was too far away from home, and the Magic City was much closer. Plus, she knew that Tang Qing was not planning to pursue an official career, so there was no need to go to the capital to build connections. Where Joshua? Where are you going to take the exam? You brat, if you want to take the exam, you have to take the exam with Joshua. Just based on Joshua's grades, you can't just pick a university in the capital. Qin Yigong said he thought it didn't matter where Tang Qing took the exam. The key is that he and Lin Joshua cannot be separated. Uncle, I also want to go to the capital city to get admitted. I don't like the capital city, Lin Joshua said with a smile. At this time, her heart was filled with relief. After Tang Qing's grades were good, she was worried that Tang Qing wanted to go to the capital city. After all, she would not want to be separated from him no matter what. Women should also support men's dreams. Now that Tang Qing is going to take the same exam as herself, she feels that the big stone in her heart has finally been relieved. Haha, that's good. It seems that you guys have already discussed it, Father Lin said with a laugh. He also didn't want his daughter to run so far away from the capital. Now that Tang Qing was taking care of him, he felt at ease. His daughter was so beautiful, but she was very dangerous outside. The couple were afraid that her daughter would meet bad people. No, we have the same understanding, Tang Qing said proudly. Brother, my sister and I are still underage. Please be careful. Qin Shiqi said in a weird voice. I'm not a minor yet, Tang Qing said angrily. Qin Shiqi, who was well-spoken, didn't know how to answer the question at this time, right? Tang Qing was only 17 years old. He went to school early and was only 2 years older than her. Ha ha, ha. It was rare to see Qin Shiqi eating turtles, and several adults couldn't help but laugh. Qin Shiqi immediately stopped. Brother Smelly, Sister Joshua is here today. I'll let you go first, you wait. Stop waiting, come here. Well, look at my itchy claws. Heroine, spare your life. It's late. Wasn't you very arrogant just now? Chi-Chi, it's time to eat. Sit down quickly. The warm life of a family. Very nice. After eating, Lin Jiaxue and Tang Qing were cleaning up the dishes together. Qin Shiyu was also helping, and Qin Shiqi was also glared at by her mother. Uncle and Lin's father chatted. Aunt and Lin's mother chatted. Lin Jiaxue was dragged by Qin Shiqi to play a matching game, while Tang Qing watched from the side, brushing his presents from time to time, praising this, praising that. With Lin Jiaxue, Qin Shiyu was pitifully abandoned, reading a book silently on the side. This moment, Tang Qing felt that life was so meaningful. When it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Jiaxue's family went back. After all, the uncle's place couldn't be crowded. Father Lin was planning to ask Tang Qing to play tomorrow, but Tang Qing found a reason to refuse. There will be things to do tomorrow, and there will be a lot of them. Tang Qing slept very late that night, because tomorrow is another trading day with Lugan. Lugan called at noon yesterday. The transaction amount this time was $15 million, and Lugan's exchange ratio this time was 8.4. Although there were no major fluctuations in the international exchange rate, the private exchange rate actually rose to this point, and Tang Qing didn't know the reason. But what is certain is that Lugan must have made a lot of money from this recently. As Lugan said frankly last time, the money earned is not only the price difference, but also more obscure benefits. Lugan is even willing to make a loss in many transactions. Yesterday afternoon, 126 million yuan was deposited into his system account. He has been lying there until now. Tang Qing has read it no less than 30 times. Every time he sees it, he has the urge to take it for himself. But this is just a thought. If he does it, he will be prepared to go to the end of the world. Say it again. He is a man who wants to be a banker. Just over 100 million yuan. From now on, it may just be a drizzle to me, or even a drizzle, so I will run away. It's so crazy to think about. He actually managed to do this dollar transaction to this extent. The net profit this time was a full 6 million yuan. In this era, it was 10 houses. If he went to the capital, he could buy a courtyard house or something like that. Well, let's increase foreign exchange reserves. If the money finally flows into the hands of the country actually has many uses for the money. Although cash is not as convenient as transfer, it is safer and not easy to be monitored. To be honest, every transaction in U.S. dollar transfers is registered with the Federal Reserve and its partner banks. Tang Qing could only comfort himself in this way. P.S. Please vote. December 26th, Sunday, morning. Winter has entered, and the weather is slightly cooler. Pedestrians have already put on thick winter clothes. Well, just add an extra coat. The winter in Qingyan City this year is not too cold. Tang Qing was no exception. Although his strengthened body didn't feel anything, if he wore short sleeves, his aunt wouldn't even let him out. I drove to Lu Qian's villa early. This time Tang Qing did not drive the van. After all, as the number of times the hotel was used increased, the van became increasingly dirty and had some obvious scratch marks. It was really inappropriate for this kind of car to drive into this villa area, so Tang Qing directly asked Yang Kai to borrow his car, a Buick Regal. At least it was still a car, and it didn't look so conspicuous in this wealthy area. Haha, Xiao Tang, I finally changed my car. Well, you shouldn't have bought this, it's so old. Lu Gan asked. When he got closer, he realized that although the car had been cleaned, it was obviously not a new car. Ah, no, I borrowed it. I don't have time to buy it these days. I'll see if I have time next week. Tang Qing said embarrassedly. I'm really sorry. I drive a shabby car to Lu Gan's place every time. To be honest, I feel a little embarrassed for Lu Gan. After all, what kind of place is this? What would Lu Gan's neighbors think when they saw it? He may not care about his own face, but he cannot ignore the face of others. Is that so? How is your company doing? Li Gan novet. Although this car is still a bit unattractive, it is much better than that van. Someone asked me when I was having dinner with friends 2 days ago. A broken bread truck came to my villa several times, which scared him. Only then did he realize that Tang Qing's van coming here had become the subject of gossip in the villa area. If Tang Qing still drove that van this time, he would really be tempted to remind him, or change the transaction location, or else give me a car or something. Now it seems that Tang Qing is also aware of this problem, and he is relieved. The company side is okay. It's still in the running in and reserve stage. Some of the first batch of clothes have already been sold online. Now we're sorting out the process. When the new year starts, we will prepare to open stores across the province. Uncle Lu will need his full support then. Tang Qing said with a smile. There are not many days until the new year is over, which means that including decoration, there are still more than 3 months before the store opens. During this time, the entire design department of the company is busy, because starting from scratch is the most difficult stage, but it will be much better if you accumulate experience later. In the end, Tang Qing directly asked Qi Yin to expand the design department to 100 people. Otherwise, the basic goal of complete categories would not be achieved in 3 months. Haha, no problem. After the year, you can bring your company's team and I to the group for a meeting, let them get to know each other, and leave the rest of the people below. As for the relationship with other partners, our company's public relations department will handle it. After all, they are more familiar with it, and it is convenient. But after 1 year, I will not care about the entire public relations coordination work. Lu Gan said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll hang out with Uncle Lu after the year. Tang Qing thanked him. Lu Gan's conditions were not very generous, and he was very satisfied with being able to help him to this extent. After all, he couldn't always trouble the other party. He hadn't established a good relationship in a year, and he also opened a woolen company. Aha, I don't dare to let you follow me. It's true that I might follow you in the future. Lu Gan Lauget. Although he said this as a joke, he never expected that this sentence would become a reality in the future. How could it be? By the way, Uncle Lu, I need 30 million funds at the beginning of next month. It will take more than a month. I wonder if Uncle Lu can help me with this. After seeing that Gongzi and Monkey counted correctly, Tang Qing took a sip of tea and revealed his purpose. What's so difficult about this? It's no problem at all. You have to inform me 2 hours in advance during bank working days, and the account will arrive on the same day. Don't talk to me about interest or anything like that. Can you guarantee that future transactions will be the best reward for me? Will it still be the same account as before? Lu Gan said boldly. Tang Qing now has the credit to borrow large amounts of money from him, and he is not worried about Tang Qing's ability to repay the loan. As for what Tang Qing was doing with it, although he was curious, he wouldn't ask. He had used some connections to find someone to check the whereabouts of the money in Tang Qing's account. But he came to the conclusion that it could not be found at all. As soon as the money arrived in the account, it would be transferred out immediately. As for where it was transferred, he could not find any trace through the provincial bank. There are transfer records, but the other party's money went to this company's account, then to that company, then to another bank, and finally ended up in ICBC's overseas settlement account. Then he couldn't investigate anymore. This authority was transferred to the management of the head office. As for the head office, he didn't have such a relationship. At this time, in his opinion, Tang Qing not only had overseas relationships, but also the relationships within the bank were definitely hard enough, and they were outrageously hard, at least those at the provincial bank and above. If this is the case, then he will have to reevaluate Tang Qing's strength. Well, okay, I estimate that I will need it around the 10th of next month. I will let you know then. As for whether you want the repayment in RMB or US dollars, there is no problem. The repayment date will not be later than the end of February. Tang Qing said. The entire market for those stocks that Tang Qing remembered ended in early March. However, for the sake of safety and insurance, he would not wait until the end to leave the market. Okay, no problem. Today's US dollar transaction should be the last transaction of the year. I will keep the 30 million yuan ready for you. I will call you when needed. When you pay it back, just pay the US dollars at the exchange rate this time. But is the 30 million yuan enough? Do you want to lend you more? Lu Gan thought for a while and then said. After listening to this, Tang Qing pondered for a moment and said, since we want to pay back US dollars, how about we pay 4 million US dollars, which is 33.6 million yuan. After all, the plate is so big, and he really doesn't dare to play too big. In his previous life, he was just a retail investor who bought 2 stocks for fun. He is really not familiar with the banker's method, but from reading various posts on the internet, he knows that as a retail investor, it is better to take it easy. If you are too arrogant, it will be boring to be killed by the stock market banker. Okay, no problem. I looked at the date. I don't think it's around the 10th, just the 7th. That's Friday. How about I transfer the money directly to your account on the afternoon of the 7th? Lu Gan flipped through the calendar on the wall and said, okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. After talking about the matter, Tang Qing didn't stay too long and left on the pretext that he had something to do. Today he had to go to Hanlong to learn fighting. Yang Kai and Qi Yin, these workaholics, have not had a break for several weeks. Although the company has not made much money from its startup, seeing how hard they have worked, Tang Qing is considering giving them some year-end bonuses at the end of this year. After returning the car to the company, Tang Qing took a ride directly to Hanlong's shop without stopping. It was already 10:30 in the morning. As soon as Tang Qing entered the store, he saw Hanlong at the cashier. He was lowering his head and didn't know what he was doing. Tang Qing hurried forward to say hello. Hanlong looked up and saw that Tang Qing was a little happy and said, huh? Xiao Tang is here. How did you read the book I gave you? I've almost read it. There are basically no problems. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Tang Qing said confidently. Okay, let me test you. After all, fighting is no joke. It can hurt people at least, or be fatal at worst. Moreover, this book is also the basis. Only by understanding the structure of the human body can you truly understand the effects that some fighting moves can produce. Just like military boxing, it is easy for ordinary people to learn how to do it, but it requires a lot of actual combat to put it into practice. Only by truly understanding these basics can you exert the true power of a set of moves. You can adapt to all changes with no moves and adapt to all changes. It is not limited to moves, so you must have a solid theoretical foundation, which will determine how high you can go and how far you can see. Hanlong said slowly. Yes, I understand. You just come up with the questions. If you don't pass the test, I will continue reading. Tang Qing said seriously. Hanlong's words were like an enlightenment for him. He didn't expect the book Human Body Structure to be so awesome. But think about it. After you understand these, you can analyze the original design intention of the striking parts of the moves of all martial arts schools. There are no moves for you to use during the use. When fighting, sometimes the opponent doesn't know where he will hit next. In this case, you can only design moves according to your own fighting purpose and defeat the opponent. Well, good, as long as you understand. I'm afraid you just want to learn the moves and not pay attention to the theory. Remember that every martial arts school has its own theory, and this theory has a common goal, defeating the opponent, and defeating the opponent means attacking the opponent's weaknesses, and the weaknesses are in this book. Every martial artist has a full understanding of the human body, and many people put the cart before the horse. In the end, they can only be called reckless men, harming others and themselves. Hanlong nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I understand. Tang Qing said solemnly. Well, okay, I will give you a question next. The function of the human spleen and the classification of damage levels. For this completely out-of-class question, Tang Qing could only despise the master. If he hadn't been interested and really read the back carefully, he would have been blind now. The function of the spleen is... In the next hour, Han Lung became more and more surprised as he asked, and finally turned into shock. He did not expect that the big hole he dug could not stump Tang Qing at all. The other party almost remembered the book. Even if many of them were not in the original text, the meaning was the same, and many of them became more insightful after Tang Qing's organization. For a whole hour, Han Lung couldn't stop at all. Tang Qing also answered extremely smoothly. Closing the book in his hand, Han Lung suddenly became a little doubtful about life. Compare this man to others. It is simply embarrassing. P.S. Chapter 2. Thank you to readers for their recommendation votes on early morning listening, one riding a mouse, and catching a cat one. Entering the drama, smiley face, too deep. I'm going to be busy again tomorrow, and I have to quickly code for tomorrow's chapter. Woo woo woo. Han Lung closed the book, turned around, and put it in the cabinet without saying anything. Although he had experienced many big scenes and had already developed a psychological quality of not being surprised at all changes, the look of satisfaction on his face could not be stopped. Tang Qing's performance was a complete surprise to him, but when he thought that Tang Qing was good at studying, he slowly accepted it. As a top student, it was normal for him to have strong learning ability. Very normal, right? Ahem. Xiao Tang is good, really good. You gave me a big surprise. Well, since you have passed the physical fitness and the most basic theory, then I will start teaching you the basics of fighting. Han Lung said seriously. Tang Qing couldn't help but become a little nervous. When he heard that he was about to be taught fighting skills, he immediately looked attentive. Seeing Tang Qing's expression, Han Lung said eloquently, "The basics of fighting are very simple. To put it bluntly, they are moves. Today I will only teach you military-style boxing. Most people will find this widely circulated boxing technique useless after practicing it, but is the real basis of fighting. Its main function is to form the most basic muscle memory. I will also teach you moves from other martial arts schools in the future. Although I can't chew off more than I can chew, I believe that with your talent, you won't feel confused. When you can at least master these moves, you can really start to learn actual combat. After actual combat and thinking, these move theories will leave the most profound muscle memory and coping strategies in your heart." At this point, Han Lung paused again, looking at Tang Qing's eager expression, and said, "Okay, I'll do it first so you can see all the moves. Then I'll teach you the essentials of the moves step by step. Be sure to pay attention." After Han Lung performed the military boxing on the spot, Tang Qing quickly memorized these moves in his mind. People's memory of pictures is stronger than text memory. As for videos, isn't a video made up of pictures? It may take a while to remember a piece of language at a glance. If you don't read and memorize it repeatedly for more than 10 seconds, or even a minute, you may forget it. However, picture memory is extremely long-lasting and efficient. Just like watching TV, you can even remember some scenes from movies and TV you watched a few years ago, and some of them are very clear. This is the structure of the human brain. Tang Qing remembered reading an article in his previous life. People's image memory ability is thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of text memory. This is the direct reason why some people in history have the ability to have photographic memory. They do not memorize words, but remember them as images. Even if it is something that you memorize repeatedly, such as Chinese textbooks, you will find that when you recall it, you often recall it in the form of pictures instead of words. As long as you add a few spaces to the article you memorize, stagger a few words in each line, and let you read it several times to memorize it, you may not be able to recite it, or you may have to work hard to remember it. This is the theoretical basis for the so-called right brain development institutions of later generations, touting the ability to cultivate photographic memory in people. But it seems that some people have gone astray and promoted it indiscriminately. Tang Qing felt that if the human brain had not been mutated or redeveloped, it would be impossible to learn such advanced skills, and it would just be a matter of playing around with theoretical concepts. At this time, Tang Qing's developed brain image memory was already quite good. It might take him several times to memorize a book, but when he watched videos or pictures like this, he could only say that he had no pressure at all. I only remember it after reading it once. Okay, this is the entire military-style boxing move. Next we will practice step by step. After the fight, Han Lung said, "Come on, Xiao Tang, do it with me. The first move." "Wait, Uncle Han, I think I remember it almost. Can you just tell me the essentials of the movements?" Tang Qing said quickly. Seeing that he was going to imitate every move stupidly, Tang Qing couldn't help but stop him. Okay, then give me a call." Han Lung couldn't help but said angrily. But thinking about Tang Qing's previous performance, he didn't say much. He admitted that Tang Qing has a good memory, but this is not a memory thing. It also requires good physical coordination and control. He doesn't want to directly attack Tang Qing. Now he is thinking about how to educate Tang Qing well when he fails. Martial arts cannot be learned by watching it a few times. "I am sorry, Uncle Han." Tang Qing then closed his eyes and recalled the whole process. Without muscle memory, he could only play slower for the first time, so as not to be embarrassed if his body couldn't keep up or got stuck. Start. The first formula. The second type. Watching Tang Qing start to do military boxing with his eyes closed. That action. Han Lung's face became more and more surprised. Although Tang Qing was not as fast as him, he was very standard. Apart from his unfamiliar movements, he couldn't find any faults. Is there really such a martial arts genius in the world? Han Lung began to doubt life again. After more than 10 years in the army, he had never seen or even heard of it. The growth of any strong person in the army was not accompanied by tremendous toil and effort, but was all created by sweat. "Xiao Tang, have you practiced this before?" Han Lung couldn't help but ask. "No, this is my first time learning." Tang Qing deeply. He knew that such a performance was too outstanding, but so what? Once you know it, and you still pretend that you can't. At this moment, Tang Qing finally understood why those outstanding people were so unsociable in the eyes of others. He just didn't want to pretend, "I am me, and excellence is excellence." Do I really have to eat pickles and steamed buns just to be gregarious if I have 100 million? If I did it, it must be because I liked it. Okay, now that you know the moves, I'll do it again. By the way, the moves are terrible. Let's see how many of them you can remember. Han Lung could only lament that we share the same destiny. What does it mean to lose at the starting line? That's it. Then Han Lung hit him again, this time very slowly, and the essentials of each movement were explained carefully. "Have you remembered? Type it again and let me see," Han Lung said after the second time. "Okay." Then Tang Qing typed again. With the key points in mind, Tang Qing no longer needed to think slowly. He didn't expect that the muscle memory of the modified body was so developed. He was familiar with it the first time, but thinking about it, as long as he remembered it, he would basically not forget it. It was not surprising that he could not forget what his muscle memory remembered. Tang Qing became smoother and smoother as he played. "The more I play, the more I feel." This. Han Lung took a breath of cold air into his lungs. Facing such a genius, he suddenly felt that Liao Sheng was boring. How long did it take you to learn this? How long did it take to learn Tang Qing to this point? There is no comparison at all, except the move. Uncle Han. After finishing the fight, Tang Qing said when he saw Han Lung in a daze. Han Lung came to his senses immediately and said, okay, you did a good job. Now, let's start the third step. Understand the design purpose and practical application of the moves. I will also teach you the changes of these moves. Then I will fight directly in the afternoon. Is there any problem?" "No." Tang Qing agreed loudly. What he was waiting for was actual combat. In this way, under Han Lung's disbelief again and again, Tang Qing made rapid progress. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Han Lung's wife came to deliver food again. During the meal, Han Lung frequently picked up food for Tang Qing, which surprised Tang Qing. What Tang Qing didn't know was that Han Lung had already begun to have the idea of recruiting a disciple. Such a good young talent was really eager to love, but Tang Qing's character still needed to be examined. He was most afraid that Tang Qing's bad conduct would endanger society. Tang Qing didn't rest after eating. He started playing with the products in Han Lung's store. He didn't expect that there were so many things in the store, including telescopes, military flashlights, waterproof watches, and various military uniforms. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. But when he thought about it, it was normal for men to like these, even though they were difficult to use. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, let's get into actual combat training. The purpose of actual combat is very simple. Protect yourself and defeat the enemy. The former is more important than the latter. So now you attack, and I block. Pay attention to the scale of the attack. It's okay. No, Tang Qing said excitedly. He found that he was a little violent. Then Tang Qing made a fighting posture, clenching his hands into fists and placing them on his chest one after the other. He wasn't going to use all his strength, and it wasn't really a fight. He was just familiar with the moves. 30% of his strength was enough. Anyway, the opponent just took a beating and didn't fight back. Tang Qing didn't plan to use his hands and feet together, but tried his feet first. After all, this was just a small training. To be honest, every time Tang Qing sees those martial arts scenes on TV, he feels they are fake. Although they are gorgeous and look cool, they are not practical at all. They are purely for the effect of the show. The other party hold a knife, you kick it, and others just block it with their hands or feet. Isn't this a joke? In actual combat, should the knife in someone else's hand be considered a decoration? I simply don't have any legs anymore. Tang Qing took a deep breath, and Tang Qing, who had strong reflexes and speed, kicked him sideways in an instant. Bang! Han Lung easily caught the kick with one click. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little contempt in my heart. Although Tang Qing was fast, he was not very strong, which was obviously far from the strength in his hands. It was just Tang Qing's next attack that made him busy, because Tang Qing kept attacking with his feet, horizontal kicks, side kicks, and flip kicks. Forget it. But as Tang Qing's speed gradually increased, his moves became more fluid, and his strength became stronger. Han Lung couldn't help but muster up his energy to deal with it. But it's not over yet. Tang Qing's speed has not yet reached its limit. Bang! Bang! Within 5 minutes, Han Lung felt like he couldn't resist. At this time, Tang Qing's speed was too fast. Often, as soon as the previous kick was finished, the next one would follow. If it weren't for his fighting instinct, he would have been kicked many times in several vital parts. However, this was not Tang Qing's limit. Seeing that Han Lung could sustain himself at such a speed, Tang Qing was impressed and couldn't help but want to test his own limit speed using 50% of his power, because his true limit speed could only be reached by using 100% of his power. Otherwise, he would not be able to exert his full power under the premise of controlling his power. Just do whatever you want, and Tang Qing's speed instantly increased a little. Although it was only less than 5%, 5% was a big gap in battle. Bang! The so-called martial arts in the world can only be defeated by speed. After activating the ultimate speed of this strength stage, Han Lung was hit in just 3 moves and was kicked in the chest. Han Lung, who was as strong as an ox, took several steps back. Stop. P.S. Thank you to readers Wang Wenhao, Hazli1987622, Blue Dream Ice, Ultimate Summoner, and Zia for their recommendation votes. Thank you. Xiao Tang, what happened just now? Is this the ultimate speed of your legs? Han Lung asked in disbelief. He had not seen many such speeds in the military. The speed Tang Qing showed just now cannot be trained through hard training. It also means that his body has such talent and has little to do with hard work. Yes, it was my fastest speed just now. Uncle Han is so powerful, he can even block this. Tang Qing praised. Of course, he wouldn't say that I still hid half of my strength. It's not good to show this kind of thing too much. He didn't want to be pulled into slices as a monster. He felt a little regretful for the amazing display of punching power just now. He could hide it a little bit. If Han Lung wanted him to try it with all his strength, it would be troublesome. It would be a matter of not fighting or not fighting. After all, if he used it all, Han Lung would definitely be seriously injured if he got kicked, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. No one knows if Han Lung, who has retired, still has contact with the army. It will be a lot of trouble to report to the country. If there is no system, Tang Qing will be quite happy to be related to the country, but now he is like a giant panda among giant pandas. If he jumps out, he can only be controlled to draw blood. Since he is not going to use it, he should hide it. Haha, awesome. I really underestimate you. If you attack me as fast as you can, I want to see it again. Han Lung believed it as soon as he heard it. In his opinion, Tang Qing must have tried his best just now. No one can still control the speed under full strength. Okay, Tang Qing agreed. This time Han Lung was 20% more alert, mobilizing all his muscles and concentration as if facing a formidable enemy. He had blamed carelessness for the previous kick he received, but this time it would be really embarrassing if a beginner hit his vitals with just his legs. But 5 moves. Just 5 moves. Han Lung was kicked in the chest again. Of course, there are more vital points in the human body, but it is not a real fight. It is just a show of speed. Tang Qing also tried his best to avoid other weak points and attack on the chest. Virtual and real. Open the bow left and right. Hiss. Come again. After about 10 times like this, Han Lung could only hold on to 7 moves at most before being kicked by Tang Qing to the point where he could be judged to be seriously injured. Of course, this was only an effective attack and could not be counted as a win or loss. After all, how could a fight not be a few blows? Even if you hit the vital point, as long as it is not from above or below, the opponent will usually be able to fight back. Although this kind of attack cannot be counted as winning, it has made Han Lung unable to calm down. He also saw that Tang Qing's reaction speed was ridiculously strong. With his size, he was destined not to be fast. In this aspect, the strong man suffered a bit. He couldn't match Tang Qing in terms of speed and strength, and it was impossible for him to feel disappointed. After all, close combat was very important for soldiers, but more important was firearms. In the face of modern weapons, there were not many opportunities for close combat. Even if combat missions required close combat, firearms were the most important means. Now Han Lung was surprised that Tang Qing was only using his feet, an attack method that was much less flexible than his hands. After all, his legs were so big and his movements were wide open and closed, making it easy to distinguish and react. What if Tang Qing used his hands? What would that be like? Hand speed is much faster than leg speed. Flexibility is nowhere near as good. Xiao Tang, this time you only attack me with your hands. I know you are strong. This time you only use half of your strength. The end standard is that you can attack my chest or head 5 times. That's no problem. Han Lung thought for a moment and said, Okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. After speaking, Tang Qing controlled his strength and threw the first tentative punch at Han Lung's face. Han Lung leaned back and easily dodged the punch. He knew that Tang Qing didn't use all his strength, but it was not easy for Tang Qing to hit half of Tang Qing's strength. He could dodge or dodge. He was on a sandbag. Seeing that his punch was dodged, the corners of Tang Qing's mouth raised slightly. The fun begins. As soon as his attack speed increased, it was increased to the limit of half his strength. Only 15 moves. Pure defense. Although Han Lung was fully prepared, Tang Qing's ghostly speed still caused Han Lung to capsize. Han Lung was attacked 5 times in 15 moves, and the battle was over. Han Lung stood there for a long time without coming back to his senses. This game was simply about killing people. What's the difference between being unable to fight back? This is when Tang Qing only used 50% of his power. And what if Tang Qing has another knife in his hand? Then aren't you done playing? Han Lung couldn't imagine it. He felt that within a month, even if he and Tang Qing were to fight to the death, the outcome would be uncertain. Continue. Tang Qing spent the next afternoon sparring with Han Lung. But as a result, Han Lung's outlook on things was refreshed. He finally saw what it means to be gifted and what it means to win at the starting line. Why don't you shamelessly sit on the plane while I watch you fly on the ground? Han Lung was almost beaten to death. Strength, resilience, speed, learning ability, body flexibility. Han Lung, who had been crushed in all directions, had not dared to say anything for a month. Now that each person has a knife, it is not certain who will win. In particular, Tang Qing's body flexibility and ability to withstand blows were simply abnormal. Coupled with his monstrous learning ability, in the end, except for his ultimate move, he used all his strength to draw a tie with Tang Qing. At this time, Tang Qing had also used 8 levels of power. Hey, Xiao Tang, I really don't know what to say. I hope you won't harm society and bully others by learning these things. Han Leng Saihet. He was a master who was about to be defeated by his apprentice after only a few days of being a master. He didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Don't worry, I'm not such a person, but Uncle Han, please don't tell my uncle, or don't tell me for a short time. Tang Qing said solemnly. He was already ostentatious enough now, and he didn't want to make too much limelight anymore. Okay, I won't tell you. Come next week, and I will teach you some techniques from other schools. With your learning ability, it shouldn't be a problem to learn it in one day. Han Lung agreed. As for why Tang Qing didn't want Qin Yugong to know, he also understood that Tang Qing wanted to keep a low profile. Okay, I'll come back next weekend, Tang Qing said. He was still planning to go back for dinner. His aunt had already called him just now. Yes. Just when Tang Qing was about to say goodbye and leave, a voice came from outside. Brother Han. Tang Qing turned around and knew that this man was also a soldier, because he had a similar aura to Han Lung, but this man was obviously in bad condition at this time. He was more than 1.7 meters tall, but his face was full of sadness. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was a little messy. He must have not washed it for a few days. Although he didn't look as strong as Han Lung in appearance, the muscles leaking from the open clothes showed that this person was in excellent physical condition. Xiao Sun, why are you in the city, and why are you doing this? Han Lung's face was full of joy when he saw the visitor, but he became concerned when he saw his state. Obviously, the other party's current situation is not good. The person who came is his comrade named Sun Chao, but the other party is much younger than him. He only served for 5 years and then retired for some reasons. He has been taking care of his elderly mother at home and rarely comes to the city. The last time he came was more than 3 months ago. Brother Han, I'm here to borrow some money from you. My mother was critically ill last week and was hospitalized in the city. My retirement money has been spent on medical treatment this week. I want to borrow some money from you, but I really have no choice. Sun Chao hesitated and gritted his teeth and said, he has a strong self-esteem and will not borrow money from others unless he has to. But his mother is his only relative, and he has no choice but to borrow money. Okay, how much do you need? Han Lung agreed directly without asking any questions. His life was at stake, and he was a comrade. Most people couldn't understand the feeling of comradeship. It was a long-term and stable intimate relationship. The doctor said it will cost 300,000. I will thank you for borrowing as much as you can. I will think of other ways. Sun Chao said with a gloomy expression. Hey, what can you think of? I don't know how many people you know and how much money they have. Let me figure it out. I can borrow some money here and there, and I can get some of it. Then I will mortgage the shop and save people first. Han Ling also frowned upon hearing this. Sun Chao was a promising prospect in the army. If it hadn't been for that incident, he would not have been discharged. In addition, there's only one mother in the family to take care of. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the village after being discharged. Han Lung felt that such talents were really wasted. That's not okay. This shop is your hard work, and your family also relies on this shop to live, no. Sun Chao quickly stopped him when he heard this. Of course, he knew that this shop was bought with all Han Lung's belongings, and it was the source of their family's livelihood. Although his mother was the most important in his heart, he would never agree to destroy a family like this. What's wrong? Human life is at stake. Han Lung said with a wry smile. Although he has served the country for many years, there are too many people in the country and cannot take care of everyone. He understands that. He just hopes that the country's economic construction will get better and better, and its welfare will become more and more complete, so that more people can be taken care of, those who have dedicated their blood and youth to the country. Mortgage is not a sale. It is just like borrowing money. Although the interest rate is higher, you can pay it back slowly. He can imagine how his wife and family will object. But so what? If he doesn't help, he will have an uneasy conscience for the rest of his life. No, I can't harm you like this. This store must not be touched. Sun Chao dissuaded loudly. What's wrong? People are the most important thing. Since you call me brother, I can never watch your mother die of illness because of lack of money. Han Lung said sternly. But brother Han, there is no but. Han Lung said firmly. At this time, Tang Qing couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but said, Uncle Han, do you need my help? He was very touched by the comrades-in-arms relationship between the two, especially Han Lung's unhesitating attitude, which shocked him extremely. In later generations, such people are truly rare, but they are quite common in the military. Comrades-in-arms are far more than ordinary friends. He has immense respect for soldiers, those soldiers who have defended the country's frontiers with justice. Without them, the country would not be stable. Seeing his master and another man who obviously has a military temperament worrying about money, he certainly cannot stand by and watch. It's just that the country is too big to take care of everyone. He can also understand that since he encounters someone, he will help everyone he can. As for large-scale gangs, forget it. The country will doubt his intentions. That is too dangerous and is simply a weapon. He doesn't want to be harmonized. P.S. I'm late. This chapter is so difficult to write, especially fighting. I'm not good at it at all. I'll try to write as little as possible. In the future, I'm exhausted. Friends, please vote for recommendation. Thank you. Xiao Tang, how can you help as a student? Don't ask your family for it. And don't tell your uncle, you know. Han Lung said without thinking. He didn't think Tang Qing could get much money. Even if he saved some pocket money, it would be a drop in the bucket. He also knew about Tang Qing's family. It was a clothing-selling family, and there were no wealthy relatives. He heard that the family savings had been spent on treating the elderly in the past 2 years, and there was no money left at all. Moreover, even if the other party could provide part of it, he would not be able to open his mouth to this new apprentice. As for Qin Yugong, in his opinion, the couple had to raise 2 daughters with a small salary, one older and the other younger. The pressure was not small, even greater than him. After all, he still had a shop, his wife was working, and the child was only 8 years old. In addition, he also understands Qin Yugong's character. He is neither greedy nor possessive. He usually has entertainment, and the expenses are not low. Qin Yugong would be fine if he scraped together 20 or 30,000, but if he spent more than that, he would cause trouble for others. Although Qin Yugong would definitely help if he knew about it, he wouldn't be able to solve the fundamental problem. As for borrowing money from other comrades, he just flashed this idea in his mind and then put it behind him. To be honest, they only know how to fight and kill, and not many are good at it. It is not easy for everyone, and he does not want to cause trouble for everyone. He is such a person, he would rather cause trouble for himself than to embarrass others. Don't worry, Uncle Han, I have a lot of money. It's not from my family, and I won't tell my uncle. Tang Qing admired Han Lung from the bottom of his heart at this time. He did everything by himself. He would rather mortgage the shop that his family relied on to survive and help his comrades. At the same time, he didn't want to trouble other people. Only this kind of person is the backbone of this country. How can he be disrespected? Xiao Tang, thank you for your kindness, but this amount is a bit big. Even if you have tens of millions of yuan, it will be of no use. Let's forget it. Uncle will come up with a solution. Han Lung said movedly. He didn't expect that Tang Qing, whom he had just met not long ago, was so sensible and would rather give out the pocket money he had saved. This moved him very much. Although it was of little use, even if Tang Qing provided the small amount of money, this heart made him very happy. Sun Chao on the side also looked at Tang Qing gratefully. Uncle Han, although I don't have much money, it's not a problem to treat a disease. Tang Qing said modestly. He was not interested in showing off his wealth and exploding all his savings in front of his master. It was boring. He's in charge of this matter. What? Huh? The two of them exclaimed in surprise. Although the two of them had absolutely nothing to say about their psychological quality, the news was really surprising. What did they hear? Cure a disease? No problem? Does he have hundreds of thousands? Han Lung looked at Tang Qing with disbelief in his eyes, and Sun Chao still had some hope in his eyes. Seeing the surprised looks of these two people, well, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little bit carried away. He couldn't help but lament that it was no wonder so many people liked to show off. Xiao Tang, are you telling the truth? This is 300,000 yuan. How do you have so much money? Han Lung said with a trembling voice when he came back to his senses. Of course, he was not doubting his ears and his ability to understand, nor was he doubting the authenticity of Tang Qing's words. Although they had not been together for a short time, he knew that Tang Qing was a cautious person and would not talk nonsense. However, this news was a reversal. Hundreds of thousands, that was not a small amount. At this time, it was equivalent to a house of more than 100 square meters in the center of Qingyan City. I have the money. I earned it. It's completely legal. As for how I earned it, don't ask. Don't worry. Uncle Han is willing to use his shop as collateral to help people. I admire your character. It's only 300,000 yuan. I'll take care of the money. Tang Qing said with a smile. This sentence is actually correct. He took the risk of being harmed to do this kind of business. It is not an exaggeration to say that he earned it. As for the legality, it increased the country's foreign exchange reserves to a certain extent. In terms of results, he has balanced his merits and demerits. He can feel at ease saying that it is legal. Han Lung was completely convinced at this time, but he was a little hesitant in his heart. He first wondered about the legality of the money. How could he feel relieved that a senior high school student could pay out hundreds of thousands? Just looking at Sun Chao with a haggard face and thinking about his own shop, he was confused for a moment. He really didn't know whether to accept or reject. Thinking of Sun Chao's mother who was still lying in the hospital bed, Han Lung gritted his teeth and said, "Who cares about him? It's important to treat the disease first, and we'll talk about the money later if it comes from bad reasons." He really didn't know how to deal with it. Just as Han Lung was fighting, Tang Qing walked over and took Han Lung's hand and walked out. "Uncle Han, life is at stake, don't do this, that. Let's go to the hospital first." Pulled by Tang Qing, Han Lung came to his senses, acted decisively, and said, "Xiao Sun, let's go. Let's go to the hospital." Sun Chao, who was in a daze, immediately followed him. Han Lung believed that Tang Qing would not deceive them with his words, and Sun Chao believed in Han Lung. Although the current situation was a bit unexpected, a stranger paid for his mother's medical treatment. Thinking that he had only his mother alive, he really couldn't say no. Han Lung introduced the two of them in the taxi. Tang Qing also learned about Sun Chao's experience and current situation. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, he was here today. Fortunately, his uncle introduced Han Lung to teach him how to fight. Otherwise, Han Lung would really have gone bankrupt. Moreover, as the old man is getting older, the disease will still be a bottomless pit in the future. Sun Chao will not be able to make up the money for a while, and in the end he may be forced to commit crime or take desperate risks. It is conceivable that if he were not here today, their families would be in great trouble for a long time to come. Qingyan's Second People's Hospital. 3rd floor. Oncology. Several people did not go to pay the fee first, but went to the attending doctor first. "Dr. Wei, I'm here to pay," Sun Chao said a little excitedly as soon as he entered the attending doctor's door. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Qing beside him, his eyes full of gratitude. Without Tang Qing, it would have taken a while for Han Lung to prepare the money, even if he was a shop. If it took a long time and delayed his condition, he would. "Xiao Sun, can you raise money so quickly? That's good. Your mother's illness cannot be delayed, and the operation must be performed as soon as possible." "Oh, I'm sorry for you, but this is the hospital's rule. You can't do anything without money. Please understand." Dr. Wei looked at Sun Chao and said sympathetically. He also understood Sun Chao's situation and admired him very much, but rules were rules, and he was just an attending physician. How could he dare to disobey the hospital's orders? In the eyes of others, although the income of these doctors is not low, they are also under great pressure. After all, human hearts are made of flesh, and fresh lives disappear before their eyes because they have no money for treatment. This kind of guilt, except for a few inhumane doctors, has not criticized this system. But they can't help it. It's all caused by money. If they want to change, they can only make huge investments from the top. However, the country's money is mainly invested in economic and infrastructure construction, which is helpless. Of course, as a doctor, he can only hope that the country will do better in terms of insurance reimbursement ratio and coverage of the population, and that drug prices will be lowered. As for free medical care, he simply does not dare to think about it. Only those who have been deeply involved in this field know that it is completely impossible to achieve universal free medical care in China. If it were to be achieved, it is very likely that many people with colds and fevers would ask for all items to be checked. If they have a headache or a fever, they should stay in a hospital for a month. It doesn't cost money anyway. If that were to happen, it would not be enough to increase the number of hospitals nationwide by 100 times. It is not an exaggeration to say that this will directly bring down the entire country's economy. For example, in the United States, various hospitals are frantically swindling funds from the state and insurance companies to the point of being crazy and shocking. They use medical insurance to take a few $1,000s for a casual film and only pay $1,000 or $800 in cash. The U.S. government cannot change it now, even if it wants to, because the beneficiaries of the following pharmaceutical companies are too powerful. Dr. Wei, I understand, Sun Chao said with a wry smile. Of course he knew that these things could not be changed in a short time, but his heart was full of helplessness. Okay, let me go with you to pay the fee. After that, we will arrange the surgery time as soon as possible. Who are these? Dr. Wei stood up and asked. My comrade in arms and his apprentice are also the ones who helped me this time. Sun Chao introduced. Well, you have a good comrade, Dr. Wei said with emotion. Yes. Sun Chao nodded repeatedly. Come on, come with me. Dr. Wei took the lead and walked out. Arriving at the payment desk, Dr. Wei, is this 300,000 yuan the cost of the surgery, or does it include other expenses in the later period? Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. This is the cost of the surgery plus 1 month of observation and hospitalization. Dr. Wei replied. Are you providing care? Tang Qing asked. This is not included, Dr. Wei said. By the way, brother Sun, is Auntie in a separate ward or a multi-person ward? Tang Qing asked. In the car, he already knew that Sun Chao was only 28 this year. It was obviously inappropriate to call him uncle, so he could only call him brother. Alone, Sun Chao replied. Dr. Wei, is there a separate ward now? Tang Qing turned around and asked, yes. Dr. Wei said, that's good. Dr. Wei, please move Annie to a separate ward and hire a nurse by the way. Tang Qing said, Xiao Tang, no need. I can just take care of my mother. There's no need to be so wasteful. Sun Chao said quickly, how can it be a waste? It's settled. Since I'm helping you, just listen to me. Tang Qing said in a serious tone. This momentum stunned both Han Lung and Sun Chao. Well, Tang Qing is rich again. How much do you have to pay? Asked the toll collector inside. Well, let me think about it. Let's put it together and pay 400,000. Tang Qing handed over the bank card and said easily. At the same time, he asked the system to transfer 400,000 to the card. Xiao Tang, this 400,000 is a bit too much. Sun Chao said dumbfounded. Han Lung was also a little stupid at this time. 400,000. The extra 100,000 yuan was just thrown away again. This Tang Qing is so rich, he doesn't seem to care about 100,000 yuan at all. Of course, the person who collected the money and Dr. Wei were not very surprised. They had to pay the money in the first place, so be prepared to be surprised. They were just surprised that this young man was so rich. Not much. Let's give Annie a better environment to recuperate. Tang Qing said with a smile. For 400,000, move to a separate ward, hire a nurse, and find the best doctor to perform the surgery. Do you understand? Tang Qing turned to Dr. Wei and said calmly. Okay, no problem. Don't worry. We will definitely arrange consultation with the best ward, nurses, and expert team to ensure the success of the operation. Dr. Wei quickly agreed. Only then did he know that Tang Qing was the payer among the people. P.S. I'm late. Thanks to Reader's Guide Jia and Kenyinth YY4806 for their recommendation votes. Okay, it's up to you to decide. I hope the money will be spent where it should be spent. Otherwise, my money will not be so easy to get. Do you understand? This patient is a family member of our country's veterans. Anyway, I don't care. If there's a problem with the operation, I will make it difficult for you to walk around in your hospital. Don't doubt my ability. Tang Qing said coldly. Although it is a bit bluffing, appropriate threats are still needed. If you don't put any pressure, what should you do if you treat your own money as a good thing and use substandard drugs indiscriminately? Yes, no problem. Dr. Wei was shocked by Tang Qing's arrogance. Could this momentum, tone, and financial resources be the second generation of some family? But no matter what, he couldn't guess it anyway, and he wasn't planning to blackmail this kind of money, so there was no need to be afraid. But I couldn't help but feel a lot nervous. According to the style of these second-generation people, if there was something wrong with the operation, the other party might not be willing to give up and cause trouble for them. Although they won't lose their jobs or anything like that, these second-generation people can still do a lot of things that will make them sick for the rest of their lives, such as getting excrement thrown at them when they go out. Seeing that it was working, Tang Qing turned to Sun Chao and said, "Brother Sun, those are medical expenses. You could buy some delicious food for Aunt with this money. Of course, the premise is that Aunt can eat. Ask the doctor more. For the rest, you find a place to live and clean yourself up. If you don't have enough, don't tell me." Tang Qing directly withdrew 10,000 yuan from the system and put it into his trouser pocket, then grabbed Sun Chao's hand and stuffed it into his hand. At this time, Sun Chao was still confused. When he lowered his head and looked at the 10,000 yuan note in his hand, his eyes couldn't help but feel a little wet. "Xiao Tang, thank you very much." Sun Chao did not refuse. He knew that he did not have any money, and it would be hypocritical to refuse any more. "Okay, of course I can trust Uncle Han's friends. I won't let you write the IOU. You don't have to rush to pay back the money. You can take your time in the future. If it's hard to find a job or it's not satisfactory, I'll help you find it. I have some jobs here that are suitable for you." Tang Qing said with a smile. This sentence is true. Han Lung dared to spend all his money to help people. He has nothing to worry about. And he had a plan in mind, which was to recruit Sun Chao. It was a bit embarrassing for him to be a polished commander. As for the people in the company, they were not people he could truly trust, who were capable and could handle personal matters. Sun Chao, who appeared at this time, is a good candidate for bodyguard and driver. Tang Qing felt that the days when he had bodyguards and secretaries accompanying him were not far away. Wow. "Thank you, Xiao Tang," Sun Chao said with a little choked up. For such a large amount of money, Tang Qing gave it, as he said, without asking for an IOU, and he said it was not enough. At this moment, he really had the urge to die for his confidant, and the gratitude in his heart was beyond words. "What am I? Okay, brother Sun, I'm leaving first. My aunt is still waiting for me to go back for dinner. I won't disturb her if she is asleep. Uncle Han, let's go," Tang Qing said with a smile. Dr. Wei had just checked the room and mentioned that Sun Chao's mother had fallen asleep. Seeing that the matter was done, he would not stay any longer, otherwise his aunt would call again. Okay," Han Lung said blankly. Looking at the young face next to him, he really understood the meaning of the words "the proud man of heaven" and "the dragon and phoenix among men." With both civil and military skills, noble moral character, unfathomable financial resources, and a relaxed approach to things, he suddenly felt that he had taught a truly remarkable disciple. And the saying, "the future is limitless," was just for this kind of person. "Dr. Wei, we're leaving first. The rest is your business. If you have any problems, such as lack of money, just ask Sun Chao to find me." Tang Qing turned to Dr. Wei and said, "Okay, I understand." Dr. Wei replied quickly, "Finished." Tang Qing and Han Lung walked out of the hospital, and Sun Chao arrived at the door of the hospital. Looking at the two people's retreating figures, Sun Chao's eyes were filled with gratitude, hope, and even determination. Tang Qing and the other two were waiting for a taxi on the side of the road, but it was the rush hour after get off work. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no empty taxi. Han Lung also remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. "Uncle Han, why don't you speak?" Tang Qing was the first to break the silence and said with a smile, Han Lung hesitated to speak. You want to ask me where I got my money? Haha. Don't worry about what bad things I can do in high school. As for how I got it, don't ask. This is a legitimate transaction and a business secret. Tang Qing said with a smile. He was not going to tell anyone about such things. Thank you, Han Lung said after a moment of silence. No matter where Tang Qing's money came from, it was always good to help his comrades and save someone's life. He also thought about it. So what if it was obtained illegally? He could only pretend that he didn't see it. Whether it was for the sake of Sun Chao or Qin Yugong, or for Tang Qing's status as a disciple that he was very satisfied with, or even because Tang Qing's actions indirectly saved his family, it was impossible for him to question Tang Qing due to emotion or reason. Seeing that Han Lung had completely accepted the fact that the money had an unknown origin, Tang Qing was relieved, smiled, and said, "What's the matter? You have devoted your youth to this country. I am just doing what I can. If I have money in the future, I will set up a public welfare organization to specifically solve the problems of people like Uncle Sunday. Of course, I don't want to cause trouble, so the money is only to provide various commercial insurances, not to bear all costs." This was an idea that suddenly popped into his mind. He could only dare to do so much. Regardless of whether it was free or paid, he would definitely be harmed. If he only bought insurance for them, it would be none of his business. In short, it is a principle that large amounts of funds cannot be donated or borrowed from veterans. This is a red line that he does not dare to cross. If he helps others to the end, he will be done with it. Well, I believe you, and thank you. Han Lung looked at Tang Qing with satisfaction and said, he was really lucky to have met Tang Qing. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, or if he thinks about it now, it would definitely be a nightmare for his family. Tang Qing not only helped Sun Chao, but also saved his family. At this time, 2 empty trucks arrived. Let's go, Uncle Han. I'm going home first. If I have time next week, I'll go to your place to continue studying. Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, okay, when the time comes, let my wife cook you a big meal. Han Lung said. It's a deal, goodbye, Tang Qing said. Friday, December 31st, 2004. Today is the last day of 2004. Tomorrow is the New Year's Day holiday, and the day after tomorrow is also a holiday. It is a rare 2-day holiday, and the students in the class are very happy. They finally have a double holiday. Number 8 Middle School did not organize any large-scale performances this New Year's Day, but each class organized its own activities on Friday afternoon. Anyway, it was just eating and drinking. After a half-day class in the morning, everyone happily went home with their school bags on their backs. In the afternoon, everyone would bring some food for everyone to share. The class would also buy some together, such as melon seeds and fruits. Of course, since there are activities, there is no way to escape from the performances. The top students in the other classes were all asked by Suzy Wang to perform something, but none of them refused. Wang Yin also readily agreed to sing a song, but Tang Qing didn't submit anything because he really didn't have any talent. He was tone deaf when singing in his previous life. He couldn't go up and recite poetry. He was not as versatile as the other reborn seniors. Suzy Wang didn't dare to say a word about this. Other students only thought that this was the treatment for being the first in the grade. Only Suzy Wang understood that this was a complete fear. As soon as Tang Qing arrived in the classroom in the afternoon, he saw that the table was surrounded by the students on duty, with a small open space leaking out in the middle and messy things hanging everywhere. Tang Qing found the window decorations, balloons, and ribbons so interesting. At this time, the classmates who were well off even brought a set of video equipment. After all, singing requires accompaniment. At this time, a festive New Year's song that was often heard was playing. Well, Tang Qing didn't know the name. He could only remember the name of the song. Tang Qing came with nothing and empty-handed because he gave Li Kai 500 yuan after school at noon and asked him to help buy it. However, Li Kai hadn't come yet, and there weren't many students in the class. Wang Yin came and was sitting there reading romance novels. As for why Tang Qing knew, it was because Tang Qing had read this book in his previous life, and Wang Yin lent it to him. Tang Qing sat down directly next to Wang Yin, grabbed the melon seeds in front of Wang Yin, and started to eat them. Tang Qing, "You're here. Why didn't you bring anything?" When Wang Yin saw someone dare to sit next to her and grab her own melon seeds to eat, she immediately frowned and became very angry. However, when she saw it was Tang Qing, she immediately relaxed and said, "Well, I asked Li Kai to buy it, but he hasn't come yet," Tang Qing said while eating. After finishing eating, he put it into the bag of melon seed shells in front of Wang Yan's table. Wang Yan also thoughtfully pushed the bag in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing couldn't help but tremble at this subtle movement. "Here, I brought a lot of food here." Wang Yan didn't think it was anything, and then took out a large bag of food from her desk pocket and handed it to Tang Qing like a treasure. "Well, let me see what there is to eat." Tang Qing started rummaging inside without hesitation. When he came at noon, he thought that he would have a lot of food in the afternoon, so he didn't buy anything to fill his stomach. At this time, he was really a little greedy. It was just that there was some food that girls loved. He looked through it several times, but couldn't find what he wanted to eat, so he reluctantly chose a pack of peanut brittle. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't like her other odd hours, Wang Yin was a little nervous, but she felt relieved when she saw that Tang Qing had chosen one. At the same time, she remembered to buy more of this for Tang Qing to eat in the future. Generally, Tang Qing never brought snacks to school, and she really didn't know what Tang Qing liked to eat. "I still have fruits here." Wang Yin took out another bag of fruits from her pocket, including bananas, apples, oranges, and lychees. Judging from the quality, you could tell that they were not cheap. Tang Qing also picked up the biggest apple and started to chew it without any politeness. Kindness. Red Fuji. So crispy. So sweet. Seeing Tang Qing eating what she brought, Wang Yin felt so happy. Next time she bought more of this, she would give it to Tang Qing on the grounds that there was too much to eat at home. Wang Yin thought to herself. Many other students in the class also noticed the unusual relationship between the two at this time and started whispering from time to time. One of them was already filled with jealousy when he saw the behavior of the two of them and couldn't help it anymore. "Wang Yin, how are you preparing for your show? I believe you will surprise everyone." A boy boldly walked up to Wang Yin and praised her. P.S. Here comes the second chapter. Thank you to Readers Zai for your recommendation vote. Wang Yin, who was enjoying what she thought was a warm moment, immediately became unhappy when she heard someone disturbing her. If it was Li Kai, it wouldn't matter. He was Tang Qing's good friend, and he was also her friend. As for the other male students in the class, their importance immediately dropped a notch to her. It wasn't that she was arrogant and looked down on others, but that was her personality. She really had no interest in talking to unimportant people, and this person was still here to disturb her. Wang Yin knew who the other person was as soon as she heard the voice. This person's name was Xie Wendong, who was newly transferred to the class last week. The other person's father was transferred from the county to the city last month as an ordinary deputy director of the construction bureau. When he first transferred, Xie Wendong kept a low profile and did not try to get close to him. He was very honest. However, his father has recently started to transition into real estate, and he definitely needs to make friends with some leaders. On Monday, his father invited Xie Wendong's father to have dinner at home, but he did not expect that the other party would bring Xie Wendong with him. When Xie Wendong saw her at that time, he immediately became very enthusiastic. He changed from his previous honest demeanor and started buzzing around like a fly. She was very annoyed at that time. Of course, he knew what Xie Wendong was thinking, but looking at her with such an anxious look was disgusting. Thinking about it, he couldn't compare with Tang Qing at all, especially when the other party's father said that the two of them were destined to be friends and could make good friends. This really disgusted her. Of course, his father didn't answer the conversation and just dealt with it casually. Of course, the smart Wang Yin knew what her father was thinking. Firstly, she didn't like Xie Wendong, and secondly, she didn't like his father's in-laws. It was really difficult for a deputy director who had survived to get a marginal status to think about getting married. Plus, his daughter didn't like it, so it was even less likely that he would have the slightest idea. If there wasn't an approval card with Xie Wendong's father, and he lived not far away, and the other party asked to come to his home for dinner, how could he take the initiative to invite the other party to his home? Of course, Although Wang Yin didn't want to pay attention to the other party, she couldn't completely ignore him. She frowned slightly and said, "Well, Xiao Wendong, you have to behave well." Wang Yan's tone was cold, but these words sounded encouraging and supportive to Xiao Wendong's ears. So she quickly said, "Wang Yin, do you have time on the weekend? I'm going to climb Qingyan Mountain with a few friends. They're all the children of officials and wealthy businessmen, and there are some girls. I will introduce them to you then. It will definitely be helpful to your father's business." His implication was not to play with people like Tang Qing, who had no money and no power. He had previously asked Shun Mei to move his seat next to Wang Yin, but the teacher directly told him that Tang Qing was the first in the grade, and it was impossible to move him. Tang Qing did not agree. Xiao Wendong was discouraged at that time. The weight of being number one in his grade really made him feel a little inferior. But later, the thought of his father's status gave him the courage to be domineering. It was just that Wang Yin didn't react to the implication for a moment. When Wang Yin heard that he was actually asking her to play, and she proposed it beside Tang Qing, she was immediately angry. This man seemed to have evil intentions at the first sight, and she didn't want to pay attention to him at all. However, in order not to cause trouble for her father, she suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "No, I won't go out on New Year's Day. I want to study, so you should study hard too. What are you afraid of if your study is so good? As for my study, although it is not good, modern society is a society of relationships. It is useless to have a diploma. Even if you're the first in the grade, you may not be able to find a job." This sentence directly angered Wang Yin. When she heard Xiao Wendong say that he was the first in the grade, this was obviously aimed at Tang Qing. She also realized the meaning of Xiao Wendong's previous words. As for Tang Qing not being able to find a job, he didn't think so. Tang Qing was the best in her eyes. The Xiao Wendong in front of her looked down on Tang Qing and looked down on her. How could she bear it? "Xiao Wendong, please go, I don't want to talk to you." Wang Yin gritted her teeth and said solemnly. Although her words were neither sad nor happy, her eyes were full of anger. "Wang Yin, what I said is the truth. I will introduce you to your father when the time comes." Xiao Wendong saw that Wang Yin was angry and said quickly, but this guy was obviously used to being domineering in the county below, and he was still showing off his relationship. He didn't understand that this was simply unbearable for a girl who was full of yearning for love and life. "Get out of here!" Wang Yin wanted to curse, but couldn't. Seeing what Xiao Wendong had caused in front of him, Tang Qing could no longer stand by and watch. He clearly meant to threaten Wang Yin, and he dared to look down on himself, even scolding him in person, and made Wang Yin so angry. Tang Qing felt very distressed when he looked at Wang Yan's pretty face full of anger. "You're simply looking for death. If he doesn't stand up at this time, he will become a man in vain." Wang Yan. Xiao Wendong wanted to say something else, but Tang Qing stopped him. "Shut up." Tang Qing stood up and yelled loudly. The sound was so loud that the originally noisy class suddenly became quiet. It was almost audible, and all the students in the class looked at it. They didn't know what was going on. They were just watching the excitement and were not afraid of the trouble. They all looked at Tang Qing and the others curiously. Obviously, Tang Qing and Xiao Wendong had a conflict, and many people secretly felt relieved. Xiao Wendong was looked down upon by everyone in the class, and he was not familiar with them. They instinctively and psychologically sided with Tang Qing. The frightened Xiao Wendong felt that he couldn't live with his face. It was impossible to lose face in front of so many people. It was impossible to fight. He could only look at Tang Qing hatefully. Seeing Tang Qing in front of him, who was more handsome, taller, fairer, more temperamental, and better at studying than him, he couldn't stand it anymore. This was an all-round crushing. At this time, Su Ziwang also noticed this, and his eyes were full of sympathy when he looked at Xiao Wendong. Xiao Wendong had wanted to use his father's name to recruit him before, but since Xiao Wendong's eyes were drawn to Wang Yin as soon as he entered the class, he knew that this person must not be associated with him, because sooner or later this person will bring him to the opposite side of Tang Qing, and by then relying on Tang Qing's relationship, he will definitely be finished. Later, he accidentally asked about the background of his father's five-star hotel. Listening to his father's description, a huge figure was formed in his head. Lu Qian, a businessman with huge influence in the political and business circles of the province, was so familiar to Tang Qing. In addition, every time Lu Kai called Tang Qing, Tang Xiao, and Tang Xiao on the phone, an impression of a strong background was formed in his head, and he no longer dared to have any evil thoughts. He didn't want to accompany Xie Wendong to die, and he couldn't stand Xie Wendong's arrogance, and he had no interest in reminding Xie Wendong. Well now, finally hit the wall. Suzy Wang couldn't help but feel grateful to Tang Qing for teaching Xie Wendong, who looked down on him a lesson. If you dare to offend Mr. Tang, you are so brave. A father who had just reached the rank of deputy director was nothing compared to Tang Qing's power. It has nothing to do with me talking to Wang Yan, Xie Wendong shouted to Tang Qing. Facing Tang Qing, who was more than half a head taller than him, he really didn't have the confidence to curse or even hit others. You disturb me, and what do you mean I can't find a job? Try saying it again and see if I don't slap you. Finally, speak softly, especially don't spit. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will slap you? Tang Qing said coldly. He was really speechless when he saw this person. He had just beaten away Suzy Wang, and then came Xie Wendong. Suzy Wang was honest, and he had to deal with this guy. It was really troublesome. He was disgusted by flies on New Year's Day. But think about it. Beauties must have their own set of attracting flies. Everyone loves beauty. He can understand that if you take a stunning beauty to the street, countless people will probably have a long MV in their minds along the way. This cannot be changed, but if there is a brainless show, then it cannot be tolerated. For the second generation in front of him, who had never seen much of the world at first glance, Tang Qing really didn't want to pay attention to him. But he couldn't watch Wang Yin being bullied, and the threat in his tone was simply courting death. If you dare to hit me, my father will not let you go. Xie Wendong didn't know how to answer the question for a moment. He was frightened by Tang Qing's threat. Tang Qing wanted to curse, who designed such a bloody line, pull it out and chop it, or play it to death. I won't hit you, just go away, Tang Qing said helplessly. Tang Qing was no longer able to complain. There were too many complaints. If there was a complaining energy collector, Daimou's energy would be full. He could even manifest an aircraft carrier. Xie Wendong was either advancing or retreating. He couldn't beat him. He didn't dare to scold him, and it would be too shameful to leave. If you don't leave yet, don't make me angry. Tang Qing waved his fist and threatened. If he didn't leave, he would suffer from embarrassment. If you want to trick me, there is no way. You give it to me. Get out. Xie Wendong was yelled and took a few steps back. When he saw everyone looking at him, he felt extremely embarrassed and didn't want to say harsh words. He looked at Tang Qing with eyes filled with hatred. Go back to your seat. Looking at Xie Wendong's eyes, he suddenly felt the same way Suzy looked at him. It's as disgusting as eating a fly. Why should this scene be so familiar and have such a sense of déjà vu? After saying that, he couldn't help but turn his eyes to Suzy Wang, not knowing what he was thinking. Suzy Wang was glared at by Tang Qing and immediately lowered his head like a mouse seeing a cat. Old Tang, what's wrong? What are you doing? Huh? Why are you staring at me? Li Kai's voice suddenly sounded at the door. As soon as Tang Qing turned around, he saw Li Kai walking in with a large bag of snacks. It was a tense moment, and everyone immediately turned their attention to Li Kai, who seemed a little confused. I'm exhausted, old Tang. You're so lazy. I kept 100 and used it as running expenses. Li Kai put the snacks on the table. He had no idea what happened and didn't think about it. What big thing could happen in the class? No one was fighting or getting hurt, so he didn't bother to care. Well, Li Kai's interruption at this time did give everyone a chance to relax. Tang Qing ignored Xie Wendong, and Xie Wendong also returned to his seat. Looking at Tang Qing as if he wanted to eat people, the classmates also lowered their heads and whispered. This scene is so exciting. There is a conflict between the first grader and this second generation. Who will win in the end? Please listen to the next chapter for the breakdown. P.S. For the first chapter, Thank you to readers 258W, Fei Fei Fei's Very Beautiful White Rabbit, Blue Dream Ice, Xiongda, Internet When Hauga, and Li Mu for their recommendation. Votes. Please recommend, dear readers. After a while, the students filled the classroom one after another. What happened just now was quickly spread throughout the class by the gossiping students. Seeing the eyes of the students looking at him full of teasing and ridicule, Xie Wendong's self-esteem couldn't stand it anymore. Xie Wendong did not expect that the first time he became famous in school would be a bad name, and his resentment towards Tang Qing deepened. He wanted to teach Tang Qing a lesson, but he didn't have many reliable connections in Qingyan City when he first arrived. This was not like before in the county, where he had a lot of friends and couldn't get revenge for a while, which made him almost suffer from internal injuries. Li Kai later found out what happened, and looked at Xie Wendong with disgust in his eyes. If Tang Qing hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to scold him. As for Wang Yan, she looked at Tang Qing with admiration. Seeing that Tang Qing stood up for her, her heart was filled with sweetness. As for whether Xie Wendong might find trouble with Tang Qing, it's not that she looks down on Xie Wendong, it's that she really doesn't believe that Xie Wendong is Tang Qing's opponent. Then it was time for the performance. The students below had a great time, and the students above took turns to perform. Although the quality was not very good, one of the two students forgot the lyrics halfway through their skit, and then the two of them were completely confused and became incoherent, which made everyone happy. In fact, compared to serious performances, students prefer to watch such off-chain performances. After all, everyone is just having fun, not a serious stage. If everyone is so good, there will be no laughter, and it will not make the students happy. A few rounds down. Finally, it was Wang Yan's turn to play. Wang Yan walked to the open space in the middle and immediately attracted the attention of the whole class. It is not an exaggeration to say that Wang Yan is the crush of all the male students in the class. This is also the reason why most people hate Xie Wendong, especially Tang Qing. It's just a first-come, first-served basis. After all, she's the first in the grade and has been at the same table for 3 years. In this student era, being number one in grade represents authority in the throne. Why do you, Xie Wendong, a second-generation incompetent person, come to participate? Isn't this just causing hatred? The toad wanted to eat the swan's flesh. At this time, all the male classmates unconsciously disliked Xie Wendong. Compared with Tang Qing's excellence, they would never allow Wang Yan to have anything to do with Xie Wendong. After all, they recognized and tolerated losing to Tang Qing. The talent and beauty was also a good story. If they lost to Xie Wendong, it would be as disgusting as eating a fly. At the same time, many people decided to completely isolate Xie Wendong from now on. How dare they make Wang Yan angry? With such a character, he dared to have evil thoughts towards Wang Yan. They firmly refused to agree. There is no place for him in this class. Background music starts. Wang Yan stood on the stage. Tang Qing only felt that this song was very familiar. He couldn't remember what song it was. It was the same sentence. He could distinguish the names of no more than 30 popular songs other than children's songs, and could remember the lyrics of no more than 10 songs. Well, I can't afford to hurt someone who only listens to songs without remembering his name. The song I brought to you today is one of my favorites. It will be sunny on July 7th. I hope you like it. Wang Yan said with a smile. The prelude is over. Wang Yan's ethereal voice resounded throughout the class. Can I stop missing you when I say goodbye? Can I understand everything when I say sorry? Tears replace your kiss on my face. Suddenly my world is filled with ice and snow. Your yesterday still remains between my fingers. How can I put the pieces together perfectly? It was sunny on July 7th. It suddenly started snowing heavily. I didn't dare to open my eyes, hoping it was my imagination. I stood on the edge of the earth and watched the snow cover the street where you came from. It sounded so good that the whole class was fascinated by it. Tang Qing knew that Wang Yan was a weak tycoon, and there were few songs that he could not sing in the future. Every time he was dragged to the KTV by Wang Yan, he would listen below. Wang Yan sang there, one song after another. Tang Qing liked it, and Wang Yan liked it. Thinking of this, the Wang Yin in front of him and the Wang Yin in the future slowly overlapped, especially the look in his eyes. Really, it seems. Tang Qing couldn't help but become fascinated. Wang Yin saw Tang Qing looking at her blankly, feeling ashamed in her heart. She didn't dare to look at Tang Qing, lowered her head and sang, "It's sunny on July 7th. The night suddenly turns into day. I lose consciousness and look at the limit of love. I look at the horizon and the endless sky. I can't hear your goodbye." At the end of the song, Wang Yin said thank you, and everyone walked down, leaving a round of applause below. This was also the first time they heard Wang Yin sing. They didn't expect it to be so good. Wang Yin didn't perform on New Year's Day in the past. The applause pulled Tang Qing back, looked at Wang Yin, and said with a smile, "You sing so beautifully." "Really?" Wang Yin whispered, and Tang Qing could hear the joy in her voice. "Well, it's really good. It's better than the voices of those celebrities." Tang Qing praised. Of course, he only praised the voice, not the singing skills. After all, Wang Yin is only an amateur. How can she directly crush those professionals? "Well, thank you. Do you have a favorite star?" Wang Yin's voice became even lower. "Yes, there are many: Jackie Chan, Stephen Chow, Jake Cho, Anita Mui, Teresa." Tang Qing reported more than a dozen names in one breath, including those from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland China. These are stars that he also likes very much in later generations. Their talents and efforts are well known to the world, and Tang Qing can't help but admire them. "Well, I like Teresa Tung the most," Wang Yin said happily. "Haha, do you want to be a star?" Tang Qing asked casually. "I want to, but my father will definitely not let me," Wang Yin said with a gloomy expression. Do you really want to be a star? This is not an easy road." Tang Qing couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had never heard of Wang Yin wanting to be a star in his previous life. Before Tang Qing was reborn, Wang Yin's father had a net worth of tens of billions. Does this super white, rich, and beautiful girl really want to be a singer? "Well, I really want to, but my dad will definitely not let me." "But what do you think of me becoming a star?" Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing and said nervously. Looking at Wang Yan's slightly nervous expression at this time, Tang Qing suddenly felt like a lump in his throat and was speechless. Wang Yin in his previous life seemed to have asked himself this question, and he still remembered his answer at that time. At that time, he said that he didn't like celebrities because it was too chaotic and he would never pursue them. Could it be that he didn't like celebrities? Tang Qing suddenly looked at Wang Yin and didn't know what to say. According to his judgment, in her previous life, Wang Yin gave up her music dream because of her words and followed her to the university in the provincial capital. Tang Qing really had the urge to cry. Another girl had her dream changed by him. This debt. How can I pay off my past life? He really wanted to call himself a bastard in his previous life. Seeing that Tang Qing was silent, Wang Yin thought that Tang Qing didn't like it and looked a little disappointed and said softly, "You don't like me to be a star, do you?" "No, I think it's good. Stick to your dream. I will support you. And I also like the way you sing on stage." Tang Qing said quickly, "Since Wang Yin has a dream, he will find a way to help her realize it, no matter how difficult it is. What you owe in your past life, let's make up for it slowly in this life. Anyway, Wang Yan's family is rich, so she doesn't need to rely on hidden rules to get to the top. She can make a star out of it. Besides, he doesn't believe it, because Wang Yan's strength plus his father's and his own financial resources will make her unpopular. There's also my own strength, which is still too weak, and I must improve it as soon as possible because this is not only about protecting my family and loved ones and their dreams. He doesn't even know what Lin Jiashua's dream is now. He just knows the university she wants to go to. He feels very remiss in his duty, but it's not too late to realize it now. When the time comes, he will ask. No matter how difficult it is, he will help Lin Jiashua achieve it. Well, by the way, Tang Qing, how about I get admitted to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music? Wang Yin said happily. She knew that Tang Qing was going to take the Fudan exam, and she was also planning to go there. But now that Tang Qing likes singing by herself, She is preparing to take the exam to the Conservatory of Music there. After all, Lin Jiaxue will definitely be with Tang Qing by then. It's not good for her to be too close. She is satisfied if she can see Tang Qing from a distance. Okay, when the time comes when you become a big star, I will book the venue to support you, Tang Qing said with a smile. Don't break your promise then. Wang Yan pointed at Tang Qing and smiled. I will never break my promise. Tang Qing promised with his fingers raised to the sky. The two had a great time chatting, but someone doesn't want them to be so comfortable. It was originally a harmonious performance, but Xie Wendong came to cause trouble again. Seeing the two whispering, Wang Yin still looked happy, but he couldn't bear it anymore. After he finished a performance, rap or something, Tang Qing was too lazy to listen and kept eating. The male students were applauded by Sheila, and most of the people applauding Xie Wendong were girls. As for why, they were jealous. In line with the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Xie Wendong still has some personal support in the class. After the performance, Xie Wendong did not go down, but stood on the stage and said loudly, "Everyone be quiet. This New Year's Day performance, all the students in our class with good academic performance performed. Do you want to see Tang Qing, the number one in the grade, perform an impromptu performance?" He obviously wanted to push Tang Qing to the forefront and force him to make a fool of himself. After saying this, the people below were stunned for a moment, and then all the male and female students started to boo. Although many people didn't like Xie Wendong, it didn't stop them from wanting Tang Qing to show off his talents. In particular, some students who were chased by Suzy Wong were looking forward to what kind of surprise or fun this first place would bring them. Think, Tang Qing do one. Tang Qing perform one. That's right. We haven't seen your performance yet. That's right. Tang Qing, Tang Qing. Tang Qing in the audience smiled at the expected eyes of his classmates. This kind of scene could no longer make him nervous. It was just fun. At this time, Tang Qing already had a solution. Tang Qing walked onto the open space under the worried eyes of Li Kai and Wang Yan. At this time, he could tell which ones were friends and which ones were not friends. Friends would be worried that you were not prepared, while others wanted to watch the excitement and have some fun, and some even wanted you to make a fool of yourself. Tang Qing stood in the middle, looked around, and looked at those hot and expectant eyes. Tang Qing smiled and said, "Since everyone wants to see it, I won't disappoint everyone. Talent is all about talent. I don't have any preparations. So, why don't I tell you a few jokes? P.S. In the second chapter, I couldn't help but post it as soon as I finished it, huh? Thank you, Yindi, for your recommendation vote. Thank you. Please recommend, dear readers." The students were a little disappointed when they heard that Tang Qing was just telling a joke, but it was better than nothing, so they all calmed down and looked at Tang Qing expectantly. Xie Wendong was a little disappointed. He hoped that Tang Qing would be arrogant and rigid and not come up. Even if he came up and just put on a show to see him make a fool of himself. He just found out from his classmates that no one knew about Tang Qing's talent, but he didn't expect that Tang Qing would tell jokes. Who can't do this? Cunning, Xie Wendong thought inwardly. Originally, Xie Wendong wanted to encourage everyone to force Tang Qing to perform a show, but he was forced back by Tang Qing's cold eyes. He didn't expect that Tang Qing's eyes were so terrifying. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, as if he was being stared at by some wild beast, and he didn't dare to say a word. This is because Tang Qing discovered that source qi can be released due to the incident of punching through a sandbag last time. Later, he experimented with it. As long as he wanted, he could use any part of his body to release it. However, the ability to break armor was only effective if it was close to the body, and it could not hit a cow from a distance to cause lethality. He thought of the eyes at that time. Of course, this was not to attack with his eyes, but to shock him. He found that depending on his emotions, the origin qi emanating from the eyes had different effects. For example, if you are happy, the source energy emitted by your eyes will make other people happy, and the same goes for other emotions. When he saw Xie Wendong just now and wanted to cause trouble, he directly imitated Han Lung's unique temperament and glared at Xie Wendong. He had tried it before, glaring at a vicious dog in the community with source energy, frightening the vicious dog that roared at everyone, but its owner so much that it hid in the corner with its tail between its legs, not daring to make a sound at all. He was so excited when he learned that the effect was so good, and then he cast a kind look at the frightened, vicious dog. The dog immediately wagged its tail and looked fawning, so well-behaved. If Tang Qing hadn't been frightened at the end, the dog would have struggled to break free from the chain and follow him home. However, although Origin Qi can carry emotions, it cannot carry information. At that time, he was thinking that since Origin Qi could convey happiness and anger, it could also convey other messages, such as asking the puppy to sit down or lie down. But the result was very disappointing. The vicious dog couldn't understand it at all, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. This also let him know that the source energy value can only convey emotions. This kind of emotion can be conveyed to the depths of the opponent's brain, but it cannot convey specific information. The key is that the cheating system still has no comment and is not humane at all. It is not like the system in the novel that has emotions, anger, sorrow, and can communicate and work hard to benefit the host. Some of them are very happy and funny, and even scold and talk nonsense with the protagonist. Thinking about his system, which even the word artificial intelligence is a bit awkward to describe, Tang Qing really didn't know why the person who created it didn't let it have some emotion. He was not even allowed to change his name, and he still didn't know anything when asked, just like an uncle. No, this is the uncle. Tang Qing no longer wanted to complain about this. Ahem. Okay, everyone, stop what you're doing and talking about first, lest you spray the faces of the classmates around you and behind you, affect the feelings and friendship between classmates, and waste food. Then I have committed a big sin. Let me declare in advance that I will not be responsible for the consequences of disobedience. Are you ready, students? Tang Qing loudly stirred up the atmosphere and said with a smile, "Sometimes it feels really good to be noticed by many people. Haha, you're ready. Don't worry. You don't have to be responsible. Hurry up." That's right, Tang Qing. Tell it quickly. Is this a joke? The students booed for a while. They didn't expect that Tang Qing, who was usually quiet, was quite funny. Tang Qing had only talked about topics on the blackboard before, and he was very serious. This was the first time he was so open. Okay, let's get down to business. Listen up. This is a series of jokes that happened on a primary school campus. It's called Xiao Ming, Get Out of Here. Tang Qing said with a calm and serious face. When is the funniest time to tell a joke? Of course, when the person speaking is serious. Otherwise, you burst out laughing in the middle of the story, and you are still laughing so hard that even the funniest joke will be greatly reduced. The classmates were also full of expectations and doubts. Xiao Ming? Such a common name. Why get out? Made a mistake? Tang Qing took a deep breath and said slowly. In the classroom, Xiao Ming leaned his head on the table and did not listen to the class. The teacher came over and asked with concern, "Xiao Ming, are you sick again?" Xiao Ming said without raising his head, "Yes, I have a headache." The teacher said, "Do you have a doctor's certificate? Take it out and you can go home and rest." Xiao Ming said, "It's because the doctor doesn't issue a certificate, so I have a headache." Teacher, get out of here. The next moment, the whole class was in an uproar. Ha ha, because I have a headache if I don't issue a certificate. Xiao Ming is so cute. Ha ha, made me laugh so hard. Tang Qing continued. The teacher asked Xiao Ming to get up and answer questions in class, hoping to exercise his courage. Xiao Ming said weakly, "Teacher, I don't know how." The teacher said loudly, "Can't you act like a man?" Xiao Ming was thoughtful. Finally, Xiao Ming slammed the table angrily and yelled, "I don't know how." Teacher, get out of here. In history class, the teacher asked Xiao Ming, "Do you know what Li Shizhen's works are?" Xiao Ming replied, "I don't know his works, but I know what his last words were before his death." The teacher was curious and asked him what he said. "Xiao Ming, this grass is poisonous." The teacher said angrily, "Ew. Go out." Xiao Ming, "Teacher, I want to ask you a question." Teacher, get out. Xiao Ming, "Teacher, I really just want to ask a question." Teacher, "Night, Get out of the women's room right now. Teacher, Xiaoming, get out. Xiaoming, why? I didn't do anything. Teacher, because I want to ask a question. Huh? I laughed to death. Xiaoming is so cute. Tang Qing, you are so funny. Sympathize with Xiaoming. No, I should sympathize with his teacher. Yeah, haha. I can't see. No, one more. Yes, one more, no. 10 more. After listening to Xiaoming's series, the students almost burst out laughing, but they still felt a little unfinished. Okay, I'll just come back with a few more. Anyway, it's nothing. Tang Qing said with a smile. Although he couldn't remember many songs in his previous life, he remembered a lot of funny jokes. Just like Xiaoming, watching funny videos every time he was bored was his daily routine, so he remembered a lot of jokes, especially the series of never-expected and violent events in later generations. He would just put them on while reading books. He would download many funny web dramas in later generations and put them aside to listen to them over and over again. There is no other way. Life is stressful. Watch videos to relieve stress. Ha ha ha. No more. Tang Qing, you can go and act in a sketch. Yes, it's very promising. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Qing told a lot of jokes, which made the classmates laugh so hard that none of them dared to eat for fear of choking. This was different from the jokes they usually heard, so novel and harmonious. This was the first time they heard the rebellious joke. Xia Wendong couldn't help but laugh a few times, but when he thought it was Tang Qing, he immediately stopped smiling. Tang Qing looked at Tang Qing with his tangled and suppressed face. There is no feeling at all. It feels so good to defeat such a low-level and brainless opponent. Who the hell designed this guy? Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Qing was ready to end it. He didn't remember much. Most of them were talk shows and jokes. There weren't many that were suitable for telling jokes. If he continued to talk, he would be hollowed out by this group of people. Okay, classmates, I don't have much left in stock, so let's do one more brain teaser at the end and find a classmate to cooperate. Tang Qing continued. The students didn't say anything after hearing this. They talked for more than 10 minutes, during which they even made a lot of noise. It would be good if you could remember so many jokes. If you don't let Tang Qing come down, you will be embarrassing others. Well, let's take a look. Then thank you, classmate, for coming. Remember to answer within 3 seconds. Tang Qing said to Xia Wendong. When a matter comes to this, of course Xia Wendong has to end it. No matter what the result is, he will be invincible. As soon as Xia Wendong heard Tang Qing calling him, he didn't accept it at first. He couldn't just come up if you asked me to. Answer if you asked me to answer. The person who designed this line is thick. But we can't be at a disadvantage. So Xia Wendong stood up and said to Tang Qing, you come up with the questions. Listen up. You're running a 100-meter race with others, and you are running past the second place. So where are you now? Tang Qing said with a smile. I'm the first. Wait a minute, I'm the second. Xia Wendong answered quickly and wisely, with a dangerous feeling in his heart. At the same time, he looked at Tang Qing with his eyes full of pride. At this level, I want 10. This was all answered by student Xia. Well, the second question is, if you surpass the last one, what is your rank? Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course it is the last one. Classmate Xia, that's right. Then the third question is, why did a pig hit a tree when it came out of the pigsty? Tang Qing asked with a mysterious smile. Because he can't turn his brain? Xia Wendong answered instantly. He usually plays with friends in the county. How could it be difficult to get him by making such a simple sharp turn? It is easier than the one just now. Cut. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Xia Wendong despised Tang Qing in his heart. Thank you, classmate. You are so smart. Okay, let's have a good meal and drink, everyone. Tang Qing clapped his hands a few times and said with a smile, looking at Xia Wendong with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and then turned around and returned to his seat. P.S. Thank you, readers, for your recommendation votes. Smiley face, too deep, always ignored, Tao Tao 1212, Mo.G, Titiku Rogue, and Daoyu, thank you. Please ask for recommendation votes again. Ha. Xia Wendong didn't expect that Tang Qing's questions would end all at once. In his opinion, these 3 questions were not difficult. Isn't this a chance for him to show off? He had thought that Tang Qing would take the opportunity to retaliate against him and wanted his classmates to laugh at him. This made Xiao Wendong, who had already prepared a response strategy, feel like he had punched cotton in the cotton wool. Could it be that Tang Qing wanted to shake hands with him and make peace? But the expression doesn't look like it, does it? Xiao Wendong couldn't figure out the reason for a while, but whatever, as long as he didn't make a fool of himself. The students who were preparing to watch the show were also confused. Only a few interested students were lost in thought recalling Tang Qing's questions just now. They did not believe that things could be so simple, and they always felt that these questions were a bit baffling. The plot ended before it developed, which was completely unacceptable to some students with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wang Yin also discovered the problem, but she was smart and instantly figured out the meaning of Tang Qing's question. After understanding, she smiled sweetly, and she knew that Tang Qing would not let Xiao Wendong get such limelight, although it was not small. At this time, Wang Yin looked at Xiao Wendong with a touch of sympathy in her eyes. This child was cheated. Within a minute, several more people understood the trap in Tang Qing's question. They immediately looked at the proud Xiao Wendong, and their eyes became strange. Some of them had already begun to share this discovery with their classmates. You surpassed the last one. So where are you from? You don't exist at all. This question is completely wrong. Or rather, it's a trap. Listening to the discussions among the students, Xiao Wendong gradually understood what was going on, and his face suddenly turned red with anger. The first two questions were nothing, and it really didn't matter if they answered it right or wrong. But once the third question was added, he actually answered it correctly. That was Hong Guoguo's irony, especially Tang Qing's nice and smart compliments, which pierced Xiao Wendong's heart like a knife. It was simply a soul-crushing blow. Tang Qing didn't bother to look at Xiao Wendong's cannibalistic eyes. Return to your seat. Old Tang, what happened just now? How did you let that guy take the limelight? Li Kai came up and asked. He was preparing to watch Tang Qing violently torture Xiao Wendong, but Tang Qing asked several questions, and all were answered. He thought Tang Qing would ask more questions, but he didn't expect Tang Qing to end it directly and praise the other party, which made him unable to react for a while. Okay, I overestimated your IQ, Tang Qing said, covering his face. You, Wang Yin, do you know? Li Kai turned angrily and asked Wang Yin. The second question has a logic problem, Wang Yin said with a smile. The second one? Isn't that right? The last one is the last one. Hey, there's really a problem. Damn Xiao Wendong, this is how you should be taught a lesson. Li Kai finally came to his senses and added the third question, TSK. This was a good slap in the face, a wonderful slap in the face, and he felt a lot relieved. When the class teacher Shun Mei saw that the atmosphere in the class was not right, she immediately stopped the discussion among the students. At this time, she also reflected that there must be a conflict between Tang Qing and Xiao Wendong. Although she didn't know what it was specifically, after all, it was impossible for students to talk to the teacher about many things. However, she could not let it develop and affect the unity of the class. After all, Xiao Wendong's father was still a small leader, and he would not offend if he could. However, Xiao Wendong is too arrogant. Last time, he used a commanding tone to ask him to exchange positions with Tang Qing. How could he agree to this? Firstly, your father is not the direct leader of the education department. Secondly, even if he is, you have to take me as the class teacher in your eyes. Besides, the other party is Tang Qing, the first in grade and the hope of the school. Moreover, even if Xiao Wendong is really the child of the leader of the city's education department, I will not favor him, because the number 8 middle school has an awesome principal, and the principal's father has just stepped down from the position of executive deputy director of the provincial department of education in the middle of this year. The principal is waiting to take advantage of Tang Qing's appointment as deputy director of the municipal education bureau and wants to offend Tang Qing. Unless you can exchange that position, your principal will ignore him. In the provincial education system, your principal is not a person to be afraid of. Although the person has left, he has not gone far, so the tea is not yet cold. And she doesn't like Xiao Wendong very much, because Xiao Wendong's grades are really bad. If it weren't for his father's relationship, he wouldn't even be able to enter the 8th middle school, let alone his own class. She doesn't like this guy who is here to lower the average score of the class. In this way, the dinner party ended in a peaceful atmosphere. Shimei also went up to sing the last song. The finale of the program turned out to be a children's song, Let's Swing the Oars, which made the classmates in the class look at each other in a daze. This style of painting, that's not right. Although the show has ended, its impact goes far beyond that. Especially Xie Wendong. Not long after he came to school, he made 2 fools of himself in a row, both in public. Seeing the strange looks in his eyes from the whole class, he felt deep contempt and ridicule, especially when Wang Yin and Tang Qing were chatting and laughing there. Xie Wendong was about to burst with anger. He couldn't bear it that a commoner's child had humiliated him like this. Although he can't take revenge on Tang Qing now, as his father dotes on him, Wang Yin can use his father's engineering projects to vent his anger. When the time comes, hey, come and beg me. Xie Wendong's plan failed, and he tried another one. Thinking that Wang Yin would eventually beg him, he was filled with pride. Tang Qing was too lazy to pay attention to the look in the eyes of a minor character like Xie Wendong. He was really not afraid of a deputy director-level father and an official who had nothing to do with his business. He was not afraid of both black and white. If Xie Wendong dared to use his family connections to cause trouble for him, you'd better wish your father to be an upright official. But he was worried about Wang Yan's father. Wang Yan, if your father encounters any difficulties, just tell me. I'm worried that he will cause trouble for your father. Tang Qing expressed his worries. In his previous life, he didn't know that there was a person like Xie Wendong. In his opinion, the butterfly effect happened so quickly and so suddenly, which was really unacceptable to him. Well, I understand. What are you going to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? How about we go out to play? Wang Yin replied with joy in her heart. She was very touched by Tang Qing's care and concern. She also planned to go back and talk to her father about this matter so that he could be prepared. However, although she did not want to offend Xie Wendong and his father behind him, she was not someone who could be manipulated when pressed. If the other party dared to take action, you would not be able to stop it. I will have dinner with my family at home tomorrow, and I have other things to do the day after tomorrow, so I don't have much time. Tang Qing explained that tomorrow is New Year's Day, and Lin Jiashua's family is coming to have dinner, and the day after tomorrow customers have to repay loans and new customer loans. If there is time, I may go to Han Lung's place, and then I will be busy with the issuance of the remaining loans. Hey, he feels like he is almost overwhelmed at the beginning of every month. At this time, Tang Qing was considering whether to set up a new company and hire someone to help him interview customers and find people who needed loans. It was really tiring to work alone. Well, that's it. I've decided to find a way to get it done before the year. The Chinese New Year will be next month. If I'm still worried about the loan at that time, I won't be able to survive this day. Oh, Wang Yin said a little disappointed, but she couldn't say anything. First of all, she was spending time with her family, plus Tang Qing and this company. It was a rare holiday. Just like her father, he had a career and really didn't have enough time. Thinking of her father, Wang Yan's heart was filled with helplessness and respect. Most people think that it is good to be a boss, but it is not that easy to be a boss. Money means money, but the hard work is not less than that of employees, or even more. They give up their rest days and have no time to spend with their families. They're not only busy in that small office, but also in the time that employees can see. What employees think is that if this company is not good, there will be another one. If they change jobs, their salary may be increased, but the boss has no way out. When the boss is done playing, he is done, and then the whole family will have a problem eating. If you want anything, you have to pay a price. Even if you were born with a golden key, it only means that your parents have borne the price for you. When your parents experienced famine, starvation, failure, hesitation, and helplessness, and went through many hardships to reach a high position, they have already paid the price for you. Even if the other party's father is corrupt, he still runs the risk of having his head wiped out. A person wants to succeed without paying any price, wants a salary increase without improving his ability, and wants to get money without working. What's the difference between this and a robber? No era or society will provide a path for advancement for those who have such values and put them into practice. A person can be poor for a while in his life. However, my heart is poor. Then you will really be poor for the rest of your life. Of course, it's still okay to do YY in your spare time. January 1st, 2005, Saturday today, New Year's Day. Lin Jiaxue came to Tang Qing's place at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin's father and Lin's mother continued to open the shop. Now the business is getting better and better. They called a little girl from their hometown to help. Now the daughter is nervous about the college entrance examination and studies are important. She has a weekend to take a good rest. At Tang Qing's request, all the seasonings in Li Jiangguo's place came from the Lin family's shop, but no, it was Li Jiangguo who went to pick up the goods every time. After all, the wet market was not far from the store, and with Tang Qing's instructions, Li Jiangguo always called Lin's father one day in advance to prepare it, and went to pick it up early the next morning, settling the bill once a week. Compared with other customers like the uncle, Father Lin would like to have more worry-free customers like Li Jiangguo. In addition, today is about to be upgraded. The interface has changed early in the morning. He will be level 3 after 12 o'clock. Tang Qing is full of expectations to see what functions of the system will be open by then. P.S. In Chapter 2, the third level function will be opened soon. Please wait and see. Thank you, readers, for your recommendation votes for Brother is Lonely, Qingchun. My heart is flying in 007, and always ignored. Thank you. How shameless to ask for a vote. Sister Jiaxue, your clothes are so beautiful. Where did you buy them? As soon as Lin Jiaxue walked in, Qin Shiqi pulled her into her room without even seeing Tang Qing's face. My uncle and aunt were watching TV in the living room. Tang Qing was reading boringly in his room. They didn't go out to say hello. They were already an old married couple. It was enough that they had each other in their hearts, and there was no need to get tired of being together and being pretentious. Tang bought it for me last time, Lin Jiaxue said truthfully. Now, she wears the clothes Tang Qing bought for her every time. She couldn't help but think of Tang Qing begging her to buy clothes, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I didn't expect my brother to be so generous. It's not cheap at first glance. Well, it's not bad, Lin Jiaxue said. Of course, she couldn't say how much. She knew that Qin Shiqi didn't know about Tang Qing's wealth and would not tell the truth. Otherwise, according to Qin Shiqi's character, if she knew that her cousin was a rich man, she would definitely blackmail Tang Qing severely. That scene, she found it very interesting just thinking about it. Lin Jiaxue didn't care whether Tang Qing had money or not. What she cared about was whether Tang Qing had her in his heart. Although I'm very confident in my appearance. But although she is a quiet personality, but is extremely independent, she has no intention of becoming a rich lady. She just wants to live her whole life with the person she loves. And Tang Qing is the person she has always recognized since she was a child. This can also be said to be getting used to it, getting used to liking someone, getting used to thinking about him, getting used to wanting to spend a lifetime with him, getting used to everything about him. Never thought about changing. After sitting in Qin Shiqi's room for a while, Lin Jiaxue came to Tang Qing's room. Qin Shiqi was carried by her aunt to do her homework. Seeing Tang Qing reading a book, Lin Jiaxue just looked at each other, smiled lightly, and started to clean up Tang Qing's room without saying anything. Tidy up the desk and fold the quilt. After finishing, he sat next to Tang Qing and picked up a textbook and started reading. Afternoon. At Qin Shiqi's strong request, Tang Qing was taken to go shopping. Lin Jiaxue's hand were held by her two cousins, and she walked in front. Tang Qing could only follow behind with his hands in his trouser pockets. Looking at the pedestrians on the street, Tang Qing had only one feeling. There were so many people. Certainly, my uncle and aunt are also there. Otherwise, who would pay for the shopping? Tang Qing didn't want to reveal it so quickly. Her aunt bought something for each of Tang Qing's juniors, but Tang Qing didn't spend a penny. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue cooked dinner together. Father Lin and Mother Lin also closed the door early and came over. Also coming was the little girl they called from their hometown. The little girl was a distant relative of Lin Jiaxue, but Tang Qing had never seen her before, and now she also lives in Lin Jiaxue's house. A small bed was installed in the Lin family's living room. Neither of them went to the kitchen to disturb their two-person world. At the same time, I'm also happy and relaxed. Although Tang Qing can cook a lot of dishes, even if he is reborn, he cannot compare to Lin Jiaxue at this time. So most of the dishes are cooked by Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue watched her cooking from behind. Looking from the side, Lin Jiaxue felt extremely good-looking at this time. The intelligence and the faint smile on his face made Tang Qing a little crazy. Tang Qing couldn't help but hug Lin Jiaxue gently from behind, putting his chin on Lin Jiaxue's shoulder. His hand was pressed against Lin Jiaxue's belly. This sudden movement made Lin Jiaxue freeze up. Tang Qing had never hugged herself in this position. Tang, why are you hugging me suddenly? Lin Jiaxue said softly. It's nothing, I just want to hold you. Tang Qing hugged you tighter after saying that. Oh, Lin Jiaxue replied softly. She did not refuse this hug. Although it was a little inconvenient to be hugged by her lover, she couldn't bear to push him away. But this situation was quickly disturbed by Qin Shiqi. Brother, what are you doing? Are you ashamed? Qin Shiqi opened the door and her little head peeked out. She couldn't help but joked as she watched Tang Qing hugging Lin Jiaxue. You go out, I want you to take care of it. Lin Jiaxue shook her delicate body, and Tang Qing immediately understood and let Lin Jiaxue go. But for this cousin, hey, he couldn't bear to beat or scold him. He was helpless. Don't interfere with Sister Jiaxue's cooking. I'm starving to death. Qin Shiqi muttered. Drink water as hard as you can when you're hungry. Tang Qing said angrily. I'm full. Qin Shiqi said without thinking. Then you're so hungry, get out. Tang Qing said proudly. You. Qin Shiqi was at a loss for words, which made her trapped. I'll ignore you. Qin Shiqi left to feel defeated. After Qin Shiqi left, the two of them stopped hugging each other, and the atmosphere was ruined by her cousin. Just once. Quality is more important than quantity. While eating, in order to avenge the killing just now, Qin Shiqi forcibly pulled Lin Jiaxue to her side, looking at Tang Qing proudly. That expression seems to say, let you show affection again, let you talk about me just now. Tang Qing curled his lips and expressed that he would never compromise on this, which made Qin Shiqi very angry. Tang, when do you have a holiday? Lin's father asked Tang Qing during the meal. Our school won't have a holiday until February 2nd. Where are you, Jiaxue? After Tang Qing finished speaking, he asked Lin Jiaxue that there were really few winter holidays during the senior year of high school. So are we. Lin Jiaxue replied. Okay, Uncle Lin, how about Jiaxue and I go back together on February 5th, Tang Qing said. He knew that Father Lin usually could not go back until New Year's Eve every year. I also have something to do early next month. There are a lot of system tasks, the company's annual meeting, and year-end inventory. The new year is still busy. It seems that I will have to ask for leave by then. Otherwise, I will be busy. Okay, you guys go back on the 5th. We'll go back on the 7th of February. Then you and Jiaxue can go back first, Father Lin said. Yes, Tang Qing replied. This meal was eaten quite late before the meal was dismissed. The two sisters Qin Shiqi were responsible for the closing work this time. Qin Shiqi was reluctant, but Qin Shiyu was full of joy. Tang Qing knew that her obsessive-compulsive disorder of tidying up things had returned. Tang Qing couldn't help but shook his head. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is really a good thing sometimes. Being convenient to others can also make the person involved feel happy. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Tang Qing lay on the bed and looked at his information. Host name, Tang Qing level. Level 2 experience. 140/200 loan limit this month. 1 million personal limit this month. 20/200,000. Overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets. 6.21 million spirit. 110 physical. 110 source chi value. 0 convertible foreign currency. US dollars. Not much has changed. After spending on company acquisition, capital injection, renting a house, and medical expenses, I only had 6.21 million in my pocket. Spend bits and pieces. He didn't even know where the 20,000 yuan had gone. He had previously used the 5 points of origin chi he had gained from completing achievement task 2 to make his 2 attributes look more average. As for experience, although it was stated that the contract should be returned on the first day when the contract was signed, don't cause trouble for others during the New Year's Day. I was also busy, so I asked the other party to return it to me tomorrow. Anyway, if the customers recommended by the system are late, there will be no impact. The experience will be obtained. You just need to wait until 12 o'clock. The system will issue the experience before the assessment. With 60 points of experience, you will be upgraded. Overall, properties have not changed much. There was quite a bit more money. By then, including the money borrowed by Lu Gan, he would have nearly 39 million in funds. Next, we go to the stock market and make a fortune. As for the group of retail investors, all he could say was sorry. The weak prey on the strong, and the stock market is originally like a game of drumming and passing flowers. Everyone thinks that the last fool will take over. Since you are gambling, you have to accept the risk of losing. If you don't have this awareness, you'd better cancel your securities account early. This is not the place for you. Of course, this wasn't what he was looking forward to most. There are 2 things he looks forward to most. The first one is what the newly opened currency is, which directly affects his next plan. The second one is what are the new auxiliary functions of the system, for which he is full of expectations. Just after 12 o'clock, December assessment result passed. The system voice sounded. Tang Qing hurriedly checked his information. Host name, Tang Qing level, 3 experience, 0/400 loan amount this month, 0/2 million personal amount this month, 0/400,000 withdrawable assets, 6.61 million spirit, 110 physique, 110 source chi value, 30 convertible foreign currencies, US dollars, euros. The 3-level system rewarded 400,000 yuan, and his deposit became 6.61 million yuan, and the loan limit was also refreshed. After reaching level 3, the system rewarded him with 30 points of origin chi. He wanted to complain because Mao's origin chi had 2 different names in his personal information and in the task description. System, did you make a mistake? Is the source power and source energy different? Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. The system display is correct. There is a big difference between the 2. Only the source energy that is integrated with the body can be called source energy. The uncontrolled source energy is collectively called source energy. The system replied, okay, this setting is also correct. Who said you're the system? You have the final right of interpretation. Tang Qing thought for a moment. Divide the origin chi into equal parts, each with 15 points, which is equivalent to adding 30 points to each one, and the physical and mental levels become 140. After adding it, Tang Qing felt his body heat up. Feeling that his strength and abilities in all aspects have greatly increased, he believes that next time he sees Han Long, he will be able to defeat Han Long with his speed alone. At the same time, he was absolutely certain of the fact. That is, the money you earn from the exchange difference through the system is not included in your own assets, even if you buy industrial or fixed assets. Only the value-added part of these assets is included in the statistics. Otherwise, so much money was spent and a lot of capital was injected. His physical assets have already exceeded 5 million. However, he estimated that it should be completed next month because the e-commerce business in Shengtang is booming now. In addition, I invested some money to buy some homepage advertisements. With the increase in styles and the spread of word of mouth, sales have been growing, and now there are nearly 100,000 sales every day. Certainly, none of the above is the point. The newly opened currency is the focus. Looking at the big word euro in the foreign currency, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not Japanese yen, Korean won, or Vietnamese dong. Otherwise, it would be really tragic. In that case, in a short period of time, I would have to live on the US dollars exchange with Lu Gan. It's fine now. With the euro, it means that you have a stable, safe, sustainable, and large source of funds, and you can boldly start a risk-free arbitrage business. Thank God, the system finally worked hard for a while. As for how to make arbitrage, Tang Qing already had a plan in mind. P.S. Thanks to Banking, 920-3302. Huiji Mu Mu. Reading Hooligan. Wang Wen Hao Ge. Hickey 96. Mo Run. Wu MOU. Guagu 1314 for the recommendation votes. Thank you. This model was something he just thought about for a while before he figured out the logic. It felt like calculating money was the most brain-burning thing. His arbitrage model is simple. For example, the current international exchange rate of the euro against the US dollar is 1:1.3668. After the system's internal exchange rate is rounded, the RMB exchange rate to the US dollar is 8:1, and the exchange rate to the euro is 11:1. You can first open an account in the international free foreign exchange market, or you can open several more accounts. Just share the regulatory risks. So if you have 11 million yuan, you can exchange it for 1 million euros through the system. Then you can use this million euros to exchange it with others for 1.3668 million US dollars, and finally exchange it back to the system. Very simple. Just multiply it by 8, and it works out at 10.93 million. A total loss of nearly 70,000 yuan was made. Of course, no one would do this kind of business, and Tang Qing was not stupid. But what if it's the other way around? 11 million yuan. Within the system, 1.375 million US dollars can be exchanged at a ratio of 8:1, and then converted back to euros at a ratio of 1.3668 internationally, resulting in 1 million euros and the remaining US dollars. The net profit was $8,200. Calculated, the profit from one transaction is nearly 0.6%. Even if possible transaction costs are deducted, the profit calculation is at least 7,000 US dollars. In this case, the system entry and exit limit of 10 times a day is a profit of nearly 70,000 US dollars. This may not seem like much. And what if the transaction volume is 10 million euros at a time? One day is an income of at least 700,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to a profit of 5.6 million yuan. And what if it's a month? Damn it. At this point, Tang Qing suddenly sat up, his eyes filled with shock. As long as you have 110 million yuan, you can make money in 1 month. 168 million. Depend on. Crazy to ask for it. Tang Qing's heart was beating rapidly, almost bursting. This is not just a huge profit, it is simply picking up money. Moreover, this is still calculated based on simple interest. If all the money earned is reinvested based on compound interest, the profit will probably reach 200 million. Mamma mia, more than 200% profit. So crazy. And this is still a relatively conservative situation. The first point is that the exchange rates of the two currencies against the RMB will not change in the short term. Tang Qing checked and found that the international exchange rates of the two currencies are now more than 0.2, which will not change significantly for at least a month, and there should be no changes within the system for at least half a year. Why? Because even if the RMB against the US dollar falls below 8, as long as it is above 7.5, the exchange ratio within the system is 1:8. So does the euro. Above 10.5 is based on 1:11. Such a big plunge will take at least several months or even longer. And he knows one thing. The US dollar has never been high against the euro, and 1:3.6668 is already considered very high. Even in 2007, the maximum was 1.37. This means that your profit from one transaction may be lower than this in the future, but at least you will make money in 1 or 2 years. And this is just the exchange of euros for dollars. What if I am level 4? What currencies will be opened? When the arbitrage profits of the US dollar against the euro decrease, you can just move on to the next one. What a big deal. Even if one of the newly opened currencies is above the integer and the other is below the integer, then the profit is likely to double several times. No matter what, he can still succeed in arbitrage, and no one can stop him from making money. Depend on. Tang Qing couldn't help, but another word popped into his mind. Can this system get any better? Banking system. It's really well deserved. It seems that he is not far away from becoming a billionaire. At this rate, it shouldn't be too difficult to earn a net worth of hundreds of millions before the college entrance examination. However, He plans to earn this money after the new year and first make a fortune in the stock market. When the time comes, he can find a way to open or buy a bearer account in a foreign bank. Anyway, he doesn't plan to have anything to do with this kind of account. A few days ago, he accidentally asked about the accounts bound to the system, and the system told him that the accounts bound to the system could be monitored and frozen by the outside world. But without Tang Qing's consent and system operation, it would be impossible for others to transfer a dime. And even if it is frozen, Tang Qing can also spend 1 million yuan to force the system to unfreeze for 10 seconds, which makes Tang Qing feel awesome and safe. 10 seconds. My own money has long since escaped. Certainly, the system only provides unfreezing services for Tang Qing's account and not for others. Tang Qing doesn't think it's a big deal. He has no interest in unfreezing other people's accounts. Although the business of helping others unfreeze their accounts may be awesome, many banks have frozen accounts, ranging from tens of millions to billions of dollars. That's not a huge profit, but Tang Qing has no interest in it, so he might as well forget it about causing hatred everywhere. This is obviously following the conflict between governments and major banks in the world. This makes him, who aspires to become a banker, completely uninterested. He has made too many enemies, and it will be a waste of time. It's not like I don't have a way to get money, so I have to do this unless I'm out of my mind. After the new year, I will collect 110 million first. When I don't have enough money, I can apply for a mortgage or borrow from a bank, and I can pay it off in a month at most. There is nothing to be afraid of in this kind of risk-free business, and all that is left after you pay it back is your own money. TSK. The more Tang Qing thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Countless banknotes were waving to him. Anyway, he was sure to make this money. Certainly, he was not prepared to give up the business at Lu Gan's place. Now that you have stepped in, how can you get out easily? He also knew the reason why Lu Qian was so enthusiastic about him. If he stopped this business, to be honest, he would be a little afraid of Lu Qian and the interest alliance behind him, since he didn't have any deep strength now. In addition, his clothing business still needs Lu Qian's full support, and the transaction with Lu Qian cannot be stopped no matter what. However, he also strictly adhered to a bottom line and resolutely refused to exchange foreign dollars for Lu Gan. If this hole is opened, he may really get into trouble. He doesn't want to go to jail, nor does he want to be on the run. Tang Qing then called up his own tasks. 1. Complete the loan task for customers recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete one loan business for non-system recommended customers this month, with an amount of no less than 400,000. Reward content. Experience plus 20. Completion level 0 out of 1. 3. Complete all external loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 20. Completion level 0/200. For complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 20. Completion level 0/40. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 3 million. Reward content. Source power value plus 10. Experience value plus 30. Completion level 2 million/5 million. 6. Achievement task 2. The cumulative principal recovery of the system's external loans reaches 3 million. Reward contents. Source power value plus 10. Experience value plus 30. Completion degree 100/5 million. 7. Achievement task 3. The cumulative total of the system's personal loans reaches 500,000. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 300/500,000. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 5 million. Personal loans and reward from the system are not included. Reward content. Source power value plus 10. Experience value plus 50. The mission is still the same. There is no change. As long as you complete the loan and collection tasks step by step, you won't be able to upgrade in a short time anyway, so don't worry. Achievement Task 3 can be completed immediately. But think about it and forget it. Don't rush. It's useless anyway. You can still accumulate it, so why rush? What he cares about now is what the auxiliary functions of the system's third-level opening are. System, where are the open functions after you reach level 3? Tang Qing asked in his mind. He didn't pay attention to any changes in the interface. The system would tell you anyway. The third-level open mall system. The host can purchase mall items in the mall. The system replied, Mall, Tang Qing said in surprise, and then his face was filled with surprise. Finally, something normal came. This is a shopping mall. System standard. Will there be any unique skills? Will there be any magic bullet? No matter how bad it is, it would be nice to provide some high-tech equipment, skills, or whatever. I won't have much money in the future, and I have to find a place to spend it. Anyway, the system mall in a novel is an extremely awesome existence, and you can buy everything. Tang Qing immediately found the mall icon in the interface. There's only one icon inside, which is very conspicuous. While the icon is a little ugly, a bunch of unclear pictures. Tang Qing complained while opening the mall. Looking at the things in the mall, Tang Qing's face, which was quite happy at first, slowly turned cold. After turning a few pages, his face turned pale, and he even broke out in cold sweat. Tang Qing, who did not believe in evil, refreshed the mall page again and again. The entire page was only more than 30 pages, and he turned it over in a few seconds. Tang Qing searched carefully to see if there were other categories. It couldn't be just this type of product. But reality gave him another loud slap in the face. No, there are no other categories, just these things. Tang Qing took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his heart. Restless. System, come out here. Tang Qing said coldly. Host, what can I do for you? The system replied. What's the matter? Haha, the matter is serious. Come and tell me what's going on with these products. Ah, are you kidding me? Although he muttered silently in his heart, the anger can indeed be expressed. Please, host, correctly describe the problem. The system replied. Okay, then tell me, where are the things sold in the mall now? Is there any mistake? Tang Qing was furious. Host, the system has not found any errors. This type of product is indeed a third-level open mall product catalog. The system replied. Then tell me why it's full of weapons and equipment. Do you want me to fight? If Tang Qing had spoken, he would have roared this sentence. P.S. Please recommend, readers. That's right, there is only one type of thing sold in the entire system mall, and that is weapons, which are available in various countries. Tang Qing is not familiar with firearms, and there is no label on them which country they are from. Each weapon only has a model, a bullet purchase quantity, and supporting parts options. Of course, these are just ordinary firearms and matching bayonets and silencer racks. There are no aircraft, cannons, aircraft carriers, etc., and they do not even provide rifle grenades, let alone rocket grenades. However, according to the nature of the system, Tang Qing is sure that these things will definitely be available later. Just like the US dollar exchange in foreign currencies is opened at the second level of the system, the euro exchange is opened at the third level, and more weapon options will definitely be unlocked at the fourth level. Without waiting for a reply from the system, Tang Qing opened his eyes and took a deep breath, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, lost in thought. The system seemed to understand and did not answer him immediately. Just like ordinary men like the military, guns, and watching violent and bloody war movies and TV shows. But if you wake up one day and find an extra gun in the bedside drawer, the feeling will not be excitement, but you may be in big trouble. This is how Tang Qing feels now. Scared, fearful, and confused, but definitely not excited or happy. Weapon exchange is open. What does this mean? This means that he will probably have to deal with a lot of dangers in the rest of his life, and it means that if he wants to follow the path of becoming a banker that he planned before, there will be many twists and turns. This thing provided by the system mall will never be used by him as a decoration. The system is not so idle. These weapons will definitely be useful, and they will be of great use. From now on, his life trajectory will become a little bit incomprehensible to him, and the price is likely to be his life. More. Originally, He wanted to work hard and live a peaceful and happy life with Lin Jiaxue. But looking at the products in the mall, he was a little confused. This was equivalent to putting his entire family in danger. You had no choice but to go on. If you went well, everyone would be fine. If you went wrong, it would be over. As for resisting the system, Tang Qing knew with his but that the outcome would be tragic. The system was not his father and could make him act a little bit irritated. The system could not even be humanized. What else could he expect? As for killing yourself to get away from it all, well, the ant is still alive. God allows him to be reborn. If he commits suicide, then simply calling him a fool is not enough to describe him. Tang Qing thought a lot and finally decided to take it one step at a time. As long as he doesn't play around and doesn't go around like crazy fighting, killing, and causing hatred, it should be more than enough to protect the safety of his loved ones. It seems that I have to think carefully about finding some powerful bodyguards to protect my family, but I don't need it now. That will happen in the future. I don't have so many crazy enemies now. After making a decision, Tang Qing began to ask the system what was going on. Why do you only sell arms? Damn it, I don't ask you to sell any panacea, martial arts skills, or skills. I can be satisfied with you selling ham sausage, instant noodles, and even toilet paper. System, please explain to me about them all. Why are there only weapons? Aren't you trying to trick me? Tang Qing closed his eyes and asked in his mind. Hello, host. This question can be answered by the system. According to the standard explanation left by the designer, after translation, I can borrow a passage from your planet. War is the continuation of politics. Politics is the continuation of economy, and financial power controls everything. Under financial power, the supreme power of a banker is jointly maintained by the visible supreme power force and the invisible supreme power currency. After listening to the system's explanation, Tang Qing fell silent. The system makes it very clear. To use the most popular explanation, it is a carrot and stick policy. For a real banker, with these two, is anything else needed? Obviously not needed. Force protects the security of capital, and capital strengthens the limits of force. The two complement each other and are absolutely invincible. Look at the real bankers abroad. Don't they use capital to control politics, then control the military, and even directly participate in wars, seize national property, and make huge profits? Don't they control the world using a simple method of stick and carrot? Well, Tang Qing accepted the system's reason, and he couldn't refute it. That was the fact. I'm just a little disappointed that there aren't any skills, techniques, pills, or anything like that to fulfill my martial arts dream. Arms are just arms. I just don't know if there will be any future military equipment, space battleships, etc. The only ones in the mall now are firearms. But think about it. Even if there's an aircraft carrier now and it is not affordable, even if he can afford it, he doesn't dare to get one. Isn't this looking for death? After understanding the truth of the matter, Tang Qing no longer struggled with it and could not change it. Instead, he looked at the list of weapons with interest. After all, there is no man who doesn't love guns. He just doesn't know how the system is priced. All weapons and equipment look very cheap. Pistols are priced at 300 yuan, and other firearms are different. Even the various versions of Barrett only cost 20,000 yuan. Yes, you read that right. It only costs 20,000 yuan. The ex-factory price in the United States is even more than that, right? System, are you sure this thing is worth the cost? The bullets in the mall vary according to their caliber, and the bullets of each caliber are all priced at the same price regardless of the bullet. However, the most expensive one is only 10 yuan, and that is Barrett's armor-piercing incendiary bomb. Are the prices of such bullets so cheap? Why, Barrett, even ordinary bullets cost dozens of dollars a round. Even if the cost is more than this, right? System, did you mark the price randomly? It is seriously inconsistent with reality. Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. All weapons are sold based on weight and technological content, and there is no absolute comparison with the outside world. For the system, the mall does not need to make money, and money means nothing to the system. It just cannot be given to the host in vain. At the same time, the combined price of firearms of the same weight is basically the same. Based on the principle of simplicity and ease of calculation, similar firearms with a quality difference of no more than 30% will be unified into one price, and all ammunition will be charged uniformly based on caliber. The system replied. Tang Qing suddenly realized, no wonder there are not many prices for firearms in the entire mall. The prices of firearms of the same type with similar weight are exactly the same, but this price is too cheap. It is produced by the system, but it will never be a copycat. I really don't know how the calculation method inside the system is used to price it. It is so cheap. As for synthesis, could it be 3D printing or other more powerful synthesis technology? Well, Tang Qing really couldn't figure out how to synthesize it, and he didn't bother to think about it. Such a cheap price makes Tang Qing feel like he wants to be an arms dealer, but that's just a thought. That profession is too dangerous, and it will really be blacklisted by various countries. Being a banker can tell my parents and loved ones that they will definitely be happy, but being an arms dealer? Just Lin Jiaxue's peace-loving character. The consequences were unimaginable to him. Now that he has accepted the product from the mall, Tang Qing no longer has to worry about it. He will not use it unless absolutely necessary, and it is very good for self-defense. Then Tang Qing rummaged for a while and exchanged a pistol for it, but did not exchange bullets. Fortunately, the system had a recycling and storage function for the weapons he exchanged. This also let him know that the system originally had something similar to a storage space, but now his level is relatively low. The system only provides storage services for the weapons and equipment it produces and does not provide recycling services. It only sells but does not collect them. Just think about it. Why does the system recycle weapons? Turning on the light, he held the cold and dark gun in his hand. M1911, a very classic pistol, only cost 300 yuan. Tang Qing couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. There is no man who doesn't love guns. There is no place to try. He is so itchy that he can only use the empty button, then he simply threw the gun back into the system and left it there. He felt itchy and uncomfortable when he saw it. He thought that next time he went back to his hometown village to hunt in the back mountains, he could also test the power of his favorite Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. TSK. Thinking about it made him excited. At this time, Tang Qing also discovered that a warehouse icon suddenly appeared next to them all. Well, this time the icon looked clearly like a warehouse. Tang Qing clicked on it and saw that there was a warehouse inside, with an M1911 lying there quietly. At this time, Tang Qing's heart was filled with inexplicable excitement, as well as a touch of worry. Various thoughts repeatedly occupied his mind, and he didn't fall asleep until 2 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock. Tang Qing woke up again. With nothing to do, he took out the pistol again, locked the door to the room, turned on the light, and wanted to learn how to dismantle the gun. However, he couldn't find a trick after dismantling it for a long time. So, Tang Qing had to turn on his mobile phone and go online to find out how to dismantle the gun. Finally, after more than 2 hours of hard work and repeated practice, Tang Qing was finally able to skillfully dismantle and assemble the gun within a minute and a half, which made him have a great time. If time hadn't allowed, he would have wanted to exchange it for a Barrett rifle and take it apart, but he would have to wait until next time. At this time, Tang Qing heard the sound of his aunt and others getting up and moving around, and Tang Qing put the gun back into the system. He did not go out directly, but lay on the bed with his hands on his hands and looked at the Tianhua board, waiting for his aunt to prepare breakfast and call him. Another busy day has begun. P.S. Thank you to readers Xing Dicky, Kong Nake, The Hooligan Who Loves Reading, Fuji Xianzun, Hickey 96, Soul Eating Dragon Xiaoyao, Chow Chow Longing for Love, and Blue Dream Hanbang for their recommendation votes. Thank you. If you think it looks good, I hope you will recommend it to your friends. With the number of collections, the mouse is speechless. The update is too fast, and it has reached 300,000 words in just a few seconds. There is no exposure and publicity at all, and it is about to be launched to meet customers. Haha. The day after tomorrow, which is Friday at noon, this book is expected to be on the shelves. I hope everyone will support the genuine subscription. Thank you. January 2nd, Sunday. The weather is slightly cooler, and Tang Qing sees that the weather forecast will cool down next week, and it may even snow. He felt so bored. What that thing was doing had nothing to do with him, and it couldn't be ignored anyway. After breakfast, Tang Qing said that he was going to Hanlong to continue learning self-defense techniques. Qin Yugong didn't ask him how he was doing. In his opinion, Tang Qing had only been there a few times, and at most he only practiced moves. If he wanted to be able to practice them in actual combat, at this frequency of learning, he would probably not make much progress in a few months. Hanlong would definitely tell him if he was almost done practicing by then, so he didn't bother to care. During this rare holiday, the teachers did not want to cause trouble for the students and did not assign any homework. Tang Qing was also happy to have some leisure time. Originally, her aunt wanted to tell Tang Qing not to delay her studies, but was stopped by Qin Yugong. If Tang Qing's academic performance fell behind after just one day at school, what would such academic performance be used for? Is it a display? As soon as Qin Shichi heard that Tang Qing could go out openly, she also clamored to go, which made Tang Qing's face look black. Of course, she was taught a lesson by her aunt, and she looked at Tang Qing resentfully. Tang Qing, who couldn't stand it, knew what it meant, so she hurriedly promised to buy her delicious food, and Qin Shichi jumped back to the room. This situation made Tang Qing and others look at each other in shock. What else can you do if you have a foodie cousin? Just get used to it. Pamper me. On the way to Hanlong's store, Tang Qing called Zhou Li, the customer recommended by the system last month, and made an appointment to repay the loan in the afternoon. He was not going to have dinner with Zhou Li for this repayment. It would be boring to eat too much. Of course, the steps of information investigation still have to be solved during the meal period. At that time, he'll have to find a way to recruit someone to do this kind of thing. The location will also be changed to the office. Tang Qing will be annoyed by having to eat every time. By the way, he also called the customers recommended by the system this month and arranged to meet at noon tomorrow. He would not use cash this time. With more than 1 million in cash, it took him a while to count the number of customers. The goal was still big. Soon, Tang Qing came to Hanlong's shop. He didn't see Hanlong outside, but he thought he was inside. After all, only Hanlong had the key to the shop door. Brother Su, is Uncle Han inside? Tang Qing walked in and said casually to the bespectacled man who was mopping the floor again. Originally, he wanted to go in directly, but it was a bit unreasonable to not even say hello when they met. Even if it was extremely unnutritious, he had to say no, just like the sentence, "Have you eaten?" It is a universal greeting sentence. It won't be awkward in any way. "Ah, classmate Xiao Tang is here. The boss is inside. You could just go in." The man with glasses raised his head and smiled. Tang Qing has been here twice. Of course, he knows that Tang Qing is Hanlong's apprentice. He knows that his boss is from the Special Forces and admires him very much. It's just that he is thin and doesn't have the perseverance to endure hardships. Otherwise, he would have wanted to become a disciple. "Well, okay," Tang Qing said and walked in. When he arrived at the door, Tang Qing saw Hanlong cleaning the training room. He had finished cleaning and was shoveling the garbage. Since he had finished cleaning, he did not pretend to help. After upgrading, all the indicators of Tang Qing's body had changed dramatically. He was really itchy and wanted to practice with someone to test his strength. After all, he was considered half a warrior. He didn't find it strange to find an opponent to practice with. Thinking that he could have a good fight later and surprise Hanlong, Tang Qing couldn't help but get excited and said loudly, "Uncle Han, I'm here." "You brat, I know you're here. Why are you so loud?" Hanlong looked up at Tang Qing and scolded with a smile. Seeing this childish boy again, Hanlong couldn't help but be surprised again. After not seeing him for a few days, he found that Tang Qing's temperament had changed a little. He has become much more mature and confident, but he doesn't know the reason for this change. Of course, he didn't know what Tang Qing had experienced yesterday. The system had newly opened the euro foreign currency, and the resulting arbitrage model of euros against the US dollar made Tang Qing ecstatic. However, the next mall weapon made Tang Qing fall from the clouds to the ground, and his heart was filled with fear. Later, after systematic explanation, Tang Qing slowly accepted this fact. Ups and downs are what make people grow the most. In addition, these two new functions gave Tang Qing a lot of confidence in both financial resources and force. Money and guns are both things that can make people feel safe. It's just that Tang Qing himself can't feel this change in mentality. Hey, are you excited to see me? Uncle Han, what are we learning today? Tang Qing said embarrassedly. Today I will teach you some martial arts postures from various sections. This is what I learned during missions or from my comrades in the army. As for the core ideas of those sects of martial arts, I don't know much about them. I only know a few moves, but they're not complete. After all, there are many moves that are not practical in actual combat. Whoever uses them will be ruined, so I will not remember the useless ones. But the rest is enough for you. Although many martial arts moves are a bit fancy, they can still cause considerable damage with proficiency and adaptability. But first, I still have to test whether your kung fu is good or not, Han Lung said slowly. Of course not. I have been practicing, Tang Qing said firmly. He was becoming more and more proficient in this serious nonsense. Of course, he would not say that he had never practiced even once when he went back. However, this was also due to his muscle memory. Even if he had not exercised for a long time, he would not make progress, but he would never regress. As he upgraded, he would be able to use those moves more dexterously. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was much better than before. Okay, let's be like last time. I won't stay strong. Han Lung nodded and said, whether Tang Qing lied or not, we will find out later. He was still a little blushing when he said this. The special forces trained by his country tried their best. Although they did not use some illegal moves, it was a fact that they could barely defeat a high school student. Every time I think of him, I question my qualifications. In the previous army, he had few opponents. He had defeated so many enemies on so many missions, and finally fell into the hands of Child. Experts didn't believe it before the common people, but he believes it now. No problem. Tang Qing agreed, looking eager to try. He planned to use the same strength as last time this time. First, he would be proficient, and second, he would not let Han Lung lose too ugly. Well, I'm here, Han Lung said as he put on a fighting stance. As soon as he finished speaking, before Tang Qing could react, a fist was already in front of him. Come again? What about the moral integrity you promised? Where's the face of your special forces? No more? Tang Qing didn't panic. Although he couldn't attack with all his strength, it didn't affect his abnormal evasion ability and neural reaction speed. He had unconsciously captured the trajectory of Han Lung's fist far earlier than ordinary people's powerful dynamic vision. The extremely fast punches from outsiders did not seem to be fast to Tang Qing at this time. Of course, he knew that Han Lung did not use all his strength in this first punch. It is estimated that Han Lung also wanted to slowly use more power. Tang Qing calmly moved a step to the side and easily dodged the blow. Seeing that Tang Qing easily dodged his seemingly unexpected attack, Han Lung didn't think anything was wrong. He didn't use all his strength. It was normal for Tang Qing to dodge. Then Han Lung raised his foot and kicked with all his strength in the direction of Tang Qing's movement. Tang Qing smiled. This looks like a fight. In the flash of lightning, Tang Qing instinctively raised his right hand to block Han Lung's blow. In order to prevent himself from using too much force in defense and injuring Han Lung's leg, Tang Qing also specifically released the force in his hand. Next, Han Lung's attacks became more and more violent and rapid. However, Tang Qing's abnormal senses and speed failed in vain. Tang Qing could not defend all the time. He was not a turtle. At this time, Tang Qing also started to attack. He didn't immediately crush Han Lung as soon as he came up. Don't be hasty, just slowly increase your speed. In this way, at first Han Lung was evenly matched with all his strength, and the exchanges of courtesy were pleasant. However, as Tang Qing's speed increased, Han Lung began to get into trouble. Within 10 minutes, Han Lung was already in a completely defensive state. Because he no longer has time to attack, any attack can't hit Tang Qing, so forget it if he can't hit him. The key is that every time he attacks Tang Qing, he will definitely get a heavy blow. At this point, Tang Qing also knew that it was time to end. Under this situation and speed, even Han Lung's killer moves and unique fighting skills were useless. No matter how powerful the moves were, they were useless if they couldn't hit the opponent, because Tang Qing was only using 60% of his speed. Then Tang Qing suddenly increased his speed by at least 10%. At this time, although Han Lung could still see Tang Qing's speed clearly, he was unable to defend himself. When Tang Qing made 10 moves, he took 10 of them literally. He already knows that at Tang Qing's speed, even if he uses a killing move, if one person has a knife, he will definitely die, and Tang Qing will be injured at most, or maybe not a single hair will fall out. This result was a bit unacceptable to him for a while. Han Lung, who knew the current situation, didn't want to fight anymore. Being abused was not fun. He took a step back and said stop. Tang Qing immediately stopped attacking after hearing this. Xiao Tang, why are you so much faster? Han Lung asked. This is what he cares about most. With speed, Tang Qing will be invincible. Well, I just practiced throwing punches. Tang Qing randomly found a reason. At least it sounded scientific. Bar. Oh well, you are really talented. I really don't want to praise you, but you are indeed too good. I admit that even if I try my best now, I will not be your opponent. Han Lung said with a wry smile. Wen Wu is the first. There is no second in martial arts. He was really convinced. Maybe only those warrior kings in the army could defeat Tang Qing, but he was a little unsure now. Uncle Han, thank you. I still have a lot to learn from you. Tang Qing said modestly. Haha, then let me teach you other moves. It's not difficult. With your ability, you can probably wipe out these skills of mine in one morning. Han said with a sneer. P.S. Chapter 2 is late, sorry. Thank you readers for your recommendation votes. Smiley face, Too Deep, Beautiful White Rabbit, Card Captors, Xiao Xiang riding a snail around the world, My Brother is Lonely, Sea Biscuit, and Feng Shui Ox. Thank you for your support. Next, Han Lung spent the whole morning teaching some moves from martial arts schools he knew, including Tai Chi, but not all of them. After all, most of the moves in Tai Chi were only suitable for healthcare and were not very interesting to soldiers who pursued life-and-death combat. In a close life-and-death battle, you could try to use force with force, try to overcome hardness with softness, and slash the opponent with a knife. If you don't react quickly enough, you will only die, and there is no other way. As for the soft boxing skills, Han Lung really couldn't see anything that could train a person's speed, reaction ability, or dynamic vision. In addition, there were some military moves such as grabbing swords and guns, and how to dodge various attacks without weapons in hand. Really, as Han Lung expected, it only took Tang Qing a whole morning to finish all the actions in his mind. Even though he knew it would happen, Han Lung was still shocked by the evil Tang Qing. Although he did not teach Tang Qing the real killing moves in the army, but with Tang Qing's speed and reaction ability, there is not much difference between the killing moves and ordinary moves. The killing moves are only meaningful when there is not much difference in strength. With the crushing reaction ability and reaction speed, no matter how powerful the moves are, there is no meaning, and Tang Qing is a person who is both of them. He can only be fast but not broken. Even if Tang Qing doesn't know any moves, with these two abilities, any of his blows will be a killing move because the opponent can't defend him anyway, so Han Lung didn't teach them the icing on the cake. Xiao Tang, I have nothing to teach you about fighting. If you're interested in fighting in the future, you can come here to see me at any time. Han Lung said with satisfaction. As a fighter, he is also a bit violent and doesn't like to keep fat at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a fitness room here. Usually he couldn't find anyone to fight with. When his hands were itchy, he could only practice with a sandbag, let alone find a well-matched opponent to have a hearty fight. Now that Tang Qing was a person who could really use his full strength, Han Lung was really excited. Okay, Uncle Han, we still have some time. How about we have another fight? You can use all the moves, any move. Tang Qing suggested. Of course, Tang Qing knew that Han Lung did not use all the moves, and many of the more obscene and destructive moves were not used by Han Lung. He was quite worried before, but now in front of his crushing speed, it is difficult for Han Lung to cause much harm to him. So now he also wants to try, how powerful Han Lung is without any scruples. Well, you have to be careful. These moves are quite dangerous. Han Lung thought for a moment and agreed. He didn't believe that these killer moves of his would be learned. Tang Qing, who had studied human body structure, coupled with his terrifying martial arts talent and abnormal speed, could design many of them even if Tang Qing was asked to design them himself. Okay, come here, Tang Qing said with a serious face. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lung kicked his vagina. This sudden change in style shocked Tang Qing. Is such an exciting action really good? Tang Qing hurriedly blocked Han Lung's leg with one hand, because Han Lung hit him with the other hand at the same time, straight to the head. Bang! Bang! After two sounds, Tang Qing quickly took a step back and braced himself. It would be enough for him to bear one hit. Of course, he is not afraid. A few days ago, he discovered a new function of Origin Qi, which is defense. As long as the Origin Qi is concentrated on the affected area, it can have a very good defensive effect. He gave it a try, and the effect was really good. With the protection of the Origin Qi value, I only felt a little pain when I put a hammer on it, and then I felt nothing again. I think the Origin Qi also has the ability to repair damaged cells. It's just that my source energy is too little, and it can only cover the range of one hand at most, but it should be enough to deal with this kind of battle. However, the current defensive power of Origin Qi is not too bad. If it is scratched with a knife, it will be injured. Seeing Tang Qing take a step back, Han Lung smiled unnoticeably. There were no opponents in the army to practice these moves. After all, if you can't hold back your strength, something big will happen. Even in the battles on missions, they mainly used firearms, so there was no chance of close combat. Seeing that Tang Qing could catch these all-purpose moves, Han Lung was also full of interest. I'm going to have a good time this time. Drink. The whole idea lasted only a moment. Tang Qing had just taken a step back, and before he could gain a firm footing, Han Lung's attack came again. A heavy whip kick hit Tang Qing's head without mercy. Interesting. Tang Qing also started to get excited about playing. This looks like a life-and-death fight. It's so exciting. Next, Han Lung used all his strength to attack Tang Qing. He looked as if he was going to put his life to death. He didn't leave any backup plan. Because he wanted to see Han Lung's full strength, Tang Qing did not fight back, but kept on defense. 10 minutes later, Han Lung had no new moves to use, and his ultimate killing moves couldn't do anything to Tang Qing. In this regard, Han Lung finally recognized the fact that Tang Qing's force completely crushed him, and he couldn't help but feel a little respect for Tang Qing in his heart. It is natural for warriors to respect the strong. Stop! Han Lung shouted, and at the same time he immediately took a few steps back to get out of the fighting range. He was attacking just now. If the fight continued, Tang Qing would fight back. He didn't want to be a sandbag. Tang Qing stopped and looked at Han Lung in surprise. The look in his eyes meant, "Why are you saying stop?" But looking at Han Lung's joking smile, Tang Qing immediately understood Han Lung's thoughts and couldn't laugh or cry. However, Han Lung's judgment was correct. He was about to fight back when he stopped. Well, who calls the other party a master? He is faster than Han Lung and can block Han Lung's attacks, but Han Lung's speed is not as good as his own. Once he can't control his strength and speed, Han Lung will be in tragedy. Wherever these killing moves hit, he will be seriously injured. "You are so cunning, Uncle Han." Tang Qing stopped his hand and said with a bitter smile, This is called the wisdom of the elders." Han Lung laughed loudly. Looking at Tang Qing's sad face, he felt a burst of joy. If he couldn't beat you, he would suffocate you to death. "Dad, Brother Tang, come to dinner soon." At this time, a little boy ran in. It was Han Lung's son. Only then did Tang Qing notice that it was already past 12 o'clock. "Okay, good son, Xiao Tang, let's go and eat." Han Lung picked up his son and spun him around with a smile. "Okay," Tang Qing replied, and then followed. This meal Han Lung fulfilled his promise. It was really a feast, with 8 dishes including chicken, duck, and fish, which surprised the man with glasses. Of course, he didn't dare to ask, as long as he had something to eat. Han Lung's wife also knew the meaning of this meal. She was a little dissatisfied with Han Lung teaching Tang Qing fighting skills before. After all, her husband liked to fight and taught others to fight. How could she support it as a wife? If Han Lung hadn't said that Tang Qing was the first in grade, she would have objected. But it's different now. After knowing that his family was really on the verge of bankruptcy, he was full of gratitude to Tang Qing. He frequently gave Tang Qing food, and Tang Qing couldn't bear the enthusiasm. For Tang Qing, who could easily take out hundreds of thousands of cash to help others at such a young age, she felt that this meal was a bit crude. Seeing that Tang Qing ate a lot, she felt relieved. The bespectacled man finished his meal quickly and went home to rest. He would come back to work at 1:30 in the afternoon. "Uncle Han, how's it going with brother Sun?" Tang Qing said to Han Lung when the man with glasses left. "It's very good. His mother had an operation a few days ago. The operation was very successful. The doctor said he can be discharged from the hospital at the end of this month. My grandson has been taken care of in the hospital these days." Han Lung replied. When he thought of Tang Qing casually taking out hundreds of thousands, he would feel so unreal every time, but the fact was right in front of him. As if hundreds of thousands were not taken seriously at all, Han Lung couldn't help but guess how much money Tang Qing had. "Well, that's good." Tang Qing nodded and said, "By the way, Xiao Tang, it may take a long time for Xiao's son to repay all this money. You also know that he only has brute strength, and he can only slowly earn money to pay you back. Don't worry, he will definitely repay the money. I believe in Xiao's son's character." Han Lung talked about this issue again. Repaying debts is a matter of course. Although Tang Qing also expressed his indifference and greater desire before, he must express this attitude for Sun Qiao again. "That's no problem. It's only a few 100,000. I'm not in a hurry." "Uncle Han, do you know what kind of job brother Sun is going to find?" Tang Qing asked again. He had had the idea of recruiting Sun Qiao before, but he couldn't take the initiative to call and ask Sun Qiao if he wanted to hang out with me. That would really be a bit pricey. Although my own face is not worth much, it is better to ask for a little bit, and this also feels like forcing others to repay the favor. I can only ask Han Lung here first, or express my meaning through Han Lung's mouth. Han Lung's wife couldn't help but cover her mouth when she heard Tang Qing's tone. Her eyes widened. How rich is a person who doesn't care about hundreds of thousands of yuan at all? Although she is not going to ask Tang Qing to borrow money, having a rich friend always makes people happy, isn't it? My husband is a martial artist, and my friends are all comrades in arms. Now that I have a rich apprentice, not to mention helping me, at least my sense of security has increased a lot. It's like a person suddenly learns that he has a relative who is a high official. Although he has never thought of asking him to do something, he feels a lot more confident. Han Lung immediately understood the meaning of Tang Qing's words and asked in surprise, "Are you going to introduce a job to Xiao Sun?" P.S. Chapter 1. Thank you, readers. Lazy Sheep, Lazy Sheep. Jiogong Beiji, Xiaoye 4893, and read again, Dayu Tai Chu, Internet Wenhao Brother, Reading Hooligan, Birdman Flying, and Style for your recommendation votes. Thank you, everyone. I do have this idea. Tang Qing nodded and admitted. "You? Okay, I'll call him over and you can talk to him." Han Lung hesitated to speak. He originally wanted to ask what the job was, but this may involve Tang Qing's privacy, which will make Tang Qing think that he doesn't trust him. So he simply ignores it and calls Sun Qiao over. "Keep an eye on yourself. The current situation is very complicated. Sun Qiao owes Tang Qing a huge debt of gratitude. Even if it is dangerous or illegal work, Han Lung estimates that Sun Qiao will not refuse it." Well, this is really a bit short-handed and soft-spoken. Han Lung sighed in his heart. He could only hope that Tang Qing would not harm Sun Qiao. Otherwise, there was nothing he could do. After accepting such a huge favor with Sun Qiao's character, as long as he didn't betray his bottom line, he knew that Sun Qiao would definitely do it. It's not a good idea to call him here now. His mother has just finished the operation, Tang Qing said with a slight frown. Although from a rational point of view, with doctors and nurses watching over him, Sun Qiao's arrival would have no impact, but his mother couldn't stand it after being away for a while. How could it be possible? but emotionally my mother had just recovered from her illness. There is nothing wrong with needing a son to be with you at all times. Tang Qing couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong among these two thoughts for a while. Each one was justified for various reasons. It's okay. There are doctors watching carefully and dedicated nurses always accompanying her. There's a TV there to watch. His mother will be satisfied as long as she can watch Huangmei opera, Han said with a sneer. His thoughts were not as complicated as Tang Qing's. After saying that, Han Lung immediately dialed Sun Chao's number in person. When Sun Chao heard that Tang Qing was waiting for him here, he immediately prepared to rush over. Only 15 minutes. Sun Chao came to the store. At this time, Sun Chao was still wearing the same clothes as last time. Although Tang Qing asked him to tidy up, it was obvious that Sun Chao was very frugal and did not buy new clothes. He just washed them and had his hair cut into a standard crew cut. At this time, Tang Qing and others had not finished eating. Han Lung was drinking beer and Tang Qing was drinking drinks. He had no worries in this life to eliminate. Except for really necessary occasions, he did not like to smoke or drink for excitement. The most important thing is there anything more exciting than rebirth? Brother Han, sister-in-law. After greeting Han Lung and his wife, Sun Chao said sincerely to Tang Qing, "Xiao Tang, thank you." At this time, Sun Chao was seen to have a capable temperament. His energy and spirit were completely different from last time. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. He was worthy of being a warrior trained by the country. His overall quality was really good, especially the faint murderous aura that faintly exuded from Sun Chao's body. After several battles and getting familiar with Han Lung, the perception of murderous intent, Tang Qing is becoming more and more keen, and he also understands that murderous aura is not actually an aura, but a feeling that naturally exudes as a person's view of life is improved. Like a murderous executioner. In their eyes, there is not much difference between the living and the dead, except that one can move and the other cannot move. The specific manifestation is the slight disregard for life and the sublimation of views in the eyes and expressions. Brother Sun, sit down quickly. It's just a little effort. How is Annie's health now? Tang Qing pointed to the empty seat next to him and smiled. At this time, Han Lung's wife had already prepared a new pair of bowls and chopsticks and placed them in the place where the man with glasses had been. She also handed Sun Chao a bottle of beer. I'm recovering well. I had an operation a few days ago, and it was very successful. The doctor said I could be discharged from the hospital at the end of this month. Sun Chao sat down and said, "Well, that's good. Are there any difficulties?" Tang Qing not that? No. Thank you very much. Sun Chao thanked him again. Stop saying thank you. If you say thank you again, I'll get angry. By the way, brother Sun, what are your plans for the future? Tang Qing asked again. I want to find a job in the city and make a lot of money. If I can't make much money in the village, I will leave my mother here to take care of her, Sun Chao said. Thinking that he was still carrying hundreds of thousands of debts, Sun Chao felt dizzy. Of course, he has no regrets. For his only relative, he is willing to owe no matter how much money he owes. Now, it is definitely impossible to return to the village. There are no opportunities in the county. The salary is extremely low, so he can only try his luck in the city. In that case, I have a job, and I wonder if you want to do it. Tang Qing said his purpose seemingly casually. I will do whatever you ask me to do, Sun Chao said without thinking. Well, brother Sun, you're not afraid that I'm a bad guy. Tang Qing was surprised by this refreshing energy and agreed without asking anything. I believe you. Sun Chao looked at Tang Qing and said seriously. He really meant what he said from his heart. Many times, no matter how well a person disguises himself, he can't hide in front of some people. But Sun Chao has such ability. This kind of people won't look at what you do or say. Even if you are eloquent and have acting skills like a movie star, they can see the essence of this person at a glance. What they rely on is their innate feeling. But Sun Chao was convinced of his own feelings. He had never misjudged anyone in his life, and he had never told anyone about his innate ability. He truly believed that Tang Qing would never be a bad person. Han Lung was also frightened by Sun Chao's trust. He didn't know that Sun Xiao had the ability to recognize people. He only knew that Sun Xiao's words were not just for repaying a favor, but for real trust. But he still couldn't figure out where this trust came from. Okay, I'm short of a bodyguard and driver, Tang Qing said with satisfaction. It felt really good to be recognized and believed by others, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Driver? Sun Xiao said doubtfully. He didn't expect this. He thought Tang Qing was introducing a job to him to take care of him, but he didn't expect that he would be a driver for Tang Qing. Does Tang Qing, a student, need a driver? Besides, Tang Qing doesn't have a car. Of course, it's not that he doesn't believe that Tang Qing can afford a car, but he still can't wrap his head around this logic. Bodyguard, Han Leng also said in surprise. What he was concerned about was that given Tang Qing's strength, he still needed bodyguards. With this explosive force value, I think he and Sun Xiao can only suppress it if they work together. Yes, you also know that my money cannot be from my family. It is all earned by myself. Now that I have opened a company, you can put your name there first. Usually nothing happens. I will come to you if I have anything. Tang Qing revealed some information about himself. I will do it. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Oh no, Mr. Tang. Sun Xiao said. This profession is not illegal. He likes it very much, and he is very happy to protect Tang Qing. He must protect Tang Qing well and never let him be harmed. But if he knew Tang Qing's strength, he wouldn't be so optimistic. It's not certain who will protect whom then. What's the boss? Just call me Xiao Tang. It's too annoying to call me boss. Tang Qing laughed and said, finally having his first confidant in the future, he was also a little excited. Just like Lu Qian has Gongzi and Monkey, I also have bodyguards. That's okay. Sun Xiao agreed. Tang Qing said that he was already separated and it was hard for him to continue. But the etiquette cannot be abolished. Now calling Xiao Tang is a personal friend. From now on, when I work under Tang Qing, it would be a bit unwise to call me Xiao Tang. However, you can change your tune when the time comes. In this way, you accompany me to buy a car in the afternoon, then go do some errands with me, and go to my company tomorrow to go through the entry formalities. Your main job now is to accompany your mother. I'm still in school and don't have much to do. From now on, you can rent a place to live outside and take care of your mother, and the company will reimburse you for the accommodation expenses. Tang Qing said. Now, with the opening of the euro, he no longer thought about how to save money, because a few million yuan was just a drop in the bucket and of little use. Thinking of the crazy speed of making money later, Tang Qing became excited. TSK. I want to buy a better car this time. Certainly. He is not interested in buying a sports car. He only likes off-road vehicles or cars. In his previous life, he drove Li Kai's Lamborghini sports car, which made him feel uncomfortable. Sitting in it felt bad. Very depressing. From then on, he had no love for sports cars. Thank you, Sun Xiao said movedly. Although Tang Qing did not say how much his salary was, even if it was available, he would not be embarrassed to ask for it. Besides, he believed that Tang Qing would not treat him badly. Thank you, Uncle Han. Please keep it a secret for me. My uncle doesn't know about my company. He only knows that I have shares in a hotel. Tang Qing turned to Han Leng and said, Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Han Leng promised it. At the same time, I can only say sorry to Qing Yugong. Now he is completely on Tang Qing's side. Yeah, Tang Qing said. The next step was to eat and drink, since he had to drive and do errands in the afternoon. Although he knew that Sun Xiao must have a good drinking capacity, he just gave Tang Qing a toast and stopped drinking. Finish this lunch. It's already past 1:40. Thinking that the car dealer should be working in the afternoon, Tang Qing took Sun Xiao to say goodbye and left, first to buy a car, and then to Zhou Li's factory to ask for money. Tang Qing always felt something was wrong with this style of painting. This myself, he has become a door-to-door customer demanding payment. Tang Qing felt like he was jumping backwards. But I am a positive person, okay? P.S. Dear readers, this should be the last free chapter of the book. The book will be on the shelves at noon tomorrow. I hope all readers will support the genuine subscription. This time, Tang Qing planned to buy a similar car and ride in it. After all, it was just 2005, and many off-road models and sedan models he liked were not on the market. As for buying a multi-million-dollar luxury car, he didn't have a brain yet. There was no point in pretending. After all, his business and the source of his money basically couldn't withstand investigation. Although he is not a civil servant and has no crime of unknown source of huge wealth, he cannot stop the prying eyes of interested people, so he should keep a low profile if he can. If he is too arrogant, he will easily be shot. A little kid drives a multi-million-dollar car and goes out to socialize and make friends. During this period, everyone will probably investigate his background. When the time comes, the group of people will check, hey, there's content. Come on, share your money-making experience with the brothers. What? No? Locked up, juiced, bled, and tortured. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But there's really no point in taking this kind of risk, isn't it? Although it may not hurt you, it's disgusting. Besides, all the real bankers he knew were very low-key and rarely appeared in the media. Those who appeared were basically professional managers. They just hid under the water and made a fortune quietly. So just buy one that costs hundreds of thousands, and it shouldn't be too bad. It's better to be more arrogant when your strength becomes stronger. After a while, Tang Qing and the two came to the place where they bought cars in Qingyan City. There were many car dealers here. After all, it was just a prefecture-level city, and there were not many million-dollar luxury cars. Luxury cars of that level were only sold in provincial capitals and several more developed prefecture-level cities in the province. As for the specific car to buy, Tang Qing had already made plans. Forget it, a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. Firstly, it was a bit ostentatious, and it was just for the nouveau riche. Secondly, he didn't like any of the models currently on sale. He was used to seeing various models from later generations. These cars really looked boring, so he might as well buy an Audi A6. It was low-key and comfortable, and it was still a car for leaders. He would not lose his status if he drove it. Come to the Volkswagen store. Forehead. It's so crowded. It was a New Year's Day holiday at this time, so there must be a promotion, so there were a lot of people looking at the car. Of course, very few people bought it, and most of them came to see the fun. This has also led to a problem. That is, most people do not have a salesperson to receive them. In front of each car, there's a salesperson explaining to a group of people. Then, naturally, Tang Qing and others did not receive special treatment. If they wanted to listen to the explanation, they could only go over and listen to it themselves. Tang Qing and the two walked around in the hall. They feel like they are at a luxury car show in Shanghai. If you don't go up and ask, no one will pay any attention to them. Well, see for yourself. What else could Tang Qing say? Tang Qing took Sun Chao around inside, and he didn't look around because the others were really not that good, and in his opinion, only the Audi A6 was better looking. Standing next to the Audi A6, Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. A classic is a classic. Unfortunately, his favorite BMW X6 and Mercedes-Benz S-Series are not available. Of course, there is no Range Rover Evoque, nor is the Cadillac XT5. Now only the A6 looks pleasing to the eye. At this time, a female salesperson was working hard to introduce a rich man wearing gold and silver. Her eyes were shining, and Tang Qing beside her couldn't stand it, and she sighed in her heart that this is the power of money. Of course, it is impossible for him to despise others. In his opinion, any profession that makes money is worthy of respect. As long as it is not robbing, stealing, selling drugs, or destroying people's lives, there is no distinction between high and low. It is just that the division of labor is different, the people served are different, and the nature of the work is different. Besides, is it wrong for others to put down their face in exchange for money? This is simply inspirational, right? If you don't want to lose anything but want to gain, how is that possible? Just like you remember the opening paragraph of Mermaid directed by Sheng Yi, it was so insightful. Deng Xiao's evaluation of those money-worshipping girls was really right. Those girls have the capital of being young, and there is no shame in exchanging their own capital for money. Those girls put aside their dignity and reserve to laugh and chat with others and let others take advantage of them. Do they really think they are willing? How many women are willing to do this kind of thing, and they're not forced by life? This is just a general exchange of equal value, okay? He also hates hearing comments from people who say grapes are sour when they can't eat them and don't feel pain in their backs when they stand talking. Respect any profession. Respect other people's work. Think more about other people's efforts and the bitterness behind them. Be considerate of others and have more kind thoughts. Hello, can I get in this car and try it out? Tang Qing walked up to the salesperson and said with a smile. In his previous life, he had also driven an A6 car, which belonged to the boss of his former agricultural trading company. Thanks to Li Kai, who was also a car fan, Tang Qing had all the cars Tang Qing liked, and Li Kai had them. Lamborghini was just one of Li Kai's sports cars, as well as a Porsche and an R8, but he was not used to driving them. I'm sorry, this gentleman came first. You want to try it out first. When the salesperson saw Tang Qing's clothes, a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. Now that she was serving this wealthy man, she didn't want to be disturbed. Okay, is this car available? Tang Qing touched his nose and said a little embarrassed. He was not angry. Besides, it was true that the wealthy man came first. No matter what the salesperson said was true or false, he was not interested in reasoning. As long as it was not complete discrimination, he would accept it. It would be really boring to have a conflict with someone because of this kind of thing. He was not so free and was in a bad mood. The pleasure of defeating such a person could not offset the loss of a good mood. We don't do loss-making transactions. Of course, for this New Year's Day promotion, we have prepared a lot of each model, and the female salesperson became interested as soon as she mentioned this and started talking nonstop. But Tang Qing was not interested in listening to what she had to say, as long as he had a car available. Although he was not angry, he was not interested in giving up his commission to the person in front of him. Thank you. After saying that, Tang Qing turned and left and walked to the front desk. He was going to find someone at the front desk to quickly complete the formalities. He still had a lot of things to do. Seeing Tang Qing turn around and leave without hearing what she said, the salesperson's eyes flashed with anger and some disdain. She didn't believe that a young man like Tang Qing could afford a car, so she immediately put it behind her and began to explain carefully to the rich man again. Tang Qing brought Sun Chao to the front desk. I saw a pretty figure standing outside the front desk, wearing a car dealer's uniform and light makeup. She looked in her 20s. Her youthfulness and beauty were very eye-catching. The key was that she had a cute expression from time to time, which reminded Tang Qing of a second cousin. The person looked at the door from time to time. When he saw the guests coming in, he did not go up to introduce them. Tang Qing thought she was waiting for someone at first, but seeing that she looked at everyone who came in, Tang Qing knew that this person was choosing customers. She was a smart woman. This was Tang Qing's first impression. He didn't take it seriously. No matter what the other party was doing, as long as he didn't have the same tone as the person just now, he was not buying from anyone. Hello, sister. I heard that your black Audi A6 is available, right? Tang Qing walked up directly and asked with a smile. It's good to have money, and you have enough confidence to say anything. Yeah, what's the matter? The pretty woman looked at Tang Qing doubtfully and said she didn't think Tang Qing would buy a car. She had just looked at Tang Qing as soon as he entered the door. Behind him was a strong man wearing cheap clothes. With such a combination, it was obvious that he was walking around with his elders. How could he afford a car? Then bring me one. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. I would like to ask, why don't you buy it from the salesperson over there? The woman was just surprised and then returned to normal. Instead, she became concerned about this issue, which surprised Tang Qing. How did this woman's brain circuit grow? Well, he didn't bother to ask more, so he just assumed that the other party didn't want to steal the order. The image of an honest person was formed in his mind. She has a bad attitude. Tang Qing told the truth. Haha, little brother, thank you for taking care of my sister's business. The woman said happily as soon as she heard this. It really felt like waiting for a rabbit to come to her door. She was standing here, doing nothing, and an order came to her door. It was so dumb. This made the two little girls at the front desk dumbfounded. They looked down upon her waiting here before, but in the blink of an eye, rabbits were delivered to her door. This made the sales staff, who were trying so hard to sell the business, so embarrassed. You're welcome, sister. Why don't you go explain it to the guests? Are you just standing here waiting for a silly sheep like me? Tang Qing couldn't help but joked. By the way, my name is Do Jiao. Just call me Sister Jiao Jiao. There are so many people. How can one person speak to so many people? How can the success rate be high? It's also tiring. Rich people like to be treated alone, right? I'm here to see who might be rich and go up. Do Jiao said matter-of-factly. That expression seemed to be saying how smart I was. With this arrogant face, Tang Qing felt that she really had the demeanor of her older cousin. Although it was a bit snobbish when she said it so directly in her mouth, Tang Qing didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but found it quite interesting. Well, my name is Tang Qing, Sister Jiao Jiao. I didn't expect you to be so snobbish. Tang Qing said jokingly. Haha, Brother Xiao Tang, this is called wisdom. You know, as a person, you should do things with a high probability of success. Is this wrong? Do Jiao said with a somewhat proud tone, but Tang Qing did not feel disgusted by her tone, but felt it was very true. It's true what you said. Casting the net randomly is not advisable. It means that you have no standards, no clear goals, and no self-confidence. Sister Jiao Jiao. Tang Qing not that. He really agreed with Do Jiao's words. You're welcome. Don't blame my sister for being snobbish. This is wisdom. If you want to succeed, you'll have to do everything to put in too much effort. It's better to focus on the key points and dig deeper. Especially, don't you think my sister is very advantageous? Do Jiao said with a serious expression that immediately turned into a look of needy. The speed of her face change is really comparable to that of her older cousin. Advantage? What advantage? Tang Qing asked cooperatively. Beautiful. Do Jiao raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Sister Jiao Jiao, can't you be more modest? Tang Qing had black lines all over his head. He was a bit narcissistic, but he had to admit that it was really interesting to chat with this kind of person. P.S. It's on the shelves. I hope you will support it in the future. Obviously, Do Jiao didn't feel any sense of shame at all, but said more and more proudly, Haha, Brother Xiao Tang, what's so modest about me? I'm already very beautiful, and I'm not lying. Why? Don't you think my sister is beautiful? Well, of course Sister Jiao Jiao is very beautiful, but I think it's better to be more subtle. Tang Qing obviously did not dare to say that you're not the most beautiful. Such a disgraceful thing. For a woman, never compare her appearance with other women. That is simply looking for trouble. That's pretty much it. Brother Xiao Tang, who is this? Do Jiao glanced at Sun Chao and asked. At this time, she also knew that Tang Qing was the real owner, so she asked based on the principle of politeness. This is my brother. His name is Sun Chao. Tang Qing said. Although Sun Chao was his subordinate, he planned to train him as a confidant. These details should be paid attention to by outsiders. Hello, Brother Sunday. Do Jiao said hello. Hello, Miss Do. Sun Chao said with a slight smile, and then his expression returned to his old state. He looked around warily, completely entering the state of a bodyguard. Seeing that Sun Chao returned to his indifferent expression towards her, Do Jiao suddenly felt angry. Was she so unattractive? Snort. Do Jiao turned to ask Tang Qing. Brother Xiao Tang, what is your family's business? Selling clothes has just been established. Tang Qing said. The two of them walked and chatted, but Do Jiao was the one asking. Tang Qing was answering, and Sun Chao continued to be his pawn. At this time, Tang Qing had been taken to the VIP reception room by Do Jiao. Do Jiao was pouring tea and couldn't stop talking. Brother Xiao Tang, I have this kind of personality. I don't like to beat around the bush, and I'm not afraid of people saying I'm snobbish. Let me tell you the truth, so don't spread the word. In many cases, it is undeniable that some people have innate advantages, such as being beautiful, which will make people's success rate much higher. But this is also true. It's a disadvantage. Why? Just because it's beautiful, everyone wants to take advantage of it. No matter whether they buy it or not, they will try their best to create the illusion that they want to buy it. Then, my sister found that she put in a lot of effort and ended up not being as good as an ordinary salesperson. This sister obviously can't accept it. Do Jiao put the tea in front of Tang Qing and Sun Chao and continued. Another one, the chance of meeting a rich person is not high. I just go up to them when I see them. Others are not that big of a deal. But based on my sister's appearance, I receive at least 10 customers a day. That's more than 3,000 a year. What are the chances of my sister encountering bad guys, danger, and harassment? How can I, a woman, guarantee that I can protect myself every time? Obviously, I don't want to take this risk, and this is just a conservative estimate. Even now, many of them still call me and harass me, and many of them come to the store pretending to buy, but they actually take the opportunity to talk to me, which is really annoying. Fortunately, my sister's family is not rich, but it is definitely not hungry. There is no need to put yourself in endless harassment. It is really troublesome to deal with those stinky men. Many people will give you hope again and again, and then let you down again and again, so I might as well focus on some powerful men. Customers, even if they are harassed, at least the hopes they give are more realistic and the success rate is higher. It's good as it is now. My sister's performance in the store is only average, but the energy and time spent are indeed 1/5 or even less of the same results. Hey, don't you think my sister is the winner? After speaking, Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing with questioning eyes, as if waiting for Tang Qing to agree with her point of view. Seeing this, Tang Qing certainly knew what to say. What you said makes sense, but I am speechless. Tang Qing was really shocked by Do Jiao's words. Do Jiao's logic was simply amazing, and she couldn't find any faults. You really can't say that she worships money or that she is snobbish. In terms of business logic, Do Jiao's behavior is completely praiseworthy. She weighed the benefits and costs and made the best choice instead of blindly investing. Now that I think about the snobbish salesmen in the novel, they are not so hateful. Those people just made what they thought was the right choice. And although the chance of success of such people is low, their lives are basically above the average level. Otherwise, such people would have been eliminated by the industry. Their existence means that there is no problem with their survival rules. Of course, it will definitely be a harm to those ignored people. Do Jiao was amused by Tang Qing's words. Brother Xiao Tang, what you say is really interesting. I don't know why I look so friendly to you, so I just want to talk to you about what's on my mind. Before I went out to work, my dad told me that people must do things that have a high success rate. Otherwise, you can't accomplish anything if you're busy all day long. If you don't use your brain and work around in the end, it will not only be a waste. I waste time and energy thinking I have gained experience, but in the end, I still achieve nothing. People must know how to calculate their most balanced return ratio. Just like my sister, if the investment is doubled, my income may only increase by 10%. That is really meaningless and too tiring. And finally, don't put your hope in luck. Well, sister, think about it. There seems to be such a famous saying. I forgot who said it. The meaning is basically, I don't live by luck, but I rely on planning luck, blindly spend time to do it. It is better to spend more time thinking about how to do it. Well, that's the truth sister said so much to you. I just hope that brother Xiao Tang doesn't think I'm too snobbish. If you want to buy a car in the future, you should go to sister. Tang Qing had been completely deceived by Do Jiao's great principles before. The whole story was full of inspiration, and he admired it very much. These were definitely good words of wisdom. But within a few seconds, you made a sudden turn and exposed the fox's tail. Is this really good? Okay, if you want to buy a car from the public, I will definitely find Sister Jiao Jiao. Tang Qing said quickly. Tang Qing was really surprised by Do Jiao's understanding, and her father was definitely not an ordinary family. Tang Qing had even imagined the life experience of a second generation. Well, that's good. Come on, let's swipe the card. Do Jiao smiled and took Tang Qing to the finance office to swipe the card for a total of 670,000. You can drive on the road later. Next came various procedures, which Tang Qing didn't understand anyway, so he just signed and paid. After signing a lot of messy things, Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was so troublesome to buy something. Sister Jiao Jiao, are you interested in changing your job? Seeing that things were almost done, Tang Qing directly expressed his thoughts. From the previous chat, he particularly liked Do Jiao's personality, so he began to recruit her. Although Do Jiao was a little clever, he could feel that it was just a superficial appearance. For the process of going through the formalities just now, He knew that Do Jiao was absolutely unambiguous in handling things and had quite a bit of a strong woman's demeanor. Brother Xiao Tang wants to introduce me to a job? It won't be a serious job, right? I won't go. Do Jiao joked with a smile. She is not an impulsive girl anymore. If someone she just met introduces a job to her, even if Tang Qing doesn't seem to be a bad person, she won't agree. Of course it's a serious job. I'm going to open a company. You can help me take care of my daily business. It will be easy and the salary will be good. Tang Qing continued. Of course, he expected to be rejected by Do Jiao. He didn't think he had the aura to be loved by everyone. It would be damned if Do Jiao agreed directly. Well, I won't do it. It's an easy job like my sister. The environment is good, the workload is small, she never works overtime, she's not dirty or tired, and the pay is decent. Do Jiao thought for a while and refused directly. She did a good job at this job. How could she resign to a job with an unknown future without an absolute reason? The working environment here is already familiar, and she really doesn't want to adapt to a new working environment. Her personality is like this. Once she is used to it, she doesn't want to change. Therefore, she is not even interested in asking what Tang Qing's new company does. Tang Qing was speechless and continued to seduce. Sister Jiao Jiao, why don't you pursue me a little? My treatment here is very good. No, I just like it here. It's relaxing and comfortable. Besides, why do you make so much money? Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing curiously and said. Do Jiao's expression made Tang Qing feel that talking about money and treatment was simply vulgar, and he felt guilty as if he had deceived the little girl about lollipops. But this also aroused Tang Qing's competitive spirit. Can't you be more independent and earn more money to buy a house and a car? Tang Qing prepared to trick her again. Isn't this how MLM and other things came to be in the future, using these prospects to tempt you? I have a house at home, but I can't afford a car. But take your time, and when you have a husband, ask him to buy it. Do Jiao smiled and said. Tang Qing was immediately choked by Do Jiao's words, and said in a tone of hatred, Do you just want to rely on your husband to support you? Of course not. Let's make money to buy it together. Anyway, it's useless what you say. I won't work for your salary. Do Jiao pouted and said with an expression that she would rather die than surrender. You don't want to make progress. Tang Qing said angrily, this is really weird. Today, I encountered something strange. Faced with Do Jiao, who has no money or money, he really has no choice. He can't attract her even with a house, car, or money. What else can he do? Should he use beauty? Hey, this is a good idea. But he couldn't do it. Although he was a bit handsome, Tang Qingkai had no interest in it because of the heavy debt of love. Thinking of this, Tang Qing turned around and looked at Sun Chao next to him. Well, I shouldn't have thought that way. There is absolutely no sign that the two of them looked at each other. I just don't want to make progress. So what can you do to me? Do Jiao said with a sly smile. She didn't know why, but she thought it was fun to tease Tang Qing. As for Sun Chao, the silent wooden man next to her, she simply ignored it. P.S. After reading novels for so many years, I don't like mindless slaps in the face. It's really meaningless. Haha, I'll give you a different routine. Looking for recommendations and monthly votes. Thank you to the readers for the tip of threesomes must have 2 girls and book friend 3380. Thank you. Thanks for the recommendation votes of The Wind Chimes in the Wall, WZH 614, entering the play Smiley Face, Too Deep, Gujiski, and White Rabbit. Tang Qing was directly hit deeply by Do Jiao's words about what you can do to me. No matter how eloquent he was intimidating and tempting, and Xiaozhi used reason to move his emotions, but Do Jiao simply lost interest and completely stopped him. If others don't like what you have in your hands at all, what else can you do? Tang Qing felt depressed because he couldn't sell it. Just when Tang Qing really didn't know how to make Do Jiao change her mind, a man in his 20s holding a bouquet of roses, wearing a suit and wearing leather shoes, walked into the reception room. When he saw Do Jiao, the smile on his face made Tang Qing want to take action. The man walked quickly to Do Jiao, held out the rose with both hands, looked at Do Jiao affectionately, and said, Jiao Jiao, please be my girlfriend. I really like you. Tang Qing found that Do Jiao's face had become ugly since she heard the footsteps. After seeing this man, her face was as cold as ice, and she even gritted her teeth. After hearing the man's first words, a word came to Tang Qing's mind. MMP. Life is indeed full of surprises, and funny jokes are everywhere. Su Xiangdong, go away. I'm not familiar with you. I've told you so many times not to call me Jiao Jiao. Do Jiao took a step back and said with a frown. Seeing this man, hearing his voice, and thinking of this man's temper and actions, Do Jiao felt as if she had eaten a fly. She couldn't kill anyone, but it was disgusting. Jiao Jiao, I am sincere to you. Su Xiangdong said with a sincere look. That expression, that acting skill, well, 30 yuan a day, no matter how hard it is, Tang Qing, an amateur, thinks it's too fake. TCH, that's what you said to Xiaoyan last time. Do you think I didn't hear it? Do Jiao said with disdain, with deep anger in her tone. She remembered that a girl here got pregnant by the guy in front of her 2 months ago. In the end, she shamelessly abandoned her. In the end, the girl had no shame to stay here, so she resigned and disappeared. As a woman, she became extremely angry when she thought of such a thing. Jiao Jiao, we broke up peacefully regarding Xiaoyan. I also paid her the breakup fee. I found that what I really love is you. Su Xiangdong said without thinking. He had prepared this line for a long time. Otherwise, how would he dare to confess? 我把别人肚子搞大了就不合适了，你这禽兽，给老娘滚！再站在这里妨碍老娘工作，我会忍不住揍你的，你这人渣，滚开！窦娇被气的都有点语无伦次了，要不是从来没打过架，没伤过人，他都想一巴掌抽过去。You, if you don't agree, I'll ask my dad to fire you. Su Xiangdong, who was not a wealthy man, couldn't hold back his face when he heard being scolded like this, and began to threaten. Xiaoyan was like this last time. He refused to agree at first, but when he threatened her with his job, the other party, whose family was not well off, had no choice but to compromise. As Do Jiao, the most beautiful girl here, he felt itchy every time he saw her. It's just that he forgot that Do Jiao is not the kind of woman who accepts everything. Do Jiao really didn't want to talk to this person who was an idiot to a certain extent. Pursuit failed, and he was threatening. This was the first time he had seen such a person. In this case, she no longer had any scruples after breaking up with him. You scum, trash, don't stop me from working. Do Jiao felt much relieved after being scolded like this. When Su Xiangdong heard about the work, he remembered that there were Tang Qing and others next to him. After being scolded by Do Jiao, he felt angry and couldn't calm down, but since he couldn't scold Do Jiao, he really had no chance. This made him unable to react for a moment, and he fell into logical thinking. How did I offend you? Have I brushed up on my presence? Did I stand up for Do Jiao? The point is, he really wanted to ask Su Xiangdong, where did you get the courage to offend a stranger like this? For no reason? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble to your family? Or do you think you are really easy to bully? Tang Qing was very surprised how the idiot in front of him could live to this day. Tang Qing suddenly remembered that Su Xiangdong had just said that he would fire Do Jiao. This is interesting. Then can he find something to get Do Jiao fired? When the time comes, he will recruit Do Jiao under his command. Well, this is a good idea, but you can't be too deliberate. You have to think of a way to prevent this bastard from committing another crime again. Moreover, this scumbag must be educated well. Tang Qing secretly planned in his heart. By the way, he could only say sorry to Do Jiao. It was the first time that others ignored him when he begged for help or brought benefits to his door. He was inevitably upset. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity and recruit Do Jiao to his subordinates first. Who are you? It's none of your business if I want to buy a car. Also, don't harass Sister Jiao Jiao in the future, or I'll beat you to death. Tang Qing said in an arrogant tone, to stir up trouble. Don't be afraid of big trouble, since you can't suffer the loss anyway. The manager here is my dad. We are not doing your business today. Su Xiangdong was startled by Tang Qing's arrogance, and his tone couldn't help but lowered a bit. He directly moved out his father, which gave him some confidence. Hey, manager, I'm so scared. It's a pity that your dad is just the manager, not the boss. Are you so arrogant? Tang Qing pretended to be scared and said. Now he also admires his acting skills. Well, he will act in movies in the future. When he heard that Tang Qing was afraid of Su Xiangdong, he felt proud for a while, but the next sentence choked him up. The key is that this is a fact, and he couldn't refute it. He pointed at Tang Qing and said angrily, What? You two want to cause trouble? Jiao, I'll come back tomorrow. Su Xiangdong's tone immediately gave up. After Su Xiangdong finished speaking, he put the rose on the table, turned around and left in a cool manner, and glanced at Tang Qing with contempt before leaving. This confused Tang Qing again. If Su Xiangdong just left, how could the drama be performed? This was completely out of line with what he thought was the development of the script. Shouldn't the other party call security to drive them out? What's going on if you just leave? Could it be that I was too arrogant just now and scared him? Or is there something wrong with the dialogue you designed? Or were you scared by Sun Chao? Why can't you act according to common sense? Damn, he really wanted to pull that guy back and ask him why his scene was finished so quickly. Isn't this a big deal? Damn it, what's going on today? I meet some guys with abnormal brain circuits. Didn't I read the almanac when I went out? Damn script, I won't believe the novel next time. And this deceptive character, isn't this kidding him? Sister Jiao, has that person been harassing you like this? Tang Qing said helplessly. The two scripts he designed were both failed, and the actors did not cooperate at all, which made him very disappointed. Well, I come here often, but then when I saw that I didn't agree, I chased another one. Her belly got too big, and she didn't want anyone else. Now she's chasing me again. It's disgusting, Do Jiao said with disgust. Hearing this, Tang Qing was a little dull again. Su Xiangdong's brain circuit is simply unbelievable. He pursues one, but fails to pursue another. He gets pregnant, and then dumps her, and then comes back to pursue this. After doing such a thing, he still dares to come back and talk about true love? Mental illness? Otherwise, people who are not sick would have this kind of thinking and courage. Why did I meet some strange people today? Sister Jiao, is he mentally ill? Tang Qing asked the question in his heart. How could a normal person have such a brain circuit? This is not a novel. I don't know either. Maybe there is. Do Jiao thought for a while and said uncertainly. After Tang Qing's guidance, she recalled what Su Xiangdong had done before. She really felt that Su Xiangdong was mentally ill and was very ill. Thinking of this, Do Jiao shuddered. Mental illness was so terrible. At this time, she wanted to resign. It was too dangerous here. Forget it, sister. I hope you will consider the suggestion I made just now. I really want an assistant, and sister, I think she's really the person I need. That person will definitely come to harass you again. In order to avoid trouble, or if that guy takes risks and uses some dirty tricks, I think sister should really consider my job. Tang Qing invited again. Just treat it as a mental illness. No one can understand this brain circuit. Do Jiao pondered for a while and said, Let me think about it, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. After this incident and thinking that Su Xiangdong was mentally ill, she was extremely afraid, but she couldn't make such a hasty decision. She had to be reserved and think about it. But she was so smart that she could guess the final result now. Her ability to predict the outcome told her that she would eventually choose to resign, but she just needed to go back and add the reasons. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Tang Qing said happily. He could also see that Do Jiao was frightened by the mental illness he mentioned. Haha, mental illness is good. Although it didn't follow the script, it just achieved the goal. Haha, today we finally got a win. Woo, it's not easy to recruit someone. Next, with the help of Do Jiao, he quickly completed the remaining procedures and drove Tang Qing's first car with a temporary license plate on the road. Of course, he took the car and Sun Chao drove. Sitting in the passenger seat, TSK, it feels really good. In order to experience the new car, Tang Qing asked Sun Chao to take a spin around Qingyan City. After going around for a while, Tang Qing found Zhou Li's shoe factory at the address he said. Tang Qing discovered that Zhou Li's shoe factory was very close to his clothing factory, only a 5-minute drive away. Looking at this row of shoe factories, Tang Qing couldn't help but think that his clothing brand didn't seem to have shoes. Should he run a shoe business? P.S. Thank you for your recommendation votes. In order to avoid the suspicion of compiling the word count, I will not thank you one by one. Thank you for your support. Also, please subscribe. Please. Tang Qing had delayed so much time buying a car just now that Zhou was impatient. When he called him, he was still circling around the city. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference between customers recommended by the system and ordinary customers. They said they don't need overdue interest. Such people are still so anxious, but he didn't know that Zhou wanted to pay off the money quickly and go back to spend the birthday with his son. When Tang Qing arrived at the shoe factory, Zhou was already waiting at the door of the factory. Of course, Zhou did not wait standing up. Tang Qing did not have such a high status. Instead, he moved a chair from the guardroom and sat at the door, squinting in the sun. Just when Zhou was surprised, he saw Tang Qing walking out of the passenger seat. Zhou immediately got up and walked up with a smile on his face. "Xiao Tang, long time no see. Did you buy a new car?" Of course, he was not surprised that Tang Qing could afford a car. He would be damned if he couldn't afford it. He was surprised that Tang Qing's parents pamper their children so much. Aren't they afraid of spoiling them? This car doesn't look cheap at first glance. My daughter is also in the 3rd year of high school. She has poor academic performance and is not good at anything. She is not like Tang Qing. However, Zhou then thought about it. If his son was as capable as Tang Qing, he would find a way to satisfy his child's needs as long as he could do it. "Yes, Uncle Zhou, I just bought it. I tried it out just now. It's not bad." Tang Qing stepped forward and shook Zhou hand. Zhou walked around the car and couldn't help but praise. "Haha, it's really not bad. It must not be cheap. Who is this?" He saw Sun Chao coming out of the cab after parking the car. "My driver, Sun Chao." Tang Qing introduced briefly. Just now he was at Do Jiao's place, but this time he was at the customer's place. Of course, the answer to Sun Chao's identity would be different. "Hello, Xiao Sun. Come in quickly. Everything is ready." Zhou extended his hand and shook Sun Chao's hand and said he was not surprised to see that Tang Qing had a driver. Anyway, in his mind, Tang Qing was a rich second generation, and it was only normal to have a car and a driver. In addition, the loan he borrowed was a huge sum of money in this era, so it was necessary to find someone to accompany the debt collector. It would be weird if Tang Qing came alone and the other parents would not be able to relax. And looking at Sun Chao's posture, he must have practiced it. The driver is completely a bodyguard, or rather, thug. But what the heck? I don't want to default on my debt, so there's nothing to be afraid of. "Yes," Tang Qing replied. After speaking, Zhou took Tang Qing to his office. After making tea for the two of them, he took out the prepared money from the safe under the desk and put it on the coffee table. It was the same black bag Tang Qing gave him last time. "Xiao Tang, here's some." Zhou unzipped and pushed over and said, since Tang Qing brought Sun Chao with him, there was no need for him to be secretive. "Yes." Tang Qing took the bag, flipped it over, and poured all the money on the coffee table. He counted a bunch of money, as usual, and stopped counting. He had gained experience. He really had no interest in counting the true and false, and the number was only a few 100,000. Of course, except for customers who are not recommended by the system. Even if these former system-recommended customers borrow money again in the future, he will not be so hasty, because at that time they will not be recommended by the system that month. And if they are not enough or not enough, they will be truly assessed. Sun Chao couldn't help but shrink a bit when he looked at the hundreds of thousands of people on the table. His heart was full of surprise and doubt. Why did Zhou give Tang Qing so much money? Judging from the number of piles here, there are 600,000. Protection fee? Dividends? Pay back the money? Usury? Several thoughts flashed through his mind one by one, but Tang Qing didn't say anything, and he didn't know what the money was about, but he believed that Tang Qing would not do such things as loan sharking. As for the protection fee, it was even more impossible. If he dared to do it, Qin Yugong didn't break his legs. The most important thing is, does anyone dare to charge protection money like this now? Obviously no more. Anyone who dares to play like this is screwing themselves to death. In the end, it can only be dividends or loans. It is really difficult to distinguish between the two. But no matter which one, we'll find out later. Okay, no problem. Here is your receipt. Tang Qing handed over the receipt from the previous contract from his pocket. Sun Xiao also immediately understood that this was a loan. Zhou Li took the receipt in surprise and confirmed that it was accurate. However, Tang Qing's behavior surprised him. Is this the order? Xiao Tang, why don't you be nicer? Zhou Li, who encountered this situation for the first time, asked curiously. Is Tang Qing just looking at it a few times? Aren't you afraid of being adulterated or inadequate? There was nothing to avoid about this kind of thing, so he asked directly. I believe in Uncle Zhou. I see that Uncle Zhou is also a person who does big things. How could this little money cheat me? Anyway, you don't get paid to say good things. Tang Qing also said happily, you can't say that I don't care whether you're true or false. He is not crazy yet. Thank you, Xiao Tang, for your trust. You are the one who can really do great things. Zhou Li was moved when he heard that a friend he had only met once trusted him so much, which made him feel the warmth he had not seen for a long time. He had seen too many intrigues in them all. Once money and people were involved, the relationship would become extremely complicated. To meet someone you can trust, and someone who trusts you, is simply a matter of character. You can only know 3 or 5 such people in this life. He couldn't help but be moved. Of course, he didn't think that the other party was inexperienced and didn't understand the inside story. Those who could do this were all talented people. This showed that they trusted him, and secondly, it also showed that they had the confidence to not be afraid of cheating him. But no matter what it was, he was still very moved by what Tang Qing said just now. You're welcome. By the way, Uncle Zhou, if you need to borrow money in the future, just call me directly. Of course, you can call me during breaks, and I can't answer calls in class. Tang Qing said that now the remaining loan has become a worry for him, and he has to rack his brains every time. If Do Jiao comes, he will give him the customer information of all the previous loans and ask her to take the initiative to contact these potential customers. These people are at least trustworthy to a certain extent. He believes in the system. Of course, the amount of trust is also limited. If you only have 1 million assets, you insist on borrowing 10 million. Isn't this nonsense? And it's not just the loan from the system. If the other party really needs it, Tang Qing doesn't mind using his own money to help the other party. With the banking system, how could he be short of money in the future? Okay, no problem. If I need anything, I'll definitely ask you, Xiao Tang. Zhou Li agreed. In the past, I was used to borrowing more than 2 yuan, but now I use 1 yuan. Although it is not much, it does not mean saving thousands of dollars, but it has another reliable funding channel. By the way, how is Uncle Yan's place? The business is not bad. Tang Qing asked about the client introduced by Zhou Li. He didn't have time to conduct post-stage risk control, so he could only ask Zhou Li. Lao Yan's place is not bad. There are no business problems. It's just that Lao Yan has been in poor health recently. He has a heart attack and is in the hospital. Now his son is managing the factory. Zhou Li said with a smile, well, that's good. As long as the business is in good condition and you can repay the money, that's fine. Tang Qing nodded and said he didn't want any breach of contract to occur. If it was overdue in a short time, he could accept it. If you insist on not paying back, he would be most worried about the system assessment. This is why he wants to set up a new company to manage these loan businesses. It is impossible for him to personally do such late-stage risk control for customers who are not recommended by the system. He does not have the energy and time. There should be no problem in repaying the money. Most of our upstream and downstream customers overlap. We have no problem here, and there will be no problems with them. Zhou Li said with confidence. Well, that's good, Uncle Zhou. I'll leave first if I have something to do. If you need anything, call me. Tang Qing stood up and said goodbye. It's okay. Of course, he also had a cautious mind. The last time a guy questioned his liquidated damages setting made him feel a knot in his heart, but Zhou Li was present as the intermediary. He didn't say much, but he had to tell Do Jiao to keep an eye on the later risk control of such customers, just in case. Okay, you helped Uncle Joe so much, and you came here in person without eating a single meal. I feel really sorry for you. I'll make up for it next time. Jolie didn't hold back. Tang Qing had said something was going on the phone before. Obviously, he didn't have time to eat this meal. Moreover, he had to go back to spend the rest of his life with his child. Although he hated iron, but who could call it his own child? Okay, no problem. I won't let go of the opportunity to have a meal if I have the opportunity in the future. Tang Qing said with a smile. Ah, that's good. I'm afraid you won't come because you don't like it. Jolie said with a smile. Haha, of course not. Then I will really say goodbye. Tang Qing said, well, I'll give it to you. Jolie said, okay, brother son, bring us the money and leave. Tang Qing said. Jolie sent the two of them to the gate. This time it was Tang Qing who was driving because he wanted to take Sun Chao to his company to identify himself, and he would not have time to go to the company during class tomorrow. When they were in the car, Sun Chao said nothing as usual. He was not a talkative person, but Tang Qing knew that he must be full of doubts. After all, he was going to collect the bill. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was not a glorious thing, especially in later generations. The media reported a lot of news about violent debt collection, and even legal debt collection was splashed with dirty water. Haha, Tang Qing was speechless. Brother son, do you know what I was doing just now? Tang Qing said, breaking the silence. Well, collect the bill. Sun Chao nodded. Of course, his tone was still the same, without any difference. Haha, brother son, you don't think I'm a loan shark, do you? Tang Qing said with a smile. You are not such a person. Sun Chao said without thinking. Thank you, brother son, for your trust. Here, this is the loan contract between me and Boss Joe. Tang Qing said with a smile. It felt good to be trusted. He handed over the previous contract with Zhou Li from his pocket. Although Sun Chao believed in him, he had to explain clearly that he didn't. P.S. Okay, I can't watch and subscribe anymore. If I watch it again, I won't be in the mood to type. Woohoo! But don't worry, everyone. No matter how hard this book is, it won't be a eunuch. 2 million is just a conservative estimate. After all, I can write too many things on this subject. At most, the updates may not be timely. If I owe you, I will find a way to make up for it. I know I still owe you 4 chapters. I want to switch to the 2K party before, but after thinking about it, I better forget it. I don't like reading 2K books. Again, please support me. Sun Chao is not a hypocritical person. It's not that he doesn't believe Tang Qing, but since he is involved in this kind of thing, he needs to understand the whole story. If he doesn't look at it because of Tang Qing's face, it would be a fool's errand. Sun Chao directly took the contract and read it carefully. Tang Qing saw Sun Chao take the contract and read it carefully, with a smile on his lips. Sun Chao passed his level again. In this situation, most people care about face. Even if they're itchy, they're just talking about what they mean. They want to refuse with their mouths. Sun Chao is good like this. If you want to see it, I will see it. Even if you believe the other party, you will create a more obstacle-free relationship. This is not a relationship, and there is no need for a mentality of you dare to question and try. It took Sun Chao more than 10 minutes to read through the terms of the entire contract one by one. The most concerning thing was, of course, the interest. What surprised him was that the interest stipulated in the contract was only 1%, which was extremely low in private lending. It was even said that he did not make any money. It's not an exaggeration. Don't think that the interest rate of 1% is twice as high as that of the bank, which is nearly 0.5%, and you think it is very profitable. This is not a concept at all. For example, if a bottle of Coke costs 3 yuan outside, you think it is a huge profit if you sell it for 20 yuan in a 5-star hotel. Huge profits, my sister, are because you have never done business at all and have not calculated the costs. Banks have very low capital costs. They absorb a large amount of national deposits by virtue of their size and legitimacy. If they lose money or make money, they will have to examine the relevant responsible persons. But what about private funds? This money is basically your own money. If you lose, everyone will have to drink the northwest wind. The costs and risks faced by the two are simply worlds apart. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that 1% means no money is made. And if the money is raised, the borrowing cost will be more than 1%, not to mention the management cost and the interest loss during the idle period between short-term loans. The 1% interest will definitely lose money. Xiao Tang, your interest rate is so low. Can you make money? Are you making money without losing money? In addition, the overdue penalty is a bit high. Sun Chao closed the contract and said doubtfully, Haha, I don't plan to make any money from this. I just want to help those bosses who are short of money and are nice people. As for the liquidated damages, I just remind them not to default on their debts. As long as the repayment is within 10 days of the stipulated time limit, I am not going to implement the breach of contract clauses. Of course, this is not written into the contract to prevent anyone from taking advantage of it. And my main business is not this, so I can't make money with this. Tang Qing slowly explained. After a pause, Tang Qing added, As for what the main business is, you will know it gradually. Don't worry, I'm still young and will not get involved in things that I shouldn't be involved in. Now Tang Qing can't completely reveal his secrets, especially the foreign exchange transactions with Lugon. He is not going to tell Sun Chao about this, or will not say it in a short time, and will not let him participate. At most, let him know about these relatively legal ways to make money in the stock market and international financial markets. Well, you're not that kind of person, Sun Chao said as he handed over the contract. Haha, thank you for your trust, Brother Sunday. Okay, let me take you to the company next. You can report directly there tomorrow. I won't come because I have to go to class. It just so happens that my general manager is also working overtime. Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, okay, Sun Chao said. He drove very slowly to let Sun Chao read the contract along the way. Now that he had finished reading it and explained clearly, Tang Qing stepped on the accelerator and arrived at Shengtang Clothing in just 2 minutes. From a distance, Tang Qing saw Uncle Wu walking back and forth at the door, still the same Chun Han as before. Well, he actually stood in a military posture at the door. The car slowly stopped at the gate of Shengtang Clothing. Wu Qi and Chun Han both turned their eyes. Of course, they didn't recognize the car. Just as they were about to go up and ask, they saw Tang Qing getting out of the cab, and Sun Chao also getting out of the car. Uncle Wu, hello. Tang Qing got out of the car, and it came up to say hello. He didn't have to get out of the car, but he wanted to introduce Sun Chao to the doorman. To put it bluntly, he wanted to give Sun Chao a platform, even though his company didn't have much office culture or disgusting things when he started. Hello, Mr. Tang. I'll open the door right away. When Wu Qi saw Tang Qing, he immediately changed into a smile and said, and immediately opened the electric retractable door with the remote control. Thank you, Uncle Wu. This car will be my special car from now on, and this is my driver and bodyguard. Sun Chao, you will be colleagues from now on. Tang Qing pointed at Sun Chao behind him and introduced, then turned to Chun Han, who also came forward and said, Brother Chun, this is Sun Chao. From now on, people in the same department, as you will all come from the army. Brother Sun was born in the special forces. Let's get to know each other in the future. In order to prevent the company's security guards from having any ideas, he directly revealed Sun Chao's identity. After all, he did not look for drivers and bodyguards from the company, which would inevitably make them have thoughts. Fortunately, except for the security director, who was born in the special forces, everyone else in the company was from the ordinary arms. Otherwise, it would be really unclear. Sure enough, Chun Han's face looked a little strange when he heard that Sun Chao was Tang Qing's driver and bodyguard. As Tang Qing expected, he inevitably felt dissatisfied. Why didn't he find a bodyguard from the company instead of hiring an outsider? Although he felt the other party keenly. He is a soldier, but as a warrior, there is nothing wrong with respecting force. However, his resentment was immediately extinguished by Tang Qing's next words. Special forces have a mysterious and powerful aura. With this identity, it is not difficult to understand why Tang Qing chose Sun Chao. Hello, my name is Chun Han. Please give me some advice if you have time. Chun Han stepped forward and stretched out his hand and said in a serious tone, Strong people are naturally worthy of respect. My name is Sun Chow. I don't take my advice seriously. Let's make progress together, Sun Chow said with a smile. Even Tang Qing next to him was a little surprised by this. He was curious about Sun Chow's humility. But this is better. He doesn't need a martial artist. After all the introductions, Tang Qing said, Haha, let's discuss it later. I will also discuss it with you then. Then I will go in first, Uncle Wu. After that, Tang Qing and Sun Chow got back in the car and drove into the yard. Although it is Sunday, there are still many people working overtime, especially in the design department, half of whom are there, and people in other departments are on duty. As soon as we entered the building, we saw people walking around one after another, especially the design department on the second floor. They were all filled with women's voices. Their noisy voices could be heard on the first floor. They were chattering and couldn't make out what they were saying. It was really harmonious. I hope no one scolded him as a vampire boss. Haha. Mr. Tang, good afternoon. Although the company doesn't have much business now, there are still receptions. There are 2 in total, and they work in shifts with each other. Today's person is a cute little girl who is looking at the mimosa in front of her table in a daze. When she heard the footsteps, she looked up and stood up immediately when she saw her boss coming. Hello, Sister Lu. I'm in a daze again. Tang Qing joked. No way. There aren't many people here today. The little girl stuck out her tongue and said sheepishly, Haha, I don't blame you. Bring some books to read next time. Study more. You majored in finance. Next time the finance department expands and recruits internally, you still have a chance. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing knew that she had not applied for a financial position in the company because she had a college degree, so she retreated and became a receptionist this time. Really? But my academic qualifications are not enough, Lu Yan said in surprise. Of course she knew what this company was like. According to the company's plan, it would definitely get bigger and bigger, and the requirements for academic qualifications would definitely be stricter. If she had not had a place to go and wanted to find a job to make money as soon as possible, she would not have stayed here as a receptionist. Academic qualifications only represent your past. As long as you work hard and are willing to make progress, the company will definitely give you this opportunity. Tang Qing said. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I will work hard. After hearing this, Lu Yan's heart was filled with hope. With Tang Qing as the boss speaking, as long as she works hard, the company will definitely give her a chance. Thinking of this, Lu Yan couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, there is a huge difference between business staff and non-business staff in terms of salary, realization of life value, and even promotion channels. Well, work hard and the company won't bury its talents, Tang Qing said with a smile. To be honest, this feeling of deciding a person's destiny is really addictive, and he was a little dizzy. Yes, Mr. Tang walks slowly. Lu Yan bowed slightly and said, Yes. After saying that, Tang Qing turned around and walked up the stairs. Sun Chow, who was following him, also felt a huge wave of emotion in his heart. The young man next to him could decide a person's fate with just a few words. A few words could make a huge change in a person's energy and spirit. It was like that. He really didn't know how to describe it. Maybe it just smells of power. Tang Qing brought Sun Chow to Yang Kai's office. The door was closed. Tang Qing knocked on the door a few times, but he would not be so rude and pushed the door open directly. Dong, dong, dong. Please come in. Yang Kai's voice came from inside. Tang Qing pushed the door open and entered. After Sun Chow closed the door behind him, Tang Qing also knew why Yang Kai closed the door. It was because the girls on the second floor were too noisy. It was probably because of the nature of the work, or because they were working overtime. It was hard to talk to them, so they could only stay silent. Women, we can't afford to offend, and we can afford to hide. When Yang Kai saw Tang Qing, he immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up, and said with a smile, Mr. Tang, you are here. Sit down quickly. After that, he poured a glass of water for each of Tang Qing and Sun Chow. The company was still small, so of course he couldn't have a secretary. He could only do this kind of thing. Mr. Yang, this is my future driver and bodyguard. I also bought a car down there. He will report tomorrow. You will take him through the induction process at that time. The salary will be based on the salary of the deputy director of the security department. Brother Sun is in a special situation and only works for me, so he will not be here often, but you should arrange an office space for him. Tang Qing sat down and introduced. Understand. Yang Kai nodded. As for Sun Chao's work content and how he got here, he was not interested at all. P.S. The following are free. I will be stuck typing this chapter. I am so tired. No rest on the weekend. No human rights. Don't let anyone live. Woo. Thank you, readers Tong Tian Shunren, for your 258W monthly ticket. Thank you. There are many other friends who have recommended Mouse. Although Mouse cannot list them all, Mouse has kept them in mind. Thank you very much. Finally, please ask for a genuine subscription. By the way, Mr. Yang, how do the employees react when they work so much overtime during this period? Tang Qing asked. Although it felt like he was asking questions knowingly, he couldn't be indifferent and not ask questions. What else can I say? Of course there are complaints. The development plan set by the company is so tight. How can it be completed without working overtime? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He has not enjoyed weekend holidays since joining the company and has been working overtime every day. Of course, he has no complaints about working overtime with a huge annual salary. After all, he has more freedom to work overtime than the employees. He is the general manager and can take a break when he wants. I can go out for a walk if I want, but the employees below are not so laid back. They have to do things honestly for me in the company and keep pretending. Well, okay, I have become a vicious capitalist. Well, in this way, I will give extra bonuses to those who work overtime and ask the canteen to make more delicious food. Don't stop eating fruits and so on. There's so many people, and each person who works overtime every weekend will eat 10 kilograms and eat slowly and go to the wholesale market to buy more at a time. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, in his previous life, he hated working overtime and skipping on weekends and holidays. But what can I say? After all, it's the butt that determines the brain and the stance that determines the attitude. When he became a boss, he would inevitably want his employees to work harder and do more. This was not based on human will. He also didn't have a holy heart to help the common people. His money didn't come from the strong wind, but was earned with his head on his head. So since he couldn't avoid it, he should make up for it with other things. Then I will thank Mr. Tang on behalf of my colleagues. Yang Kai nodded and said, the company's finances are not strong now, so the salary and overtime wages are only average. At most, the food is better. In the past, he did not dare to take the initiative to promote welfare. In order to save some money, he did not even mention it. Now that Tang Qing has spoken, he is happy to follow the trend. By the way, are there any difficulties on the financial side? The weekly financial report I read the night before yesterday said that the company only has more than 900,000 yuan in funds. How long can it last? Tang Qing asked again. There is no problem with the funds. They can still be used until the Chinese New Year. Previously, it was mainly because the factory still had a batch of accounts payable. If the factory couldn't make enough money to open the company had to advance it first. The money can be paid back to the company at the beginning of next month. Overall, plus the profits from e-commerce, the company's financial situation will not be a problem until all wages and bonuses are paid during the Chinese New Year. Yang Kai slowly explained. Well, that's good. The 30 million yuan will be deposited as soon as I get to work after the New Year. Tang Qing nodded and waited until Lu Qian's more than 30 million yuan of funds arrived on Friday. Then he would be able to enter the stock market. Of course, the bankers are already in the stage of slowly attracting funds, so he planned to invest his own funds into stocks next week before Lu Qian's fund arrived, so as not to attract attention because the target was too big. When the time comes, just leave 1 million in your personal account for emergencies. Every time I hear the news about Mr. Tang, my blood boils, and I am instantly full of motivation. Yang Kai laughed and said, this is to be honest. The person who manages the company does not want to meet the investors who spend money to expand. This persistence and the pleasure obtained are difficult for ordinary people to understand, and it has even become an obsession for many professional managers. That's good. You go ahead and go and see Mr. Qi and the others. Tang Qing. stood up and said, "Okay, this is what you did by the hands-off shopkeeper. Mr. Qi has complained to me many times. Haha." Yang Kai laughed. From his point of view, of course he hopes that the chairman will be the hands-on shopkeeper so that he can fully display his talents. But as a general manager or below, he doesn't think so. This is determined by position and has nothing to do with people. "Okay, then I'll send her her door to calm her down," Tang Qing said with a grimace. He was still prepared to stick to it on the way to becoming the boss. He was not interested in managing the company and getting stuck in the complicated daily life. He was frightened to see the real big guys in the future being so busy all day long. This was not what he wanted. In his plan, his future companies will be unified under the supervision of a huge asset management company. This company has only one business, which is to review the corporate systems, development plans, financial status, resource allocation, etc. of all its companies. Although there is no direct affiliation, the major plans and development strategies of all its companies must be handed over to the company's professionals who are familiar with the industry to review the feasibility, so as to prevent professional managers from blindly messing around. Tang Qing has no interest or energy to manage those companies. He doesn't know how to do it and doesn't want to meet with it. As long as someone knows how to do it, he will provide the money and others will contribute. It's that simple. After leaving Yang Kai's office, the sounds on the second floor still didn't stop. Tang Qing took a few steps to Qi Yan's office and knocked on the door a few times, but there was no response. It was obvious that she was not in the office, and she must be on the second floor. But listening to the market-like sound on the second floor made Tang Qing afraid to go down. He was afraid of being blamed to death by the looks of the women below. Although he did not directly ask for the overtime work on the weekend, who asked him to make such an intense expansion plan would not be blamed on him as the boss in the end. Take a few deep breaths. Forget it, just die. After Tang Qing hesitated for a while, he was ready to be glared at by a group of people. If you're afraid of this, how can you experience some big scenes in the future? Tang Qing took Sun Chao to the second floor. The entire second floor is dedicated to the design department, and the staff has been expanding. Now there are almost 100 people, most of them women, but I don't know how many are working overtime today. In the stairwell, Tang Qing could smell the faint smell of perfume in the air. There were all kinds of perfumes. He didn't recognize any of them anyway, but they smelled pretty good. In order to avoid being seen and affecting his image, he suppressed the urge to take a deep breath. But there's nothing I can do about it. Perfume is meant to be sprayed on women to increase their allure to men. Well, that's a bad excuse. Since the entire building is a frame structure, the previous boss only used wooden boards to separate some offices. Later, Qian demolished it because the space was too small. She asked the master to reroute the cables on the second floor. Without the barriers of the walls, it looked much more spacious and brighter. When you go downstairs, turn right, and enter the door, you can see a huge office space as far as the eye can see. Beautiful designers in fashionable clothes gathered in groups to discuss things that Tang Qing couldn't understand. He was not bored to make up those nouns. He could just leave these to professionals. Seeing the two grown men, Tang Qing and Sun Chao, coming immediately attracted the attention of the girls. It's not that they haven't seen men before. There are men in the design department, but it's so strange that these two people are strolling leisurely. The administrative department has a holiday today, and basically one person is left on duty, but the design department has no holiday and is extremely busy. If it weren't for the salary, overtime bonus, and the company's great blueprint that attracted them, they would have been there. If you have no choice, what else can you do? Just resign after working overtime? Beauties are also helpless. It is not easy to find a job these days, and it is even more difficult to find a job that is suitable and you like. The design department has a severe yin and yang, and several male colleagues in the department are too effeminate. So teasing the male compatriots in other departments is one of their fun. When they see a young and handsome boy come in, some bold ones can't help it. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Little brother, who are you looking for? That's right. Ask your sister to help you find it. What's your name, little brother? My sister's name is Li Mei. Please remember it. Wow, this guy is so handsome. He is very suitable for being a model, with those muscles and eyes. Your sister? Did I go to the wrong place? This is not an entertainment place. Are girls in this era so bold and dare to openly tease young men from good families? Tang Qing touched his nose and didn't reply. He was frightened by so many questions. Sun Chao also blushed. This was the first time he was judged by so many women. Since everyone who knew Tang Qing had their own offices, no one recognized Tang Qing's identity. However, it was obvious that there were no idle people waiting here, and no one stood up to chase them away. Tang Qing looked around and didn't see Wang Yan. The two deputy managers of the design department were not here either. Well, it seemed that he was walking in the wrong direction. They should be on the other side of the stairs. Although it was a bit rude, Tang Qing really couldn't respond one by one. So he could only say, "Ahem, sisters, your boss Chi is on the other side, right?" "Yes." She went to the deputy manager's office. "Little brother, what do you want to do with her?" "Who are you?" "I don't remember that she has a younger brother. She came to our Mr. Chi at this time. Could it be that he is here for a blind date?" "Well, the person behind you looks pretty good, but he is just a little bit rustic." "If." The one namely Mei just said it first, and then, "Can't stop." Tang Qing almost broke into a cold sweat. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked for directions. I shouldn't be here. And how did your logic regarding blind dates come about? Isn't this thinking too jumpy?" Li Mei didn't give Tang Qing a chance to speak. In the end, her professional habit broke out, and she started talking about how Sun Chao should dress. Sun Chao broke into a cold sweat when he heard it, and thought to himself, women are too scary. Although Tang Qing and Sun Chao found it unbearable, other beautiful designers supplemented and discussed with great interest, and even started arguing later. Tang Qing on the side had black lines all over his head, and he couldn't stop complaining in his heart. "Hey, isn't this topic a bit serious for you? I'm just asking for directions. Do you want me to be punished?" I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have walked this way in the first place. If I hadn't walked to the right, I wouldn't have come to this sad point. Tang Qing shook his head and got rid of the strange conditioned reflex before. It was all because he had read too many Willing Gaiden. Just when Tang Qing was either leaving or not, a voice sounded behind him. "P.S. The second chapter is late. The coding is so slow. I'm half a handicapped person. Alas, once I enter the internet, the text is as deep as the sea. I think about everything that today's update has not yet been released, but I can't let down all the readers who support the mouse. Please forgive me if the update is late in the future. Then I must have not finished coding or encountered something. Please help Mouse promote it more. If there are less than 100 subscriptions, please watch. TSK, I'm so out of the mood. What are you doing in a circle chattering? Aren't you going to do your work? And these two of you. Hey, bad brother, you are finally willing to come here." Hearing Qi Yan's voice at this moment, Tang Qing was almost moved to tears. If a man dared to chatter around him like this, he would have slapped the table and cursed them. But facing this group of gossiping female employees, he is really helpless. No matter in the past life or in this life, as long as he doesn't offend him severely or goes too far, he will not be cruel to women. In his opinion, such a lovely person, why should he be cruel to them? Tang Qing couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, Lin Jiaxue and Wang Yan were not such people. Otherwise, it can be imagined that his life would have been gloomy. As for the eldest cousin, Qin Shichi, well, that was already one of the great pleasures of life. The key was that he couldn't resist yet. Thinking of this, Tang Qing felt like he had a directed masochistic tendency. Alas, there is no cure for this disease. "Sister Yin, you are finally here, help me," Tang Qing said with a bitter face. He almost wanted to rush over and give Qi Yin a hug. But this was just a thought. Except for Lin Jiaxue and Wang Yin, two people he had hugged in his past life and this life, and other women besides his own relatives, he unconsciously felt a sense of misophobia or guilt, and instinctively did not want to have too much physical contact with them. "Well, we are such a dedicated man," Tang Qing thought proudly again. "Haha, what are you doing?" Qi Yin smiled, but she figured out the whole story in an instant. Tang Qing must have come to find her, and then she was surrounded by this group of hungry designers. Not to mention, she found that Tang Qing was really getting more and more handsome. This was not a sign of the little cream girl. He wanted to be handsome in the direction of being a student, but he wanted to be handsome in the direction of maturity and stability. And as a woman, Tang Qing was a little jealous because of Tang Qing's good skin. She even wanted to go up and pinch him, but now in public, she was not so bold. Well, she would give him a good pinch later. Of course, this is just envy. As a woman or a beautiful woman, all of them are skincare experts. Of course, they know that this is not the effect of cosmetics. If there were such awesome cosmetics, it would have caused a sensation in the world. How could she not know that women's pursuit of beauty will make this company's market value? Even Microsoft become a scumbag. Seeing their boss coming, the beautiful designers stopped arguing. They were still very convinced of Qi Yin, the manager of the design department and the deputy general manager of the company. She was beautiful, her family was rich, she had studied abroad, and had worked at Versace. None of you here were as good as her. With such a glorious resume. At first, some people suspected that Qi Yin was just lucky enough to study abroad and have the opportunity to enter Versace. However, after this period of work and study, they were really convinced. Qi Yin won the respect of the entire department with her strength, vision, and diligence. But respect is respect. Admiration is admiration. The beautiful designers who are not doing rigid work immediately returned to their true nature. Mr. Qi, is this your brother? He's so handsome. Yes, he looks pretty good. He may come to model for us more often in the future. Yes, that's right. And the guy next to your brother also has a pretty good figure. Did your brother bring you a blind date? Yeah, he's pretty good looking, but he's a bit rigid. The girls started discussing again. This time it was Qi Yan's turn to be speechless. She likes to discuss others, but she doesn't like to be the subject of discussion. Also, what the hell is the blind date? Stop, stop, Brother Xiaotang, who is this? Qi Yan said doubtfully. Although she knew it was the gossip from her subordinates, she had to clarify that it was not the case. Otherwise, she would leave. Without explaining clearly, she might not know how they would gossip next. Thinking of being the target of gossip and becoming the focus of heated discussion in the whole company, she shuddered unconsciously. It was terrible. Misunderstanding. This is my driver. His name is Sun Chao. He was about to find you, but he went in the wrong direction. Tang Qing hurriedly explained. At this time, Sun Chao was already blushing from embarrassment. He kept his head slightly lowered and did not dare to look at Qi Yan. After all, as a normal person, it is inevitable that he would overthink the conversation between the girls. He is not a monk. Although he was born in the special forces, he is also an ordinary person emotionally. He has been single for so long. Looking at the beautiful Qi Yan in front of him, it is nonsense to say that he has no idea. Just thinking about the difference in status between the two and how beautiful Qi Yan was, Sun Chao couldn't help but feel a little inferior. So Sun Chao's face turned redder. Qi Yan looked at Sun Chao, who was blushing so much that he didn't dare to look at her. Of course she was smart and couldn't laugh at this time. At this time, people who are interested have noticed the driver in Tang Qing's words. The word driver contains a lot of content. A driver must have a car. A little kid has a car and a driver. The amount of information is even greater. But before they can think of Tang Qing's identity, two people came up from behind Qi Yan. Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang, you are here. Two nice greetings came to mind behind Qi Yan. Naturally, the two deputy managers of the design department had arrived. They had met Tang Qing at the last meeting, and they naturally knew this young and outrageous boss. Their eyes lit up when they saw Tang Qing, who had become handsome again. He was young, heavy, and handsome. If it weren't for being too young, they couldn't help but take action. It's a pity. Ah, hello. You work hard over the weekend. Tang Qing raised his hand and said hello. Okay, he really can't remember the names of these two people. Is there any reward? We don't have time to watch movies with our boyfriend. One of the bold deputy managers said softly. They also knew that Tang Qing had no heirs. It would be impossible for him to have no complaints during the big weekend, so they couldn't help teasing Tang Qing. Hold on, I will give you a big red envelope at the end of the year, and I have asked Mr. Yang to give you extra meals, and there are other benefits you will see soon. Tang Qing said awkwardly. This may be something rooted in men's genes. Faced with women's coquettishness, it is really difficult to get angry with them. Of course, the premise is that they are pleasing to the eye. Long live, there is something delicious. I just know how to eat. It turns out he is the boss. He is so young. You didn't just know that the boss is young. Have you never seen a real person? It's a pity. If he were older, I would have chased him. Humph. To put it bluntly, I chased him too. He is mine. True love has no age limit. Okay, get busy, Brother Xiaotang. Let's go to my office. Qi Yin said embarrassedly. She was really embarrassed when Tang Qing encountered this incident in her department today. Well, okay, Tang Qing said hurriedly, and he also wanted to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Tang Qing followed Qi Yin to her office, but after a few people left, the noise on the second floor became louder, and it was getting worse. As soon as she entered the door, Qi Yin was not so polite to pour water for Tang Qing. She knew that Tang Qing must have drank water from Yang Kai and sat down directly in her seat. Brother Xiaotang, why don't you call me? If I go later, I might not know what they will do, haha. Qi Yin turned the brush in her hand and smiled. Didn't I know you were on the second floor? It was a matter of a few steps, but I didn't expect that I took the wrong step. Tang Qing said, with a wry smile. Thinking of what happened just now, he still feels a little frightened. What you bought is the Audi below. Why are you thinking about buying this kind of car? It would be better to buy Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Qi Yin stood up and looked around the window and said, I don't like it. Audi should be more low-key. We are not ordinary people. Tang Qing raised his head and said in a pretentious manner, Yes, our little brother Tang is not a common person. How about you give me a more vulgar car? As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yin immediately changed her face and came over and said flattery. Although she didn't know why young Tang Qing wanted to keep a low profile, she didn't bother to think about it. It was none of her business. It was really about seeking some benefits for herself. Let's talk about it later. The money I have now is useful. Tang Qing did not refuse. Before, he thought that there was no need to provide special cars to a few high-level officials. But things are different now. We will never be short of money in the future. A few cars are only worth a few dollars, so I bought them. Haha. Thank you, Brother Xiaotang. I have been interested in a Porsche before. Qi Yin then introduced her enthusiastically. Stop, Porsche. Sister Yin, are you not mistaken? How vulgar are you? It's so vulgar. Tang Qing pretended to scream and stopped. Although he knew Qi Yin was joking, we still have to cooperate. Haha, I'm kidding you. Just buy some Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Qi Yin laughed. Tang Qing was speechless. It's okay. Well, who said we would be rich in the future? That's right. Let's talk about it after the year. My car is usually in the company. If you want to use it, just tell Sun Chow. By the way, how is Uncle's condition? Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, It's okay. He could be discharged from the hospital this month. By then, my dad is going to have a good rest at home, grow flowers, play chess, and take a walk if he has nothing to do. Qi Yin said, and there was a strange look in Qi Yan's eyes. Qi Yin knew that her father still wanted to work in her previous factory, even in frontline production. After all, they had been in love for so many years, but in order to prevent Tang Qing from having ideas, she was not prepared to say it. Her father was not stupid and didn't mention it. But as a daughter, how could she not know? Well, that's good. Uncle has been busy all his life, and it's time for him to rest. If he can't stop, he can go to the factory to make some suggestions and meet old friends. After all, this factory has put all his efforts into this factory. Tang Qing nodded. Well, okay. Qi Yin agreed. Tang Qing didn't sit here for long before leaving Qi Yin. Qi Yin was also very busy, so she didn't want to make trouble for others. Tang Qing drove back to his uncle's house. Of course, he left the car to Sun Chow. If he had anything to do, he could use the car to call him. As for Sun Chow's private use of the car, in Tang Qing's opinion, since they are all one of his own, why should he be so clean? There is still some trust. P.S. Chapter 2 will be a little later today. There are many things on Monday. Please subscribe to it, brothers. Sun Chow drove back to the People's Hospital, feeling a little dazed. The experience of just one afternoon today made him feel like he was dreaming. All kinds of unexpected events were replayed over and over again in his mind. He was despised for buying a car. The scumbag Su Xiangdong, the witty Do Jiao, he still had a job, Tang Qing's loan business, Tang Qing's company, and those scary women, the beautiful Qi Yin. The amount of information he received this day simply made his strong nerves a little confused. He had never experienced the people and things here before, and he saw them all in one afternoon. The impact on him can be imagined. When he arrived at the hospital parking lot, Sun Chao did not get out of the car directly, but sat in the car and fell into thinking. This would be a brand new life waiting for him, and he didn't know how to face it for a while. 10 minutes. 10 minutes after sitting in the car, he still hadn't straightened out his thoughts and felt agitated. At this time, Sun Chao suddenly remembered the words of his most admired instructor in the army. A man must stand upright, no matter right or wrong. As long as you don't betray the country and the people, then do what you think is right. Pa! Sun Chao slapped the steering wheel. It's done. Why are you hesitating so much? People are dead and birds are lying in the sky. You're afraid of ghosts. Although there are too many doubts in his heart, since he has made up his mind to follow Tang Qing, there is nothing to think about. Even if he breaks the law, it doesn't matter. Since he owes Tang Qing and others think highly of him, there is nothing to say. As long as he is not against the country and the people, he will do it without hesitation. After untying his knot, Sun Chao returned to his mother's ward, still carrying some fruits in his hand. These are the most expensive fruits that Tang Qing had bought on the road. Chao, why are you buying fruit again? It's a waste of money. Sun's mother immediately smiled when she saw her son coming in, but she started to feel a little sad when she saw the big bags of fruit in Sun Chao's hands. She knew that her son was carrying a huge debt, so when she saw her son buying things for her, she would think of it unconsciously. Although she was touched in her heart, in her opinion, she could save as much as possible and let her son pay off the money one day earlier. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his wife to get back the money he owed so much. In her opinion, it was because of the drag of her old mother that her son was burdened with such a heavy burden, and no one was willing to marry her son. Mom, I didn't buy this. It was bought by the person who paid for you, Sun Chao said with a smile. Tang Qing bought a lot of fruits on the roadside before. He initially thought that Tang Qing bought them for his uncle's family, but when he was leaving, he realized that he bought them for his mother. Because he bought too much, the fruits he brought up now were only less than a third, and there was still a lot in the trunk. Tang Qing is also very wealthy now, and he doesn't have a clear idea of what he buys. Anyway, he just packs whatever he likes. If it weren't for the fear of damaging it, he would have wanted to fill the trunk. After all, even if it was full, it would cost up to $1,000. Now, for Tang Qing, spending this little money is really no different from spending 100 yuan. That's it, Chao. I really owe someone a favor this time. It's all my mother's fault. You owe me so much money. It's all your mother who drags you down. Grandma couldn't help crying as she said this. No, you gave birth to me and raised me. This is a great kindness. No matter how much money I owe you, I am willing to do it. Sun Chao quickly took out a piece of paper to wipe his mother's tears. Now her mother had just completed the operation and could not get out of bed. It was difficult to sit up. Seeing his mother crying, even though he was determined, he couldn't help but become jealous. Chao, sit down quickly. What did the boss ask you to do just now? Sun's mother also stopped her emotions and said, he introduced me to a job as a driver. I will go through the entry procedures tomorrow. I even drove the car back and parked it outside the hospital. Sun Chao did not dare to reveal the identity of the bodyguard. He was afraid that his mother would worry about his own safety. When the time comes, his mother would definitely feel even more guilty if she thought about doing such a dangerous thing as a bodyguard. This kind of mood is not conducive to physical recovery. When Sun's mother heard that her son had a job, she said happily, "That's good. That's good. You must work hard and don't be half-hearted. You know, we don't insist on salary. After all, we owe so much money to others. As long as you can support yourself." Yes, I understand. I will rent a house near the company to take care of you. Sun Chao agreed. Why do I need your care? It's not like I can't walk after I recover. When the time comes, I will find an easy way to earn some money. I have also asked the doctor. The doctor said that apart from not being able to do heavy work in the future, there will be no other problems. Grandma said that she did not want her son to bear the debt alone. She also wanted to pay off the money early to find a wife for her son. No, you've been tired for a lifetime, so you should have a good rest. I will make money. Although he didn't say how much the salary will be, he will never treat me badly because of his character. Sun Chao said. Although he didn't know the salary of the Deputy Minister of Security that Tang Qing mentioned before, he thought it should be quite high. He would only have to keep a little for himself and his mother's living expenses. Well, you must repay others well. Our Sun family has never had a white-eyed wolf. Grandma nodded and said, I know, Mother, come on, I'll peel an apple for you. The doctor said. The next day, Tang Qing received a call from Do Jiao on the way to school. With Tang Qing's previous guidance, and after a night of consideration, Do Jiao had completely imagined Su Xiangdong as a mental patient. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She finally decided to resign the next day and stay away from this mental illness. She didn't want to stay in this car dealership for a moment longer, for fear that Su Xiangdong's mental illness would suddenly attack. Although it was a bit hasty and thoughtless to take refuge in Tang Qing, a person she only met once, but for some reason, her intuition told her that Tang Qing was not a bad person. She could only attribute this inexplicable trust to her mentality of being an only child and wanting to have a younger brother. She knew this wasn't love. After all, she wasn't a child anymore, so she could still tell the difference. Besides, I am not a vegetarian, and there are really not many people in Qingyan City who dare to lie to me. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about Su Xiangdong being mentally ill made him feel funny, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiangdong's chic stop acting at the beginning made him dissatisfied. Now Do Jiao has preconceived ideas, even if Su Xiangdong is not mentally ill. Regarding Do Jiao, Tang Qing did not specifically seek her to do his loan management, or in other words, loan management was only a very small part of it. The company established by Do Jiao is just the prototype of a future asset management company. Its main role now is not to supervise other companies, but to provide information consultation and handle some chores. For example, if he wants to get involved in an unfamiliar industry, who will do the entire industry investigation, preliminary preparations, and personnel recruitment? Of course it cannot be him. How can he have the time? For another example, if he wants to raise funds or investigate detailed economic data of a certain country, who will do it? It will also be done by this company. To put it bluntly, this company's main business is to serve him, and loan management is just a miscellaneous business at present. And now there is no need for the company to be very large. In the early days, the company's business was mainly business information investigation. Although the country has not liberalized this industry at this time, everyone is doing it. The boundaries are really blurry, and it is not open to the public, so he is not afraid. At noon, Do Jiao arrived at Baiwei Restaurant as scheduled, and Tang Qing was waiting in the box early. This time, in order to let Do Jiao get familiar with the business, he took leave from the last class. Here, this is our purpose at noon today, and it is also one of your future work contents. Tang Qing handed over the prepared blank contract. Although it was blank, it only lacked a little customer information, and all the terms were printed. As soon as Do Jiao read the title of the loan contract on the first page, she looked at Tang Qing angrily and said, You're actually lending money? It can't be loan sharking, right? I won't do this job. Look at the content carefully, my sister Jiao Jiao. What kind of high interest rates are there? Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. Do Jiao didn't say anything after hearing this. She lowered her head and read the details of the contract. The interest of 1% per month is quite low. You can make a shitty amount of money with this kind of interest, but the liquidated damages are high. You don't just want to make money by relying on the other party's breach of contract, do you? Do Jiao, who is used to reading contracts, finished reading the contract in just 3 minutes. She closed the contract and asked Tang Qing suspiciously. She could see deeper than Sun Chao and saw some hidden situations in the contract. That's it. Tang Qing was speechless. I'm a good person. Then he explained what he said to Sun Chow. Well, if I find out that you're a loan shark, I will resign immediately. Do Jiao thought for a while and said, as long as it is not a loan shark and she has money to earn, she also thinks this job is good. Okay, if I want to make loan sharks, you can call the police. Tang Qing promised, patting his chest. TCH, you think I don't understand the law. Lending loan sharks is not illegal, so what's the use of calling the police? Do Jiao glanced at Tang Qing with disdain. Her eyes seemed to say, do you think I am legally illiterate? Aha, that's true. Tang Qing touched his nose and said with a smile, this is true. There is indeed no crime of loan sharking in our country, and loan sharking is not illegal. We can only say that the surrounding behaviors may be illegal, such as violent collection, illegal detention, secondary lending using state loans, and illegal fundraising, which are illegal. But as long as the money is your own and is not borrowed from a bank or illegally raised funds, it is not illegal no matter how high you set the interest rate. Moreover, this is an economic dispute, and even the police will not care about it. Just like in the future, as long as there is no personal injury or mental torture, the police will at most record a confession and let you go. You can negotiate on your own or go to the court to resolve the matter. Even if you go to court, you can at least get your principal back and 24% interest per year. The state stipulates that an annual interest rate higher than 36% is usury. An interest rate lower than or equal to 24% is an interest supported by state law, and interest between 24 and 36% is a natural debt. The meaning of interest in this range is that if you have already paid this part of the interest, the court will not support your request for it back. But if you have not given it yet, the court will not help others ask what you want. Generally speaking, usury itself is not illegal in our country. Even if you go to the Supreme Court, you will have to repay at least the principal and at least 24% of the interest. It is impossible to say that others are loan sharking and refuse to repay. P.S. Brothers, please recommend and subscribe. Do Jiao remained silent during the entire loan process that followed when the system recommended customers. Tang Qing was the one who kept talking. He gave Do Jiao a complete demonstration, which was also the last time. After all, it was not difficult. There was no need to bargain, and the contract was ready-made. If there was no risk assessment report to be written, it could be completed in minutes. From now on, he plans to hand over these tasks to Do Jiao. In the future, whether they are customers recommended by the system or customers with remaining loans, Do Jiao or her team will first negotiate at the office location and conduct information research, and he will only be responsible for remote transfers. Later, Do Jiao will give him the contract and investigation report, and he will write a risk assessment report. There was no way. The system said that it wasn't Tang Qing's own handwritten report that wouldn't be passed. Tang Qing didn't complain about it. He wasn't lazy to that point. Besides, even if the system didn't ask for it, he would never allow himself to be that lazy. Then he would basically be considered a useless person. This time, the other party directly borrowed 1 million yuan for a period of 2 months. This was required by the task, and he couldn't change it because the system would not give the money if he signed a 1-month contract. But Tang Qing thought about it carefully. How could he always upgrade his credit status to customers who only borrowed money for 1 month? This is the banking system. Those national-level loans are at least 5 to 10 years and 20 to 30 years, and corporate and personal loans are at least calculated in years. The system must do this to take care of its own initial development. Otherwise, if he can only borrow money for more than 1 year, it will not hold him back. By then, all the flowers of waiting will really have faded. Although 1 million has been loaned out, there's still 1 million left this month, which is another big problem for him. After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of a way. Tang Qing was too lazy to think about it anymore. It depends on the situation. Anyway, there is no penalty in the system if he can't borrow money. He can't borrow randomly just to complete the task. He is not a speculator and has to bet on the other party's trustworthiness. As a person who is preparing to become a banker, the first thing to learn is to ensure the safety of funds. Basically, All countries have regulations that banks cannot directly participate in corporate equity investments and high-risk games. Think about it. If banks all go overseas to speculate in stocks, invest in companies, or speculate in foreign exchange and futures, how can there be those investment institutions? Who has more bank money? Spending money can create a trend. After finishing the meal, the customer hurriedly checked out with his staff and left. Do you understand the process? Remember that every customer's information must be investigated, especially the purpose and repayment ability. Be sure to investigate in detail. Our interest rate is already low. If we are not careful, we will lose money and lose our pants. Tang Qing warned. He also believed that Dou Jiao would not have any difficulty in doing this, but what should be said still needs to be said. You don't have any pants to wear. I'm a girl. If you have to lose money, it's you, not us. Dou Jiao said angrily. Dou Jiao witnessed the entire loan process and found that it was no different from ordinary banks or various financing and lending institutions. In her opinion, this kind of thing is not challenging at all. To have to be warned about such a simple thing is simply questioning her wisdom. Sister Jiao, your focus is wrong, right? Anyway, just be careful. The place of borrowing and repayment in the future will be in the company, but you don't need to give money, and the money will not go through the company's accounts. This is extra work, do you understand? Tang Qing said with a wry smile. Tang Qing is not stupid. If this account is taken from the company, it will be a lot of trouble. The legality of the business content is a time bomb. Also, the state stipulates that individuals and companies or individuals and individuals can borrow money from each other, but companies cannot borrow money directly. A third-party institution holding a financial license must act as an intermediary to borrow money. And this intermediary agency will charge varying amounts of handling fees, which seem to be only a few thousandths at most. He doesn't remember it very clearly, so don't look at it too much. But a small team of 3 or 5 people can make tens of millions in profits a year. Although these customers of mine are currently personal loans, what if they need to borrow money from companies in the future? It's better not to leave any hidden dangers in your company. Okay, can you now tell me the main business of the company in the future? Dou Jiao asked seriously, and after speaking, she looked at Tang Qing expectantly. Although she was not a talented scholar, nor a workaholic, she usually liked to be lazy and show off a little cleverness, but she would never be careless once she started doing things. This is what Tang Qing values most about her. If you don't have the ability, you can cultivate it slowly, but you have to have a correct attitude and be smart. In addition to the particularity of the business content of this company, it is better for top students who only do stupid things to work as employees honestly. At least in the early stage, Dou Jiao will definitely be able to support this company. Sometimes women are more trustworthy than men. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, he will choose Dou Jiao, a person he has only met once. Hasty? Haha, if you want to do it, just do it. The boat is not big, so even if it capsizes, just build another one. Information consultation. Tang Qing said lightly. Dou Jiao, who has seen the world, immediately understood the true purpose of this company and said doubtfully, "You want to be a commercial investigation company? This license is not easy to get." Smart, that's what I mean, but this company only serves me and does not need to be open to the public, so it is much easier to operate. We could buy dog meat with sheep's heads. Haha, it's okay. Tang Qing said with a smile. Talking to smart people is a pleasure. If it's not open to the public, then it's nothing. Okay. I'll trust you for once. Dou Jiao nodded. Seeing that Dou Jiao was not disgusted with this kind of business content, Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Well, I'll leave the registration of the company to you. Find the address and personnel this week, and prepare a company formation plan for me. Your initial funding is only 500,000, so you have to save some money, but you don't need to save too much. If it's not enough, tell me again." Wow, that's a lot of money. When Dou Jiao heard that the fund was 500,000, her eyes were filled with small money. She was already planning how to spend the money. This was the first time that she had the right to decide on such a large amount of money. Well, a big office is a must. Seeing Dou Jiao's money-obsessed look, Tang Qing couldn't help but joked. Sister Jiao Jiao, you don't want to embezzle public funds, do you? Oh, it's as if I have never seen money. It's only a few $100,000. Although I can't take it out, I don't like it. So, I will definitely spend it on you. Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing with dissatisfaction and said, although she wanted to spend it randomly, she couldn't do it. She still had this kind of professional ethics. Yes, why will my sister Jiao Jiao fall in love with this little money? By the way, this is the phone number of a section chief at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. If you go and ask him for help, it can be done quickly. Go over with the information and report my name. He knows how to do it. The name of the company is Tianyin Consulting. You are a legal person. Please tell me if this name is registered. Tang Qing handed over a business card and said, this was given by the section chief when Qi Yin went to get the license last time. The other party gave him several, so Qi Yin gave him one. He didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Do Jiao took the business card without looking at it, put it into her pocket, and said confidently, okay, no problem. I'll do it all for you tomorrow. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. I'll tell you more about the preliminary tasks when the time comes. First, sort out the company and the venue. Call me when everything is done. Tang Qing nodded and said, although he didn't know where Do Jiao's confidence in getting it done in one day came from, and he thought he had something to rely on, but he didn't bother to ask. As long as he could get things done, it was too low to inquire about other people's backgrounds. I understand, Mr. Tang. Do Jiao also quickly entered the role. It is not wrong to say that she has no ambitions. She is content with being rich as long as it is enough. This is her mentality, but once she does a certain job, she will devote herself to it. She can be lazy, but she will never allow things to be messed up due to her incompetence, and she will never allow people to say behind her back that she got her salary in vain. Well, I'll go to class first, and you can go and take care of the rest of the business in the car dealership first. Tang Qing stood up and said, although Do Jiao proposed to resign in the morning, one can't resign so quickly. Okay. After school in the afternoon, Tang Qing returned to his uncle's house, humming a song as usual. This was really humming, because although he didn't remember a few lyrics, his nonverbal memory of the melody was quite clear. If he hadn't been short of money, he might have sold the music. There are no regrets in this life. Although he has achieved some moderate achievements and his temperament has matured a lot, his mentality is more relaxed than in his previous life. Every time he thinks about how beautiful everything is, he just wants to hum a few words. As soon as Tang Qing entered the house, the situation inside made him completely unprepared and unable to react. Because at this time Lu Gan, Zhang Dongqing, and Zheng Xiu were sitting in the room chatting with their uncle. As soon as Tang Qing entered the door, everyone stared at him. I wonder if they knew that Tang Qing didn't smoke, and they didn't make the smoke fill them like a fairyland. Tang, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Come in, some of my uncle's friends are here today. Come and get to know each other. Qin Yugong said hurriedly when he saw the silly Tang Qing standing at the door. He was also wondering how Tang Qing could be afraid of strangers, but he didn't think much about it. Tang Qing grimaced and pretended not to know him and called his uncle again. Seeing Tang Qing's embarrassed expression, several people couldn't help laughing. Uncle Qin, you just saw Tang Qing being so restricted, and he also burst out laughing. Tang, go to your homework quickly. I'll talk to your uncles. Qin Yugong said again. Uncle, I don't have any homework today. How about I cook some dishes for some uncles? Tang Qing put down his school bag and said he had promised to come and cook for them before. Although it was a surprise attack this time, we can't break our promise. As for homework, of course it's impossible, but for him, a top student, the homework assigned by the teacher is no more difficult than double-digit multiplication, and his problem-solving speed is not much faster than his copying. P.S. Chapter 2 may take place after 10 p.m. I hope everyone understands. Please recommend and subscribe. Tang Qing wants to take the initiative to cook. Did he hear it correctly? Qin Yu looked at Tang Qing with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The last few times his friends and colleagues came, Tang Qing had never been so proactive. This style of painting and logic made him unable to react for a while. But since Tang Qing said it in public, he couldn't refuse. So he said, okay, Your aunt and sisters haven't come back yet, so you can go buy groceries first. Do you have any money? While saying this, Qin Yugong also took out his wallet. He knew that Tang Qing must have money, but it was Tang Qing's money. He was hosting a banquet for his friends. Tang Qing's contribution was very good, so he couldn't still pay for it. No, uncle, I have money here, then I'm going to buy groceries first. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he was ready to go out. At first, he didn't realize what his uncle really meant, but when he realized it, he had already said it. But now that he had said it, Yuan's words were too stiff, so he simply ignored it. It was not a big deal. Qin Yugong is not a nagging person. When Tang Qing comes back, he will give him money. He said, "By the way, your uncle's just brought a lot of hairy crabs and lobsters. Don't buy these too. Lu Gan is a big boss with assets worth hundreds of millions. How could he come empty-handed? These two items are enough for their family to eat for several meals." If Zhang Dongqing and Zhang Xiu hadn't been there to persuade him, he would never have accepted such an expensive gift. Finally, he decided to cook it for dinner at night, leaving him feeling uneasy. "I got it, uncle. I'm leaving first, you guys can chat." After saying that, Tang Qing didn't even say hello to the three of them. He put down his school bag and ran out. He had no choice but to pretend to be acquaintances with a few familiar people. Tang Qing was really a little embarrassed. When he came downstairs, he noticed that there were two familiar cars downstairs. He didn't notice them when he went home before. He didn't have the obsessive-compulsive disorder to unconsciously identify the models before seeing the cars. One was Zhang Dongqing's Santana, and the other was Lu Gan's Mercedes-Benz sedan. He didn't know the model, but it wasn't his favorite car anyway. With his keen eyesight, he even saw a monkey from the driver's seat of Lu Gan's car. When you see an acquaintance, you can't just pretend you haven't seen him before. Besides, the monkey nodded and smiled at him. This character is just suitable for being a bodyguard. Tang Qing secretly thought to himself, he just doesn't know who is better between Sun Chao and Monkey. When the time comes, he can let them compete. However, Tang Qing subconsciously feels that Monkey is stronger. After all, Lu Gan cannot recruit ordinary soldiers. Monkey has such a weak body. Dan's murderous aura is by no means weaker than Han Bing's. Monkey has been working as a bodyguard, while Sun Chao has been working at home as a farmer and doing odd jobs after retiring from the army. The two are definitely incomparable in terms of strength preservation and training. However, although Sun Chao may not be able to defeat Monkey now, it will not be certain when he recovers. Tang Qing stepped forward and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Brother Monkey. Why didn't you say hello to me just now?" I went up and saw them so embarrassed that they were not prepared at all. "Our car has been parked here. It's because your alertness is a little weak." Monkey also got out of the car and said calmly. Tang Qing no longer struggled with this issue. Thinking about it, he didn't pay attention to two such obvious cars parked at the door. Who can blame him? Of course, it was his own fault for being careless. This also reminded him that although the country was safe, he would inevitably encounter some dangers. If the ability to be alert to the environment was too weak, it would really be a big hidden danger. "That's right. Thank you, Brother Monkey. I'll go shopping for groceries then," Tang Qing said with a smile. After adjusting his attitude, "Well, I'm looking forward to your cooking." Monkey nodded and said, although he only said about buying vegetables, Monkey knew that he was going to cook when he was down there. Tang Qing was not surprised. How could such a big boss have such negligence? How can a bodyguard protect the boss down there? At this time, Tang Qing also noticed the headphones on the monkey's ears. Bug? Well, this is not called eavesdropping. This is called protection. He was not surprised at all. He was surprised when he didn't find a monkey when he entered the house just now. He had previously wondered why the bodyguard who never left Lu Qian was not there. It turned out that he was monitoring the boss's safety in real time, which made sense. Tang Qing went to the vegetable market and bought some meat, mostly vegetarian dishes. He knew that Lu Gan liked to eat vegetarian food, and he was already tired of eating meat. Zhang Dongqing and Zhang Xiu also liked lighter dishes and some dishes to go with wine. When I got home, my aunt and two younger sisters were back. With so many strangers, my eldest cousin was a little scared and went back to her room to do her homework quietly. My aunt was in the kitchen packing up the hairy crabs that Lu Qian had given me. Most people don't pay much attention to this stuff, just steam it. An hour later, Tang Qing and his aunt finally finished the dishes, and the monkey came up. Come on, let's all have a drink. Firstly, we would like to thank Mr. Lu for his generosity, and secondly, we will celebrate our becoming friends and keep in touch in the future. It's okay, don't think we are intruding. That's right, we are all friends. Let's talk about anything in the future. Although Qin Yugong didn't know why these people were so enthusiastic, even his comrades must have been a little too enthusiastic, especially the big boss Lu Qian, who was simply too enthusiastic, but he didn't bother to think about it, and he would never think that he was in Tang Qing's favor. After Qin Yugong finished speaking as the host and toasted, everyone ate a few bites of food, and Lu Gan also said, "Let's have another drink. Next time you and your family come to my place, I'll ask the chef to make delicious food for you." Haha, no problem. Qin Yugong laughed. Although he said yes, Qin Yugong didn't want to go. He was short-tongued, and everyone at the wine table called him brothers. In private, it is better to be cautious about such a deep relationship. Xiao Tang, go play with your uncle when you have time. Lu Gan turned to Tang Qing and winked and said with a smile, "Haha, I must go." Tang Qing said with a wry smile. During the meal, Lu Gan and several people took turns teasing Tang Qing, which made him miserable, but they were all elders, and he didn't dare to put on airs, so he could only accept the tricks honestly. After eating, Lu Gan and Zheng Xiu were chatting with their uncle in the living room. Zhang Dongxing winked at Tang Qing, and Tang Qing immediately understood and took Zhang Dongxing to buy cigarettes. Xiao Tang, do you have money there? The factory's business has increased dramatically recently. My uncle is planning to expand the factory, and the bank's process is too slow. Zhang Dongxing stopped at the middle platform of the stairs and said. Tang Qing thought that it was true and immediately said, "How much does uncle need?" "It's not much. I have about 1 million here, and I still need another 1.5 million. It should take more than 2 months." Zhang Dongxing said. Tang Qing thought for less than half a second before making a decision, which is to borrow. "No problem. I'll see tomorrow, or at noon, I will give you the money." Although he will definitely advance 500,000 this time. Others may not be happy, but Zhang Dongxing is an elder he recognizes, and he will do his best to help if he can. Anyway, the money will come quickly after the opening of the third-level Euro system, let alone 500,000. So what about 5 million? He will still borrow it. Even if he makes hundreds or tens of millions more in the stock market, what is the use of this little money? It's just a drop in the bucket. Thinking about the hundreds of millions or even billions of remittance income every month in the future, what's the difference between a few million and a few hundred yuan? Zhang Dongxing was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "Thank you, Xiao Tang. You have helped me a lot." A few days ago, his comrade was promoted and had some decision-making power on orders, so he wanted to give himself a good hand. He didn't dare to think about a bank loan. The process was too complicated and took too long. He needed the money immediately, and Tang Qing was obviously the first choice. What's there? It should be, but is 1.5 million enough? If it's not enough, I can borrow more from here. Tang Qing said with a smile. Ever since Zhang Dongxing said that he could use the favor Lu Gan owed him to help him, Tang Qing had regarded Zhang Dongxing as a person worthy of his full help. If Zhang Dongxing was willing to borrow money from Lu Gan, would he not be able to borrow money? Not to mention borrowing, Zhang Dongxing could get millions in exchange for that favor. Zhang Dongxing was willing to help him like this. How could he let him down? Enough is enough, plus my own is enough. Then we have decided that tomorrow will be the same place. And cash this time? Zhang Dongxing said quickly, 1.5 million. If it was cash, he would have brought a money counting machine. Transfer the money. There is too much cash, and you are too lazy to count. Tang Qing said. After that, the two returned to their uncle's house. Of course, Zhang Dongxing could not tell Lu Gan about this matter. Only Zheng Xiu knew about it. Seeing Zhang Dongxing come back with a happy face, it was obvious that things went smoothly. Zheng Xiu was also happy for Zhang Dongxing. Although Lu Gan, who was thoughtful, suspected that the two were not buying cigarettes. He didn't ask too much. After so many years of ups and downs, he had never encountered anything strange. If he had to be curious to understand everything, then why not do anything? Controlling curiosity is a skill he has developed over the years. Knowing too much is not a good thing. If it is not convenient for the other party to tell, everyone will be embarrassed if you ask. There is no need to chat to death. Before leaving, Zheng Xiao and Zhang Dongqing were fine, but Lu Gan insisted on giving red envelopes to Tang Qing and his two sisters. In the end, Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry, so he accepted it after pushing and pushing. The businessman was very talkative about giving gifts, and it seemed like he had made a huge mistake if he didn't accept them. Good guy. Each person in the red envelope was 5,000, which shocked Qin Yugong. He even felt a little bribed, but when he saw Lu Qianyuan and didn't know Lu Gan's address, he didn't say anything. This kind of person has such a good reputation. It would be a slap in the face if he actually came to pay back the money. Moreover, Lu Gan and he are not on the same level, and the psychological confrontation cannot be strictly regarded as bribery. For example, if a senior official comes down to give you a 20,000 red envelope for a county magistrate's child, that is his intention. But if you, a county magistrate, give a 20,000 red envelope for a senior official's child, it may be a bribe. After a few people left, Qin Yugong sat on the sofa and smoked. Everything today was weird. He couldn't understand the enthusiasm and focus of Lu Gan and others. At first, he thought it was enthusiasm for him, but he always felt that it was not that simple. Instead, he was full of interest in Tang Qing. Qin Yugong was full of doubts about this, but since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't bother to think about it, as long as it wasn't a bad thing. P.S. Chapter 2 is long overdue. Please forgive me. There are already 100 chapters on the banking system. To be honest, it's not easy. Although the subscription results can only be haha. Mouse still won't give up. The main basics have been almost done, and the fangs of the system are gradually leaking out. This subject is Mouse's favorite topic. I have always wanted to read it, but have never seen it in other novels, or it is relatively scattered. Therefore, the mouse who is short of books resolutely wrote this book. How did YY come about? By the way, some things that are impossible to achieve in reality are realized in the book, and the author's humble dream is expressed. I originally wanted to open a single chapter and write a testimonial, but after thinking about it, I will just say these few words. I hope you don't blame me for being verbose. Of course, PS content is free of charge. Please rest assured that there are many ways to make up the word count. The mouse is not so boring to use testimonials. Finally, please ask for a genuine subscription again, so that the mouse can be more motivated to write. So far, each chapter has been hovering around 100 subscriptions, which looks sad. Just when Qin Shiqi was counting the banknotes happily, her aunt snatched them away, put them in her pocket, turned around and walked towards the bedroom, leaving only the words, "I'll keep it for you first." Naturally, the money in Qin Shiyu's hands could not escape the fate of being kept. Qin Shiqi's smile froze on her face, and then slowly turned into helpless frustration. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Then, Qin Shiqi's anger seemed to have found a place to vent. "Brother Stinky, how dare you laugh at me, because I won't let you taste my power." Qin Shiqi rushed to Tang Qing and tickled him. In the end, she became angrier and more aggrieved as she thought about it. Finally, she became so angry that she bit Tang Qing's arm. "Ha ha, you are a dog, it hurts me to death. Heroine, please spare your life." Tang Qing shouted, "Of course it doesn't really hurt, but we have to cooperate and hum a few words, otherwise it will be endless. Qin Shiqi may do something else." "I don't care, it's all your fault anyway. I bit you to death. I beat you to death. I strangled you to death. Is there any justice for my money? Ah." Thousands of dollars flew away in her hands. This was the largest sum of money she had ever taken. Every time she thought about this, Qin Shiqi regretted it. She hadn't finished counting yet. How could she let go of Tang Qing, who dared to laugh so easily? Tang Qing estimated that the resentment of several thousand yuan would not be gone away for a while, and its impact might last for a month or even longer. Faced with this little money-crazed cousin Tang Qing, She was also speechless. What can he do? Just bear with it. Who told me to be such a lively and active sister? Seeing the two of them fighting, the uncle and others couldn't help but laugh. In the end, Qin Shiyu came over and pulled Qin Shichi away. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to stop for a while. Tang Qing's money was also taken away in the name of escrow. Of course, his two sisters' money was really escrow. Tang Qing estimated that his aunt would give it to his mother or tell her that she would not have to pay for living expenses during this period. After Qin Shichi was pulled away, her playful eyes turned and changed her target. "Mom!" The long, whining voice made the whole family tremble. Tang Qing even took a step back unconsciously, with a hint of panic in his eyes. He knows the eldest cousin is going to make a bigger move. Sure enough, Qin Shichi walked over quickly and pulled her aunt to act coquettishly and pretend to be pitiful to ask for pocket money. Tang Qing and her second cousin were watching the show with interest. Tang Qing didn't care because he had money so much that he felt like he was dreaming, and his second cousin was. She doesn't care. She has no idea about money. Usually her pocket money is taken care of by Qin Shichi. She is happy to ask her eldest sister for it when she has nothing. Then if Qin Shichi loses it, she goes to her aunt or Tang Qing to blackmail her. This is a biological chain. Nothing wrong. In the end, it was her uncle who spoke and persuaded her aunt to give her 300 pocket dollars. It was impossible not to give her. They knew the eldest daughter's temperament and would not give up until she achieved her goal. They wanted to be more pure. Qin Shichi took 300 yuan and happily ran back to the bedroom to replenish her small treasury. Qin Shumai and Tang Qing naturally also participated. At noon the next day, Tang Qing called Do Jiao early in the morning and asked Do Jiao to go to Baiwei for dinner at noon. Firstly, he would handle Zhang Dongqing's loan. Secondly, he would let her get to know the client. And thirdly, he would test her ability on site. He also told Zhang Dongqing his purpose in advance, and Zhang Dongqing was willing to cooperate. But what shocked Tang Qing was that Do Jiao actually got the company license in one morning. This made him unable to accept that he couldn't get it in a day because of the relationship with the director's son. How did Do Jiao do it? Is there a faster process? Well, Tang Qing could only think this way. Otherwise, it would be possible to fake it. Obviously not. The company name is called Tianyin Consulting Company. Of course, he would not use such a high-profile name to investigate business information. It would be too eye-catching, but the things he will do in the future will be the same. Office location: Do Jiao rented a place of about 200 square meters in an office building in the city center. The rent was shockingly cheap. Even if Tang Qing didn't know the actual price, the average price of that area was indeed about the same. Do Jiao could buy that place for nearly half the price. How could this be ordinary people? But there is no one with the surname Do in the city leadership, and he doesn't know about it in the province. Anyway, Tang Qing has already settled on the fact that Do Jiao is a second-generation official, and a second-generation official with great energy. But who cares about her, as long as she is not an enemy? The more powerful her background, the better. "Xiao Tang, who is this?" Zhang Dongqing asked as soon as he walked in. He couldn't expose Tang Qing. "This is my new recruit, huh?" Tang Qing couldn't help but joke in front of Zhang Dongqing. "You are the waiter." "I'm a girl," Do Jiao said angrily. Every time she thought of the waiter, she couldn't help but think of the waiter wearing a tablecloth. "Haha, no kidding. This is Do Jiao, the general manager of my new company. From now on, everyone else will come to her to repay or borrow money. I will be responsible for giving the money. If I don't have time or am not local in the future, Uncle Zhang can go to the company to find her," Tang Qing said sternly. "That's great. I'm really afraid that if you leave for the college entrance examination next year, I won't have anywhere to borrow money, haha." Zhang Dongqing was happy when he heard that. He was not a short-sighted person. He had been worried that after Tang Qing passed the college entrance examination, he would have to borrow high-interest funds. Now that he heard that there was a company doing this kind of thing, he felt relieved. "Yes, this is much more convenient, and I don't have to be so busy." Tang Qing nodded and smiled. He was extremely busy at the beginning of the month and was still doing repetitive things, which really made him feel a little tired. You don't want to destroy a small loan company or something, right? Zhang Dongqing asked again. Of course not. I have never thought about opening a small loan company in the short term. Moreover, these accounts are not transferred to the company, and they will not be transferred to this company in the future. They're all transferred to my personal account. Tang Qing shook his head and said. Tang Qing really never thought about opening a small loan company. Although he did this in his previous life, he understood the ins and outs, but now that he has a system and wants to open a bank, what is the purpose of opening a small loan company? The return of funds was slow, the payment cycle was long, and the profit level was much lower than that of reverse remittances. Moreover, the approval procedures would make him collapse in this era, so he was too lazy to participate. As for opening a bank, he believed that the system would help with it, and he didn't need to worry about it. Completing the task and upgrading it was what he should consider at this stage. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world, and he cannot guarantee that he will never open a small loan company in the future. He can only say that he has no such plan in the short term. That's okay. There's no clue. It's good. Mr. Doe, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Dongqing raised his glass and said, this is my job. Do Jiao also raised her glass. Next, it was time for Do Jiao's performance. Do Jiao did not record anything like Tang Qing, relying only on her brain. After all, her position was different in her. Mentality was different. Tang Qing believed that she could remember these things, and Do Jiao believed in herself, but the process still had to be followed. This written record was a necessary stage to become formal. There was no so-called face to speak of. She originally wanted to take a recorder, but then she thought about it and added it when she was at the company. Don't do too much at the dinner table. Zhang Dongqing didn't think there was anything wrong. Tang Qing's previous behavior could only be said to be unprofessional and a boss mentality. Now Do Jiao's attitude is worth promoting. In the business society and the contract society, everyone should be more transparent. Do Jiao's behavior also made Tang Qing feel that he was indeed a bit hasty before. Based on current experience, he would definitely not be able to upgrade within 2 months, so he made a change and divided the contract into 2 parts. In order to reduce Zhang Dongqing's pressure, the system's 1 million will be repaid in 2 months, and his own 500,000 will be repaid in 4 months. Although Zhang Dongqing was surprised, he didn't ask much. He calculated it and agreed without any problems. Tang Qing did not return to school after Zhang Dongqing left. Since Do Jiao was so awesome, of course she had to arrange work tasks. The company doesn't need to do everything in the early stage. Now you have 2 tasks. The first is to establish an information database for all enterprises above designated size in the country. It doesn't need to be too complete or detailed, as long as it has a shelf. By the way, find a few programmers to write a classification retrieval software with a nice interface. The second task is to conduct basic industry surveys of all industries, including history, current situation, future trends, industry leaders, business models, etc., all information that you think is valuable. I know that many companies have these things, and Baidu also has them, but you still need to do it yourself. The main thing is to get familiar with the business. There will be more important and specific tasks in the future. Well, these are the 2 for now, Tang Qing said. Do Jiao took notes like a good student. In the early stage, Tang Qing didn't need this company to do anything. As for these tasks, they were not interesting and could even be said to be boring. You could buy a lot of these things online, but if you just know how to buy, that's not enough. The company you own must have an independent and sound information collection system and method, and may even become a business intelligence service provider independent of asset management companies in the future. These 2 tasks only account for less than 1% of the company's future work content. The world of information is all-encompassing, with many contents that ordinary people cannot even think of. Even digging into the first enterprise information database is a huge workload. It will include the history of the company, all operating conditions from its establishment to the present, asset status, personnel information, internal factions, future prospects, as well as the resumes of previous enterprise leaders, and even what they are doing after retirement, etc. A single enterprise may be a piece of information with millions or even millions of words. In the world of information, there is no end if you dig deeper. How could his future intelligence source only be from this one company? He would not put all his eggs in one basket. Competition and confirmation from several companies were the main thing. As for whether to acquire or build his own company in a later stage, he was not sure yet. He would talk about it later. Well, okay, before the end of the year, boss, I will put up a show to give the company a certain level of strength. I wonder what the boss's requirements for personnel are. Do Jiao quickly entered the role and asked, well, we will tentatively select 30 people for this year, and the staff will be at least outstanding talents with a bachelor's degree or above. After all, the later stage will involve a lot of professional industry analysis, and you need to always pay attention to the news and information of various countries, and you may even go to the country to investigate in person. It cannot be done by copying and pasting online. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, understood. I happen to have a friend who does this, and I also went to learn from him. Do Jiao nodded and said, well, okay, you can figure it out. Tang Qing said, P.S. Today's first and second chapters may be after 10 o'clock again, so there won't be delays this time. Thank you to my friends who stole the recommendation votes. And please ask for genuine subscription and support. Halfway through the last class in the morning on Friday, January 7th, Tang Qing received a system prompt that 33.6 million was credited to his account. Tang Qing hurriedly lowered his head and closed his eyes to call out his personal information. Hostname, Tang Qing level. Level 3 experience, 60/400 loan amount this month. 2 million/2 million personal amount this month. 0/400 000 withdrawable assets. 810,000 spirit. 140 physique, 140 source chi value, 0 exchangeable foreign currencies, US dollars, euros. After buying a car, the company's capital injection, the loan to Zhang Dongqing, and some other scattered expenses a few days ago, there was still 4.81 million left. But after talking to Do Jiao about the matter at noon on Tuesday, he didn't want to go to school, so he transferred 4 million to the bank where he opened his securities account. After that, he asked his class teacher for a short vacation and went to the company's office computer to exchange all the money for stocks one after another. The remaining 810,000 was kept as a spare. This money may not be enough to cope with emergencies, but don't forget that he has not used the 400,000 personal loan this month in the system, and the personal loan can be overdraft for 6 months. Calculated, he can personally borrow 2.8 million from the system at any time. At least so far, several companies can handle any emergencies. Tang Qing immediately transferred all 33.6 million to the account. Although he knew that no one would touch the money in the system-bound account, he still transferred it to the system's personal account to give him some peace of mind. There were 34.41 million in his personal account. At this time, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little excited. It stands to reason that the largest remittance he had ever received before was hundreds of millions. It was impossible to be excited about tens of millions, but now this was the capital he used to start his business. It was completely different from before. In the end, he simply rounded up and kept 410,000 in his account and transferred all the other 34 million to the bank account where he opened the securities account, preparing to buy them all into stocks. In this way, his investment is 38 million. According to his estimated profit, he should make more than 60 million in the end. The specific amount can only be determined after all positions are closed. After school at noon, Tang Qing called Li Qian to express his gratitude without saying much. We already have a relatively strong cooperative relationship, and each has what the other needs very much. There is no need to say too much. It all depends on the future actions. After returning to her uncle's house for lunch, Tang Qing called her class teacher Shan Mei and asked for 2 classes off. If she skipped classes and she called her uncle to complain, it would be troublesome. Tang Qing left his uncle's house and walked a block forward. At this time, Sun Xiao had already parked his car at the corner of the intersection and was waiting. Sun Xiao had completed the entry procedures on Monday. Due to his mother's strong request, and because he also felt that it would be awkward not to go to work after being paid, Sun Xiao would come to the company to go to and from get off work normally, and he would have nothing to do. Since they were both soldiers and admired special forces, he quickly became close friends with the security guards and became good friends. In order to truly protect Tang Qing's safety, Sun Xiao also started restorative exercise. Sun Xiao knew that although he had trained in the past few years, his strength was still far from his previous peak state. So he trained hard in the company. There was fitness equipment in the company. His daily task these days was to train and then practice fighting with the security guards. Sun Xiao went to Han Bing's place the day before yesterday and accidentally learned about Tang Qing's terrifying strength. At first, he couldn't believe it. A student of Tang Qing actually pressed and beat Han Bing, who had been training, and rubbed him on the ground. It was like a fantasy, but seeing that Han Bing was not joking, he had to believe it. Thinking that Han Bing, who was stronger than him, would not be able to please Tang Qing, he couldn't help but have a competitive spirit and a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Before, he thought that Tang Qing needed to be protected by himself, but now it seems that it is not certain who needs protection when something happens. This sense of urgency makes him sleepless and sleepless. In order not to be left too far behind by Tang Qing, he trains even harder. It is not that he really wants to surpass Tang Qing, but that he cannot hold Tang Qing back and become a burden. After knowing Tang Qing's strength, Sun Xiao looked at Tang Qing with a lot of respect in addition to being moved. A warrior's respect for a strong man, but he was not stupid enough to insist on bullying him. He believed in Han Lung's strength, but he was very interested in the 2-on-1 that Han Lung had mentioned before. When he arrived at the company, Sun Xiao went directly to the training room. He knew that Tang Qing had something to do, but Tang Qing didn't tell him, and he wouldn't ask. What is curiosity? Those were fatal bullets, which he had personally experienced. Curiosity on the battlefield would turn a battle-hardened soldier into a cold corpse. Tang Qing went straight to his office, closed the door, turned on the computer, logged into his securities account, and transferred 34 million. The opening price of Hongwei Technology in the morning was 7.31, which was a slight increase. He bought 7.22 a few days ago. Of course, he could not directly invest tens of millions in it. In order to attract funds, negative news and rumors about Hongwei Technology have been rampant and intensified in the past few days, so he is not worried about not being able to attract funds. Tang Qing's 100-200 lots are listed every minute. In addition, there are 3 other stocks that are like this, 1 or 200 lots per minute, so as not to make the target too big. Although the banker can check the chips of each big player, ordinary investors cannot. As long as it does not affect the overall situation, the banker will not care. Of course, he knows that it is impossible for everything to be sold, and he is not prepared to spend it all today. He will be satisfied if he can sell half of it, and he will buy the rest slowly next week, and he will spend all the money on Tuesday at the most. 3 p.m. Sure enough, only more than 14 million yuan was sold at the close of trading, less than half of it, but he was content with it. He waited for the dealer to build momentum over the weekend and spent more than 10 million yuan on Monday. It would be no problem, and he could spend it all on Tuesday at most. After turning off the computer, Tang Qing called Sun Xiao to take him back to school. Arriving at the school gate, Tang Qing walked directly in. Now the guard uncle also knew about Tang Qing, who was the first in the grade. At this time, he saw Tang Qing sitting in an Audi car. Naturally, he thought he was the second generation of some family. TSK. If you're rich and powerful and study well, how can other people live like this? It was the end of get out of class at this time, and Tang Qing's arrival naturally caused a discussion among the students. Recently, Tang Qing was often absent from class. Although they were curious about what he was doing, they didn't tell Tang Qing when they asked him. Therefore, rumors were flying all over the sky, and the teachers didn't say anything. This made Xie Wendong crazy with jealousy, especially Zhou. He failed to answer a question in class on the second afternoon, and was made to stand by the physics teacher. At this moment, Tang Qing walked in with a swagger. The physics teacher didn't say anything, and even asked a few questions with concern. Such differential treatment and comparison made him very angry at the time, but he had no choice but to say that Tang Qing was the first in the grade. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Looking at Tang Qing's back, Xiao Wendong gritted his teeth and said, but his voice was so low that no one heard him. As soon as Tang Qing sat down, Wang Yin came over and asked softly, "What did you do today?" She wasn't checking the situation or being curious. But every time Tang Qing disappeared inexplicably, she couldn't help but worry that something had happened to Tang Qing. She wouldn't be relieved until she saw Tang Qing appear in front of it safely. The company has something to deal with, and it hasn't been finished yet. I should go there next week, Tang Qing said vaguely. This was the reason he used to answer Wang Yin on Tuesday. He knew that Wang Yin was a smart person, but she was also a stupid woman. He believed everything she said. Although he felt guilty, he couldn't show off his cards now. However, he was alert and told Wang Yin in advance next time he asked for leave so as not to worry her. Tang Qing took a deep breath. How on earth will he repay this debt in the future? Tang Qing has a big head again. Oh, as long as it doesn't affect your studies. There will be monthly exams next week, so you can't relax, Wang Yin warned. She couldn't help but get nervous when she heard that Tang Qing's company was busy with something, but she didn't dare to ask. She knew that she liked to handle men's affairs alone and didn't like to talk to women, so she thought of diverting Tang Qing's attention. Haha, don't worry, the first place in grade is definitely mine. No one can take it away from me, Tang Qing said confidently. Well, that's good. If you're still the first in grade this time, I'll treat you to a meal. I didn't succeed last time, Wang Yin said softer and softer. Thinking of what happened last time, she felt so embarrassed. If she hadn't been good at acting, she would have been a gangster. Next time, she said she wouldn't go to such a banquet. She was too tired from that meal. At this time, Tang Qing couldn't help but think of his wrong decision last time, letting Wang Yin and his uncle's family have dinner. Fortunately, Wang Yin was good at acting, otherwise she would be doomed. Well, my mother's cooking is delicious. I'm also learning to cook. I will let you try my cooking when the time comes, Wang Yin said quickly as if she was offering a treasure. This was her sudden decision. In her opinion, although Tang Qing was great, his business experience was definitely insufficient. When the time comes, she would ask her father to pass on his experience and ask what problems Tang Qing encountered during this period. One more person would be more helpful. If Tang Qing knew Wang Yin's logic, he would definitely be impressed by the intelligence of women in love, but he didn't know and just thought it was an ordinary meal. Going to your house for dinner? Tang Qing said in surprise. Yeah. What's the matter, you don't want to? Wang Yin whispered with a dark expression. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel sad. It was the first time she invited a boy to her house for dinner, but he was rejected. How could she accept it? No problem, I'll go. Seeing Wang Yan's face darken, Tang Qing said quickly. In his previous life, he alienated Wang Yin because her powerful mother talked to him and said some unpleasant things. The most important thing was that she mentioned his parents, which was what he couldn't bear the most. However, these things have not happened in this life, and he cannot blame others for what happened in his previous life. When Wang Yin heard this, she immediately turned from sadness to joy and said, "It's settled then. I'll let you see my craftsmanship when the time comes." The smile and excitement on her face made Tang Qing really feel a little distressed. "Okay, if it doesn't taste good, then I will stuff it into your mouth," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Hey, you have to finish it for me even if it doesn't taste good. Are you so overbearing?" "I'm just so overbearing." P.S. The second chapter has been coded in advance. I can't afford to hurt my mouse if I haven't saved the manuscript. Please vote for it. I also hope that readers will subscribe to each chapter, not for the money, but to ensure the continuity of the story. Careful readers must have discovered that many chapters will mention some key information and interesting content. Skipping will lose a lot of fun. Of course, this is not mandatory. Sunday, January 9th, the wind was biting and there was light snow in the sky, but it melted immediately when it fell to the ground. Tang Qing came to Hanlong again after breakfast. He originally wanted to go to Lin Jiaxue, but thinking that she was about to take the monthly exam, he didn't want to disturb her. After all, Even a top student would have to work hard to maintain his status if he didn't have Tang Qing's mind. Since learning martial arts, Tang Qing felt as if his violent gene had been activated. Sometimes he would unconsciously clench his fists and listen to the noise to enjoy himself. There were also several times when he saw dilapidated houses and alleys ready for demolition on the way home. He couldn't help but go over and punch the wall hard. If he hadn't been concerned about the impact, those bungalows would have been demolished with his bare hands. This situation was obviously abnormal, and he even wondered if he had any mental illness. For this reason, he asked the system, and the system told him that it was caused by the involuntary excitement of the nerves caused by the initial surge in power when the body had not fully adapted to it. Once the secondary gene lock was unlocked, there would be no such reaction. Hearing this, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It was not just a disease. Of course, Tang Qing's hands were still itchy when he came here this time, and he wanted to find someone to practice with, maybe even hit a sandbag. Anyway, he wanted to hit something now. This time, Sun Chao drove to Han Lung's place. He had no complaints about working overtime on weekends. His job content did not include weekend work, and there was nothing to do at work on weekdays. He was very relaxed, which made it even less likely to have those messy thoughts. As soon as Tang Qing entered the door, they saw Han Lung loading goods and the man with glasses moving goods. Sun Chao drove here in an Audi car a few days ago. Han Lung was not surprised when he saw it. He just saw Tang Qing carrying things in big and small bags and said with a little complaint in his tone, "Xiao Tang, you too, you came here as soon as you came. What else did you bring?" "These are hairy crabs given by a boss friend of my uncle. I had a lot at home, so I brought some out and asked my aunt to cook them for lunch," Tang Qing said with a smile, and then put the things on the cashier. Of course, these were not leftovers from his uncle's house, but what he had just bought at the fish market. The ones Lu Gan gave him were almost eaten by a group of old men, and the remaining ones were also eaten by Qin Shiqi and his sisters the next day. Han Lung taught him so many things. Although he did not officially become a disciple, the relationship between master and disciple cannot be erased. He had nothing to repay. According to Han Lung's character, giving money to Han Lung would definitely make him fall in love. It would be troublesome, so it would be better to give something to him. In addition, the food he ate last time was not bad, so he bought some for Han Lung to eat. Sun Chao on the side certainly knew that Tang Qing bought these hairy crabs in the morning and spent more than 2,000. At this time, he really felt that he was with the right person. He was really lucky to have such a boss who was so grateful and not stingy. Han Lung stopped being pretentious when he heard it. He was not stupid. Tang Qing said it was left over from Qin Yugong's family. But how could there be at least 3 big bags of the leftovers? How could anyone give so many hairy crabs? Moreover, he recognized the trademark of the bag in Tang Qing's hand because he had bought something in that store a few days ago. But he would not be ignorant to expose Tang Qing's good intentions. He accepted this. "Yes, hairy crabs. This reminds me of the wild hairy crabs I ate when I was on a mission. They were 3 or 4 times larger than this one. But the conditions were limited at the time. They were just for food. They were not delicious." Han Lung walked over and looked through the bag and recalled, Then I have to taste it carefully this time," Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Qing knew that Han Lung was not pretending, but just expressing his feelings. Han Lung was not such a person. But think about it. Many special forces have performed missions in various environments all over the world. What kind of weird things have you not experienced? Just like Mr. Pei. Although looking at the behind-the-scenes footage, Mr. Pei's food is definitely no worse than in a restaurant. He can still eat those things that make people scalp numb. No matter what the reason is, this courage is still worthy of respect. At this time, Tang Qing also came up with the idea of learning wild survival from Han Lung. Han Lung only talked about it a little bit last time, but he wanted Han Lung to take him to experience it for himself. Afterwards, Han Lung called his wife and asked her to pick up these hairy crabs. At this time, Han Lung had to load the goods, so Tang Qing walked directly into the training room and waved his fist at the sandbag. Of course, he would not use all his strength to avoid scaring Sun Chao, but only used about 7 levels of power. Bang! Bang! Sun Xiao in the training room was dumbfounded at this time. The sandbag that he couldn't hit very high was sent flying high like a toy with the first punch in Tang Qing's hand. Then when it fell, Tang Qing punched it up again. After the kinetic and potential energy were offset, although it seemed to be about the same height or even slightly lower than the one he hit, the power contained in it was far incomparable. He had only heard about it before, and he believed it, but seeing the real situation was indeed a deeper experience and shock. Is this the power that a high school student can possess? Of course, he would not think that there is any inner strength magic. As the country's top special forces soldier, he has access to far more secrets and people than ordinary people think. Therefore, he has never seen or heard of such a thing as internal strength magic. Since he is an atheist, he naturally cannot think about it. He only thinks that it is a natural divine power. After a while, Han Lung packed up and came in. When he saw Sun Xiao, who was either deep in thought or in a daze, he chuckled. He could understand Sun Xiao's mood. Anyone who met Tang Qing, a monster-like fighting genius, would inevitably have doubts about himself. He had nothing to teach Tang Qing in terms of fighting skills. He even came up with the idea of teaching Tang Qing firearm skills. With his abnormal physical fitness, Tang Qing could learn firearms with twice the result with half the effort. It was easy to get started, but there were no firearms to practice with now. Although he had connections in the military area, he couldn't break the discipline and bring Tang Qing into the shooting range just to teach Tang Qing. Others could do it, but he would. Han Lung stopped these random thoughts, took off his coat and put it on the hanger, and said to Tang Qing, "Xiao Tang, let's have a fight. I'll attack your defense with all my strength. Let's warm up first." Upon hearing this, Tang Qing stopped his fists and said excitedly, "Okay." Although it was just defense, it was still more interesting than hitting a sandbag. "Drink!" Han Lung shouted and rushed forward, starting with a strike that cut off his descendants. Tang Qing saw black lines in his head. And again, "How much do you like this move? Where's your ethics?" Han Lung's kick came in an instant, and Sun Xiao was dumbfounded as he watched Han Lung's move. Is it really okay to use such an exciting move to deal with a high school student without mercy? But Tang Qing's next move dispelled his worries. Tang Qing pressed with one hand, and the kick was easily blocked by Tang Qing. There was no trace of panic on his face, and he was obviously not afraid of this move at all. Next, Han Lung's attacks became more and more sharp. He used all kinds of moves on Tang Qing that he would never dare to use. Han Lung became happier and more excited the more he fought. It felt so good to be able to use any move to attack without having to think about defense. It was like drinking a cold drink on a hot day, refreshing from head to toe. Knowing it is one thing, but seeing it is another thing. A big boy who usually behaves quietly, although he is a bit mature, suddenly turned into a fighting expert. He could not fight with Han Lung, who was a special soldier. In other words, Han Lung used all his dirty tricks, killer moves, and strange moves, but he could not hurt Tang Qing at all. Tang Qing had always dealt with it calmly, and the fight was quite easy. 10 minutes later, Han Lung's warm-up was over. "Stop, good boy. I'm completely at my wit's end. Xiao Sun, come here and let's beat him together." Han Lung panted and said to Sun Xiao, who was still a little confused, "Isn't this good?" Sun Xiao came back to his senses and said worriedly, "After all, it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. This is not a TV movie. A martial arts master can challenge dozens of people alone. In the real world, as long as the number of people becomes 1 versus 2 or more, it will be more difficult to deal with it than 1 person. It's several times higher. If there are 3 or 4 people, if the opponent has a knife, he will really be dead. In reality, it's not like in a movie. The bad guys will take turns to attack, and the others just watch and wait for the so-called opportunity. If several people attack together, no one can stop them. It's okay. Xiao Tang has strong resistance to strikes. Let's just use normal moves at first and pay attention to controlling the strength." Han sneered. On this, Sun Xiao was still hesitating. He was really afraid of hurting Tang Qing. "Brother Sun, let's do it. You two can't beat Uncle Han together." Tang Qing, said with relief. You brat, your tail is going to be raised to the sky. Han Lung laughed and scolded him. Ha, no way, Tang Qing said embarrassedly. Okay, Xiao Sun, let's go together. Xiao Tang, you have to be careful. Two people are not at the same level as one person, especially opponents of Xiao Sun's level and mine. This means that your reaction ability and speed will be increased by at least half before I can attack, even once like before. Han Lung said seriously. This cannot be careless. He must remind Tang Qing. Understood, come on, I'm ready. Tang Qing said with a straight face. After finishing speaking, his whole body and mind calmed down, and he assumed a standard fighting posture. The pupils of his eyes were slightly enlarged, and the brain's information collection ability was enhanced. To put it bluntly, this kind of fighting means that you can't focus on one point, but use your eyes to grasp the overall situation. Under this slightly out of focus, I focus. Although you can't see the opponent's face clearly, the entire blurry scene in front of you will be clear, which facilitates the brain to process larger and more complex fuzzy information. Of course, it is impossible to use this defocus mode all the time, but to change it according to needs. Seeing that Tang Qing was ready, Sun Xiao and Han Lung looked at each other and nodded. There was no shouting. The two of them immediately attacked Tang Qing at the same time. P.S. Thank you for your recommendation and monthly votes. Please subscribe to the original version, friends. Finally, I would like to trouble all readers to give the mouse a 5-star rating in the upper right corner. This time it was Tang Qing's purely defensive mode, while Han Lung and Sun Xiao attacked freely. There was only Han Lung alone before. Tang Qing had no difficulty in dealing with it. Instead, he was quite calm. He could detect every step of Han Lung's attacks and react quickly. He could completely neutralize all Han Lung's attacks with his speed. But when Han Lung and Sun Xiao attack together, there is not just one more person, but two more hands, two more feet, and two people with different fighting thoughts. The information to be processed here is completely different from the previous one. Even if Tang Qing was fully alert, he was still a little in a hurry. As Han Lung said just now, although Sun Xiao is not as powerful as Han Lung, it is indeed more than twice as difficult to deal with two people at the same time. If both of them didn't control their speed, Tang Qing would not be able to block these attacks. Sun Xiao and Han Lung also felt the panic and incompetence of Tang Qing's defense, and they did not despise it at all. Against two experienced special forces, Tang Qing had not yet started a counterattack. Just being able to defend like this was already a monster. This was not a movie, but a real 2-on-1. The beautified fighting scenes on TV could not be compared with reality. At this time, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel anxious. This is human nature. He has been pressed and beaten, and he is tired of defending. It's weird if his mentality can't change. But there is nothing he can do. His speed has reached its limit. He can't use an extra hand out of thin air to dodge the punches and kicks that have doubled in front of him. Now, his consciousness can keep up, but his body cannot. This is the method of using Origin Qi that he thought of a few days ago. Since Origin Qi can be similar to strengthening muscles and can also have an armor-breaking effect, it should be okay to strengthen neural responses and brain intelligence in a short period of time, right? Finally, she asked the system, and the answer was yes. The brain's response and processing speed would be strengthened to a certain extent. As for how much the system would be strengthened, there was no explanation. Tang Qing tried it with mental arithmetic, and now he could improve it by about 20%. It lasted for more than half an hour. After resting for 10 minutes, it could be used for half an hour. It was quite long-lasting, but Tang Qing almost wanted to curse the system's cheating setting of not telling it, if you don't ask. There was no other way, so he could only adapt slowly. Tang Qing even wanted to borrow 400,000 yuan to complete Achievement Mission 3 and try to increase the source energy value by 5 points. However, after thinking about it, it would be of little use even if he increased it, because the two people in front of him had not used their full abilities. 10 points of Constitution were of no use at all. He estimated that only after unlocking the second level gene lock could he be able to defeat the two of them with their full strength. In this way, Sun Xiao and Han Lung kept attacking, using simple moves, and they gradually tested Tang Qing's limits. Although he was shockingly strong, facing these two men who were born in special forces, they could only be beaten passively without fighting back. We played like this for nearly 20 minutes. After Han Lung's fist was caught by Tang Qing, he took a few steps back and said loudly, "Stop." Sun Xiao and Tang Qing, who heard the sound, also took a few steps back. This is a long-standing instinct. Once they shout stop, they must get out of the opponent's attack range as soon as possible. This is to develop body memory in future battles, so that they can advance, attack, retreat, and defend. In real battles where firearms and knives are widely used, the success rate of being unexpectedly attacked by the opponent is reduced. Xiao Tang, we have already seen your extreme speed and reaction ability. You are so strong that you are enviable. You can fight back in the next battle, but the principle remains. Don't use moves that can cause disability or death. I know that you are extremely strong and very fast. Even if you're injured, you can even kill us in 2 minutes. The two of us fight together, but this is not the purpose. The purpose of our fight is to grow, not to win. Han Lung said slowly, "There is no way. Tang Qing's power is too abnormal. If you don't set some rules, it will really hurt people if you start fighting. He likes fighting, but he doesn't like to be abused." "Well, Uncle Han, I understand." Tang Qing nodded. Han Lung didn't need to tell him that he couldn't use those moves. Han Lung could use them on himself, because Han Lung couldn't beat him alone. If he got excited and couldn't control his strength, he would be in trouble. Well, let's see. Han Lung made another surprise attack. Tang Qing was speechless. "Can you try another trick? You're already a grown man. What kind of experience did you have to master sneak attacks so smoothly?" Of course, he didn't dare to really ask. Sun Xiao didn't say a word, but followed closely and attacked. The next battle made Tang Qing feel a little more comfortable. It was too frustrating to be beaten passively, and now he could finally fight back. In the end, Tang Qing gritted his teeth and directly borrowed 400,000 from the system. He completed the third achievement task. The 5 points of origin chi he obtained were added to his physique, turning his physique into 150. After being strengthened again, Tang Qing's speed increased in vain. Although he still couldn't compete with the two of them, his pressure was reduced a lot. The two of them also wondered why Tang Qing's speed and reaction ability suddenly increased. Could it be that he had reservations just now? The two people who couldn't figure it out looked at each other. Then Tang Qing suffered a tragedy. The attack speed of the two increased in vain. In the end, Tang Qing was forced to defend and could not attack. Even later, in order to test whether this was Tang Qing's true limit speed, the two increased the attack frequency. But this time Tang Qing had no chance to attack and ended the round of fighting with a few punches. "Uncle Han, this is too sudden for you. I am not prepared at all," Tang Qing muttered, covering his chest. Although it didn't hurt, after all, he was attacked, so he instinctively wanted to rub it. "Who told you that your speed suddenly increased just now? We wanted to test your true speed. Unexpectedly, you had reservations before," Han Lung said angrily. Haha. No way, I just felt my speed increase for some reason." Tang Qing pretended to be embarrassed and touched his head and said. Of course, he wouldn't admit it if he wasn't stupid, but he felt that this head-touching gesture was so stupid. "Well, maybe you broke through the limit when you were in danger. Let's continue. The warm-up has just begun." As soon as Han Lung finished speaking, another sudden attack came, and Sun Xiao followed closely. Tang Qing was too lazy to complain about this. Several people were fighting 2 against 1 throughout the morning, taking a break when they were tired and getting familiar with their attack methods. In the end, Tang Qing was able to block the joint attack of the two at the 6th level of strength, which could not be improved in a short period of time. Unless he obtained the source energy value to strengthen his physical body, he would only be able to fight like this in the short term. 1 against 1, the opponent is beaten by hanging, and 2 against 1 is beaten by hanging. It is difficult for 2 people to defeat 4 people. Tang Qing felt that this sentence was really insightful. At noon, Han Lung's wife came to the store with a big meal. Tang Qing bought 3 big bags of hairy crabs. Of course, he couldn't cook them all today. He couldn't just eat crabs. This is why Tang Qing bought so many. If he bought less, the whole meal would be eaten by a few of them. He knew that Han Lung's parents were still alive and living with them. How could they eat if they bought less? Even Tang Qing felt that Lu Gan did it on purpose, because the hairy crabs Lu Gan sent were almost eaten at the time, but the lobsters were not finished yet. Well, I have mastered another gift-giving knowledge. After eating, they rested for a while and then continued fighting. Tang Qing had nothing to do today, although he had failed the monthly exam next week. How could he be worried? This month he had made up for his weak Chinese language. They would be surprised when the time came. He didn't dare to think about getting a perfect score, but there was absolutely no pressure to beat the second-place guy. Of course, except for Wang Yin, who suddenly jumped to second place. It would be a gentle beating. With no increase in speed and adequate attack rules, Tang Qing could only block the 6-level attacks from the two people throughout the afternoon. Even so, he understood the moves more thoroughly. In the past, it might have taken 8 levels of strength to beat Han Lung, but now 7 levels were enough. There was still progress. As for Sun Chao, Tang Qing's 5-level strength could make him doubt his life every minute. This also completely aroused Sun Chao's competitive spirit, and he was determined to train harder in the future and train more with Han Lung or the company security director. Otherwise, he would really not be able to hold his head high in front of Tang Qing. On the morning of Monday, January 10th, Tang Qing took another short vacation. Sure enough, after 2 days of various negative rumors over the weekend, several stocks took a small dive at the opening, falling more than 4% from Friday's closing price. Tang Qing calmly sucked the chips in the hands of those speculators. In his opinion, people who can be forced to leave by such news can only be described as fence-sitters. It is gambling in itself, and he has no psychological burden after winning the gambler's money. He can't go out and say that this is the banker's method of raising funds. Don't believe it. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Let's make a fortune. Then he really should go back and rebuild his brain. In this way, before the market closed in the afternoon, at 2:30, Tang Qing spent all the remaining funds in his hands and exchanged them all for stocks of several companies. Since he invested less than 10 million in each stock, although the stocks were not large, they were still relatively large-cap stocks. Together with various retail investors, the daily trading volume was hundreds of millions. Funds of tens of millions did not affect the stock price much. After spending all the money, Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The only thing left is to wait until the middle of next month to slowly ship the goods, close the position, and leave the market. It was probably the Chinese New Year at that time, so it seemed like I had to buy a computer that would be easy to use by then. Alas, it would be great if the system could bind securities accounts to operate stocks. Unfortunately, the system does not support his high-risk game and can only bind bank accounts. P.S. I'm late, everyone, please understand. Generally, the first chapter will be on time, and the second chapter will depend on the time of the mouse. Please forgive me if I am late in the future. If there is no time, the mouse will be posted before 12 o'clock that night. After buying the stocks, Sun Chao sent Tang Qing back to school. During the recess period, many students stood at the door in groups to take a breath and chat. Suzy Wang stood at the top of the stairs and stared at the classmates going upstairs, with a slightly nervous and anxious look on his face. When someone asked, Suzy Wang responded casually. Just when Tang Qing went up the stairs, Suzy Wang, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly walked up with his eyes lit up. Tang Qing also stopped and frowned at Suzy Wang, who was walking over, waiting for him to say that although it had been a while and Suzy Wang was very sensible and took care of him during this period, he still didn't have any good impressions of this person. Master Tang, Xia Wendong asked the head teacher to move to the seat behind Wang Yin during the last class break. Judging from his expression, I think the head teacher should have agreed. Suzy Wang said softly. He also thought a lot during this period. Although he had given Tang Qing a lot of care before, such as hygiene, and he took care of all the hygiene tasks that Tang Qing should do, but it was obvious that Tang Qing did not appreciate it. He was also reflecting on his actions and came to the conclusion that he was too afraid of Tang Qing and did not dare to take the initiative to establish a good relationship. After realizing that, he never had a chance. As soon as he learned what Xie Wendong had done today, he hurriedly reported it in an effort to leave a good impression and ease the relationship. What? Why did the head teacher suddenly agree? Tang Qing asked with a frown. Previously, Xie Wendong asked the head teacher to change places with him, but Xunmei refused on the spot. However, a few days later, he proposed a move to Wang Yin, but Xunmei did not agree. Finally, he gave Xie Wendong a good warning, but he did not expect that Xunmei would agree now. There must be a story in this. I don't know. The incident happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to inquire. Mr. Tang, now I don't have any negative thoughts about Wang Yin. I hope Mr. Tang will not forget his mistakes and give me a chance to change my ways. If something happens in the future, Mr. Tang, you will ask me to do it. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Suzy Wang said his purpose. He has grown a lot after this incident. What is face? If you want to ease the relationship, you have to be proactive. If you are timid, you will be looked down upon, so why bother? Well, I still have to thank you for telling me about this in time. As for the rest, to be honest, you are not qualified to hang out with me. Do you understand? Tang Qing said unceremoniously. He would not be fooled into forgiving the other party with a few words, let alone treating him as one of his own. Suzy Wang had left a really bad impression on him before. Although he was in Suzy Wang's position, he might do the same without any advantage, but it did not mean that he agreed with this behavior. Yes, Mr. Tang is right. I will be a new person in the future and never bully others. Suzy Wang said quickly and carefully. It depends on your future performance. To be honest, I don't believe you. Tang Qing said. If a person wants to truly grasp him, he must pierce the bottom line of defense in his heart. Although he is not prepared to do this kind of behavior of recruiting a younger brother, if Suzy Wang can grow up, this kind of person still has a lot of value. In the future, they will be able to do many things that are inconvenient for him to do very beautifully. Although Suzy Wang felt that his self-esteem had been greatly hurt at this time, he also aroused the desire to prove himself. He said firmly and excitedly, "Okay, I will definitely make Mr. Tang believe in my sincerity and determination." "Well, I'll wait," Tang Qing said lightly. After that, Tang Qing did not go back to the classroom, but turned downstairs and went to the office of the head teacher Xunmei. The door was open. At this time, the other teachers were not there. Only Xunmei was writing something at the desk. Dong dong dong. "Come in." Xunmei did not raise her head and continued to immerse herself in writing lesson plans. After entering, Tang Qing came to Xunmei and asked straight to the point, "Teacher Xun, I want to know if Xie Wendong is going to be moved behind Wang Yin." Xunmei raised her head and saw Tang Qing with a thick smile on her face. Now Tang Qing is the most popular, first in grade, and the future #1 scholar. She even heard that #2 middle school wanted to recruit people, but was scared off by the background of her principal. She had already expected that Tang Qing would come to her in the next 2 days, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She said, "Yeah, what's wrong?" "I don't agree," Tang Qing said bluntly. It was a bit treasonous to say such words from a student in front of the teacher. When did it become the student's turn to question the teacher's decision? If other students dared to say that, Xunmei would have gone crazy on the spot. But when it was said from Tang Qing's mouth, Xunmei even took it for granted, felt that he had personality, and felt that he was straight-hearted, but she actually admired it. "What?" Xunmei said with a half-smile. "I don't like that person. Presumably you know my relationship with Xie Wendong and his purpose of changing seats." Tang Qing directly pointed out the essence of the problem. How could Xunmei not see this? There is no need to hide it now. Seeing Tang Qing speaking so straightforwardly, Xunmei appreciated it even more. As a student, if you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you follow the behavior of people in society, you are still a student. As a teacher, of course, you don't want to imagine that the Tower of Teeth is so polluted, and you also hope that your students will be upright, neither humble nor overbearing, and have something to say. The vice principal agreed this time, and I couldn't refuse. Shinmei said the reason directly, without mincing words. Tang Qing fell into deep thought upon hearing this. It was obvious that the problem was not with Shinmei. Shinmei herself did not agree to change seats, but she could not withstand the pressure of a vice principal. Hee. In this case, let's change it. But in an instant, Tang Qing thought of a way to deal with it, which would not embarrass Shinmei, but also get rid of the fly. He smiled and said, Teacher Shun, if you insist on changing, I suggest that Teacher Shun change Wang Yin and I to other positions. I will make it difficult for you. You also have an explanation for the vice principal. What do you think? Haha, that's good. That's it. Where do you want to sit? Shinmei said happily. Of course, she was pretending, and she was not stupid. She had already thought of this method. He was waiting for Tang Qing to take the initiative. If Tang Qing was too stupid, he would ask for it. Obviously, Tang Qing's IQ did not let her down, and he immediately thought of this two-pronged approach. Well, let's just... Li Kai's group. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, It doesn't matter where you change, just stay away from Xie Wendong. If Xie Wendong still insists on clinging to him, he will really take action. Besides, Shinmei is also on his side. Xie Wendong alone cannot make big waves. No problem. Shinmei nodded and agreed. Seeing that the goal was achieved, the class bell rang at this time, and Tang Qing returned to the classroom. As expected, another class passed. During the get-out of class, Xie Wendong couldn't wait to change seats with the classmates behind Wang Yin. After that, he looked at Tang Qing triumphantly. At this time, Wang Yin went to the bathroom and was not there. Tang Qing didn't even turn his head, didn't say a word. He lowered his head and flipped through a copy of the complete works of Lu Xun. He felt like it was a waste of words to say one more word to the guy behind him. Seeing that Tang Qing ignored him, Xie Wendong suddenly lost his temper. The classmates next to him also heard this sentence. Seeing that Tang Qing ignored Xie Wendong, their faces were full of ridicule and hatred. He even replaced the female classmate who had been sitting next to him for more than a year and replaced him with a man. No one was in a good mood. He had already scolded Xie Wendong 1,000 times in his heart. If he hadn't known that Xie Wendong was a second-generation official and couldn't afford to offend him, he would have started scolding him long ago. Su Zhuang, who was separated from Xie Wendong, also watched all this with a look of disdain on his face. The toad still wanted to eat swan meat. It was simply wishful thinking, and he dared to provoke Tang Qing. He didn't want to live his life anymore. You, Tang Qing, wait for me. Xie Wendong, who was ignored, sat back in his seat angrily. The resentment on his face became even stronger. After a while, Wang Yin also came back. She also noticed that the classmate behind her had changed seats with Xie Wendong, and she immediately understood what was going on. When she saw Xie Wendong, who was looking at her with excitement, she shuddered unconsciously, and her face turned as cold as frost. The female classmate following Wang Yin also saw Xie Wendong smile and felt sick to her stomach. Can you laugh any more disgustingly? Do you understand what convergence is? As for being so proud, it's a hell that our Wang Yin can like this kind of person. She doesn't even like him. So what if he has a good father? It makes him feel bad just looking at him. Wang Yin returned to her seat. Tang Qing saw that Wang Yin had a bad look on her face, so she chuckled, took out her homework book, wrote a paragraph, and handed it over. Sure enough, when Wang Yin saw the content of the note, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and the previous gloomy atmosphere was swept away. Xie Wendong, behind him, naturally didn't know what the two of them had done, but he was looking forward to performing well in the future and talking to Wang Yin more. He believed that good girls were afraid of pestering men, and his sincerity would definitely impress Wang Yin. As for Tang Qing, he was just a poor boy. Wang Yin could agree, but Wang Yin's family would not agree. When the time comes, he can show his father's power well, and defeating Tang Qing will not be easy. During this class, Xie Wendong was living in his own lust and didn't listen to anything. He feels that he will definitely be able to embrace a beautiful woman in the future. I am definitely the final winner. The obscene smile that unconsciously appeared on his face made the biology teacher in this class call his name repeatedly. But before Xie Wendong could be happy for a long time, the class was over. The head teacher approached the two students during the last class to talk about changing positions. Of course, the two students did not dare to refuse. They were not stupid. There was already a lot of weirdness in this. The head teacher, Tang Qing, and Xia Wendong were competing, and they did not dare to have any objections. Sure enough, seeing Tang Qing and Wang Yin move to another position together, Xia Wendong's smile condensed on his face. He couldn't accept it for a moment. What's going on? This? Have you been fooled like this? The smile on Xia Wendong's face gradually turned gloomy. Indeed, he was fooled. The head teacher and Tang Qing gave him a big slap in the face, which made his nose and face swollen. P.S. It's late. If you can't stand the irregular updates of the mouse, it is recommended to read it at night before going to bed. At that time, the guaranteed 2 chapters a day should be released. Thank you to the readers for your rewards to keep the book alive, as well as the monthly votes of Bertolata and Tamlin, and the readers who voted for Mouse. Thank you for your support. The last class was full of joy. This class is like morning air. This is the truest portrayal of Xia Wendong's heart at this time. He didn't expect the reversal to happen so quickly. Although there were some young masters from the county party committee who had embarrassed him like this, but he lost at the hands of Tang Qing, a student with no background, and there must have even been the participation of class teacher Xinmei. Under such a combined attack, he couldn't accept it at the moment. Xia Wendong became more and more frustrated and uncomfortable in class. After class, he rushed into Xinmei's office. He came to Xinmei's side with a gloomy face and said, "Teacher Xun, why do you want to change the positions of Tang Qing and Wang Yin?" At this time, he was completely overwhelmed by the grievance and no longer paid attention to his tone. However, he was not crazy and did not shout out. After all, there were other teachers in the office. Faced with Xia Wendong's accusatory tone, Xinmei was not angry and even felt a little angry. It stands to reason that it is unethical for a teacher to be angry with a student, but it depends on the circumstances. It doesn't matter if a student makes a mistake or even contradicts the teacher in class. Xinmei is not that stingy, but if you use social means to suppress her by using the vice principal, then she will consider him as a non-student. It is absolutely intolerable for a student to imitate the behavior of social people and bully the teacher. Therefore, seeing Xia Wendong so angry, Xinmei felt an undue pleasure. She thought that you deserved it for playing such a trick, so forget about the scheming, but you actually bullied her. Her previous compromise made her lose face in front of Tang Qing. How can she not be righteous at all? Talking about teacher ethics at this time? What is that? I'm not your mother. I want to spoil you without any restrictions. If you do something disgusting, you have to think about the consequences. Thank you, classmate, because Tang Qing and Wang Yin wanted to change places, so I agreed. Xinmei said easily, with a faint smile in her tone. You, Teacher Shun, I also asked to be moved behind Wang Yin. Xia Wendong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Several teachers in the office also noticed the situation here and looked here. He didn't dare to go too far. This was not the school in his previous county. His father had been the director of education in that county and was promoted to the city after being transferred to the director of finance. He really didn't dare to get angry here because he was unfamiliar with the place. Even the vice principal probably won't be on his side by then. The vice principal is the father of a second-generation follower of a city leader he met during this period. In the end, he only agreed to help after paying a lot of money. Therefore, the relationship is not very strong. Even if he doesn't break up with Xinmei, he will still stand on his side. Xia classmate, do you think this is your home? Change it if you want. I've changed it for you before. What else do you want? Xinmei pretended to be angry and said. Now she is happy from head to toe. Although it is not appropriate to play tricks with a student, it is best to relieve her anger. You are disgusting with me because you don't follow the rules. If you show your feelings to others, I won't show you any face. You're almost an adult, but you also experience the cruelty of growing up. Not everyone in society is your mother, and everyone will ignore you. I'll go find a vice principal, Xia Wendong said angrily, then turned and left. Now that Xinmei's path is completely unworkable, he can only go to the vice principal again. Although he knows that this means completely breaking up with Shun Mei, and there is no room for turning around, but the sex makes him stupid, and because he is young and energetic and cannot accept being played like this, he can no longer care so much. Asshole. Shun Mei slapped the table hard and gritted her teeth. Shun Mei was really angry this time, and even called out the bastard. Xia Wendong threatened to go to the vice principal in front of all the teachers. This was like a slap in the face. She really didn't expect that Xia Wendong would be so impulsive and flip the table in front of her without leaving any room. After she was angry, Shun Mei calmed down and thought about the solution. After a moment, she made a decision to go to her principal. If she didn't go to the principal now, it would be really troublesome. If the vice principal came to her again, she would definitely have to compromise. In the eyes of the vice principal, she was just an ordinary teacher, and she would not think highly of her just because she was the head teacher. How would this repeated compromise make the students in the class view her? What does Tang Qing think of her? It will really be a shame then. After thinking clearly, Shun Mei immediately got up and went to the principal's office. When she passed by the vice principal's office, she heard Xia Wendong's voice again, and she became even more angry. Principal, that's it. What do you think about this? Shun Mei told the story in detail. Of course, she also added some details to describe her refusal several times as a last resort, as well as Xia Wendong's unreasonableness and Zhen's purpose of changing seats. She knew that the principal despised puppy love, and she also heard that the principal and Wang Yan's father were old acquaintances. She believed that the principal would definitely be on her side. Sure enough, when the principal Chu Yuanhang heard this, he slammed the table angrily and said, "Play the piano randomly. This student doesn't study hard and thinks about random things all day long. Forget it. His studies are still so bad, and his character is even worse. Teacher Shun, please ignore him. I'll go talk to Vice Principal Liu." A second-generation student who was very poor in studies not only wanted to take the opportunity to harass Wang Yan, who was good at studying, but also used despicable means to bully the class teacher into submission. It was really hateful. He and Wang Yan's father were old acquaintances, and there was even Tang Qing, the top grader in the class. How could he be upset? He was well-informed, and when he finally thought of Tang Qing's promising uncle and Wang Yan's untouchable uncle, he had the urge to strangle Xia Wendong to death. "Why don't you try to make trouble for me?" "Okay, Principal, I'll be relieved if you come forward," Shun Mei said with a smile. Now that she has the principal's support, she doesn't have to bear so much pressure. In the school, this principal is famous for being strong, and no one dares to say a word about what he decides. "Yes, Teacher Shun, please go back first. I will take care of it. Without waiting for next time, I will transfer Xia Wendong to the third shift tomorrow to avoid anything happening again," Chu Yuanhang said. In order to avoid the direct conflict between Tang Qing and Xia Wendong, he decided to change Xia Wendong's shift, and did this not being fired for such a thing has already given Xia Wendong's father face. If his father dares to come to him to make trouble and ask for an explanation, he is really not afraid at all. Compared with the backgrounds of Tang Qing and Wang Yan, a deputy director is nothing. Plus, he also has a background. If he gives you face, he'll give it to you. If he doesn't give it to you, he won't give it to you. Colleague Chu Yuanhang was also glad that the matter was handled in a timely manner. If the people behind the two families were to get involved, he would be in trouble. The impression of improper handling would not be fun. "Okay, Principal." After saying that, Shun Mei turned around and walked out of the principal's office. At this time, Shun Mei felt relaxed. But when Shun Mei returned to the office, she found that Xia Wendong was standing in front of her desk. He was already in class. He openly skipped class and started playing with the red pen she used to correct her homework. She couldn't stand such arrogance. "Xia Wendong, what are you doing? Put down the pen," Shun Mei said loudly and sternly. Now that the other teachers had gone to class, she no longer lowered her voice. Her voice was so loud that it seemed like she was letting out the anger she had been feeling. Xia Wendong, who was holding a pen and thinking about something, was frightened by the roar. He quickly put down the pen and turned around to try to calm down and said, "Teacher Shun, just now the vice principal asked me to change places. You're not allowed to change places for them this time." "Haha, is that so? Why did I just hear the principal say that I can't change? Shinmei laughed angrily. She felt angry from the bottom of her heart when she heard Xie Wendong's commanding tone. However, thinking that Xie Wendong was about to leave her class, she was not so angry. We can't afford to offend you and can't afford to hide. Out of sight is out of sight. So let's let other teachers suffer. Principal? Does the principal know about this? Xie Wendong exclaimed. He did not expect that the principal would intervene in this matter, and he suddenly panicked. After the principal spoke, the vice principal would definitely not be able to help him anymore. Well, okay, your task is to study. Don't the teacher know what you are thinking? Are you rushing to study? One of them is first in grade, and the other is third in grade. It would be bad if you delay their study. And the principal said that you will be transferred to class 3 tomorrow. Shinmei sat down and drank tea and said calmly, What? Class 3, I'm not going. Xie Wendong took 2 steps back and shouted. He was about to be kicked out of this class. This was something he had never expected before and could not accept. It's not up to you. The principal has already decided. You can report directly to class 3 tomorrow morning. Shinmei said calmly. Xie Wendong was speechless about this matter. He knew that the overall situation was decided. He had offended the class teacher in front of him severely. If he still didn't know what to do, he would confront the principal. Then he would really no longer have to stay in this school. He didn't have the courage to go to the principal to argue. Xie Wendong walked out of Shinmei's office dejectedly, like a defeated rooster, with a gloomy expression on his face. He had really left this face at his grandma's house. Not only the current class, but also the classmates in class 3 would definitely think too much about it. Even if his father found out, he would definitely not suffer any good consequences. Really, the whole class had seen Xie Wendong's little thoughts about what had just happened, but the plot reversed so quickly that the students did not react. Xie Wendong's tricks were easily resolved by Tang Qing and the two. When they saw Xie Wendong walking out of the classroom with a bad expression, everyone guessed what he was going to do. The students were also looking forward to who would win this game. Finally, when Xie Wendong came back with an even worse expression, all the students had guessed the outcome of this incident. Xie Wendong lost. As a result, Xie Wendong once again became a joke in the class. The whole class only looked at Xie Wendong with ridicule in their eyes. He still wanted to get involved with Wang Yan. He was just humiliating himself, especially when Suzy Wang inadvertently revealed that Xie Wendong used despicable means to force Shinmei to agree to change positions. The whole class looked at Xie Wendong with more than contempt, but also anger. Although Shinmei was a bit harsh, she was still very popular in the class. Why did Xie Wendong dare to threaten the teacher? If it weren't for the fear of Xie Wendong's background, some people could not help but beat him up. Tang Qing, you forced me, Xie Wendong said with a sinister expression. He lost so miserably this time that he was like a rat crossing the street. He couldn't accept it at all. P.S. Chapter 2 is here. Sorry, thank you all for voting. I hope you will continue to support this book. Please try your best to support genuine subscription. Thank you. After school in the afternoon, Tang Qing separated from Wang Yan at the school gate. Li Kai didn't even take the bus now that he had some money. He took taxis again and again. As for the money, of course he got it from Li Jianguo, and the reason was still in the name of Tang Qing. In order to stop squeezing the bus, Li Kai told Li Jianguo, Tang Qing has already said, what kind of bus will your father use when he is rich? It is crowded and slow. However, for such a nonsense reason, Li Jianguo actually agreed after just thinking about it. After Tang Qing found out, of course he understood Li Jianguo's little thoughts. As a partner, Tang Qing can even be used as a protective umbrella now. Although his opinion may be just for fun, it can't help but attract Li Jianguo's attention. Secondly, he doesn't want his son to lose his dignity in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing sighed inwardly. This cheating Li Kai had an accurate grasp of his father's thoughts. After earning the extra taxi fare every day, at first this guy took the bus and saved it as pocket money, but later he realized that saving that little money was actually useless, so he lost the desire to save money. The money for food is separate, and the family owns a restaurant. He is used to eating big fish and meat. If he eats out, this guy would rather eat a vegetarian diet. As for clothes, he has no pursuit. Li Jianguo is not reluctant to buy clothes. Besides, Isn't there a rich man like Tang Qing? In the end, when he realized that the hundreds of yuan he saved for taxi fare every month was of no use, he didn't bother to save anymore and spent as much as he could. Tang Qing bought a lot of barbecue on the road and ate it while walking. He asked the boss to add a lot of spicy noodles. In his previous life, he got acne from eating spicy food and did not dare to eat it hard. In this life, he obviously has no scruples, especially since the boss's spicy noodles are authentic. Just one word, cool. Just when Tang Qing arrived at the entrance of the small alley that was blocked last time, he noticed something was wrong. Two people who looked like gangsters came up to him as soon as they saw him. They were obviously coming for him. Tang Qing also stopped and watched what happened. However, he kept eating a bunch of konjac in his mouth, and his brain was thinking rapidly. Isn't the person that guy Xia Wendong is looking for? It turned out to be the same place as the people Su Ziwang was looking for. How much do you love this alley? The last time Su Ziwang asked someone to deal with him like this, he felt so disgusted with Su Ziwang. In fact, he didn't hate Su Ziwang in the scene where Su Ziwang gave money at the school gate. After all, he was just throwing money away. He didn't even care about what happened in the hotel later, but he wanted revenge on the gangster. He was extremely disgusted with such a method that would cause personal harm and psychological shadow. If other weak or glass-hearted students went to extremes due to too much shock, it would really harm a family. This was the main reason why he had never forgiven Su Ziwang. Although Xia Wendong's previous methods were a bit despicable, they were still within the acceptable range. Even if he was disgusted, he would probably get rid of his anger soon, but this method was intolerable to him. Since you have brought your face up, let me slap you a little more swollen this time. If I don't give you an unforgettable lesson, do you really think that society is run by your family? The two blocked Tang Qing's path, and one of them said, "Boy, our eldest brother asked you to go there. Be sensible and don't force us to do anything." "Okay, lead the way." Tang Qing swallowed the konjac in his mouth and said calmly, then put the empty sign back in a bag, took out a bunch of ham sausages, and ate it. The two bastards looked at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. It doesn't matter that you, a student, are not afraid, but you still eat it arrogantly. Are you looking down on them? Does the other party have anything to rely on? Just when the two of them were surprised, Tang Qing said again, "Why are you two in such a daze? Let's go." His attitude was as if they were being led there. After speaking, Tang Qing took the lead and walked towards the alley. The two bastards came to their senses and followed them quickly, thinking at the same time that they had seen a ghost. Tang Qing entered the alley and saw that there were quite a lot of people there. Including the two people behind him, there were 7 people in total. The most important thing was that Tang Qing discovered Xia Wendong inside. Tang Qing's face twitched unconsciously. Didn't this stupid pig get used to being arrogant and avoiding suspicion? Su Ziwang knew that he couldn't be there. "You know I did it, but you have no proof, but what about this guy?" He immediately jumped out and went into battle himself. "How arrogant were you in the previous county?" Xia Wendong stepped forward and said with a ferocious face, "Tang Qing, you asked for this. You dared to fight Wang Yin with me, which caused me to be transferred to the 3rd class. I won't let you suffer a little today." "Stop." Before he could finish speaking, Tang Qing interrupted him. He couldn't help it. Xia Wendong's lines were so disgusting that he couldn't bear it. After finishing it, Tang Qing said helplessly, "Xia Wendong, do you always do this in your county? Do you know what it means to avoid suspicion? Where did you get the courage to perform on the same stage with them like this? For an opponent like you, I am so disappointed." Xia Wendong was furious after being interrupted by Tang Qing. "You interrupted me less than halfway through my carefully designed lines, causing me to forget all the lines I connected. You also looked down on him. I couldn't bear it. So he said angrily, 'You are still tough. Let's see if I don't today.' Shut up. I'm so embarrassed by this. Damn it. Can you change the lines and give me something new?" Tang Qing couldn't help but cursed. He couldn't finish listening to such disgusting lines. It was too bloody. No, I'm here to beat people. Why are you so confused about what to say?" Xia Wendong reacted in just a moment, and was about to give a last wave of presents to conclude. But Tang Qing would not give him a chance. We want to go against the grain. Who is that? Your brother Na Hao, right? Tang Qing turned to the leader and said calmly. He had already discovered that the leader turned out to be Brother Hao, who had been slapped several times by him when he made trouble in the hotel last month. They were really enemies, and he could meet acquaintances everywhere. Brother Hao put away his ferocious face and looked at Tang Qing doubtfully. This time, Tang Qing was wearing student clothes. His hair was a little longer. After the upgrade, his temperament and skin had changed a bit. In addition, there was some chili powder on his mouth. He drank some wine last time. Brother Hao really didn't recognize Tang Qing for a moment. Although he took a closer look and found that he looked familiar, he couldn't remember it. So he whispered, Who are you? Do I know you? He knew Tang Qing's name from Xiao Wendong, but Tang Qing didn't report his family name last time, so he couldn't correspond at all. Those slaps last time weren't enough. Do you want to try it again? Tang Qing said with a smile. These words sounded like thunder in Brother Hao's mind. The memories that had not yet been dusted were instantly recalled. The two figures slowly overlapped, and he finally remembered. After confirming, Brother Hao unconsciously took 2 steps back, his eyes full of panic, for fear that Tang Qing would slap him again, which would be unpleasant. The lesson he learned last time was unforgettable. After he came out of the police station, he didn't know who filed a complaint with his boss, Brother Lang. After that, he was scolded again. If it hadn't caused any serious conflict, he could imagine that he would never end well. Every time he thought of this, he felt scared. Fortunately, he was the one being beaten. If Tang Qing was injured, he would really have run away. The other 2 people who drank together last time also remembered Tang Qing's background and secretly complained in their hearts. Why did they mess with this little evil star again? Damn it, you see how Wendong dared to harm us. At this time, Brother Hao stuttered and said, It's you. He wanted to say something that had nothing to do with me and was sorry, but he was so nervous that he couldn't form a complete sentence. Okay, leave me alone. Just tell me what happened today. Tang Qing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Brother Hao said cautiously, Well, how about we leave separately? After speaking, he looked at Tang Qing nervously. Although he knew there was little hope, he still had to give it a try. What do you think? Isn't my time valuable? Tang Qing said with a half smile, holding his hands. We will help you with the money. Brother Hao blurted out, but after saying this, he regretted it. How could Tang Qing like his little money? Even if he liked it, it would be impossible to take it. In his opinion, Tang Qing was not the kind of person who had no bottom line. You're really indifferent. Forget it. Just tell me what you're going to call me for. Tang Qing said with interest. I want to teach you a lesson. Brother Hao stammered. Then what? Tang Qing said with a strange smile. Brother Hao was stunned, but he immediately understood the meaning of Tang Qing's words. And then, of course, the play was going on, so he immediately stepped forward and slapped Xiao Wendong while he was still confused. Pa! And another backhand slap. Pa! Xiao Wendong was slapped to the ground. Damn it! How dare you go against Mr. Tang? Damn it, brothers, please give me a good greeting. Brother Hao said loudly. Several other younger brothers who didn't know the truth also knew that they were in trouble and hurried up to greet Xiao Wendong, fearing that they would be resented by this unknown Tang Shaoji. Ah, don't fight. Spare your life. I paid you. Xiao Wendong skillfully covered his vitals and shouted, Damn it. The money I gave you, damn. If you dare to harm me, I'll slap you idiot to death. Brother Hao took out the banknotes in his pocket and threw it directly on Xiao Wendong's face and gave him a hard kick. He was not really stupid. It's okay to hurt him, but it's okay to be seriously injured. Xiao Wendong, although he is not afraid of Dong's father, there is no need to offend him to death. After this incident, it will be a matter between Tang Qing and Xiao Wendong. This beating of Xiao Wendong will definitely be blamed on Tang Qing. He, a little person, should not get involved too much, otherwise he will not be able to escape. Ah, stop fighting. I don't dare to fight anymore. Mr. Tang, are you satisfied? Brother Hao stepped forward and bent down to smile. P.S. The first chapter is here. Thank you, readers, for your monthly votes and other friends who voted for recommendation. Thank you. Finally, friends who watch it on the computer, please leave a 5-star review in the upper right corner. Thank you. Chapter 2, it may be after 10 o'clock, so let's talk about it first. Please subscribe for genuine subscription. Of course, Tang Qing could see that the fists and kicks of the younger brothers and brother Hao were reserved, and it felt a bit like a fake fight, but it was obvious that Xie Wendong was very unsatisfactory or very cooperative. Maybe he had never been beaten like this before, and he screamed miserably. Tang Qing shook his head. He is a spoiled second generation with thin skin and tender flesh. He enjoys beating people and can't stand being beaten. He gets angry just by looking at this kind of person. Please have some backbone. You are such a shameful person. It has lowered the overall quality of the second generation. Okay, let them stop. It's boring to watch without pain. Tang Qing said lightly. Brother Hao was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. The petty thoughts of his group could not escape Tang Qing's eyes. He wanted to say that I was just trying to reduce your troubles. If I beat Xie Wendong, it would be a big feud, and you wouldn't be able to escape the involvement at all. However, he still didn't say it out loud. This reason did seem to make sense to everyone. Yes, you all stop. And whoever, please stop yelling and calling me Mao again. Are you a man? Brother Hao stopped his men, and when he saw Xie Wendong was still yelling, he really felt like going up and slapping him twice more. Damn it, I didn't even hit you hard, but you were screaming like a killing pig. It was so noisy, and it made you angry just looking at it. Several younger brothers immediately stopped attacking and stood aside. Xie Wendong lay on the ground and stopped wailing, looking at Tang Qing in fear and not daring to speak out. He also realized that he had kicked the iron plate, and his beating must have been in vain, especially Hao Ji's word from Tang Xiao, which frightened him. Hao Ge knew his father's official position, so he slapped himself without hesitation. Obviously, Tang Qing's background was bigger, and Hao Ge was not afraid of offending his father at all. He was at least a junior or above. When he thought of this, the fear in his eyes when he looked at Tang Qing became even stronger. He began to worry about his own fate, as well as his father's. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, thinking about the style of his second generation, if Tang Qingji hated him. Xie Wendong shuddered unconsciously. It was over. I'm talking about rats. You guys are serious. Can't you do something serious? Sooner or later, if you do this, you'll end up in trouble. Tang Qing said slowly. Brother Hao's scream was weird, so let's call him Rat like Officer Wong, so it's more friendly. What Mr. Tang taught us is that there's nothing we can do. We have no education. It doesn't matter. We have no skills. We can't bear the hardship of moving bricks on the construction site, and we can't stand the constraints of life in the factory. We all have restless tempers, and there is nothing we can do about it, brothers. Brother Hao said with a bitter smile. It's just that wry smile that makes Tang Qing want to hit someone. Is it okay for you to be a gangster? And are these the reasons? He couldn't help but get a little angry and said, Damn, just say you guys are lazy. Well, I don't care about you. I'm not one of you, so I'll leave first. I won't care about this person. You can deal with it yourself. After speaking, Tang Qing turned and left. No matter whether it was Xie Wendong who was lying on the ground and was frightened, or this group of forced helpless gangsters, he was not interested in saying another word. He was angry just looking at him. Yes, Master Tang, walk slowly. Brother Hao bent down and said with a smile. His movements were as standard as if he had practiced them countless times, but Tang Qing didn't see them. Master Tang, let's go slowly. Several younger brothers also said in unison. At the same time, they remembered this young man's appearance deeply. They would walk around him when they see him in the future. This is the second generation who is awesome. After a few words, his boss jumped. Out of control. Seeing Tang Qing walking away, Brother Hao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He finally didn't cause any trouble. However, when he thought that the culprit was nearby, he became angry. He originally wanted to beat him again to relieve his anger, but he thought that Xie Wendong's father was a leader after all, so he held back. Brother Hao suppressed his smile and said coldly to Xie Wendong, Get up, don't pretend to be dead, and the brothers picked up the money. Why didn't you gain anything when you left the house? When several boys heard this, They immediately took action and picked up the cash scattered on the ground and handed it to Brother Hao. "You beat me and won my money." Xiao Wendong stood up, covered his face, and said angrily. His tone was like that of an angry little daughter-in-law, and she was crying, as if she had been wronged a lot. When Brother Hao heard this, he became angry and took a step forward. Before Xiao Wendong could react, he slapped Xiao Wendong on the face again and cursed. "Damn, brothers, it's free to go out. It's free to take a taxi home. It's free to eat. It's free to drink water. It doesn't take much effort to beat you. In addition to the shock fee just now, if you didn't have a deputy director's father, I will definitely hit you again. Just be satisfied. You? Who is Tang Qing? Are you so afraid of him?" Xiao Wendong was slapped and said with confusion. He had inquired about Tang Qing's background before, and in the end he only knew that he was in the clothing business, so he had no scruples. But this style of painting was obviously wrong, right? Tang Qing suddenly turned into young Master Tang. Did the guy who gave him the information deliberately deceive him? Haha, so you have no brains. If you don't investigate carefully before taking action, for the sake of the money you gave me, I will sell you a piece of information. His uncle is the director of the Chengxi police station. To be honest, your father can't beat him. Brother Hao sneered. Director? Xiao Wendong said, in surprise. He was not surprised that the official was big, but that he was too young. He thought he was the director of some bureau or a city leader, but he didn't expect that he was just the director of the police station. Brothers, let's go and eat, Brother Hao said. After saying that, he ignored Xiao Wendong and led his men out of the alley. They were going to have a good meal to calm down the shock at night, and stop the younger brother's mouth to prevent himself from trouble by talking nonsense. This matter can't be solved by either side. Xiao Wendong can't thank him, and Tang Qing doesn't seem to accept his kindness just now. Two-Faced is not a human being. If Brother Lang knows about this matter again, then Three-Faced is not a human being. He must find a way to reduce the impact. Xiao Wendong watched Brother Hao leave, feeling so wrong that he almost wanted to cry. He was beaten, his money was gone, and he offended Tang Qing severely. He was really a complete loser. Damn, it doesn't matter if you're a director of a regular department. My father is still a deputy minister, so I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Wendong covered his face and whispered. Of course, he was just talking. His way of doing things may be a bit stupid, but his brain is not as stupid as a pig, and Tang Qing's uncle is definitely not a vegetarian to reach this position. He can only think of other ways. Xiao Wendong suddenly remembered something again, and a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. Humph, I know that you have a childhood sweetheart fiancé, which means I still have a chance. Just wait and see. He will not be stupid enough to conflict with Tang Qing now. As long as Wang Yan's parents know about Tang Qing's fiancé, they will never allow him to have anything with Wang Yan. I still have a chance. After figuring it out, Xiao Wendong was in a good mood. He tidied his clothes, dusted them off, and went home happily. Tang Qing did not see Xiao Wendong again in the next few days, but the legend of Xiao Wendong did not subside for a long time in the class, because yesterday's scene of changing places in the story behind it was so explosive. Such a twisting plot had a great impact on the students. There were gossips from Class 3 every day. It is said that Xiao Wendong in Class 3 has kept a low profile. He goes to class and after school as normal every day, and at the same time endures the supercilious looks of everyone in Class 3 and the teacher. Of course, Xiao Wendong couldn't tell his father about this matter. He had offended all his classmates, class teacher, and principal at school, and used despicable methods. It would be strange if his father didn't give him a good beating. In line with the principle that doing more is worse than doing less, the principal and teachers also tacitly understood and did not take the initiative to tell Xiao Wendong about his father. After enduring the advice from his classmates for a few days, Xiao Wendong deeply understood what it was like to be a street rat. After much thought, Xiao Wendong decided to change schools. He could no longer stay in this school. As for retaliating against Tang Qing, he didn't dare to think about it in a short time. As a local snake, Tang Qing must know some people. It was stupid for him to rush forward so stupidly last time. Moreover, He was not prepared to confront Tang Qing head-on. He was confident in his own strength before. He can completely crush Tang Qing, but now it is clear that the strong dragon cannot defeat the local snake, and force and background are no longer effective, so he can only rely on outsmarting. Xiao Wendong feels so sad that he, who is used to being arrogant, is forced to the point where he can only outwit. Friday, January 14th, there was sleet and sleet in the sky. The last monthly exam of this semester has begun. Many people are looking forward to whether Tang Qing can hold on to his first position this time. As long as Tang Qing can pull down the second place by as many points as last time, there will be no suspense about being the first in the grade in the future, and everyone will give up. The parties concerned expressed no pressure at all. In this way, after passing the subject test after test, Tang Qing became more relaxed and confident as he took the test. He did not act like a showman and hand in the paper in advance, but checked and checked again and again. Although the questions this time were relatively more difficult than the previous two, there was not much difference for him. After thoroughly understanding this knowledge, no matter how the questions were changed, it would be the same to Tang Qing. This is the importance of the foundation. It was almost the same as last time. Tang Qing felt that he would have no problem getting full marks in the science and English tests this time. He couldn't guarantee the Chinese test due to its special nature, but he shouldn't be able to get above 135 points. As the number one in grade, Tang Qing was naturally the focus of the teacher's attention when sitting in the first row. If Tang Qing's mental quality wasn't so good, he might have been nervous about being stared at like this. Naturally, the paper that was number one in the year was given priority for marking. As soon as each exam ended, a group of teachers gathered around to mark Tang Qing's paper. The more they corrected, the more excited they became, and the more they corrected, the more excited they became. Before the last biology exam ended, the teachers knew that the overall situation was decided. Even if Tang Qing's biology exam only got half of the points, and the second place got full points, Tang Qing was still firmly in the first place. P.S. I'm late. Please forgive me. My mouse is exhausted. January 16th, Sunday morning. Tang Qing was not planning to go to Hanlong for training today. Now his strength has basically reached its limit. Without the origin chi value to improve his physical attributes, there is basically no hope of defeating the two of them within the rules. Now he wants to learn how to operate a gun with Hanlong, but obviously he can only think about it. If he grabs it and goes to Hanlong, the consequences will definitely not be a good thing. Especially what he wants to learn is not pistol shooting. After all, although it has not been tested with live ammunition, it can be learned by watching TV. It has 3-point and 1-line, no scope, and no complicated structure. It is only suitable for close combat situations, and there is no need to consider the wind speed environment. As for putting a silencer on a pistol, forget it. One of the things that really fascinates people about firearms is their destructive power, and the other is their sound and the addictive recoil. A firearm without sound is meaningless to use. What he really wanted to learn was rifles, especially by ***. Sometimes when Tang Qing was bored at night, he would lock the door, take out the gun and play with it, or buy dozens of various firearms and put them on the bed, like an arsenal, which made his blood boil. Later, he also discovered that the system mall provided packaging services, not only bare guns, but also 3 packaging modes: wooden boxes, iron boxes, and password boxes. It could also automatically mark the country's text according to the place of production, which was quite convenient. Now Tang Qing is proficient in dismantling various firearms. He has also dismantled the gun many times and has become extremely proficient. He also likes to pull the trigger when he has nothing to do. And if he went to Hanlong with a rifle, he was really dead. Tang Qing felt that his relationship with Hanlong was not good enough for Hanlong to completely ignore discipline. Hanlong might be able to tolerate the pistol, but if it rose to the level of a long-range rifle, it would be really big. As for asking Sun Xiao to teach him, Tang Qing thought about it and decided not to scare him. He could only go back to the village and go into the mountains to try it out during the Chinese New Year. He must try out all kinds of firearms by then. Gee, Tang Qing was excited just thinking about it. I haven't seen Lin Jiaxue in 2 weeks. I miss her so much. Well, We can play the kissing game again, Tang Qing thought happily. As for going further, he didn't have that much thought. Over and over again, he felt that he had a conditioned reflex or was used to it. When we kissed before, he still thought about touching Lin Jiaxue. After several such respectful kisses, his desire to touch Lin Jiaxue was straightly reduced. Of course, it's not that he's been turned over, he just feels that he has to concentrate on what he's doing and just kiss him. He doesn't want to do anything else. Does he have to use all his energy to kiss someone? That's because I've read too many novels. During the meal, Tang Qing laughed frequently when he thought of today's program. Qin Shiqi on the side interrupted Tang Qing's chat without politeness. Brother, are you going to Sister Jiaxue's place today? You can see it again. Tang Qing said angrily with a bad feeling. TCH, you will only be so happy if you go to Sister Jiaxue's place. I've seen through you. Qin Shiqi said confidently. I'm not a criminal. What's the use of seeing through it? Tang Qing was speechless. At this time, Qin Shiqi had finished eating, put down her chopsticks, and said coquettishly, I don't care, my sister, and I also want to go today, but you don't take me with you every time. She also didn't forget to pull the cute Qin Shiyu beside her. This cheating sister started to catch the young man again, to which Qin Shiyu could only smile helplessly. You guys are about to take the final exam, so you better study hard. Besides, you still have homework to do. Tang Qing didn't want Qin Shiqi to disturb their world. TSK, I don't have homework this week, and my sister has already finished it. Qin Shiqi said with an expression like, I knew you would say this. Tang Qing thought about it. Qin Shiqi usually did her homework on the day off, but Qin Shiyu liked to finish it on the same day. On weekends, she usually tidied up her little world, washed clothes, cleaned the house, wiped here and there, and worked enthusiastically. Seeing that Qin Shiqi seemed to be prepared, he couldn't think of any reason to refuse. So Tang Qing directly used his big move. Ask your aunt if she will let you go. But Tang Qing forgot that Qin Shiqi would also open up. Mom. This mummy cry was so sweet that it changed 6 tones in one word, and made the whole family shiver unconsciously. Tang Qing couldn't help but shake his head and mourn for his future brother-in-law. When he met Qin Shiqi, who was so good at coquettishness and had almost full-level skills, and the bonus effect of her appearance, TSK, brothers, please wish for blessings. Okay, Tang, just take them with you, the aunt said helplessly. Although she was a woman and had immunity to coquettishness, she was really lacking defense against Qin Shiqi's ultimate move. In addition, there was no killer weapon like homework, so she had no choice but to agree, otherwise she would have to worry Qin Shiqi to death today. Qin Yugong stood aside without saying a word, watching the family fighting wits and courage with only a smile on his face. He was really happy that the family was like this. Brother Stinky, you have nothing to say now, Qin Shiqi said proudly with her hands on her waist. Tang Qing was indeed speechless. His aunt had already spoken, so what else could he say? Light bulb, light bulb, light bulb. Tang Qing could only vent his anger by changing this sister's name countless times in his heart. After breakfast, Tang Qing was followed by 2 cute girls. For this reason, Qin Shiqi dressed up carefully and put on her favorite down jacket, which made her look fatter. However, Tang Qing did not dare to make fun of her, otherwise it would be endless. Several people took a taxi and came to Lin Jiaxue's place. Along the way, Qin Shiqi kept nagging Tang Qing, threatening to file a lawsuit later, which made Tang Qing dumbfounded. Qin Shiyu, as always, remained a quiet lady, smiling and saying nothing. When we got off the car and arrived at the gate of the community, the owner of the fruit shop already knew Tang Qing. After all, he bought a lot of things every time and only bought the most expensive ones without asking the price. Of course, he made a deep impression. Young man, we're here again. What do you want this time? Well, this, and this, all of these, 5 pounds of box of apples. Tang Qing pointed to a few things Lin Jiaxue likes to eat. Of course, a box of apples is inevitable. I didn't buy too much this time because... Brother, why did you buy so much? Qin Shiqi asked. She didn't think Tang Qing wasted and bought too much. She was just asking casually. Well, although the volume has been reduced by more than half compared to the previous times, it is obviously not like a normal door-to-door visit. Well, it's been a long time. Plus, you guys will have to eat later. It won't be enough if you don't buy more. Tang Qing said wisely in a hurry. Oh, Qin Shiqi did not doubt that he was there. She was really just asking casually. Although the boss was surprised that Tang Qing bought less because there were more people this time, he didn't ask any more questions. If he did, he would be suspicious of Tang Qing for buying less. He didn't want to offend this big customer. Tang Qing carried a box of apples, and the other two sisters came to Lin Jiaxue's door carrying other fruits. Dong dong dong. Sister Jiaxue, we are here. Qin Shiqi shouted loudly after knocking on the door. Tang Qing wanted to say something not to disturb the people, but still did not dare to say it. Squeak. After a while, the door opened. Lin Jiaxue's familiar face appeared at the door, looking at them with a smile. Sister Jiaxue, I'm exhausted, and my stinky brother didn't show any energy to help our two poor sisters. As soon as she entered the door, Qin Shiqi began to complain in various ways. She didn't hesitate to put down the fruit and took out an orange and broke it open to eat. Tang Qing just smiled. On the way, Tang Qing asked Sister Qin Shiqi to put 2 bags on his suitcase, but Sister Qin Shiqi refused, presumably because she was afraid that he would be tired. He knew that although Qin Shiqi was not forgiving, she had a good heart. At this moment, Tang Qing's complaints did not sound angry at all, but felt a touch of peace. It's great to have you. Qin Shiu also shook her head helplessly and called Sister Jiaxue. Naturally, there was no time for the two of them to be alone. Qin Shiqi kept dragging Lin Jiaxue and chattering nonstop. Tang Qing, let alone interrupting, had no position to interrupt. When she remembered that Tang Qing didn't want her to come this morning, Qin Shiqi complained all kinds of things. Tang Qing could only eat fruit silently, embarrassed and speechless. Lin Jiaxue smiled and comforted Qin Shiqi. Of course, she knew Tang Qing's little thoughts. Seeing Tang Qing's angry look, she couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing, and then Qin Shiqi became more and more enthusiastic as she talked. Tang Qing didn't do anything for lunch. It was all cooked by the 3 sisters. Qin Shiqi recently learned new dishes and had to cook even if she didn't want to, and no one stopped her. Tang Qing was also happy to relax and watch TV series in the living room. Although today's TV is difficult to watch, how can I say that future TV series will be good to watch? Not all are the same, but there are many online dramas adapted from various online novels that are quite good. Some of them are disgusting, and some are deviating from the original works. It is better to think about it by reading the books. The initial expectations have been dispelled by the first few dramas, and I have no expectations at all for the subsequent adaptations. Sure enough, Qin Shiqi did not disappoint everyone. She did a great job. Quite unpalatable. P.S. That's it for today. We have to take a break during the big weekend. It's like saying that we owe you 5 chapters now and 2 more chapters in the future. Don't worry, we will pay it back. It takes almost 2 hours to type 1 chapter with a mouse. I might be able to repay it as soon as the weekend breaks out. Haha. Let me make it clear that the entire concept and outline of this book have been formed and will not be changed for anyone. I will write whatever I want to read. Even if it is a routine, please rest assured. If the red cross in the upper right corner of Loveless is really removed from the shelves, thank you. Please subscribe, gentlemen. Of course, to say it is quite unpalatable is to say that it is compared to the dishes cooked by Lin Jiaxue. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. If a dish is cooked well, don't put the other ingredients in a crazy way or too little. The taste will not be too poisonous, and it can basically be swallowed if you tolerate it. Therefore, in order to take care of Qin Shiqi's enthusiasm, they still took a bite from time to time and only gritted their teeth to finish the meal. Qin Shiqi did not act unruly in this regard, but just ate the food she cooked in a melancholy manner. The dinner table was really deserted without Qin Shiqi's chirping. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Tang Qing wanted to liven up the atmosphere and find some topics. Shiqi, okay, although it tastes a bit unpalatable this time, don't worry, it may be even worse next time, but this time it's already good. Tang Qing said with a comfort. This anti-chicken soup sentence temporarily confused Qin Shichi's logic, but after thinking about it, she understood the meaning of this sentence. Qin Shichi exploded immediately. Are you trying to comfort me? What do you mean it tastes worse this time? What else does it mean that it will taste worse next time? Qin Shichi didn't know what to say for a moment. She choked on Tang Qing's words again. He, Lin Jiaxue, and Qin Shiyu were also amused by this sentence. Looking at Qin Shichi's eyes that were about to burst into flames, they laughed even more when they thought of the comforting words they had never heard before. Tang Qing pursed his lips and smiled. The chicken soup for the soul culture of later generations is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and gives people endless motivation. However, the anti-chicken soup for the soul has also suddenly emerged and can piss off a large number of people. Another day has passed. How are you today? Is your dream further away? Stop losing weight. You're ugly not just because you are fat. Only with the ability to find boyfriends and girlfriends and many spare tires can you truly enjoy single life. Look in the mirror more often and you will understand the reasons for many things. Those who have really worked hard will understand the importance of talent. After 10 years of continuous struggle and tempering, I finally grew from an ignorant, sensitive, and fragile boy to an ignorant, sensitive, and fragile young man. Okay, remember this smell and don't poison me again. Tang Qing said, comfort again. I won't teach you a lesson. After hearing this, Qin Shichi gave up. She put down her chopsticks and came to Tang Qing's side, scratching and scratching. Tang Qing frequently begged for mercy, but it wasn't painful. He was not afraid of pain, but he was very ticklish. Obviously, Qin Shichi knew his weakness. After countless practices, Qin Shichi had already figured out the itchy spots on Tang Qing's body. My lord, please forgive me. I was wrong, and I regret it. It's too late. Let's see what happens. I don't dare to do it anymore. Qin Shiyu and Lin Jiaxue were still smiling and watching the two of them quarreling, and the atmosphere of the entire lunch became much more lively. After finishing the meal, the sisters were still clearing away the dishes. Tang Qing originally wanted to help, but was pushed out by Lin Jiaxue. It's great to have such a daughter-in-law. After packing everything, at Qin Shichi's strong request, they decided to go shopping. Just like last time, Lin Jiaxue, as the elder sister, held one hand, and Tang Qing followed behind depressively. Today, he didn't even touch Lin Jiaxue's hand, especially the proud look Qin Shichi looked at him, which was obviously to avenge the previous attack. Tang Qing had no choice but to be angry with his cousin. After shopping for more than an hour, I only bought some knickknacks such as headwear. Naturally, Tang Qing was the one who paid the bill. Qin Shichi didn't know that Tang Qing was rich, and she was very sensible and just picked some cheap things to vent her anger on. Just when I was passing by a movie theater. Sister Joshua, let's go watch a movie. I heard from my classmates that Stephen Chow's Kung Fu has been released. It's been a long time since it was released, and I haven't seen it. Qin Shichi said excitedly when she saw the poster. Lin Jiaxue glanced at Tang Qing inquiringly, and when Tang Qing nodded, she turned around and said softly, Okay, let's go and see. I really want to watch this movie. Lin Jiaxue was also busy with her studies during this period. If Tang Qing hadn't pulled her in the past few times, she wouldn't have been able to go out, so it was naturally impossible to watch any movies. In addition, some classmates in the class usually discussed the plot of the movie, so it was inevitable that she would have some expectations. Today is the weekend, and the flow of people in the cinema is quite large. As you can imagine, there are no tickets at all. Tang Qing thought about how that could be possible. We finally went to see the movie without tickets. So I decisively bought it, a scalper ticket. 61 card were not considered money at all in Tang Qing's eyes, but they only said 40 to Lin Jiaxue. Even this price made Lin Jiaxue feel distressed. Although Tang Qing was rich, she was naturally frugal and inevitably still stuck in her previous mentality. Even Qin Shichi regretted that Tang Qing had spent so much money on watching a movie and even offered to return it. Of course, Tang Qing could not agree. Of course, the cinemas of this era did not have the multi-screening hall model of later generations. The entire cinema had only one screen and could seat about 300 people. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the time was up. Tang Qing bought a lot of snacks and entered the cinema. Tang Qing has watched Master Xing's Kung Fu many times. It should be said that Tang Qing has watched almost all of Master Xing's movies no less than 10 times. There's no way. Classics are classics. Before his rebirth, he was still looking forward to one movie, and that was Liu Jingyu's The Master. At first, he was looking forward to the stars and the moon, and it was finally scheduled to be released on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Then it was shamelessly delayed and became the summer release of 2007. Unfortunately, he was reborn on June 1st and had no chance to see it. From the original hip-hop quartet to the later The Master and several short films, he has recognized Liu Jingyu's nonsensical comedy skills. Many people say that Liu Jingyu is the successor of Xing Ye's nonsensical, and he also agrees with it. After all, for so many years, he has not seen an actor who really makes him feel that his style is similar to Xing Ye. The only one is Liu Jingyu. It's just a pity. It seems that if you want to watch The Master, you have to wait for more than 10 years. Forget it. When you have money to invest in film and television, let him help. He knows that Liu Jingyu has been doing odd jobs. He still needs to practice hard if he wants to be able to direct a movie. There's no rush now. When he was first reborn, he even thought about making money by filming some awesome script from later generations. Later, with the upgrading and growth of the banking system, now, he no longer has to worry about money. He will even worry about how to use so much money in the future. After all, the profit from reversal alone is close to crazy. It is not unimaginable to make profits of several billion a month in the future. He doesn't want to get involved in domestic internet companies in the short term. After all, the internet landscape has been formed now. All the big guys are not sure of funds. They use their own money to rush in, and others will ignore them. When the big era of smartphones comes, he will have the opportunity to get involved in industries, such as the internet or mobile phones. However, he doesn't care even if he can't get a share of the internet or smartphones. In his opinion, these companies and even the current Xingtang clothing are not his core industry in the future. A banker's core industry will never be the internet and low-end manufacturing, but a super giant headed by banks and dominated by minerals, energy, food, military industry, land, high manufacturing, major research institutions, etc. In other words, what a banker really cares about is not money or the market. Money means nothing to a banker. Land, mineral resources, population, and influence on the government are what a banker really cares about. Forehead. That's too far. With a strange mood, Tang Qing once again watched Kung Fu by Mr. Xing. It was really good. He wouldn't feel bored after watching it again. This is a classic, unlike those of later generations. Many movies made Tang Qing want to say, "What the hell is this? I'll pay you to show me this." This may be the charm of Mr. Xing. I don't get bored watching his works over and over again. However, although he appreciates Star Masters movies, he doesn't chase stars. He only likes the works of stars. There is a saying that goes well, "I like you in the work, but I have no interest in you in reality." This is Tang Qing's point of view. An actor or a singer can only be liked when you're where you really should be. In reality, I'm sorry, I don't care what kind of person you are. As long as you act well, your role is recognized, and your work is liked, you have done your job, and I will spend money to support you. He really doesn't understand those people who want to interfere in other people's lives if they like a star. Isn't it good to leave the beauty in your heart on the screen and destroy it? Sister Joshua, Stephen Chow did a great job. It would be great if there was a signature. Qin Shiqi said after leaving the cinema. "Shiqi, are you still chasing stars?" Lin Joshua asked with a smile. "No, I just like his movies. The autograph is just a souvenir." Qin Shiqi shook her head and said, "If she wants to chase after a singer, she has no love for movie stars. Then you can only go to the airport to block him from now on." Lin Joshua said with a smile. Isn't this adding trouble to others? There are so many people, it's so embarrassing. No, isn't there a smelly brother? Go get it for me. Qin Shiqi's eyes lit up, and she said, What does this have to do with me? Tang Qing said helplessly. Don't think I don't know. You're also a fan of Stephen Chow. Qin Shichi curled her lips and said, well, okay, I'll go to the airport to block him when I get the chance. Tang Qing had no choice but to agree. Anyway, he said there would be a chance, but it's not now. That's pretty much it. Let's go, Sister Joshua. Go home and cook. It's so cold outside, Qin Shichi said. At this time, Tang Qing also noticed that snowflakes were falling outside again. So beautiful. In his previous life, he felt a touch of sadness in everything he looked at. In this life, he had everything, and everything he looked at was harmonious. P.S. Chapter 1, and May 2nd be very late again. It's Monday. I guess everyone is the same and extremely busy. Please subscribe to the official version. Also, I'd like to ask for some recommendation votes. If you can't support it by subscribing, you can also recommend some. January 17th, Monday, Laba Festival. However, there was no Laba porridge to drink today. Tang Qing even had no impression of Laba porridge in his memory. Maybe other places still retain the tradition of drinking Laba porridge, but obviously it didn't happen here. He still remembered the taste of the canned 8 treasure porridge. At this time, it was still one of the common foods for people traveling far away, just the sticky 8 treasure porridge. TSK. Tang Qing doesn't want to eat that thing at all. Needless to say today, Tang Qing has become the focus of the class again. He ranks first in grade and has a total score of 733 points. Due to the increase in the difficulty of the paper, he is a full 53 points more than the second place He Peng and 60 points more than the third place Wang Yan. Such a terrifying score blinded everyone's eyes. This gap was completely insurmountable. Before, the two of them thought about the hope of getting closer and overtaking, but now it seems that they're being pushed further and further away by Tang Qing. Of course, He Peng was admired and jealous, while Wang Yan was purely happy, looking at Tang Qing with eyes full of admiration. Principal Chu Yuanhang personally talked to Tang Qing during the first period. His attitude was enthusiastic. In short, it was a principle, keep up the good work, and just say anything if you have anything to say. Chu Yuanhang couldn't help but be excited. Based on the difficulty of this exam, it was not unimaginable for Tang Qing to directly take the college entrance examination and get the top prize. This was his hope of becoming the deputy director. Otherwise, it would take at least 2 years to become the deputy director. But time waits for no one. Who can predict what will happen in a year? By then, if his father's influence is no longer strong or other emergencies delay it, he will be in trouble. Tang Qing also said that there was nothing he needed help with, but he just mentioned that he might ask for leave frequently in the future. Chu Yuanhang had heard about this a long time ago, and Xinmei had also reported it to him, but he didn't care. Now that Tang Qing had brought it up directly, it was of course impossible for him not to agree. He patted his chest and promised that if he wanted to ask for leave, he would come to Xinmei and approve it as long as it was not for a few days. Tang Qing naturally expressed his thanks and promised not to transfer to another school. The bell had just rung when he returned to class, but the teacher hadn't arrived yet, so Tang Qing naturally endured the admiring looks of his classmates and returned to his seat without looking away. Seeing Tang Qing come back, Wang Yan came over and whispered, Tang Qing, go to my house for dinner tomorrow night. Just you. Don't tell Li Kai. I'm afraid he will have ideas. She knew that Tang Qing would definitely celebrate with her family today, and there was no reason to go to her house. As for Li Kai, although she was also a good friend, she just wanted to invite Tang Qing. It always felt weird to have another Li Kai. Okay, no problem. We will go directly to your house then. Tang Qing nodded and agreed. He knew Wang Yan's character. In her heart, her family was the first level, she was the second level, Li Kai was the third level, and his classmates were the fourth level. There was a psychological difference between closeness and distance. There was nothing wrong with only inviting herself this time. Yeah, Wang Yan whispered, but she unconsciously started to worry about what to cook tomorrow night. Of course, she couldn't be hasty when cooking for Tang Qing for the first time. She had to tell her family about it tonight. She would let her mother prepare it during the day tomorrow, and then cook it by herself in the evening. She had mentioned before that she wanted to invite her classmates and table mates to dinner, but the time had not been confirmed with Tang Qing. So in the next few classes, Wang Yin absent-mindedly planned tomorrow night's dinner. And, of course, there were things she needed to tell her parents about. She had never revealed the details of her deskmate before, so if she didn't explain it carefully this time, her parents would definitely have to think more. In this way, Wang Yin spent a tangled day. This time, the teachers of various subjects had a tacit understanding and did not let Tang Qing come on stage to give lectures. He had already proven his strength in the past few times. Tang Qing would definitely be tired of always asking others to come up and give lectures. Now Tang Qing is like a national treasure in the eyes of the teachers. Even though Tang Qing lowered his head and turned his pen in a daze throughout the class, the teachers still liked him. Go home from school in the afternoon. Tang Qing's monster-like results naturally aroused another exclamation from his aunt, especially when she knew that this time her score was more than 50 points higher than the second place. Her eyes widened. Last time it was only 16 points higher. This time the difficulty of the paper has increased and the gap is getting bigger and bigger. 53 points. The aunt unconsciously felt as if she was in a dream. Her nephew's mind was too open. If others open his mind and open a crack, Tang Qing directly opened a hole. Tang, how did you pass the exam? How did you get such a high score? Auntie put down the paper and asked stupidly. Well, that's how the test is done. Read the questions and do the questions. Tang Qing said helplessly. During the day, he was pestered by that guy Li Kai for a whole day and asked about it, so he just had to call the police and report him as an alien. Although Li Kai had made great progress this time, under Tang Qing's light, he didn't attract anyone's attention. He felt unsatisfied for a while and threatened to blackmail Tang Qing. Tang Qing said that there was no pressure and it was up to you. This actually confused Li Kai. The best and most expensive 5-star hotel in the city had free food and drink. What else could make Tang Qing feel pain? In the end, Li Kai gritted his teeth, pinched Tang Qing, and walked away, which was able to offset the injustice in his heart. Tang Qing, dumbfounded, rubbed his arm that didn't hurt at all. These idiots are getting more and more idiotic. But before you, why was the gap so big? Andy hesitated. This is because we are smart. I used to hide my strength. Tang Qing raised her eyebrows and said confidently, Nonsense. I don't know you yet. If you had such strength, you would have entered the same school as Joshua. Her aunt laughed and scolded, exposing Tang Qing's nonsense without hesitation. Ha. So, this is called accumulation, soaring into the sky, piercing the sky, and seeing the sky again. Tang Qing said sternly without any embarrassment. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. My aunt is really happy to see your results now. Keep it clear, okay? Aunt shook her head and smiled. Tang Qing is much more cheerful now than before. She didn't think much about it. She just thought it was because Tang Qing's grades were good, his mentality was relaxed, and he was confident, so he naturally spoke cheerfully. No problem. No one can take away my first place. Tang Qing said confidently. Well, that's good. Annie nodded. Naturally, her aunt reported this good result to Tang's father and mother, which made Tang Qing's parents extremely happy. They were even more excited when they heard her aunt said that it was very likely that she would be the #1 scholar in several provinces. In the end, Tang Qing was pulled over and listened to his parents for 20 minutes before giving up. Tang Qing could really feel the deep care and expectation in that tone. In his previous life, his grades had not been ideal, and his parents didn't put much pressure on him. They just said that he should try his best. In this life, Tang Qing's grades were so good that Tang Qing knew how high his parents expected him to be. In the past, he just didn't want to put too much pressure on himself, and didn't force him to do what he had to do. Poor parents in the world. Of course, in the end, he promised to give him 500 pocket money. This money naturally came from the money Lu Gon gave him last time. Before, his pocket money was usually tens of hundred, but now he gave him 500 directly. You can see how happy Tang Qing's parents are. Isn't it just for their children that they make money? If their children are promising, even if they spend it randomly, it doesn't hurt to give them more money. After a while, Qin Yugong and his cousins came back, and naturally they were watching Tang Qing again. Especially Qin Shiqi's eyes made Tang Qing feel like a monkey in the zoo. Let me reiterate, we are not monkeys. Tang Qing couldn't help but quibble. After eating a big meal cooked by my aunt in the evening, Qin Shiqi came to Tang Qing's room and closed the door. Looking at the mysterious smile on Qin Shiqi's face, Tang Qing suddenly had a bad feeling. Brother, I'm going to treat you. Qin Shiqi said just 3 words. After learning that Tang Qing ranked first in the youth level, the first thing Qin Shiqi thought of was not to congratulate her, but to rob and replenish her small treasury. She knew that the 500 reward from Tang Qing's school plus the 500 from Tang Qing's parents was a huge sum of 1,000, and she was not greedy. She would be satisfied if she could only get 100 or 200. What kind of guest are you inviting? You came to blackmail me without saying a word of congratulations, you bandit. Tang Qing said angrily. Although Qin Shiqi has been robbed more than once, we still have to have some backbone and try to resist in vain. Okay, congratulations, brother, treat me. Qin Shiqi stretched out her hand and raised her eyebrows this time, her expression almost telling me to show my respect and hand it over. Female bandit, female robber, female gangster. Various nicknames came up in Tang Qing's mind. Can't you be more tactful? Tang Qing said angrily and amusedly. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over to me quickly, or you will be punished. I have given you a chance. Qin Shiqi said with an expression on her face as if you had taken advantage of her. Tang Qing was speechless and handed over a red note with a trembling voice. Although he didn't feel distressed at all, his face definitely showed a look of pain and reluctance. Give it to me. Hee. I made money again today. I'm so happy. Qin Shiqi grabbed it and played with the red ticket happily. You stole this. Tang Qing corrected him immediately. Nonsense. This is what I worked hard to get. A serious income from hard work. What else is there? Qin Shiqi carefully put away the 100 and stretched out her hand again. Didn't I give you one? Tang Qing asked. That's mine and my sister's. You can't ignore this, sister. Qin Shiqi curled her lips and said. What else could Tang Qing say? She could only offer another red note, and said with a wry smile, Here you go. That's all. That's pretty much it. Hee. I made a lot of money today. Let's go. After that, Qin Shiqi jumped out of Tang Qing's house. Seeing Qin Shiqi leaving, the bitter smile on Tang Qing's face slowly turned into a smile. It's really a good thing to have a sister like this. P.S. Chapter 2 is freshly baked and hot. Please try it. Please vote, please. By the way, I would like to give you a 5-star review in the upper right corner. There is only one person left to show it. Even 10 people can't get it together. The mouse is so helpless. Afternoon. Wang Yin returned home. Before Wang Yin entered the door, she heard the sound coming from her home. Brother Chen's mantis fist is superb. Lou admires it. Please take the next move. Ah, you actually used a hidden weapon, you despicable person. Wang Yin twitched the corner of her mouth and opened the door. At this time, Wang Yan's mother was cooking dinner in the kitchen. There was a Xiangjiang Kung Fu movie on the TV that Wang Yin had not watched. The Queen Mother played the sound quite loudly so that she could hear it in the kitchen. Wang Yin couldn't help curling her lips when she saw this. You said that at your age, it's okay to watch family ethics dramas. It's also reasonable to watch youth idol dramas. You can understand even watching operas, but you actually like to watch Xiangjiang Kung Fu movies. That's for men, right? The most important thing is that you can just watch it. She even rented the DVD and watched it over and over again, and sometimes imitated the people in it. She really couldn't understand her mother's behavior, and her mother didn't see any violent genes. When Wang Yin was in junior high school, she liked to watch the idol dramas of Wanwan. She kept a lot of such discs at home, but she never followed them after she had Tang Qing in her heart. She just liked to be in a daze in the room when she had nothing to do. She often relied on studying hard to dilute Tang Qing's growing figure. This was also the main reason why her studies had improved so quickly since her freshman year in high school. Yinzi, how did you do in a monthly exam this time? At this time, Wang Yan's mother's voice came from the kitchen. Although she didn't see anyone, She could tell that this was her daughter from the sound of the door closing after so many years. Yinzi is Wang Yan's nickname. Wang Yan's grandfather used to call her Yinner when she was a child. When she called her, she unconsciously heard it as Yinner. Then someone added another sentence, so her nickname became Yinzi. Wang Yan was speechless about this. It was such a local name, but there was nothing she could do about it. Everyone had been calling her Yinner for more than 10 years and couldn't change it. It's almost the same as last time, third in grade. Wang Yan said loudly while taking off her shoes. There was no way. The TV was too loud, so she couldn't hear clearly if she whispered. That's good, come on, try to surpass the first two next time. Lan, Wang Yan's mother, encouraged her. She has always been proud of her daughter's academic performance and has never worried about it. In fact, in her opinion, her daughter's grades are just above average. It is a complete surprise that she is in the top of the grade every time. Yes, Wang Yan replied. It was possible to surpass the second place, but she didn't dare to expect the almost terrifying results of the first place Tang Qing, and she never thought about surpassing Tang Qing. The better Tang Qing was, the happier she would be. When she thought of Tang Qing, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile sweetly, but Wang Yan's mother was still in the kitchen and no one saw her. Wang Yan first turned off the VCD that she couldn't bear, went back to her room, put down her school bag, and went to the kitchen. Seeing her mother picking vegetables, she went over to help. Mom, my classmates are coming to our house for dinner tomorrow night. Lan raised her head and asked, how many people are there? Although Wang Yan had said before that she would invite her classmates to dinner, and that there would only be one person, things would always change. Just one. Wang Yan said, this is the first time you have invited a male classmate to your home for dinner. I will take a good look at this young man tomorrow. Lan said with a smile. Her daughter has very few friends, only a few female friends, and she has never heard of any male friends before. Wang Yan knew that her parents did not have any requirements for girls' studies, as long as they were similar, but they valued boys' academic performance very much. Therefore, Wang Yan rarely mentioned Tang Qing at home. However, Tang Qing's academic performance was getting better and better recently, and sometimes she would accidentally mention Tang Qing at home. Before her senior year in high school, Wang Yan's parents only knew that her desk mate was a man, and they knew nothing else. Only recently did she find out that Wang Yan and Tang Qing had been roommates for more than 2 years, and she didn't ask for more information. Seeing her daughter quietly inviting a male classmate to come to her house for dinner, how could she, as a woman, not want to distort this signal? However, she knew that although her daughter had a stronger personality, her face was really thin in this regard and her mouth was very stubborn. She didn't understand anything now, so it would not be appropriate to directly raise the issue of not being allowed to have puppy love. She would wait and see what happened after meeting her. Mom, you can cook something special tomorrow. By the way, Dad, why haven't you come back yet? Wang Yan asked without changing her expression. Of course, she could guess a little bit of the hidden meaning in her mother's words, but now she was riding a tiger and could only take one step at a time. However, she did not regret inviting Tang Qing. Although it might make her parents think too much, she didn't care in order to help Tang Qing. Your dad has been busy these days, running around for formalities. I don't know the details. Lan said with a smile. She was so eager to change the subject that her daughter was so eager to change the subject. She was even more curious about Tang Qing. What kind of boy could make her daughter so attracted to him? As for Tang Qing's specific information, she didn't bother to ask now. She trusted her own eyes and waited until she met Tang Qing in person before making a judgment. I don't know if it's because she likes to watch kung fu dramas, but her heart for gossip has always been very small, even though these two things are totally incompatible. As soon as dinner was cooked, Wang Yan's father Wang Sheng came back. Wang Yan quickly stepped forward and took her father's bag and coat and complained, Dad, you are finally back. Come and eat. Okay, Wang Sheng said with a smile. Seeing his daughter being so considerate, Wang Sheng's heart was filled with warmth. It was better to have a daughter, unlike his wife who just liked watching kung fu movies. Of course, it wasn't that Lan was unkind, but relatively speaking, his daughter was not as active every time. After just a few bites, Wang Yin said, "Dad, I'm going to invite a classmate to my house for dinner tomorrow night. You have to be there." "Why does Dad have to be there? Is there something wrong?" Wang Sheng raised his head and said in confusion. He had heard from his wife before that his daughter's male classmate was coming to the house for dinner. When he heard the news, he couldn't sleep very late at night. It was the first time that his daughter took the initiative to bring a male classmate to the house for dinner. He couldn't help but ignore it. His first reaction was that his daughter was in love. His second reaction was that some brat from a family dared to cause trouble to my daughter. He couldn't bear to think about it. The third reaction was that he wanted to take a good look at the other person's character. "No, my classmate has opened a company, but he may not have enough experience. You can give me some pointers when the time comes. There are some things I can't ask." Wang Yin lowered her head and poked the rice in the bowl to express her purpose. She was not an ignorant girl. She grew up in a businessman's family. Naturally, she knew more than ordinary high school students. She saw Tang Qing suddenly get rich and suddenly bought a factory and started a company. She was impressed at first, but the more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. First, it was the source of funds. Second, the business management. And third, the follow-up. Development. How could Tang Qing, a high school student, manage such a big company? Especially Tang Qing's almost hands-off management style is very problematic in her opinion. Will he be deceived because of his youth? Or being ignored or something like that? But she didn't dare to ask Tang Qing directly. Since she was little talker, it would be better to tell Tang Qing through her father's mouth and teach Tang Qing some management experience. She also thought she knew Tang Qing's family thoroughly, and there was no one who could really guide Tang Qing. Even if there might be such a person, she would rather just believe it and let her father be the icing on the cake. "Your classmate has opened a company? What kind of company? How many people are there?" Wang Sheng said in surprise. It was not surprising that a senior high school student started a company. He knew many second-generation people like this, but it was unexpected for him to happen to his daughter. Sherlon also stopped eating and looked at Wang Yin, waiting for her answer. She really regretted not asking about it just now. Now she can only be surprised with Wang Sheng. Every time she thinks of being surprised with Wang Sheng, she feels like going out and bumping into people. We shouldn't have pretended just now. Sherlon regretted it in her heart. Fortunately, Wang Yin and his daughter next to them didn't know what Sherlon was thinking at this time. Otherwise, they would all be in confusion due to this mind-blowing thought. He runs a clothing company and a factory with a few hundred people in total. I'm not sure. Now, he has found a general manager to take charge of this big stall. I'm afraid he will suffer a loss, but there are many things I can't say. Wang Yin said slowly. When Wang Sheng heard about the size of the company, he was already convinced. This was at least an investment of nearly 10 million. Such a large sum of money would bring trouble to a high school student. Who is the second generation of this company? Then the curiosity in his heart became more intense, and he laughed and said, "Ha, I have to take a closer look at such a young talent to see what his background is. Her family is in the clothing business, but it's not a big one. I don't know the specific source of the money to open this company. Anyway, it was not given by his parents." Wang Yin said truthfully, "Does he have any relatives who are officials? Otherwise, it would be difficult to imagine the source of this money." Wang Sheng frowned and asked. The family didn't have much money, so it certainly didn't fall from the sky. Someone must have given it to him. Why should it be given to a high school student for nothing? In his opinion, he only had power. As for the nonsense reason of winning the lottery, it is impossible for him to believe it, and a high school student obviously does not have such a huge amount of legal income. And the person who dares to spend such money is obviously not worried about the source of the money. There is an uncle who is an official and is the director of the police station in the west of the city. Wang Yin said. "Qin Yugong," Wang Sheng said in surprise. "Dad, do you know him?" Wang Yin asked. "Of course we know each other. The first real estate developed by your father is in the west of the city. I went to visit Qin Yugong once before. I heard that he solved a big case some time ago, and now he has a bright future. This money." Wang Sheng slowed down and looked at Wang Yin. Wang Yin naturally knew what was going on and hurriedly said, "Dad, don't think too much. His uncle is not that kind of person. Although I don't know the specific source of the money, it should be fine. And I have been my desk mate for so long. I believe he will not do bad things. It's just that I'm afraid that he will suffer a loss and leave everything to someone unfamiliar with him. What will happen if he loses? You care so much about this kid, don't you? Wang Sheng said with a wink. He was too lazy to worry about the source of Tang Qing's money. Even if the illegal income had nothing to do with him, he was not his son-in-law now. He wanted to test how deep his daughter was in. Dad, don't think too much. I'm just a roommate. I want you to give him some advice. He may not listen to what I say. Wang Yin said coquettishly. Well, who knows their children better than their parents? Wang Sheng is already sure that his daughter has feelings for Tang Qing, but it remains to be seen how deep they are. It's okay to give some advice, but how is that young man studying? If he is just an idiot, no matter how much money he has, I won't recognize you as my desk mate. Wang Sheng said with a smile. Why do you still discriminate against students who don't study well? Wang Yin complained. She didn't like this view very much. It doesn't matter if they don't study well, and it doesn't mean that others will not be good in the future. This is not discrimination, it's just your father's way of looking at people. At this age, if you can't do your job well, you'll run off to do business. No matter how big the business is, your father won't look down on people who can't figure out their position. Wang Sheng waved his hand and said, this was his long-standing thought, and it has never wavered, but he felt that he understood it a little late. Otherwise, he would not have always been a small businessman. Whenever he saw other people driving around in trains or planes, while he was moving forward step by step, he would feel uneasy. After living for so many years, he deeply understood the true meaning of the saying, evil prevails over good. He is the first in the grade. Wang Yin said calmly. The first in the grade? How many points did he score in a monthly test this time? Wang Sheng asked in surprise. Before, he only cared about his daughter's ranking. As for who was in the top few, he never asked. After all, it was none of his business, no matter who it was. Sherlon also looked at Wang Yin with a questioning attitude. 733. Wang Yin said with a smile. She couldn't help but be happy every time she thought of this score. There was a bit of pride in her tone, but Wang Sheng and Sherlon, whose attention was diverted, didn't notice it. 733? Yes. Wang Yan's parents couldn't help but take a breath. Obviously, such a heaven-defying score will be monster level wherever it is placed. They knew that their daughter was only 673 points. Doesn't that mean that Tang Qing was a full 60 points taller than her daughter? This is a completely crushing gap. They thought that the two in front of their daughter were about the same. After all, it was always like this before. Now, suddenly, a gap of more than 60 points appears. It is as if they are not doing a set of papers. Really? Tang Qing really passed 733. Wang Sheng asked in shock. He wanted to confirm again. Of course, he also tutored me in my studies. You are not allowed to hide it secretly then. Wang Yin rolled her eyes and started to fool her father. No problem. I will never hide anything. Wang Sheng promised, patting his chest. Now his impression of Tang Qing has drastically changed, and thinking about it, if the other party and his daughter are in love, it is not unacceptable. As for what people are like, he doesn't care. He trusts his daughter's vision. After being screened by his daughter, it will definitely be the same. P.S. That's it for today. Wang Haiyan, tired and disgusting. I owe 6 chapters accounting. January 18th, Tuesday, the winter sun shines into the classroom and makes people feel extra warm. The teachers were spitting on it, while the students in the middle of the first row were counting groups of alpacas below. Wang Yin was out of sorts all day again. The first meeting between Tang Qing and her parents made her feel very uneasy. Although her parents knew about Tang Qing's excellence last night and showed great appreciation and interest, she still couldn't calm down. Tang Qing also noticed Wang Yan's strangeness, but said nothing because he felt even more uneasy. This upcoming meeting brought back memories that were deep in his mind. In his previous life, he had only met Wang Yan's mother once, when he was in his senior year. One day, Wang Yan's mother Sherlon suddenly came to him and took him to a cafe. Sherlon did not tell him to leave Wang Yan at first. Instead, she told the truth and reasoned. saying various things about how good Wang Yan was and how favored she was at home. Tang Qing, who understood what Shirlan meant, kept silent and was full of entanglements. In the end, Tang Qing was naturally not persuaded to give up after just a few words. Instead, he insisted on his own ideas and wanted to see what Wang Yan had to say. Unexpectedly, Shirlan suddenly mentioned her parents at that time. She didn't say anything extremely humiliating. She just said that a family like yours could not be worthy of Wang, and even if her parents were both gone and still alive, she should have a better life. Just such a sentence made the young and energetic Tang Qing angry, and he left angrily, alienating Wang Yan from then on, and said some cruel words. Afterwards, Tang Qing gradually understood Shirlan's strategy at that time. The purpose was just to make him angry and humiliated, and it was not intentional. Otherwise, he would not have used such a big move in the end. It just didn't matter when I thought about it afterwards. The so-called water can never be recovered, and I also felt that what Shirlan said was right. Her conditions were indeed not worthy of Wang Yan. So in the end, it was natural that it was in vain and reached the point of no return. Tang Qing smiled bitterly in his heart. Ridiculous self-esteem and ridiculous inferiority complex are both harmful to people. If you look down upon yourself, what hope can you have of being looked down upon by others? Therefore, he does not blame Wang Yan's mother. That is what a normal mother would do. Generally speaking, he is just not good enough. In this way, one fell into a trance, the other fell into memories, and both spent the whole day absent-mindedly. School is over in the afternoon. Tang Qing followed Wang Yan directly to her house. At noon, he told his aunt that he would go to a classmate's house for dinner in the evening. His aunt didn't say much, and just said to be careful on the road. Tang Qing naturally couldn't leave empty-handed when he came to the store for the first time. He heard that Wang Yan's father liked to drink tea guanyin, so he bought a box of the most expensive tea guanyin in the store on the way to school at noon, which cost him nearly 3,500. Then he would buy some fruits on the way in the afternoon. Of course, it was impossible to bring such a large box of tea to school. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Li Kai to explain it when asked, so he stored it in the dumpling restaurant of the top student's house. Tang Qing picked 2 more fruits at the gate of Wang Yan's community. He originally wanted to buy more, but Wang Yan stopped him and said that it was okay, so Tang Qing didn't insist. When Wang Yan came to her door, she didn't hear the familiar battle sound, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. She was really afraid that Tang Qing would know her mother's hobby. After opening the door, Shirlan hurriedly walked out of the kitchen after hearing the voice. He was already curious and appreciative. At this moment, when he saw Tang Qing's tall and handsome face, he unconsciously felt a little closer. There was no way around it. For women, handsomeness is definitely the universal currency. Yinzi, this is your classmate, Tang Qing. Shirlan stepped forward and said enthusiastically. He looked Tang Qing up and down carefully and couldn't help praising her. His daughter has really good taste. Tang Qing is very comfortable to look at, both in appearance and temperament. Tang Qing was becoming more and more uncomfortable with Shirlan's eyes. This kind of look could only be seen from Motherland before. She said to her, "Don't think blindly." However, seeing Shirlan, who was more than 10 years younger, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh that things in the world are unpredictable and fate plays tricks on people. "Mom, stop staring at people." "Tang Qing, this is my mother." Wang Yan complained softly. After saying that, he got a new pair of slippers for Tang Qing from the shoe cabinet on the side. "Hello, Aunt, I'm Tang Qing. I didn't expect my aunt to be so young. It's a trivial matter. I hope you don't take it too seriously." Tang Qing handed over the gift and said with a smile. He was not lying. The Queen Mother, who has always been a housewife, looks much younger than her mother. She also looks a bit similar to Wang Yan. Tang Qing missed her mother very much, but she will be on vacation next month, and then she can see them again. Upon hearing this, Shirlan took the things happily and said, "No way. I'm already old and yellow. Just come here. What else should you bring? It's a waste of money. It's all what it should be. It's not something expensive," Tang Qing said while changing his slippers. Shirlan was not an ignorant person, and she could tell at a glance that this tea was expensive, because her family had given it to a leader as a gift before, and she knew the price well. Although the tea was expensive, she was relieved when she thought of Tang Qing's net worth. Although this amount of money was nearly 2 months' salary of an ordinary person, it was nothing compared to Tang Qing's assets. At this time, Sherlon felt that it would be pretty good for Tang Qing to be his son-in-law, but he still needed to observe his character. She doesn't have high requirements for her future son-in-law. She can give her daughter a similar life and has a good character. She doesn't care too much about material things. Wang Yin on the side naturally didn't know what her mother was thinking, and then asked, "Mom, my dad hasn't come back yet? Didn't he say he would come back early today?" "I don't know. No one answered the call just now. You can call again later and see." "Xiao Tang, come sit down and watch TV and eat fruit." After saying that, Sherlon put the things Tang Qing gave him on the coffee table, turned on the TV, and gave the remote control to Tang Qing. "Oh." Wang Yin then picked up the landline phone in the living room and dialed her father's number. "Dad, why aren't you back yet? Are you still busy?" "I'll be fine soon. I'll be home in half an hour at most. I had an emergency today, and I'll be fine in a while." A slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. "Well, then drive slower and pay attention to safety on the road," Wang Yin said with a little distress when she heard her father's tone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yin went to help her mother, while Tang Qing was watching the news in the living room. Half an hour later. At this time, the dish is almost done, and the last soup is being simmered. The three of them were watching TV in the living room with different thoughts. "Kaka." At this moment, there was a sudden sound of opening the door. Knowing that Wang's father was back, Tang Qing immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the door to greet him, while Wang Yin walked over. I don't know if there was something wrong with the door or the way Father Wang opened the door. Wang Yin walked to the door, and Father Wang hadn't opened it yet, so Wang Yin opened the door directly. A middle-aged man with a crew cut came in. Tang Qing looked up and down this billionaire who would be worth tens of billions in the future. In his previous life, he had only seen photos in Wang Yin's mobile phone album. At this time, Wang's father had not gained weight compared to later generations. He was 1.7 meters tall and looked a bit thin. His eyes were bright and bright. An array of light flashed from time to time. He was obviously a very capable person. At this time, Wang Sheng also noticed Tang Qing, and his first impression was the same as that of his wife. He was tall, sunny, and had a gentle and gentle smile. He had all the advantages to be attractive to girls. No wonder his daughter was so attracted to him. The prince's father, who didn't know the truth, naturally, like the queen mother, attributed Wang Yan's attraction to Tang Qing's excellence. Having been in the business world for a long time, he could even feel the faint aura of superiority on Tang Qing's body. This aura was even different from the self-confidence brought by power and wealth, but an inexplicable feeling of fearlessness. Of course, Wang Sheng cannot know about the system. There's this awesome system that has surpassed this world for countless years. After being upgraded to 2 levels, the system has shown its power. It can be imagined that this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are infinite possibilities in the future. Therefore, Tang Qing is full of confidence in his future. Of course, he is full of confidence and has a more open mind. Although he didn't know where Tang Qing's confidence came from, he concluded at the first glance that Tang Qing was really the best among men and that being a son-in-law would be a good choice. He just didn't know if the two of them had such a fate in the end. "Dad, this is Tang Qing. Tang Qing, this is my dad, Wang Sheng." Wang Yin introduced. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Tang Qing bowed slightly and said politely, "The young man looks talented and full of energy, not bad." Wang Sheng was even more satisfied when he saw this. The 4 important qualities of being modest, cautious, not arrogant, and not impetuous were his core standards for looking at people. He had previously felt that Tang Qing had achieved something, and his tail was high. Obviously, Tang Qing's attitude made him think more highly of him. "Uncle, thank you very much. He is in his prime and in the prime of life," Tang Qing said modestly. "Haha, the young man is really good at talking." Wang Sheng laughed. After a while, the soup was simmered and several people got on the table, ready to start. Xiao Tang, do you want a drink? Wang Sheng poured himself a glass of Wulianya and said. Before Tang Qing answered, Wang Yin began to complain and said, Dad, Tang Qing doesn't drink. How can a man not drink? Beer's okay. Wang Sheng ignored his daughter and asked again. He didn't really want Tang Qing to drink, but just for the purpose of this meal. But he was disappointed again. Tang Qing's drinking was almost the same as drinking water. Under the detoxification effect of Yuanli, it was basically impossible to get him drunk. Then just listen to Uncle. Tang Qing couldn't shirk it. Wang Sheng's words turned many non-drinkers into drunkards. It was a bit like moral kidnapping. Xiao Tang, I have listened to my daughter's story about you. Yes, you have good academic performance, and you have opened a company. But I still want to ask you, where did you get the money to start the company? Wang Sheng asked directly, without beating around the bush after being contacted several times. I borrowed it. I unintentionally helped a big shot. He could give me a large interest-free loan. So, I thought about doing some business to make some money. Tang Qing said, truthfully, without changing his expression. Wang Yin had mentioned this before on the road, and reminded herself to ask his father for business experience. Tang Qing was naturally very moved after hearing this. This is the second equity version he has concocted for Tang Dynasty clothing. The first one was for Zhang Dongqing, saying that it was a partnership with the person behind it, and that he only held a certain share as a front-end person. Obviously, that version was to appease Zhang Dongqing. If he knew that he was borrowing money to buy clothes, Zhang Dongqing would definitely try his best to persuade him. Since the deal is now done, this version naturally does not apply. Xiao Tang, to be honest, based on my uncle's experience, you shouldn't choose the clothing industry. What can you do if you have this money? You have to make clothing. What can you do to earn the hard money? I also heard from Yinzi that you want to be a big brand, but it's like a bottomless pit. Your friends can't help you indefinitely. I suggest you get rid of it and start some other business. Wang Xingyu said earnestly. He also knew some clothing business owners. Those days were by no means easy, especially for brand owners. How many companies had fallen on this path? Without huge capital, they were simply looking for death. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for the tip. Of course I know how the clothing industry is, but I dare not say anything else. But one thing I can guarantee is that money is not a problem for me. Tang Qing said with a smile, although he was a bit arrogant. But in order to avoid Wang Sheng's endless entanglement on this issue, it is better to be arrogant. Xiao Tang, I think you still want to invest money in it. But even if you invest a few million more, it's useless. And to be honest, I've seen your online store, and it won't make much difference. Wang Sheng said a little angrily. He didn't expect Tang Qing to be so stubborn. As for the words that money is not an issue, he automatically ignored it. The funds required here are by no means a matter of millions. Even tens of millions may not be enough. How much kindness can be worth so much? Of course not. This is not a trade secret. Let me tell you clearly. After the year, I will invest another 30 million to open some physical stores in the province. Before the end of next year, I will invest no less than 60 million to open stores all over the country. Even if I spend money, I will make a fortune. Tang Qing said lightly. Several people looked at Tang Qing dumbfounded. Shirlan and Wang Yin were both frightened by the amount of money Tang Qing said. 30 million plus 60 million, plus the current investment. Wouldn't it be directly hundreds of millions? How much does that cost? Wang Sheng calculated that his net worth was only over 20 million, and he still needed bank loans to develop real estate. Looking at Tang Qing in student clothes in front of him. This moment, he is messy. Have you considered repaying the loan? The borrowed money must be repaid. What if your friend cheated you and asked you to pay back the money immediately? After a while, Wang Sheng, who came back to his senses, said worriedly, Uncle, don't worry. I can guarantee that my friend can't cheat me. Even if you step back 10,000 steps, the worst result is that the other party will take back the company and I will lose nothing. And I am confident that the other party will not cheat me. There are other reasons, but it's not convenient to say. Tang Qing started to lie again. Wang Sheng stopped trying to persuade him. In the conversation just now, he also understood Tang Qing's character. After all, if he talked more, it would still be annoying, so he stopped throwing cold water and said, "That's good. I won't say more. I believe you have thought it through. By the way, you want to open a physical store. Do you need your uncle's help? Although your uncle has just gotten involved in real estate, he still has some friends. When the time comes, the location and rent will be discounted. Thank you, uncle, for your kindness. The company already has a partner in this area." His company contacted him during the initial store location selection in the province. Tang Qing thanked him. He accepted the favor. Lu Gan took the initiative to help him because of his US dollar relationship. Even if there is a friendship, it is inevitably mixed with interests, but Wang Sheng obviously really wants to help him without asking for anything in return. Which company is so powerful and has channels throughout the province? Wang Sheng couldn't help but asked curiously, "I wonder if Uncle Wang has heard of Lu Qian." Tang Qing said, "Lu Gan." Lu Qian. Wang Sheng muttered it twice and began to think. This name is very familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Lu Qian, Lu Qian Lu. Total? Wang Sheng suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes widened for a moment, and he looked at Tang Qing and asked in shock, "Are you talking about Lu Qian, the chairman of Tianqing Group?" "Yes, Uncle knows him," Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, looking at Wang Sheng's shocked look, he couldn't help but feel shamefully proud. After receiving the confirmation, Wang Sheng was even more surprised. Lu Qian was a wealthy man in the province, and his network of connections was complex and powerful. He didn't expect that Tang Qing would have a cooperative relationship with him, and it seemed that the relationship was definitely not shallow. Of course Uncle knows, but he doesn't know him personally. He is the richest man in the province and the leader in the real estate industry in the province. How could Uncle not know that he is your friend? Wang Sheng asked with emotion. Even as a businessman's instinctive reaction, he wanted to rely on Tang Qing to get to know Lu Gan, but he gave up the idea when he looked at his daughter next to him. Firstly, he couldn't feel embarrassed, and secondly, he didn't want Tang Qing to look down on his daughter. As for feeling inferior to others, he has never thought about it. He is not a person without connections, but he is not in the political and business circles. His brother-in-law, Wang Yan's uncle, is the commander of the military region in the province, and he is a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. His brother-in-law's family is quite powerful in the domestic army, but his sister's status in the brother-in-law's family is a bit low. He does not dare to use the banner of brother-in-law to cause trouble for his sister. Otherwise, he would not have such a net worth after so many years of business. No. Tang Qing shook his head. Okay, Uncle, I won't ask too many questions. With their help, it seems you won't be able to suffer any loss. Wang Sheng nodded. With Lu Qian and that big shot plus Tang Qing's background in Qingyan City, there were really not many people in the province who wanted Tang Qing to suffer. He really didn't expect that Tang Qing around him would become a powerful person and be protected by so many big shots. Aha! Thank you, Uncle Wang, for your guidance. I still have a lot to learn from you. Tang Qing said humbly. It is true that I have more time to ask them for advice. Wang Sheng said with emotion. P.S. This is another big chapter, the only chapter today. In fact, the mouse can still be divided into 2 or more than 3,000 pieces if it is watered one by one. But think about it, I am so tired, and the mouse needs to rest. Please subscribe to the original version. At this time, Wang Sheng really felt that he had nothing to teach Tang Qing. Based on his close relationship with the two big men, he obviously felt like he was trying to teach Tang Qing by talking about his successful life experiences in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing also heard the slight disappointment in Wang Sheng's words, and hurriedly said, Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? They're all busy people. How can they have time to guide me? I have to count on Uncle Wang to give me more guidance in the future. Haha, Xiao Tang, you are really good at talking. I appreciate you more and more. Wang Sheng laughed after hearing this. After Tang Qing expressed his attitude, the loss and discomfort in his heart were immediately swept away. Of course, he could not be defeated by Tang Qing's sugar-coated cannonball. He also understood that Tang Qing was just comforting him. With the confidence and calmness Tang Qing showed just now, he knew that Tang Qing would not come to consult him even if something happened. This was not only a businessman's intuition, but also a rational judgment. If he had such achievements and abilities at this age, his tail would have been raised to the sky. How could he think that he was not good enough? He was happy to meet such a young talent who was sensible, capable, and well-backed, and who suited his taste. Thank you, uncle, for your appreciation. Tang Qing chuckled. Shirlan and Wang Yin on the side were surprised when they saw the two chatting happily. Firstly, they were surprised by Tang Qing's financial resources. Secondly, by Tang Qing's self-confidence. And thirdly, by Tang Qing's well-spoken manner, which gave their mother and daughter too many surprises. Shirlan looked at Tang Qing and became more and more satisfied. He kept nodding his head, thinking that he was the perfect son-in-law. He frequently served Tang Qing with food, and he was so enthusiastic that Tang Qing was not used to it. Dad, who is Lu Qian? Wang Yin asked curiously, and Shirlan looked at her husband curiously. She had been a housewife for a long time, and she really didn't care much about the big companies in the province. Logically speaking, she couldn't not know Lu Qian, a rich man in the province, but her life circle was not wide. She liked to watch kung fu movies when she had nothing to do, and her circle of friends was even quite small. Wang Sheng wasn't surprised either. He hadn't gotten into Lu Gan's circle yet, and he hadn't told his wife at home. It was normal for Shirlan not to know. He glanced at Tang Qing and said, Lu Gan is the chairman of the Tianjin group in the province. He is one of the richest people in the province. I don't know exactly how much money he ranks. I can't guarantee that he will be in the top 10, but he will definitely be among the 20. His main business is real estate business, and now he also runs other service industries, such as the only 5-star hotel in the city. The first-class hotel, Tianfu Hotel, is Lu Qian's property. Tianjin Group is the leading real estate company in the province. He has developed real estate in every city in the province, and he has close relationships with many leaders in the province. Overall, he is an extremely powerful businessman who is even better than your father and me. After saying this, Wang Sheng looked at Tang Qing, who had a calm expression on the side, but his doubts became more serious. After hearing this, Tang Qing did not show any pride on his face. Obviously, Tang Qing was not unaware of Lu Qian's achievements, but he didn't care much if he knew it. Then there is something interesting here. Where does this calmness come from? Is Tang Qing's friend more powerful than Lu Gan? Otherwise, why wouldn't Tang Qing care about Lu Qian's outstanding worth and background? Wang Sheng couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Although he was very curious, he couldn't ask such a private question. Of course, Tang Qing knew this information, but he was not surprised or envious at all. With the banking system, his horizons had risen several levels. Even if Lu Gan was worth billions, it didn't matter. In less than 10 years, Lu Gan's money would probably not even be a fraction of his own wealth. He really couldn't be surprised. So awesome! Wang Yin covered her mouth and exclaimed. She was surprised by Lu Gan's strength. She was not surprised that he was rich, but that Tang Qing was so familiar with Lu Gan. It was not an ordinary relationship to eat without spending money. If you dare to eat the overlord meal at such a businessman, there must be such a deep and unknown relationship. At this time, the smart Wang Yin also attributed these reasons to Tang Qing's friend, who felt that he was such an awesome friend. Well, yes, much better than your father, Wang Sheng said with emotion, then turned to Tang Qing and said, Xiao Tang, you have to seize the opportunity well. With so many people helping you, I believe you'll be able to achieve a great career, but don't give up on your studies, you know? These relationships you have now are all external forces, not your own solid foundation. Only when you are excellent yourself and enter a higher-end circle will you truly be, for example. Being an alumnus of Huaqing University can naturally bring you closer to many senior leaders. Sharing mentors and classmates will make your future journey very smooth. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the real role of this kind of experience. Ordinary people cannot understand it, but the higher you go in the future, you will understand the huge role of this kind of circle. So don't lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. Do you understand? Understood, Uncle Wang. I will not give up my studies. Tang Qing nodded solemnly and replied. Circle culture has never gone out of style, and he has a deep understanding of it, so he naturally understands the meaning of Wang Sheng's words. Academic qualifications do not mean everything, but if the classmates around you are all company executives, group general managers, and elites from all walks of life, one person's chance of success is obviously not a little bit higher than others, especially in the best schools in the country, where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Of course, although the reborn Tang Qing understood this, he did not praise it too much. After all, with the system, which is so awesome, the culture of the circle is important, but it is only for ordinary people, and its role is somewhat compromised. We are the ones who can determine the direction of the world economy in the future. Well, as long as you understand, come and eat. Eat more. Although your aunt is a little confused, her cooking is still very good. Wang Sheng said with a smile. This was what he was saying. Every time he thought about the dishes his wife cooked, he felt that it was worth marrying him. Sherlon seemed to be talented in this area. Everything tasted delicious, but his weird hobby left him speechless. What does it mean to be a little confused? I'm confused. Sherlon stopped immediately. Yes, if you're not confused, come on, dear wife, I'll feed you. Wang Sheng obviously didn't know how to continue, so he quickly picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Sherlan's mouth. Sherlon opened his mouth and ate it without any pretense. Sherlon was still very happy with this. Wang Yan watched her parents being so affectionate and smiled happily. She just looked at Tang Qing, who was eating crab legs with her head down. There was a darker look in her eyes, but no one noticed it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. At this moment, 3 standard doorbells rang at the door. Several people stopped talking immediately, and the sensible Wang Yin immediately stood up and opened the door. But as soon as she opened the door and looked at the figure outside, the smile on Wang Yan's face suddenly disappeared and became unnatural. Yinzi, who is it? Wang Sheng asked. Old Wang, it's me. Before Wang Yin could answer, a familiar voice sounded at the door, causing Wang Sheng and Sherlon to frown and freeze. At the same time, I secretly thought of bad luck. Tang Qing almost laughed out loud when he heard the name. The illusion of Lao Wang next door in later generations is deeply rooted in people's hearts. This is a conditioned reflex and can't help it. But the smile on Tang Qing's face collapsed after seeing the 2 people who came in clearly. It turned out to be Xie Wendong. Obviously, that fat middle-aged man is his father. Tang Qing also cursed in his heart that it was bad luck, which ruined my mood. Although it was rude to use but depends on people. What Xie Wendong did really made him want to curse. Brother Wang, I came uninvited. I didn't expect you to have dinner so early today. The fat middle-aged man smiled even more when he saw Wang Sheng. As soon as he saw the smile on Father Xie's face, Tang Qing made a comment in his heart. He is a treacherous person. Wang Sheng was not happy when he heard it. It was indeed a little early to eat today than usual. Since their family was very busy every day, they came back late and gradually developed the habit of eating at almost 8 o'clock. Tang Qing was coming today, so it was relatively early. I mentioned it to Father Xie last time, but he didn't expect that he would still remember it. Hell, since you knew you were here uninvited, you didn't even say hello before you came. It looks like you still want to eat here, and look at the bottle of wine you brought. Your sister's has been opened. It's obvious that you have convinced yourself and don't pay attention to etiquette at all. Damn, if I didn't want to use my connections to scare you in order to keep a low profile, I would have ignored you long ago. Where are you? Director Xie, Xiao Xie, come in quickly. Wang Sheng had to stand up and forced a smile. Sherlon naturally couldn't sit down, but Tang Qing was calm and did not move his buttocks. He didn't even bother to show formality to Xie Wendong and his son. You make me unhappy. Can I still do what you want? Think beautifully. Tang Qing. Xie Wendong also noticed Tang Qing at the dinner table. Just now, his attention was mainly on Wang Yin, and then he realized that Tang Qing was there. The smile on his face suddenly froze. In addition, there was a faint fear in his eyes. He had no choice but to defeat him covertly and overtly. He even injured himself twice by lifting rocks. Every time he hit Tang Qing, his head was so bloody that he almost had a psychological shadow. Humph! Tang Qing ignored Xie Wendong and took a bite of food by himself without even looking at Xie Wendong. Xie's father gave Wang Sheng a questioning look. Seeing an outsider, Xie's father also felt that it was not the right time to come, but since he had already come, there was no reason to leave. As for the alienation and hostility shown by Tang Qing and his son, he automatically ignored it. As students, it is normal to have conflicts. P.S. Chapter 1 and another chapter will be posted later. Please subscribe, brothers and sisters. Although I don't know if any sisters will watch it again. Haha. Finally, I would like to point out a 5-star review in the upper right corner of the computer. There is only one left to show. This is my daughter's desk mate, Tang Qing, and this is Xie Wendong's father, Xie Jun. Wang Sheng introduced briefly. Since Wang Xingdu had introduced him, Tang Qing couldn't pretend he hadn't seen him, but he didn't get up and called out unhurriedly, "Hello, director, thank you." He just called his position and didn't even bother to call him uncle. He didn't want to use the word uncle to Xie Jun, although the word uncle also has a difference between closeness and distance. If we have a good relationship, we can call him uncle, and if we have a bad relationship, we can also call him uncle. But it's still the same sentence. You make me unhappy. How can I comply with your wishes? If only Xie Jun was around. He might be polite, but with Xie Wendong next to him, he felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Wang Sheng and Shirlan were both a little surprised. Tang Qing, who was polite just now, suddenly became rude to Xie Jun, but Wang Yin did not tell her parents about changing seats. However, the couple didn't think much about it. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Tang Qing was not smart enough to do such stupid things. Even if he pretended, he would still put on a show in front of them. Now that he didn't want to pretend, he obviously had an inside story. Looking at Wang Yin, who had the same unhappy face, the couple also understood that there must be a story in it, and they could only ask about it later. Haha, hello, classmate Tang Qing. Xie Jun twitched the corner of his mouth and said. He was very dissatisfied with Tang Qing's perfunctory treatment. He was also an elder after all, but he couldn't be angry with a student. It was too degrading. Director Xie, what's the matter with coming to the humble residence? Wang Xing asked knowingly. Although he knew that such an obvious hint of chasing people away might be useless, he still had to give it a try. He really didn't want these two people to get involved in this dinner, especially now that he knew Tang Qing's power and he was almost outmatched. It's nothing, I just think that our two families should move around more. No, someone just gave me a bottle of wine, so I thought of sharing it with Boss Wang. Xie Jun smiled. He could naturally hear the meaning of chasing people away in Wang Sheng's words, and he was a little angry. He, the dignified deputy director, came to your house for dinner to give you face, but thinking of today's purpose, Xie Jun naturally pretended not to hear it. As for the wine in his hand, he just picked it up casually from home. The box contained 2 bottles. He came directly with a bottle of wine. It was just a simple meal. It didn't need to be so formal, but he couldn't just take nothing. Director Xie is interested, and Xiao Xie, please come and sit down. Wife, go get 2 pairs of chopsticks and wine glasses. We are already halfway through our meal. Director Xie, please don't dislike it. Wang Sheng said helplessly. What else can he do? You can't chase people away, and Nima who dares to give you a bottle of wine. The reason is obviously because of their own reasons. This pig with a corpse and Xie Wendong, who didn't even bark when they saw him, were angry when they saw him, but he was just complaining in his heart, but he had a welcoming look on his face. It doesn't matter, I don't mind. It seems that I came at the right time. I made so much delicious food. I want to have a few drinks with Brother Wang today. Xie Jun sat down and said without ceremony. He felt relieved at this moment. He liked to see those businessmen scolding him in their hearts, but they had to pretend to be welcoming and grateful. Every time he did this, he felt happy from head to toe. The table in Wang Yan's house is rectangular, not too big, for it can be made in the long direction and 2 in the short direction. It can only seat 6 people in total. Shirlan was sitting next to Wang Sheng before, but now Xie Jun naturally sat down, so he moved it to the short direction next to his daughter. At the same time, Xie Wendong was full of doubts. Why is Tang Qing here? Or this kind of separate family dinner, what does it have to do with them? Each question made Xie Wendong anxious. He desperately wanted to know the reason. If it were Wang Yin and Tang Qing. Xie Wendong doesn't want to believe it, but what's going on now? Could it be that Tang Qing was riding two boats? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. No, you must ask clearly. Thinking that his father was beside him, Xie Wendong immediately felt more confident and asked, Tang Qing, why are you here today? What does it have to do with me being here? Tang Qing said angrily. Now he felt uncomfortable when he saw this person. After a pleasant meal, Xie Wendong came out without warning to make his presence felt. How could Tang Qing give him a good look? As for Xie Jun next to him, he was too lazy to pay attention. This was obviously an uninvited rhythm, without even a phone call. After the royal father expressed his dissatisfaction, he pretended not to know and stayed on. His character must not be good. Xie Wendong and his son directly disgusted all four of them. He couldn't afford to look down upon these two people. No matter what, he couldn't be afraid of a deputy director who was beyond his reach. If the deputy director dared to embarrass the royal father or stir up trouble, he would have to find someone to deal with him. Unlike before, he didn't have to use too many methods. It seems that this classmate Tang Qing and Wendong have some misunderstandings. Xie Jun asked with a smile when Tang Qing's tone was different. It was obvious that Tang Qing and his son were not dealing with this situation, but they were both classmates, so he didn't take it to heart about any small conflicts. Haha. It was a little misunderstanding, but it's over now and I won't pursue it. I just hope there won't be a next time. Tang Qing sneered. Wendong, why don't you thank classmate Xiao Tang? Xie Jun immediately changed his tone and began to educate Xie Wendong. He had been an official for many years, and he didn't think it was embarrassing to apologize. What was there to be ashamed of? Not only is it not embarrassing, in some situations it can be a powerful tool for building character. Thank you. Xie Jun had already spoken, but Xie Wendong could only say reluctantly, You're welcome. Be careful next time. Don't do it again and again. Tang Qingrua said with a hint. The first time was to change seats. The second time was to find gangsters to deal with him. As for the previous New Year's Day performance, he didn't care. It seems that Quanzi and classmate Xiao Tang have a deep misunderstanding. Wendong, please make a toast and apologize. Xie Jun said again. Oh. Xie Wendong really felt embarrassed at this time. He just apologized in front of Wang Yin and gave Tang Qing a toast, but he couldn't be disrespectful because the adults were watching. Tang Qing knew from Xie Wendong's attitude that this person was really a second generation with little experience. A slightly smarter high-level second generation should now be generous, speak sincerely, and pretend to be a gentleman and polite. Obviously, Xie Wendong and this second generation were directly classified as brain-dead by Tang Qing. It's so shameful to defeat such a person. Of course, Xie Wendong couldn't drink white. Although he could drink it, he didn't want to drink it for Tang Qing. He poured a glass of beer directly without standing up. He sat there and handed it over with one hand, looking reluctant. I'm sorry. I hope you don't remember the faults of villains. Xie Wendong probably didn't say it before, and the whole sentence didn't flow smoothly. Tang Qing just smiled, didn't say anything, and raised the cup. He touched Xie Wendong's cup as soon as he lifted it, then quickly retracted it and drank it all. Tang Qing was really speechless. Did he have an aura of mental retardation that forcibly lowered the villain's IQ? He wanted to say to Xie Wendong, You acted so low, which made me feel very unfulfilled. That's right. It's good that the misunderstanding between classmates has been resolved. By the way, Brother Wang, what day is it today? Are you making so many delicious dishes to celebrate Yinzi's good test? If he had a strong background, his own son wouldn't be so rude. That's about it. Xiao Tang also did well in the exam this time, and since he has a daughter at the same table, he invited him to his house for dinner. Wang Fu said vaguely. It was obviously impossible for him to tell the real purpose of the meal. Oh, how many exams did Xiao Tang take this time? Yinzi must be a good tutor, right? Xie Jun asked. When Wang Yin heard Xie Jun calling her nickname, she felt disgusted and ate her rice. She was disgusted with this family to the extreme. This was the first time she invited Tang Qing to come to her home. This happened to her, which made her feel very embarrassed. She had murderous thoughts in her heart. Tang Qing said calmly. 733. What? Xie Jun asked. Obviously, he did not associate this number with his grades, or did not want to associate them with each other. 733. Is that a score that a person can get? Tang Qing frowned and said again, 733 points. You got 733 points? Xie Jun said in shock. Yes. Tang Qing really wanted to say, don't you understand Chinese? Yinzi, is this true? Xie Jun looked at Wang Yin and asked in disbelief. This news is too great. It's scary. Tang Qing is the first in the grade, with 733 points, more than 50 points more than the second place. Wang Yin said proudly. Xie Wendong on the side lowered his head in shame. He had no choice but to do it. They were all students. The gap was a bit big. He had only scored more than 490 points in the test this time, which was a full difference of more than 200 points. It was not like a set of papers. He might not be able to surpass Tang Qing's score if he took 2 more exams. This is so surprising. Xiao Tang, you are really good. Xie Jun said with envy, a little incoherently, and looked at his son again. Really, why is the gap so big? Tang Qing didn't answer. Xie Jun was angry when he saw that Tang Qing didn't want to talk to him, but he didn't say anything else. Ordinary people may be full of opinions about the uselessness of studying, but if you go up a little higher, this concept won't be common. If learning ability is useless, what's the use? He is even quite happy with this view that is common in society. The higher you go to the upper echelons, the fewer strong competitors there are. Why not do it if you or your children have fewer strong competitors? Why correct other people's mistakes and increase your own competitors? Obviously, the more wrong and misleading the views that society is filled with, the more it will benefit you and even your children the most. It's just that his child can't hold himself up the wall, which gives him a headache. Xie Jun didn't want to turn against Tang Qing, so he turned to Wang Sheng and said the purpose of his visit. Brother Wang, our Wendong's grades have not been very good. How about we let Wendong sit next to Xiao Wang and supervise his study? I don't know what you think. In the future, Wendong, you will often come to Uncle Wang's house to study and let Wang Yin tutor you. P.S. The second chapter is here. Thank you, readers, for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. I hope you will continue to support Mouse. Thank you. Xie Wendong's head dropped immediately when he heard this. Now, the development of things has completely deviated from his expectations. He has never dared to tell his family that he was transferred to another class. Otherwise, if he knew that he had offended all his classmates, teachers, and principals at school, and his reputation had already become notorious, his father would never let him go easily. Although his father had always doted on him, once he was really annoyed, a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork would be indispensable. Yesterday, I went home with the paper, and Xie Jun didn't say much. Anyway, his grades had always been like this without any major ups and downs. His father just asked about Wang Yan's grades and didn't say much except to praise him. This made him feel relieved, thinking that he had finally passed the test. Unexpectedly, his father dragged him to Wang Yan's house today. He thought it was just an ordinary visit, and he had been trying to be a good boy to prevent Tang Qing and Wang Yan from exposing his transfer. He had no idea his father had such a plan beforehand. Obviously, Xie Jun's hammer did not hit Wang Sheng. Instead, he knocked himself stupid first, completely forcing the opponent to reveal his own rhythm. He might have been happy before changing seats, but now he was just panicking. For a moment, Xie Wendong was completely at a loss. He was restless, and his hands were trembling a little. Tang Qing and the others were not much better. They were very angry. Not only did they want to change their seats, but they also wanted to tutor and study at home. Tutoring your sister. Who do you think you are? You are just looking for death. Several people were already really angry. At this time, Wang Sheng, the head of the family, said, "It's up to the head teacher to adjust the seats so as not to affect the children's learning." Wang Sheng didn't really want the head teacher's arrangement. He just didn't want to embarrass the children at the dinner table, so he brought someone out to make the transition. Although Wang Sheng's tone was very calm, people who knew him well knew that he was really angry. Why the hell does your son want to sit next to my daughter after he is so poor in studies? What will happen to my daughter's grades? I even want to come to my own home for tutoring, so why don't I get out of here? Okay, I'll ask the teacher to change their seats tomorrow, Xie Jun said domineeringly. When he first came to the city, he didn't have many connections to use. During this time, he became familiar with the business, attended some dinners, and got to know a lot of people. With his status, the teacher shouldn't refuse to change seats. Besides, it is a complete waste to be the first in grade to occupy that position. It is better to make way for his son to improve his grades. As for Tang Qing to tutor him, they're not familiar with each other. How can there be a businessman like Wang Sheng who can be manipulated by him? Dad, I think it's better to forget it. I will study hard in the future and won't change places. Xie Wendong hurriedly begged at this time. Originally, he had thought about finding a reason to change schools in a while, but he didn't expect that he could no longer control his anger. He really didn't want his father to continue to force him like this. Looking at Wang Yan's angry eyes, he knew that if he didn't speak, Wang Yan would definitely expose him directly. Even if he took a step back, even if he exposed him, don't do it in front of everyone. Today's occasion is really too ugly. Xie Jun also looked at his son in surprise, feeling like he didn't recognize him. Is this his son's line? No, he knew that his son was very interested in Wang Yan, and he should be happy now. How could he refuse? He also felt that it would be good if his son and Wang Yan became a couple, and he would not have to take bribes. In addition, Wang Yan was an only child, so he had both people and money, but his son's behavior today was really weird. But he still insisted on his opinion. He had heard his son's promise countless times and didn't believe it at all. Now that the college entrance examination is coming, he must improve his son's performance. What's the matter? I don't know your grades yet. You say that every time. Listen to me this time. Xie Jun immediately began to act like a parent. This sentence made Xie Wendong beside him extremely anxious. He then remembered that no one believed him when he said he should study hard. He was about to cry without tears. He was about to speak again, but Wang Yin couldn't help it anymore. That voice, which usually sounded extremely pleasant, gave away his hopes. Thank you. Classmate, you're not in our class anymore. How can you change your position? Wang Yin sneered. At this time, she was already filled with anger, and she even brought up the matter of changing her position. The key is that she still wants to come to her home and let herself tutor him. You could just dream. As soon as Xie Wendong heard what he said, his face turned ashen. What? Xie Jun and Wang Sheng both looked at Xie Wendong in surprise, waiting for his confirmation. Has your son changed classes? Xie Wendong didn't tell himself. Xie Jun looked at his son with a gloomy face. His son didn't tell him about such a big thing. There must be a story in it, and it was definitely not a good thing, and the impact was definitely not small. Otherwise, the school would not have not informed parents of such a big decision. I feel that there is too much pressure to study well in the class, so I changed classes. Xie Wendong stammered. He also felt that there were several bad reasons, but he had no choice but to take care of his face and dignity. When the incident happened suddenly, he was already in a hurry and couldn't think of a good explanation. He couldn't say that he used despicable means and was punished. Then he really had the heart to die. Xie Wendong just wants to find a hole to crawl in. This world is too dangerous, and the water in the city is too deep. He really didn't expect that he would be in a big trouble as soon as he came. Now he really misses the leisurely days in the county. Wang Yin and Tang Qing looked at each other and refused to expose Xie Wendong's words. Otherwise, if Xie Jun made a fuss, the meal would really be uneatable. I want you to go home and make trouble. Why don't you tell me no? I'll call the teacher later. Xie Jun was so angry that he really wanted to slap him. He knew that this was definitely not the reason for his son to change classes, but he didn't even tell him that this father was the one he was really angry about, and there was such a shameful reason. Xie Wendong lowered his head and stopped talking. Seeing that his father's attention was diverted and the topic ended, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as the truth was not told at this moment. But Xie Jun's next words frightened Xie Wendong's heart into beating wildly. It's okay. Even if we change classes, we will still learn the same thing. It's okay to come to Wang Yin for advice. Xie Jun took a sip of wine and said, preparing to go back and ask his son what was going on. He would finish the second purpose first. At this time, Wang Sheng couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, "Director Xie, my daughter also has a heavy academic workload. I'm afraid it won't be convenient to tutor Wendong. It's okay. I should still have some time. Half an hour a day should be enough." Xie Jun drank a lot of wine and did not notice the change in Wang Sheng's tone. "I won't tutor him," Wang Yin said loudly. It was a joke to ask her to tutor Xie Wendong. Wang Sheng remained silent and did not speak, which was regarded as acquiescing to his daughter's decision. Haha, Yinzi, Bintong still has many advantages. The environment was not good before. This time I hope you can give him some guidance on how to study. When Bindong improves his studies, tell your uncle what you want. He can also provide better help for your father's business. Wang Yin was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Xie Jun actually started to threaten her. Although she wasn't afraid, it was so disgusting. Seeing Wang Yin being forced into this situation, Tang Qing naturally could not stand idly by and speak first when Wang Sheng was about to speak. "Director Xie, Wang Yin has a heavy workload and it is not easy to maintain her academic performance. How can she have time to teach Mr. Ling?" "You think so, Xie Wendong?" Tang Qing said with a half-smile. Yes, Dad. I think it's better to forget it. I will definitely study seriously in the future." Xie Wendong responded quickly after hearing this. "You're worthless, young man. What's wrong with you when we talk? Haven't your adults taught you anything? You're not polite." Xie Jun looked at Tang Qing with an unkind expression and said, "I'm only polite to those who are polite. For others, I don't know what politeness is." Tang Qing also said coldly, "Since you're already so angry, I don't care what your politeness is, as long as I don't point at you and scold you." "Brother Wang, what do you say?" Xie Jun did not surrender his status to quarrel with Tang Qing, a student. He turned to Wang Sheng, the key figure in the whole incident, and said to him that as long as Wang Sheng agreed, other people's opinions were not important. "My daughter is right. Since Mr. Ling is not willing, we can't force him to do otherwise." Wang Sheng said calmly. He would not use his daughter in exchange for anything. This is his bottom line. Besides, you're such a big-ass official. If you make me anxious, I will rub off your official hat. "Very good, Boss Wang. Since I won't force you to do this, I wish you a prosperous business. Let's go, Wendong," CSC's father said in a sinister tone. After speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave, but his movements were a little slow. Originally, he thought that the businessman Wang Sheng would apologize and persuade him to stay, but apparently, no one paid any attention to him and looked at him as if he was an idiot. This made Xie Jun suddenly become angry and embarrassed, thinking that he must look good to Wang Sheng, and he wanted to pass the review and approval of himself. He thought beautifully, "Even if he passed, I can still find trouble for you. Just wait and see. Let's see how you come to beg me when the time comes." Xie Jun has even begun to think of Wang Sheng as groveling, confessing, and repenting. Seeing his father leaving, Xie Wendong hurriedly followed him, forgetting to say hello. Now that things have developed, he knew that he would definitely not get anything good tonight, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. A tree is like a skin, and a person is like a face. He is lucky not to be exposed in person here. In comparison, getting beaten was nothing. P.S. The first chapter is here. Thank you for your votes. Readers are also asked to support genuine subscriptions. Thank you. Uncle Wang, it seems that this person is going to cause trouble for you. If you need help, just tell your nephew and don't be polite. Tang Qing said after seeing Xie Jun leave. Although Tang Qing didn't know what Wang Sheng's background was, it probably had something to do with it being able to reach a scale of tens of billions in future generations. However, he still had to say this. He couldn't do everything to ensure that everything was settled, which would make Wang Sheng, the head of the family, lose face. It's okay, Uncle can still solve this matter. Wang Sheng laughed. He knew that Tang Qing could definitely deal with this little deputy director, but how could he let Tang Qing, a junior, take action? He also had to save face. That's good. If something happens, please don't be polite. Tang Qing said again. Okay, by the way, what happened to Xie Wendong? Why was he transferred? Wang Sheng asked curiously. It is not a trivial matter for a student to be transferred to another class. As a father, Xie Jun didn't know the reason. Interesting for sure. Wang Sheng's desire for gossip also aroused. Then Tang Qing slowly explained what happened. Of course, he only talked about the vice principal, not the gangsters outside the school. It was better not to let them know about this kind of thing, otherwise a lot of questions would be raised, and it would be endless. Humph, you despicable villain. Sherlan, who has a sense of justice, took the lead in occupying the headline sofa. Wang Sheng didn't say anything. Before, he just thought that Xie Wendong couldn't study well and could still be saved. But now it seems that the two fathers and sons are of the same virtue. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. The key is that they also set their sights on his own daughter. He absolutely cannot accept it. At this time, he has already made a decision in his heart. If you dare to reach out, you must be prepared to be chopped off. Although there was a little hiccup, I still enjoyed the meal that followed. Wang Sheng, who had drunk a lot, did not hide it, and tried his best to instill various business principles into Tang Qing. Tang Qing also cooperated with a look of surprise. He also said that he would listen to Wang Sheng's teachings more often in the future, which made Wang Sheng extremely happy. Everyone likes to be a teacher and likes to point others. This is one of human nature. In the past, Wang Sheng didn't have the opportunity to dig into his family like this. Sherlan was not interested and didn't care at all. He couldn't say too many dark things about his daughter. Now that Tang Qing is a listener, he can't stop talking. In this way, in a harmonious atmosphere, Tang Qing ended the first family dinner of Wang Yan's family. After Tang Qing left, Wang Yan and her mother were in the kitchen washing dishes and doing household chores. "Daughter, what is your relationship with Tang Qing?" Sherlan couldn't help but ask. She wanted to see the real person before asking. After meeting Tang Qing, Sherlan also kept paying attention to her daughter's expression. Although Wang Yan pretended to be very good, she didn't even serve Tang Qing during dinner, and her tone didn't show how close she was. But how could this escape her own mother's intuition? Obviously, there was something going on here. "My deskmate and classmate, what else can I have?" Wang Yan felt tight in her heart and said calmly, "Haha, you're a piece of meat that fell off my body. Can you deceive your mother? Although this boy is very good, he still needs to be tested." Sherlan said with a smile, and honestly speaking, she would be very willing to have Tang Qing be her son-in-law. This idea was only firmed up the moment Tang Qing stood up for his daughter. If Tang Qing hadn't said a word just now, it would be absolutely impossible for her to recognize Tang Qing. "What are you talking about? He has a fiancé. It's impossible for us." Wang Yin told the truth, feeling bitter in her heart. Tang Qing, who was getting better and better now, was like a poison that made her addicted. But how to quit? She was confused for a moment. "Oh, that's such a pity. I like this young man very much. It's great to be his son-in-law. His fiancée is blessed." Sherlan said a little disappointedly. Such a good son-in-law was gone like this. Moreover, looking at his daughter, he still had a crush on her. Sherlan's heart suddenly felt a little bitter, and it was another indescribable love. "Mom, ignore you." Wang Yin started acting coquettishly. "Haha, let's not talk about it. It's the Chinese New Year this year." Sherlan quickly changed the subject. She also knew that her daughter's age was the age when she was full of longing for love. If she said too much, it might have the opposite effect. In addition to her daughter's extremely independent character, she just hoped that her daughter could mature and get out of this impossible relationship as soon as possible. She had never thought about letting her daughter snatch Tang Qing away because she didn't understand the things inside it all. With the support of so many people, Tang Qing would never be an ordinary person in the future. This kind of family would definitely be very complicated. It was better not to make random ideas. It could only depend on fate. Wang Sheng was sitting in the living room. I thought about today's event in my mind. Obviously, Xie Jun will definitely cause trouble for himself, and it will be a lot of trouble. His connections in the city really can't remove his official hat, and it is impossible to ask Tang Qing, a junior, for help, so he can only use the last resort. Wang Sheng picked up his cell phone and left the house, dialing a number he rarely dialed. The owner of this phone was naturally his brother-in-law Zhu Jini, member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and commander of the Provincial Military Region. Although I can't get any financial benefits from my brother-in-law's relationship, it's impossible for my brother-in-law to watch me being bullied, especially now that it's not just me being bullied, but Wang Yan is also involved. Based on the love of her sister and brother-in-law for her daughter, no matter what she may, she will never ignore Wang Yan. Wang Sheng pressed the dial button with anxiety. There was no way. Although they were relatives, the gap in status inevitably made him cautious. Originally, he wanted to call his sister directly first, but then he thought it was better not to let his sister know about this matter, lest his sister go to his brother-in-law angrily, and then the brother-in-law thought that he was using his sister to control him. It was better to avoid this kind of misunderstanding as much as possible. "Brother, what's the matter?" A deep voice came from the phone. As soon as Wang Sheng heard this voice, his body tensed up unconsciously. He couldn't help it. He was so nervous. "Brother, I have something to tell you. It's not about the project. It's like this." Wang Sheng didn't dare to talk nonsense. He knew that his brother-in-law was usually very busy, so he briefly described what happened, focusing on the key point of Xie Wendong's influence on Wang Yan's study. Sure enough, Zhu Jini was furious when he heard this. The desperate Xie Jun wanted to change his seat, and also wanted to let his niece tutor his son. If he couldn't do it, he threatened his younger brother, which was simply too bullying. "You bastard, you're so mad at me. Brother, this guy's in my hands. Do you think I won't deal with him severely? By the way, have you told your sister?" Zhu Jini said angrily. "No, I was afraid that she would be worried, so I didn't say anything." Wang Sheng said quickly, "Well, that's good. It's better not to let her know. I want to be quiet at home. In this way, I will handle this matter. You go about your business and remember to abide by the law. I won't help you, but no one is allowed to bully you. Understand?" Zhu Jini nodded and agreed with Wang Sheng's behavior. If his wife knew about it, it would be a lot of trouble. Zhu Jini was very satisfied with Wang Sheng, his brother-in-law. He had never received any benefits in his name for so many years, and he never liked to cause trouble. Over the years, Wang Shengqiu could count all the things he had done on one hand, so he had to do it beautifully. He had 2 sons but no daughter, and he only had a niece like Wang Yan, so he loved her very much. "Damn it, you dare to bully my niece, you are seeking death." "Brother, I understand," Wang Sheng said immediately. "Well, I still have something to deal with, so let's do it." Zhu Jini nodded and said, thinking about who to deal with this matter, but he immediately had the answer after a moment. The deputy battalion commander under him seemed to be the nephew of the mayor of Qingyan City. "Well, let him handle it." "Okay, brother, please get busy," Wang Sheng said. "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. His status was really different, and he didn't speak forcefully. He couldn't escape this mindset. "Humph, let's see how long you can dance," Wang Sheng sneered in his heart. If Zhu Jini wants to capture him, even if it is within the rules, he doesn't have to use too many methods. Sure enough, the next day, Xie Jun was stuck in the approval process again. He had been approved before, but now he called and said he was not qualified and needed to be re-examined. Wang Sheng was also speechless. Such weird things could happen. Naturally, Wang Sheng could not turn against him directly. He should give face to Xie Jun. This was not to give face to Xie Jun, but to his position. Wang Sheng was not stupid. He could go against the officials, but not against his position. Those who challenged randomly would not end well. Although he was not afraid, he would still have to deal with him in the future. Although he was subdued, Wang Sheng didn't do much more, not even treat him to dinner to ease the relationship. He just went through the approval process again as a routine. He waited for Zhu Jini to take action. This made Xie Jun very different. It was completely different from the script he thought. It was just when Xie Jun was preparing to cause further trouble for Wang Sheng. Here comes his trouble. Friday. Go to work in the afternoon. P.S. Chapter 2 is freshly released. Please subscribe to the original version, friends. On the morning of Friday, January 21st, the weather was gloomy, and a light mist shrouded Qingyan City. People started their daily lives again. Obviously, this sentence was meant to make up the word count. Tang Qing asked for leave again this morning. The reason was that he, the boss, had not shown up to Tianyin Consulting since its establishment. Dou Jiao complained about it when he reported work on the phone last night. In addition, he did have something to explain to Dou Jiao in person, so he decided to come to Tianyin Consulting early in the morning to take a look. The current Tianyin Consulting Company is not as busy as Shengtang Clothing, and it does not do business to the outside world. Naturally, there is no need to work overtime on weekends, which is why he went today. According to Dou Jiao's uncle-like character, if he asked her to work overtime on weekends, hey, he would have to blame himself to death. Tang Qing is not the kind of unreasonable person who insists on forcing his subordinates to work overtime. Shengtang Clothing has a tight startup plan and the management's high motivation. If working overtime can reflect a manager's ability and attitude, then it will be damned. Anyway, I had nothing to do. I only went to school to read extracurricular books, so I just took a moment to get some air. After breakfast, Tang Qing called Sun Chao to the Tianyuan building in the city center. It is the tallest commercial office building in Qingyan City, with a total of 38 floors. The outer layer is a light blue glass curtain wall. If it is summer, I don't know if it is due to the design or the material of the exterior wall. When the sun shines directly, it will definitely be a piece of light pollution. However, the weather is gloomy today, and it does not look as sparkly as usual. The huge sign at the door let Tang Qing know that this was actually developed by Lu Qian's company. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a big boss. There are so many industries he was really envious. And, at the same time, he decided with a bit of evil in his heart that from now on, we will put our company's advertisements in places with people all over the world. I will also put up a billboard for him in the desert. Tang Qing got out of the car and walked towards the main entrance of the building. Sun Chao did not follow him, but went to wash the car. It was fine this morning, but he was splashed with mud in a place where road construction was underway. Tang Qing had already changed his clothes in the car and wanted to go in wearing student clothes to meet his employees. La la la. In fact, it's nothing. Okay, no more mistakes. Mainly because I think it's better to be more formal, and we also need to maintain a bit of the majesty of the boss. Entering the building, he was greeted by a lobby. People were coming and going in a hurry. Some people were still running. Seeing the office workers in suits and leather shoes squeezing into the elevator, Tang Qing felt mixed emotions in his heart. He remembered that he was not the same in his previous life. He worked 9 to 5 and often worked overtime. Now he is the boss, rich and powerful, and there are still people. He is basically a winner in life. He looks at the crowded elevator in front of him. Tang Qing was squeezed in by the crowd before he could say a few words of emotion. Do you think being a boss means you don't have to squeeze into the elevator? Tang Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn, I was taken away in a wave. It seems that we came too early. It is the peak period of work now, and you can imagine how crowded the elevator is. This is not the reason for Tang Qing to complain. He is not so pretentious and will die if he squeezes into the elevator. The most important thing is that it doesn't matter if there's no wave. Why is Mao Mao both a man? What about the promised affair? What about the ambiguity promised? Ambiguous about your sister. Moreover, all kinds of body odors and even foot odors were transmitted to Tang Qing's brain. Through his extremely sensitive nose, which was so sour and refreshing. Hiss, never comes so early next time, he would rather climb the stairs. They say the early bird catches the worm. Whoever likes it can eat it. It's really uncomfortable, and now I can't block my 5 senses. The system says that this function will only be available after the second-level gene is unlocked. Tang Qing could only endure it, took a deep breath, and held his breath. Ding! After a while, the 18th floor arrived. Tang Qing rushed out and took a deep breath of fresh air. He was surprised to find that he had held his breath for more than 2 minutes without any discomfort. However, this surprise was instantly forgotten by him. After experiencing this little change, he was only surprised for a few seconds. Tang Qing looked around and heard that Dou Jiao said that 1/8 of this floor was rented. Tang Qing originally thought that he needed to ask for directions, But what about the big sky eye consultation set up at the entrance of the elevator and the cute green grass arrow? If he didn't know, he would have thought that you had rented the entire floor. Slutty do jiao. Tang Qing gom lai. Tang Qing followed the arrow and looked over, and the corner of his mouth twitched again, because at the end of the right is the company's headquarters, and there's a bigger signboard. Damn it. Then you're giving instructions here. It's a waste, but thinking that this position should be obtained by Do Jiao through her own connections, forget it. It's just a small amount of money. Tang Qing walked towards the company's headquarters. The sharp-eyed and beautiful receptionist immediately put on a professional smile, put her hands on her waist, and bowed slightly, and said, "Hello. Who are you looking for?" Tang Qing couldn't help but admire the receptionist's voice, which was so nice and gentle. The girl at the front desk had obviously just joined the company and did not dare to neglect anyone. Her smile also made Tang Qing feel a bit professional, and he couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that Do Jiao's perfectionism was off again. This front desk was definitely professionally trained, and it was not the kind of person who could be trained like this by just grabbing a person and training for a few times. Although it was good to hire a front desk when there was no business, it was good to use it to support face. "Hello, little sister. I'm looking for your Mr. Do," Tang Qing said with a smile. Now he's only a student. The other person must be over 20 years old. It is normal to call him sister. As for the title of little sister, he does not want to be cute, but can't help it. Well, he was influenced by a video from Station B later in life. The first video he watched at Station B was Pure Land by the three girls from the island country. At that time, he was brainwashed by this video and watched it over and over again. There was also another brainwashed house dance by their group, Peachland Love Song. He was really poisoned by these two songs and dances, and the poison was deep. He often watched it several times out of boredom. It was like he was addicted and couldn't stop at all. Oh, what a disgusting cultural invasion. Please give me another dance. The most memorable thing in Tang Qing's mind was the sentence in the barrage. Mom, there's a young lady teasing me in the video." From then on, the title little sister was still fresh in his mind. "Do you have an appointment?" The beauty at the front desk was also a little surprised. This address was like a child calling herself, but she didn't take it seriously and said politely. At the same time, she praised in her heart, "You are so handsome, but you are too young." "No, just tell her that Tang Qing is here," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Okay, please wait a moment." The beauty at the front desk nodded. "Yeah," Tang Qing said. The beauty at the front desk said a few words on the phone, answered twice, then hung up the phone and said to Tang Qing with a smile, "I asked you to wait. Our boss will be here soon. Please wait a moment." "Yes." But the word wait was a bit too fast. As soon as Tang Qing finished speaking, before she could even stop the sound, Do Jiao's loud voice came. "Little boss, you're finally willing to come here." Do Jiao came over and patted Tang Qing's shoulder in a manly manner and said complainingly, "Didn't you ask me to come?" Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. Do Jiao is becoming more and more unrestrained, but he likes this kind of atmosphere. Everyone does what they do seriously. Life needs some spices. Some are strong, some are light. Only when the 5 flavors are mixed, life is interesting. "You won't come if I don't call you, right?" Do Jiao said arrogantly with her hands on her hips. No, of course not. How dare you, little brother? Sister Jiao, please calm down." Tang Qing quickly admitted her mistake and apologized. Do Jiao smiled slyly and took a step forward, pinching Tang Qing's face and said, "You know your mistakes and can correct them. You are a good boy. Let me pinch your face. How do you maintain your face? We women are jealous of you." "No, I still want to touch you." The beauty at the front desk beside her also giggled. Now she also knew that the young man in front of her was her boss. Seeing her boss being played by the general manager, she suddenly felt that this company was so loving. Moreover, she also noticed that Tang Qing's skin was very good and wanted to go up and pinch it, but she didn't dare. Well, she must touch it when she gets familiar with it in the future. Do Jiao pinched for a while and then stopped her poisonous hand and directly pulled Tang Qing into the company. Along the way, Tang Qing also saw the employees in the office area. They were all obviously very busy. Do Jiao did not introduce them and took Tang Qing directly to his office because Tang Qing did not have an office here. This was his special request. He just had an office at Shengtang Clothing. Do Jiao poured Tang Qing a glass of purified water and then sat down on the boss's chair. Tang Qing naturally sat on the guest chair opposite her. Tang Qing took a look at Do Jiao's office. It was about 20 square meters, not very big, and the office supplies were not too high-end. It was obvious that Do Jiao had a sense of propriety and did not spend money recklessly. There was a huge filing cabinet on the side. Seeing that there were many filing boxes inside, Tang Qing nodded. This company itself was used for intelligence analysis and information investigation and classification. The main product was information. He had said before that some important information needed to be formed into paper files for backup. But now looking at the growth rate of these paper files, Tang Qing knew that the day of relocation was not far away. This was because he had not thought carefully before. Those engaged in intelligence do need a huge place to store various files and analysis data. Of course, the most important thing is to conduct electronic data backup. Paper data is just an important preventive measure to prevent someone from causing mischief and directly returning the company to before liberation. In addition to this is a large safe used to store the most confidential information. Well done. P.S. Chapter 1. This weekend, Mouse will try its best to update 5 chapters. The main reason is that it promised the helmsman to update 3 chapters. Mouse, who has not saved the manuscript, can only fight. I also want to thank readers for the 10,000 rewards from Hua Chen Dao. Thank you for your support. Seeing Tang Qing looking around with an expression of appreciation, Do Jiao was also very happy that her work was recognized. She held her chin and smiled and asked, "Little boss, what are you looking at?" She liked the way Tang Qing looked at her without any desire. Children nowadays are very precocious. Each and every one of them has many thoughts, and their hearts are no longer so pure. On the street, every junior high school student has begun to pay attention to which girl has big breasts, which girl has a curvy, but who in the school is not a virgin, etc., and there are some words she doesn't like. This is also the fundamental reason why she feels very close to Tang Qing. The two of them have no unreasonable thoughts and get along easily. No matter how they play and tease, there will be no such feeling of ambiguity. This relationship made Do Jiao feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. She couldn't stop trying to hide it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pinched Tang Qing's face in front of the front desk and completely ignored the majesty of Tang Qing as the boss. Of course, Tang Qing is not Liu Xiaohui. He is just a man in 2 lives. He has experienced so many exciting things and just wants to live with his lover. No matter how beautiful other women are, it is none of his business. He is not a seeder, sowing seeds everywhere, but he is very happy to be friends. After all, beautiful women are not comfortable to look at. As for further relationships or ambiguity, he can only say, "Miss, please respect yourself." With Do Jiao and Qi Yin, beautiful women who only regarded him as a younger brother, Tang Qing felt very good. No one was worried about debts. He owed love debt all his life in his previous life, hurting others and hurting himself. In this life, he didn't want to owe more. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "I didn't think carefully before. The company's paper files will definitely increase in number in the future. I guess we will have to change places after the year." "Haha, don't worry. These boxes are basically empty. It's still early to fill them up, and we have other archives. There's no need to move to a bigger place for at least half a year." Do Jiao giggled upon hearing this. Many of the file boxes here are empty. Tang Qing obviously thought that there was information in those file boxes, but how could it be so fast? The company was just starting out, and the business had not yet been completely straightened out. Even the final storage format and rules and regulations for paper files had not been released yet, so how could there be much stuff there? "That's it. I thought it was all full," Tang Qing said with an embarrassed smile. "Little boss, there is something I want to ask," Do Jiao said with a straight face at this time. Tang Qing was stunned by this futile change of expression and said a little nervously, "What's your request?" "Now, I want to know what your true positioning is for this company, which will facilitate our future work and what your views and goals are for the future of the company. As the general manager of the company, I need to know and then adjust the plan," Dou Jiao said solemnly. After hearing this, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "What did I think it was? Seeing you so serious, I was a little scared just now, huh?" Then Tang Qing also put away his smile, organized the words in his mind, and said, "My real positioning of this company now is my asset management consulting company. Its first role is to supervise and review everything in my company, including personnel, finance, systems, plans, strategies, and other places that will affect the company's performance, so as to avoid major strategic decision-making mistakes in the company. However, you only have the right to review and make suggestions to me. You do not have any decision-making or management rights, and you cannot contact the other party directly to raise existing problems without authorization. All your review results and suggestions can only be known to them with my approval. The second role is to provide business consulting services to my companies. Otherwise, if my company wants to investigate specific information about competitors, it cannot send a commercial spy there personally. This is impossible. You need to do these tasks. Or if the company wants to explore overseas or even foreign markets, you also need to take the lead in providing necessary intelligence support. You are half of their logistics. Your performance appraisal standard is the performance of my company. Once it is on track, the public relations fees and office expenses will be calculated separately. Depending on your performance and role, 1% to 5% of their annual after-tax profits will be your bonus. As for whether it is 1% or 5%, it depends on you. And you don't have to worry about the number and size of the company. I won't leave you idle. You will be so busy next year. The last role is to serve me specifically, such as those personal matters such as small loans. These three are the core of your future work. Do you have any questions, Sister Jiao Jiao? After hearing this, Dou Jiao did not reply, but lowered her head to digest it for a while. Tang Qing's meaning was very clear. Tianyin only served his company and individuals to avoid problems in its affiliated companies. This business model was novel. She had never heard of this kind of management company model before, or she was ignorant. This situation will inevitably put Tianyin Company in a higher position. Although it does not have the management rights of other companies, it does not mean that it has no right to speak. As long as Tang Qing balances the rights of Tianyin and other companies, he can completely ensure that his companies will not make any major strategic mistakes. I have to say that this is really a good management method. However, Dou Jiao's feeling good and Tang Qing's feeling good are completely different things. Dou Jiao felt that this would give other companies a powerful nanny, and it would be difficult for the company to go astray. Tang Qing just found a professional team to manage it because he was lazy and had no time. He didn't know what those bankers were like, but there would definitely be a central think tank to provide them with professional information support. Otherwise, how to effectively manage and supervise the large and complex companies under their control. Bankers are not gods. Having made the decision, Dou Jiao raised her head and smiled and said, "I know what to do. It seems like you are very ambitious, little boss, but I'm curious where your confidence comes from. Are you not afraid of taking it off?" "Haha, don't worry, you can't take it off," Tang Qing said confidently. Although Dou Jiao said it tactfully, Tang Qing naturally knew what Dou Jiao wanted to say. One was that the company would definitely involve some less legal business content, and the other was whether the scale of his company necessitated the use of this somewhat hidden management model. After all, with the addition of an overlord, managers of other companies would definitely have ideas, and once the relationship between the two parties was not properly balanced, the ship might really capsize. But that's for ordinary people. For Tang Qing, haha. Playing off? TSK, TSK. Then you haven't seen the dozens of pages of weapons in the system mall, and there will even be thousands or tens of thousands of weapons in the future. Its appearance means that you have lost your ability. Is there anything more losing than war? Compared with various big moves in the future. It's just a commercial investigation company. Where can we go? Afraid of birds. Even if I take it off, I can give you a hard time to get it back. Well, since you are so confident, I won't say more. Come on, I also hope to see the growth of a giant under my witness." Do Jiao's face changed, and she smiled happily. Although there will definitely be some gray areas involved, seeing how confident Tang Qing is, Do Jiao also decides to play. She also wants to help this little brother she likes. Realize his ideals. If he gets out of play, he can help cover it up with his own background, so he is not afraid of anything happening. Haha, don't worry, I won't let you down. Tang Qing laughed and said that Do Jiao dared to accompany him. So crazy. He was very touched. Well, I will give you a big red envelope at the end of the year. Does the little boss have any other instructions? Do Jiao asked again. Yes, you also know that I have a loan business, and you will complete the future contracts. Then the later risk control will definitely be left to you. This is the information of all the customers in my hand. They are all my previous customers. What you have to do now is first. The corporate files of these customers will be established first. Get up, it should be useful in the future. Secondly, for these customers who I have marked as black, you should do the later risk control, investigation, evaluation, and call 10 days in advance to confirm the repayment time and method, and have someone come to me to get the receipt before repayment. Do you understand? Tang Qing took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. It records the information of all his previous loan customers, but the information from these oral surveys cannot be comprehensive, and there is no on-site inspection. If these potential high-quality customers need support in the future, he will help them. He believes that the system will not do meaningless things, and every customer selected by the system must have considerable value. As for the customers marked black, they're all loan customers who are not recommended by the system. Naturally, these people need to tighten their supervision. Even Tang Qing decided that in the future, as long as he is not a recommended customer of the month, Tang Qing is prepared to let Tianyin focus on monitoring and treat everyone equally. Well, this is simple. I will let them deal with it as soon as possible. Do Jiao took the paper and glanced at it briefly and said with a smile, "Well, here's the thing. This is all the information, systems, and plans of my company. You have to do two things. First, conduct a comprehensive review of this information. I need to know whether the system is reasonable and whether there are loopholes in the plan. I need you to check and fill in the gaps and give me a final evaluation result. If there is a better way, that would be great. I can also show up at the company meeting." Tang Qing logged into his mailbox and sent more than 100 emails to Do Jiao. In addition to some rules and regulations, they were all weekly and monthly reports from various departments of Shangtang clothing during this period. As a layman, he could only watch the excitement, so he should leave it to the professionals to study it. If there is a problem, he can show off at the meeting. I understand. I will organize personnel to review it as soon as possible. Do Jiao nodded. At this time, Do Jiao casually clicked on a strategic plan of Shangtang Company, and her eyes were filled with surprise because it mentioned the branch plan for the coming year and the capital injection of 30 million yuan after the year. This really surprised her. She did not expect that Tang Qing would play so big and invest tens of millions in it. At the same time, she became more confident. There was a boss who liked her, was rich, had personality, and trusted her. Do Jiao felt that it was so beautiful. P.S. Chapter 2 is out. Please continue coding Chapter 3. After realizing that the Tang Qing in front of her was a real rich man, Do Jiao certainly would not let it go. In the past, she only thought that Tang Qing was a second-generation rich man whose parents' assets were only tens of millions. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Tens of millions can be spent casually to build a child, and it is impossible without a net worth of hundreds of millions. Although she also has a background and connections, she doesn't like to investigate her own people. Tang Qing is her younger brother that she likes very much. Do Jiao quickly stood up and walked behind Tang Qing, put her little hand on his shoulder, with a smile on her face that said, "I'm so happy. I found the money." She started to make big moves. "Dear boss Xiaotang, I didn't expect you to be so rich, so please put some money into the company, please." Do Jiao pinched Tang Qing's shoulder and shook it while coquettishly saying. Tang Qing was directly shocked. His body trembled, and he quickly stood up to avoid Do Jiao's attack. He was not only shocked by Do Jiao's expression and tone, but also by the pinching of her shoulders. The most important thing is, he is ticklish, especially when pinching shoulders, watching TV, and the expressions of enjoyment that ordinary people have when their shoulders are pinched. Tang Qing feels very strange. He has never felt so good when being pinched. In his previous life, Li Kai also took himself to enjoy a massage from a professional technician. I don't know if it is a physical or psychological reason. He feels uncomfortable when strangers touch other parts below his head, and he feels like he wants to escape. Although Do Jiao is not a stranger, she is obviously not used to physical contact. She feels itchy when touched and feels very uncomfortable. Sister Jiao Jiao, you must hold it tight. It's not good for us to talk normally. Don't get involved. Money matters are easy to talk about. Tang Qing said with a frightened expression. There was nothing he could do. This ultimate move was really incredibly harmful to him. Seeing this, Do Jiao stomped back to her boss chair and said with a plaintive look on her face, "Smelly brother, you don't know good people's hearts. How many people want to be treated like this, but haven't yet? Humph, I'll ignore you." Of course, she just said this, but she was laughing in her heart. She felt that Tang Qing was really getting more and more interesting. Haha, are you ticklish? That's good. We have mastered another unique skill of defeating the enemy, and we will be able to use it in the future. Tang Qing obviously didn't accept this trick and didn't want to get entangled in this topic. He returned to his seat and drank the water in the cup to calm down his shock. After calming down a little, he said, "By the way, Sister Jiao Jiao, how much money is left in the company's account?" Do Jiao stopped being weird after hearing this, and then searched for a document from the drawer and handed it over and said, "Look at the expense list. There are more than 80,000 yuan in the account. The company's space, office equipment, personnel recruitment, etc. have spent a lot of money. What you see outside is only part of the assets. There are still 10 computers that have not arrived, especially as 2 servers for storing information. 1 master and 1 backup server cost 210,000. Tang Qing took the file and put it aside without turning it over. He believed that Do Jiao could not value this amount of money, and he also believed in Do Jiao's character. "Well, I will give the company another 500,000 later, but I have to save some money." Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, "After buying stocks last time, I had 410,000 left. After I couldn't beat Hanlong in a fight, I borrowed another 400,000 from the system to add some energy points, so I had 810,000. Plus other expenses, after giving 500,000 to the company, I had more than 200,000 in my pocket." However, Tang Qing didn't feel that it was less. Anyway, there was nothing to spend money now. His personal loan limit could be overdrafted by several million at any time, which was enough no matter what. Do Jiao was extremely happy to see Tang Qing trusting her so much. Everyone likes to be trusted, right? She smiled and said, No problem, to spend a little money on the equipment in the early stage. There will not be many places to spend money in a short period of time later. If there is no large-scale expansion of personnel, there will be no problem in using these 500,000 for 2 or 3 months. Well, that's good. Let's not talk about it if it is not enough. Sister Jiao Jiao, is there anything else? Tang Qing not that. Do Jiao thought for a moment and shook her head and said, "It's okay. We haven't all the staff yet. The vice president I'm looking for has taken leave today. Let's forget about it today. I'll introduce it to you next time. Okay, I'll leave first. I'll find a date to hold a dinner party before the year, so I can get to know the elites of our company." Tang Qing stood up and said with a smile, "Okay, my big boss, maybe we'll be on the 31st at the end of this month. I know you'll be very busy at the beginning of next month. I won't bother to adjust the time." Do Jiao said with a smile. Tang Qing thought the same thing. There were a lot of things at the beginning of the month. The school was on holiday, and she had to prepare things for home. Sheng Tang also had an annual meeting and dinner. It would be really busy then. It would be better to be a little earlier, so she said, "Okay, you can find a better place on the night of the 31st and have a meal together." "No problem." Do Jiao agreed. When she thought of eating, Do Jiao couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This action happened to be seen by Tang Qing, who said amusedly, "Another foodie. Well, then you go ahead and get busy. I'll leave first." Tang Qing said, "Let me see you off." At this time, the employees in the office area already knew that Tang Qing was their big boss, so they all felt busier than before. When Tang Qing came out, he also had a black look on his face. Am I so scary? Beauty, aren't you tired of constantly opening and closing web pages? And that handsome guy, although we were far away, we all saw it. What you hit was, this boss is so young. You hit him 3 times. Well, the boss aura is too strong. Do Jiao sent Tang Qing to the building and then went back to get busy. The tasks assigned by Tang Qing were not unimportant. She even thought about working overtime, but she gave it up in an instant. It was just good for the employees to work overtime. Why was she working overtime? La la la. I'm going to take a long nap. Tang Qing took the whole morning off and naturally couldn't go back to school now. Instead, he came to Shengtang Clothing. He was going to see what was going on with the stocks he bought. He would go online to kill some time, and then stroll back to his uncle's house for lunch at noon. In order not to be so bored, Tang Qing bought a lot of snacks and fruits. There was nothing he could do about it. If you get used to it, you would become addicted. He wanted to put something in his mouth whether he was hungry or not. It was not that Tang Qing couldn't control it, but why should he control it? It's not harmful to the body, won't make you fat, and it can satisfy your appetite. Why should you control it? It's silly. When I came to the company, I passed by the second floor, which was naturally bustling with people as usual. Tang Qing was sometimes confused. Isn't it supposed that the fashion designers on TV should all work on the design, quietly? They all looked quiet and dignified. How did this situation come about? Is it because the office environment is too crowded? Okay, whatever. He has no interest in thinking about this or that. Besides, it's good for the employees to be more active. As long as they can get things done, no matter what, he doesn't want his company to be lifeless. The most important thing is that Qi Yin, a professional, can tolerate the existence of this phenomenon. Obviously, there's no problem. What does he want to do? Tang Qing quickly speeded up the stairs. If they saw and stopped him, there was no guarantee that he would have a few packs of these snacks left. These sisters would not care if he was the boss when they saw the snacks. They blamed themselves for not establishing their prestige before. What can they do now? If they encounter this group of robbers who are snatching the boss's snacks, why can't we hide if we can't afford to offend them? As for being angry with them, he really couldn't bear to do it, and they didn't have any bad intentions. These beauties all had a powerful skill, acting like a baby, and Tang Qing had almost no resistance to this skill. In this way, Tang Qing came to his huge and luxurious office like a thief. Sun Chao did not follow, but went to the training room. He had been training particularly hard during this period, preparing to defeat Tang Qing one day. Tang Qing expressed no pressure at all. He would like to have an opponent who can let him use his full strength, but obviously, the reality is cruel. Okay, no more showboating. After turning on the computer and making a cup of tartary buckwheat tea, Tang Qing sat on the comfortable and soft boss chair, picked up a bag of potato chips, tore them open, and ate them. Kindness. So delicious. During this period, the bookmakers of those stocks have basically completed the fundraising, and the retail investors who are on the fence have also been kicked out by repeated shocks and rumors. What is left are the more determined investors. Of course, there must be many retail investors with a wait-and-see attitude and wrap positions like Tang Qing, as well as some cute investors who don't pay attention to the stock market fluctuations at all. Seeing that they could no longer effectively attract funds, and that their expected fundraising goals have been reached, those bookmakers naturally began to reverse the direction of public opinion, and the rising market officially started. Various experts refuted the rumors, and even internal personnel of the company came out to endorse. You sing, and I come on the stage. It was a big show. Many investors who had sold before were dumbfounded, and then various positions were covered to try to recover some losses. Looking at these carefully crafted scams, Tang Qing was very emotional. Domestic stock investors are miserable. The bookmakers treat retail investors like fools. They have first-hand information, relatively strong capital, and publicity channels. They can even buy the right to speak and create fake news. They're simply cheating on the gambling table. But this is a legal scam, and investors who have no discernment can only be cut off by the dealer again and again. Is there anything wrong with ordinary investors who want to dream of getting rich by stock trading? Of course there is something wrong. Greed is the original sin. Since you're on the gambling table, there is no right or wrong. You can only rely on luck. Big fish eat small fish. This is the basic operating law of the capital market and even the world. No one can blame it. Again, know your position and don't take boring risks if you're a small fish. In fact, if you master the correct method, is it difficult to make money in the stock market? It's so hard. P.S. The third chapter is freshly released. I have to finish 5 chapters today, even if I work hard. Well, please give me some votes, by the way. This chapter is poisonous. Please click the upper right corner if you have a glass heart. This chapter is extremely poisonous. Please click the upper right corner if you have a Holy Mother's heart. This chapter is poisonous. Please click the upper right corner if you have a compassionate heart. If you don't like it, don't touch it. The author will never admit that the following remarks are related to the author. They are all borrowed. If you want to criticize the book review area, I will delete the post. Thank you. If ordinary investors want to make money in the domestic stock market, it is naturally very difficult. Even being able to guarantee no loss is considered a win. After all, 80% of the people in my country's stock market lose money. 10% of people protect their capital, and the remaining 10% make money. This is almost an iron law. Sometimes, more than 90% of losses are not new. All the capital is staring at the wallets of retail investors, trying every possible means to get money out of their hands. They use all kinds of tricks and innovations. The perseverance are not only inspirational, they are so moving that they bring tears to your eyes. But if ordinary people want to make money in it, it is easy to say that it is actually very easy. The simplest way is to buy low and sell high. Some people say, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Who doesn't know that you can make money in the stock market by buying low and selling high? To use your words, it's not like playing stock index futures. But when looking at things to learn knowledge, you must get to the essence. Otherwise, it is better not to look at it so as not to disturb your mind. The essence is the truth, and words are just appearances. For example, there's so many good words of wisdom passed down from our ancestors. Some people rely on them to achieve great success and soar into the sky. From then on, they are proud of the sky, dominate the world, and reach the pinnacle of life. But have these principles of life been monopolized by others? Apparently not. These methods are basically widely spread in the world, regardless of class, region, ethnicity, or even national boundaries. But why do most people fail to get the life they want and end up living a mediocre life? Do they accept false knowledge, false truth, fake method? Apparently not. There are no barriers to the inheritance of our country's culture to modern times. It does not mean that you learn one thing, while the ruling class and successful people learn another. Even if they learn different things, they and even their parents have a new and deeper understanding from the existing knowledge. This is their private property, and there is nothing wrong with not publishing it to you. In other words, there is no difference between the so-called success methods that everyone knows and the principles of life. The difference is how deeply you understand. Isn't there a saying that says that there are 3 realms of human cognition? In the first realm, mountains are seen as mountains and water is seen as water. In the second realm, looking at mountains is not mountains, and looking at water is not water. The third realm is to see mountains as mountains and water as water. So for now, let's call all the famous sayings, theories, truths, etc. collectively called shortcuts. So here comes the question. The shortcut to form words and its literal understanding are considered to be the first level. Mountains are mountains and water is water. Most people basically stay in the second realm or are eager to rush to the second realm, while the real truth exists in the third realm of a knowledge point. The so-called destruction and then erection means that the extremes of things must be reversed. To give a simple reason, the phrase, "evil prevails over good," was mentioned earlier. Most people must have understood the meaning of this sentence when they were young. It means that bad guys cannot defeat good guys. Good guys will win. Justice will eventually defeat evil. Be unafraid of power. Fight against evil forces, and so on. In short, it tells you not to follow evil ways and form correct values. This is obviously the first level of understanding. But as I grow older, gain more experience, and encounter more and more things, I begin to doubt this sentence, even to the point of questioning life. Why was he so lucky that he was reborn into a wealthy family, where he could enjoy popular food, drink spicy food, and have a house, a car, and a girl without any struggle? Why do some people cheat on exams and score higher than me? Why can he directly operate behind the scenes to get him into the government department if he has connections? Why did he get promoted and I didn't? Why did that flattering person become my leader? To name just a few, these problems have seriously impacted some people's inherent concepts, and people will have many, many doubts and finally enter the second level. It seems that in society, only those bad people are in power, and only those with the highest power have no opportunities, no channels for advancement, and no hope. All kinds of injustices make people sleepless and cynical. Then here comes the problem. Is the saying, evil prevails over good, really wrong? Are the values promoted by adults, ancestors, and the country really wrong? Obviously, there is nothing wrong with this. Otherwise, it would not have existed in the world for so long. So what exactly is the problem? In fact, this problem lies in people's minds and their insufficient understanding of the four words, the weak and the strong. Give a simple example. For example, the exams that people usually take in school, let's ignore some extreme factors in the class, are in an ordinary class of 50 people. What is the right path? Of course, I got into the top 20 based on my strength. What about evil ways? Naturally, he cheated and got into the top 20 places. So the question is, what path did the other students who didn't cheat and still couldn't get into the top 20 take the exam take? Is that the right way? Obviously not. Those students who were in the top 20 based on their ability were called the right path. As for the evil ways, it is even less so. Those who cheat are the ones. So since they do not belong to the righteous path, nor do they belong to the evil path, then what kind of path are they? Here comes the problem. To give another example, let's put the civil service examination at the municipal level. After all, people who can manipulate people in the national or provincial examinations don't have too many ways to arrange people, so there's no need to take this risk. What is the right path? Pass the test based on strength, realize your ideals, and become a public servant of the country. Let's relax a little for the time being. Those who are within the top 30% are considered to be on the right path. What about evil ways? Naturally, they spend money, use connections, operate in secret, etc. to join the ranks that serve the people. So here comes the question again, although it is a bit hurtful, but it is a fact. What is the path of other people besides the two paths of good and evil? In Tang Qing's view, the third level of the phrase, evil prevails over good, has already emerged. Most people are not actually the righteous party. What does it mean to take the right path? Those who top every exam. Those who have passed various tests based on their strength. Those who realize the value of life by improving their abilities. Those who are reading a book while you're playing games, reporting for class while you're watching TV, overtaking at the last corner, or those whose backs you have never seen. What is going astray? Of course, those who cheat on exams to get high scores. Those who get their dream jobs through the back door. Those who rise to power quickly. This is the direct reason why many people doubt the saying, evil prevails over good, because people subjectively put themselves on the side of justice. This is also an excuse for many people to be self-paralyzed. They will say, look, society is so dark. It is definitely not my fault that I am like this. I am on the right path, and I have never done anything bad. If those who cannot pass the test, due to their strength, and have no way to cheat represent a right path, then we're those people who stand out from the crowd. It can't always be the best of the best. In Tang Qing's view, if you want to get something, if you can't take the evil path, you must move closer to the right path, otherwise you really won't be able to communicate. People who follow the right path should not envy those who get something for nothing and follow the wrong path, because later you will discover that what is the true meaning of evil prevails over good actually has the meaning of the zero level. This involves the relationship between giving and receiving. If you want to get anything, you have to give first. For those who only see others getting something for nothing, only see social injustice and have trouble sleeping and eating all day long because of this, do you need beautiful women? Need a sports car? Need a villa? Do you need respect? Since you want it all, then move your body and mind. There is no use thinking about it. Do it. And it's normal for the cheating group of people to be popular and drink spicy food. So there's nothing to envy. If you can't go to this extreme, just go on the right path. If you don't have any pursuits, just be like the masses. After all, the cost is the lowest. It depends on your personal pursuit. It doesn't matter whether it is noble or not, correct or not. It all depends on whether you want it or not. What I fear the most is those who deceive themselves and others and want to get something for nothing. Then there's really no other way. If there was such a way, Tang Qing would beg for help. Again, know your position. And countless good words of wisdom are only understood to the second level by people, without profound stimulation and thinking. It is not easy to transition to the third level of cognition and obtain benefits. It is simply wishful thinking for ordinary people to want to get a shortcut to the top through a few words of advice, a few articles, and a few speeches. When people have such thoughts, it means that people cannot calm down to learn and think about the essence of these things. That is a false third level. Just like the 4 words buy low, sell high. Different people have completely different meanings. 10 people may even have 10 opinions. However, those who truly agree and think about it and can form their own theories can make money with these 4 words, while those who watch the excitement can only lose their pants. If you understand these 4 words thoroughly, you will never lose money in the stock market. As for the specific operation method, I won't sell it if it doesn't rise for me. I can afford to wait as long as I want. Yes, this is such a nonsense method, but coupled with the previous sentence, I will not buy it unless I fall hard. Haha, these 2 nonsense magical skills are of course more than just superficial meanings. Anyone who uses them indiscriminately may not necessarily be able to make money. The most important thing is to form your own theory. If you follow the trend, you will die, and you will be responsible for your profits and losses. Click till then. Look at the various news carefully prepared by professionals on the internet, as well as the interpretations of some so-called experts in the comment area. Tang Qing suddenly felt that the world was really full of lies. You lied to me, I lied to you. The worst thing was the retail investors who were targeted, and the hard-earned money was put into the pockets of the bankers and even themselves. In the past life, I read novels in which the protagonist made a lot of money in the stock market. The world is already so difficult, and we still have to hurt each other. Tang Qing suddenly felt a little guilty about making money from retail investors. Well, Tang Qing knew that his mother's heart was wrong. This was a disease that needed to be cured. Bankers should not have such boring compassion. It was impossible for him to return the money. Never mind, it looks terrible. No matter what, go play games. Let's talk about it. Tang Qing downloaded a legendary private server and started playing it. There was nothing he could do. The genuine private server was not as fun as the private server. He also had to spend money and time, so get out. By noon, Tang Qing was already the most awesome person in the private server. Because he had charged 1,000 yuan, he was simply enjoying the pleasure of maxing out the level with one sword and blasting the divine equipment with one sword. However, it was no longer interesting after becoming invincible. It was also noon at this time. So Tang Qing turned off the computer and prepared to go back to his uncle's house for dinner. Just as I got downstairs, I received a phone call. P.S. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5 will probably be released in the early morning or tomorrow. The above remarks are pure nonsense and transference. If there is any offense, please kneel down and apologize. I will not talk so much in the future. If I had known, I would have written it in the form of a dialogue. Find a supporting role to take the blame. Don't rant.